It's interesting though. Like, is it not bother you, but you have this no brand recognition really on this like side of the shoe or anything?
It doesn't bother me at all because what I'm really trying to do is an understated brand. And I feel like if you're going to wear shoes to work or to church or to a wedding or to a funeral, I feel like that, or it's out to eat or dinner or something. I just don't think that the logo, the big logo thing, works for that demographic and that purpose. And so that's what I'm making shoes for. And then you can skate in them, and they're made for skating, but I'm trying to make nice enough shoes that you want to wear them in a casual lifestyle setting. So that's why the logos are so understated. And I didn't kind of get into this earlier, but I'll speak about it now just so we're talking about the minor aesthetics. I put an X on the quarter panel on the side of it, and it's just a small detail stitch, but it's kind of also an anti-corporate logo is not there.
All right, we are back, huh? We're back at the 9 Club, everybody. Today we have a very special guest. Mr. Jamie Thomas is back with us. How are you?
I'm good.
You look great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm working on it.
As we all are, year by year, right?
Just gonna say that.
No, but thanks for coming. This is actually like a special occasion, I feel like, because, I mean, if you look around our set, we have these beautiful shoes that have been coming, that have been blessed by Jamie Thomas. And it's interesting because we just had Don Brown on the show talking about the shoe game and skateboarding and all this stuff, and it just so happens that you're launching your own brand, Warsaw, within a week of this episode coming out. I'd love to talk to you about the journey, even the journey of like falling, and even the journey of like you just getting your first shoe sponsor, which was America back in the day, right?
Well, my first pro shoe came out on America. But
Yes.
Before that, I had some sponsors.
You were on Etnies before that, right?
Yeah, I was on Etnies, and you know, it was cool to hear him like tell the story of how America came about. And but yeah, I rode for Etnies. Before that, I rode for Simple Shoes.
Oh yeah, I remember it Simple.
Yeah, and then before that, I rode for Vans for a brief period. I think I told the story about me having some of the first pair of half caps off the line and bringing them to Embarcadero, and Kelch asked me for my shoes. I mentioned this.
Oh yeah.
Is this when you were sleeping there?
It was the first day I got there. Yeah. So I went to, and I want to go back a little bit. In '92, on my way to California, there was an AM final, like NSA AM final contest in Houston, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
I skated that contest, and I got on Vans at that contest. And then Tiny, who's the name of the team manager at the time, asked me to stop by the Vans warehouse on my way. He told me I was going to San Francisco. So we went by, and it was the day the half caps came off the line. It was the first half caps. Besides Stevie, I just happened to be the first person to get a pair of half caps besides Cab.
Crazy.
Yeah, and they handed me 2 pairs in my size,
What color?
all black.
All black? Okay.
Yeah. So really random. It was just timing. And then I went to Embarcadero and had the half caps. I told the story a few times, but I rolled my ankle in LA skating in those shoes, and then I was just wearing them, and I was at Embarcadero, and Kelch came up to me and was like, "Shoes are those?" He knew that they weren't cut off, and it was like no one had seen them yet. And he's like, "Oh, you're gonna have to give me those."
Did you give it to him?
No, I just said I can't do that, man. We got in a little bit of a standoff, and then he let me slide, and we were cool after that. He was always a good dude to me. So.
Nice. When you finally got a pro shoe on America, I feel that we've talked a little bit before the show started, but that was kind of like your journey into footwear. Like, were you into footwear before all that came about, or was that the catalyst of like, hey, I can design?
I mean, as a kid, I was really into footwear. I had all the J's in junior high and high school. I was wearing Jordans, and I was really into sneakers and shoes. Yeah, I've always been into footwear, even like back before that in the late 80s. I wore Chuck Taylors, and we would draw on them, or like bleach, peace signs or anarchy signs or whatever, Dead Kennedys logos or whatever on our Converse. And like I think footwear has always been a critical part of the kit, and Vision Streetwear, which Don talked about. When those came out, it was like a Chuck Taylor, but very durable and comfortable. So it was like a major game changer at around 87, 88 when I got my first pair of Vision Streetwears. They were like turquoise with like black toe and black they were black vulcanized tape.
Yep.
And they just re-released those, and I'm having a hard time not buying them right now.
You should get them.
I know. I actually have
Nostalgia.
I bought a pair off eBay that are the same as the ones I had, but
Originals.
yeah, originals.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
How
but
much
they're
does something
kind of
like that on eBay cost?
like 150 or something.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe $200.
This isn't the turquoise one, but it is the blue.
No, that's it. That's the color.
Oh, that's the color.
Yeah, it's not
Okay.
turquoise. It's just like a bright blue.
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Teal.
Wow.
Anyway,
They're
those were
color
so dope when those came out.
Shell toes?
Yeah, they're shell toes. When those came out, I was just so hyped.
Little before
Al-
my time.
Yeah, always been into shoes, and then getting free shoes was like amazing. I couldn't believe it. Like getting simple shoes. I think I wrote simple. Eric Meyer, he used to be the designer at Vision. He probably designed those shoes, and he went on his own and started simple shoes. I wrote him a letter, and he sent me a pair of shoes from a letter. It was just crazy to think. And then I sent him a sponsor me video, and I kind of kept in touch with him. But anyway, I wrote for Simple for a little bit. Gons was on Simple.
Sad was on Simple.
Sad.
Yeah.
I think Carl Shipman might even have been on Simple for a bit. I remember seeing some photos of Carl wearing them, but
They're full Larry David shoes, by the way.
yeah, they
Like,
are. They are.
You
They are.
look back at it now, yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So, yeah, there they are.
There they are.
Yeah, I wore the black pair on the bottom left.
They're still
Yeah.
around.
Yeah. Well, they revamped and came back, and they're kind of doing another retro surge. Anyway, kind of looks
Yeah.
like a skate shoe. Looks like an Etnies kind of.
Mm.
Anyway, wore those. But when I got on Etnies, I wore the Scams and the Sal's before S. Anyway, I wore all those shoes, and I was hyped on. Shoes are always a cool thing, and I think that Muska might have been maybe getting a shoe before me, and we both rode for Toy Machine at the time. It was '96, or maybe they were talking to him. And I remember just starting to like make drawings of shoes and try and come up with panel options and whatnot. And Frank that was working at Soul Tech at the time, I just kind of brought these like sketchy pencil drawings, and he actually turned my pencil drawings into my first shoe, and obviously made it better
Yeah.
because I didn't know what I was doing.
Right.
But I was into it, and I hung out at Soul Tech a lot. It was like my and I think I mentioned this in my last interview, like when I first I started writing for that company Invisible, and Transworld was next door. I just hung out at Transworld until I got an opportunity to go in the session and get out and skating with the guys. I pretty much did the same thing at Soul Tech, where I just hung out at Soul Tech so much. And I was skating, obviously filming for Welcome to Hell at the time, but I think a lot of it is about how much time you put in and face time you put in and how much effort you show. And I was definitely putting in the effort. And when I don't even know how it came about, but at some point, they decided they wanted to start doing pro shoes on America, and I was the first pro shoe. So, yeah, there
That's
they
a
are.
Danny,
classic
somebody's
shoe,
selling them
man.
for $2,000 on Is this you? Are you selling them?
That's
on
not
eBay?
me.
No,
I wish
no,
it was
no.
me.
Garage
I
days.
wish it was me. That says Dunks and Jordans is their
You can see him in the back there, yeah.
screen name. But
Okay.
they're in mint condition, though. I don't know. They're not worth 2 G's, but
they, typical kind of skate shoe for the time, though. They look like that time period,
Yeah.
like, legitly.
And this was one of the first kind of rubber toe shoes with that style of rubber toe. So it was a little bit, it was fresh for the time, and it was durable. But yeah, they seemed to do well, and people liked them.
So this is the drawing that you gave Franck,
Yeah.
and he
Yeah,
turned it into.
exactly.
Okay.
Do you think it was like, was it pretty close, or did it look different when you saw it in
It was
person?
just the side panel, the triangle kind of with the corners, and then I had a little bit of a weaving going around. You can't see it in this, but they were kind of like a lace saber, where the panel around the lace holes was a little bit raised. So the lace holes were a little lower, so you wouldn't tear your laces. But he just did a good job kind of making it into a shoe.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I had a pair, man. I loved them.
Yeah. My set signature's wonky. I'm glad I
Cleaned it up.
So you were drawing this out for Franck without knowing that you were going to get a pro shoe.
It
right?
was
This
hopeful.
was like
I was
okay,
hopeful.
You were hopeful.
Yeah. I was just like, in case you guys want to do something with me, here's some drawings. Yeah.
That's
man.
great.
Yeah.
That's great. A lot of people don't take that initiative.
Yeah.
Straight up.
I think
For
I
sure.
was all about some initiative. I talked about this a bunch, but I knew that I wasn't the most talented dude, and it was going to be work ethic, it was going to be consistency, it was going to be motivation, it was going to be a lot of other things. It wasn't going to be down to my raw talent. So
I think that
manifest like this is gonna happen.
I think you're off though, dude. Your video parts were like no other.
But Toy
back
Machine
in the day.
video, that was like the next level. That what brought you to the next level, I feel like.
I think so, but if we talk about those video parts, how much work went into those versus more talented guys that I skated with pretty consistently, watching the girl dudes, for example, or the Plan B dudes, watching how effortless what they did came to them versus how hard I had to work for it. That's why I think that, I mean, maybe it's not talent. Yeah, maybe I can't say I wasn't the most talented but my talent was not in the actual skateboarding. It was in the pursuit and the determination and the drive. So the talent was elsewhere. It just wasn't in the buttery, like easy flick, 3 flips. All this technical skating didn't come easy for me, so I just found a lane for myself.
Well, all that stuff then showed and shined in your video parts.
I appreciate
You know what I mean?
that.
Outside looking in, I back then I didn't know. I thought everybody was doing this shit first try.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn, Jimmy Thomas is a madman. But no, it did really, like, your work ethic really shined, for sure. Your video parts were incredible.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
First shoe, America, that's your first design of a shoe,
Yeah.
right? And then, how many shoes did you have on America?
Just one.
Just one.
I was designing the second shoe, and my contract was up, and I didn't feel like I was really a priority for America at the time, and I don't know. They were going through their own stuff, and I just felt I didn't really have a close relationship with Pierre Andre, and so Don was my guy, and unfortunately, in order for things to happen, you needed to be close to Pierre, and I just wasn't close to him, and I kind of felt distant. And Chris Miller hit me up, and he said he was starting a new brand, and he wanted me, Jay Ray, and Steve Barrow to be the dudes. And it was an opportunity to kind of elevate my position of influence with the company. Like he wanted to, Miller offered to build the company around us.
We're speaking of audio.
Audio, yeah. So audio, he offered me, to ride for audio from the beginning and help name the company and kind of be a part of all of it. And and I was really entrepreneurially minded, so this was really interesting to me. It was kind of like it went from me waving to Pierre Andre in the parking lot and then him going in the building rather than coming over and saying hi, to Chris Miller showing up at my house and talking about, helping me build and found a footwear company.
Interesting.
Yeah, and very similarly, when Ed called me and asked me to ride for Toy Machine, he asked me to help him rebuild Toy Machine. And he said, like, I heard you like to make videos, and, you're welcome to, like, make a video for us, or anything you want to do, it's there. And so for me, it was the opportunity of being involved with something at a larger level.
Yeah, learning the insides.
Yeah,
of it,
yeah.
right?
And I was just passionate about growth and, about the entrepreneurial side of things too. And so, riding for Ed, that was amazing. And, getting the opportunity to help rebuild the Toy Machine team and film Heavy Metal and film Welcome to Hell and edit those videos. And then when Chris Miller called me for like the footwear version of this, I was like, yeah, I'm in. And my contract was up. It was brief. I was on America. I mean, my pro shoe was only out 2 or 3 seasons.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it was short.
When you were going through all the audio stuff and now you're inside learning how everything works, was there any inkling in your mind of like, hey, I can maybe start a shoe company one day?
Not at that time. I mean, it was really like I was just soaking it all in.
Okay.
I was just trying to figure out how to design a shoe and be more hands-on about it, and
The process.
I wanted to learn more about the process. And I got a glimpse of what that looked like at Soltech, doing the first shoe and then working on a second shoe. And then I took that second shoe to audio and, said, hey, I'd like to base my first shoe off of this. Anyway, so yeah. And and that shoe actually looks like a Rick Howard DC, that window.
What it kind
Slightly
of
different.
Yeah.
is a little bit.
So there was that.
Side panel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Rick Howard DC had come out, and I definitely think there was some influence going on there. I thought the shoe was dope.
Right. I mean, we pull from from everywhere.
Yeah.
Every shoe is a kind of a, you know, something, a taking of something else, right?
Yeah, I think it's nice though when you have a pro shoe that doesn't directly have a panel or a look. Like, I mean, you can see that highlight panel right there and the shape of that you know, kind of mesh window on the side. That's too similar. Like that.
Yeah.
If I had more design experience or more, you know, understanding for what I was doing, I would know that that's not cool.
Right. But we're just getting started.
Oh, I'm a kid, man. I'm
Right.
a kid.
Right.
Yeah, I'm 22 or something.
How many shoes did you have on audio?
So maybe 3. Yeah, and the 5.0, which was like kind of a team shoe that looked a lot like my America shoe. That was
Okay.
one of them. So yeah, I had a 1, a 2, and then the 5.0.
So you're gaining all this knowledge.
So it's the icon. With Uncharted X coming to you totally live on YouTube. Yeah, we got Ben joining us. We are here in the 10 by 10 by 10 Tangent Cube of Science, where we are surrounded by the dusty bones of an ancient seabed high atop the Edwards Plateau. Ben is in an undisclosed location. Very secret.
It's the same undisclosed location I'm always at.
Yeah, somewhere on the East Coast, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, we are here to talk about our trip to Turkey, to Göbekli Tepe, to Karahan Tepe, to Sogmatar, to many of these ancient sites. If you guys have seen our previous shows, Kyle and I have discussed this several times on previous episodes, but we haven't talked about it with Ben, and of course he was there with the trip. He left, came back.
Yeah, I guess we can tell that story.
Yeah, you should tell that story because that was amazing. I mean, it shows the dedication.
Well, yeah, actually, I'll pan a little bit this way. There it is. Look at that. Actually, got to thank your dad, Kyle. You actually, both you guys, your same dad for the flag. That's cool.
Oh, nice.
Appreciate it. He beat you to it. You said you wanted to buy me the flag first, but I think your dad beat you to it.
Good. That's great.
Yeah, it was a fun trip, man. I'd always wanted to get to Turkey. Like it's one of those places. Ever since it started to make the news in a big way with Göbekli Tepe, obviously being the big clanger that lands into, I guess, the standard model of history as we know it. So it was always on my list of like we've got to get there, and took a few years, but we made it happen.
We did.
It was a good time. Yeah, thanks for coming with me. I love traveling with you guys. We do. It seems like the key. A good way to do it, I guess. It always seems like a good time with the music and just both of our audiences, I suppose, click quite well together.
That's right.
Yeah, it was fun, man. I don't know. So for people that don't know, we were in Turkey. April? Most of April, a couple of weeks in April.
Yep.
We ran a couple of 1 week trips, and I had an issue when I was there. Unfortunately, it's like 2 1 week tours. We get a couple of days off in the middle. And I'm for people that don't know, I live in the US. I'm Australian. I've been here for 17 years now. So finally, I'd started going through citizenship process. A couple of years back. It's gotten to the point where it's just like you file your paperwork and you just wait. It's like 15 months until they hear from you. And then when you hear from them, it's like, hey, your interview's in 2 weeks. It's you put your paperwork in, then you have to go to an interview, which is like turn up at USCIS, answer a couple of questions, and then assuming you pass the basic test, you go and do your ceremony. So the first time I got a notification from them is like 22, And it was just, and I had 2 weeks out, and I'm like, damn, I'm going to be in Egypt. We were actually on our Egypt trip, so I sent a reschedule notice to them. And you get to reschedule it once, right? So they're like, okay, and you're basically back to the end of the queue again with your immigration sort of status.
So they wanted you to come in November when we were on the big.
It was actually it was October. It was the
October one.
Yeah, it was when I was there with Yusuf on his tour.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh well, I travel 2 months out of the year, call it that. So that's a 1 in 6 chance. I'm like, all right, I've rolled a 1, that's fine. Yeah. About the same schedule I think for 2023. But you go to the back of the list, and I think it was like the end of March, literally 2 or 3 days before I had to leave for Turkey, and I get the next note because you wait 6 months and they're like, you finally at the top again. All right, we want the interview, and they scheduled it for April 12th, and I'm like. Snake eyes. I rolled 2 1s, I hit the 1 out of 6 both times. Yeah. I was like, damn it. And just then, so I called them and I was like, I was like a tour, I'm leading a tour, we're doing this thing in Turkey. Like, yeah, we'll file the application. And sure enough, the first week while we were on tour, I got the letter, and it says, we have denied your request to reschedule your interview. So you need to turn up in Sacramento at 7 in the morning on April 12th. And this isn't the kind of meeting you kind of want to, no-show to, I suppose.
Right. Nope. And it's like, what, 15 minutes?
Yeah, the meeting was 15 minutes. Literally, that's all it is. They ask, it's 10 questions from the, basic civics and history for the States. And then, they prove you can read and write English, take your photo, away you go. And
I can't believe you passed the English test.
I know. I couldn't believe I passed the handwriting test. You have to write this thing. My handwriting's atrocious, so... but apparently this
fit right in.
Nice lady could read it. Like, that looks like letters and words. I'm not sure. But yeah, anyway, so I had to fly back. It's the second week, so I basically left. One night I flew in. I think I got back to my home at like 10 p.m. Up at 5, made the meeting at 7. I think I had to wait around to about 8, and then drove back to San Francisco. I was back on a plane by 1:30 back to Turkey. So that was a hiccup. One-time event, I hope. But, holy crap. Racked up some miles. But yeah, I was glad to be there. I was very apologetic to the people that were on the second week of that trip, because I'm like, sorry guys, I've got to skip out for what essentially is 3 days, and 80% of that's on a plane. But
yeah, and just so you know, folks, we're all in the hotel in Şanlıurfa. The day was over. We're drinking beers, partying. It's in the evening. Ben rolls up, having just done all that flying and traveling, and sits down and drinks beer with us and like parties for a little while before we pass out. I was like, damn.
Yeah, I needed something at the end of that. Holy crap.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was it was horrible. But despite that, wonderful trip. I mean, I just I think we nailed the time of year. Like if you look at satellite pictures of that region, where we went was southeastern Turkey. It's it's if you want to put it on the old map, northern Mesopotamia, more or less, right? It's the Fertile Crescent kind of area, I guess, or the north end of Mesopotamia on the Euphrates. I think we were a fair way from the Tigris, I don't know. But we did visit the Euphrates at one point. And in ancient times, this was part of the Silk Road area. The city was Şanlıurfa. I know a lot of your listeners probably heard a lot of this, but quite close to the Syrian border. In fact, I think at one point on some of the trips we were within like 10 miles or so of the Syrian border. But beautiful. Like if you look at satellite images of it, it's always this brown color. Like it looks just desolate. But when we were there, because they obviously had had a lot of rain, and Şanlıurfa in that region is almost like someone didn't want us to go there, because they had the earthquakes, which was really like a devastating event. Really knocked around that region, and Şanlıurfa's right in the middle. They had some buildings fall down. The guys we were working with had lost homes, and they were out helping in villages, and tremendous casualties, and it was really unfortunate. But then to follow that up is like another punch to a down opponent, I guess. They had a flood. They had this tremendous amount of rain, and then it flooded, and a bunch of people died in Şanlıurfa. And I remember Ramazan picked me up in the car, and we're driving to the hotel from the airport, and he says, yeah, I was kind of half expecting like a meteor strike to hit the city or something, just to round it out. But
volcano meteors are
next. Volcano meteors, something like that. It was tough, but it was good to go there and get to see it and sort of inject a bit of commerce, I guess, back into the economy, keep the industry rolling. They're very focused on tourism in that region, but I think due to the rain and due to the time of year, it was green. It was such a beautiful place.
Yeah, and we definitely boosted the beer industry.
We did.
Ramadan. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the one. I mean, Ramadan moves, right? It's I think it's a lunar thing, the month of fasting for Islam, and we did this trip in the middle of Ramadan. So every place that does sell alcohol, there's plenty of places that do. It's not it's not all of one faith, but like Shanlurfa is the biblical Edessa. It's that whole city. It's a holy city. It's one of the. It's important for Christianity, for Islam, for the Jewish faith. It's the birthplace of Abraham, and all of these prophets. It's right, and it's basically biblical central. It was interesting, but yeah, we eventually found, of course, we're a bunch of Americans, Australians, Europeans that are essentially like, all right, we're on holiday. We need some beer, and lots of it. And we found the one place in that whole city that was open and selling it. It's not like a big Bevmo.
What is up, brother? King of all, what's up, man?
Literally like a 7-Eleven that had a
homie, what up,
beer
my
and some
homie?
wine on the back shelf, and we're like, just all of it, please, and then we'll take it back.
Yeah. We'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Yes. Yeah, we boosted those guys' morale. That's for sure.
Yeah. And it was, we've discussed this before, but because of the destruction of the earthquakes and the floods, the museums were closed, which was disappointing. I know that the museums have.
What is up, King of all?
What did they tell us? They moved 30.
I thought it was like 60,000.
Yeah, they had to move them out of there. So
King of all, my one of my first 5 followers, I think.
There's statues, there's carvings, there's all the
Ever?
The grinding tools, probably lots of the flint stuff that they've been finding. It does, and the museums were full of water, so.
Yeah.
We didn't get to go see that stuff. Hopefully we'll get to go back again and see it, because I
Pretty good.
think that's...
Sounds like a nice life,
when you
man.
go to those sites, it's like, they're incredibly mysterious.
Sounds like you're
and
winning at life.
You can tell that there's just a lot we're missing, and I think that seeing the artifacts that they've done in association with them is going to help fill out the story.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's basically a guaranteed we got to go back. I mean, that's just the end. It's essentially they take all the good stuff that's on the sites and they put it in the museum. And from accounts that I'd heard from people, Hugh Newman and guys that go there fairly regularly, like that museum is it's a fantastic museum apparently. And yeah, it was unfortunate we didn't get to see any of that. And to me, it's just like, well, I'm gonna have to go back, and once they get it properly cleaned up and put back in place, I'm definitely interested in going back. Plus, it's just it's like sites in Egypt. You go back and it's like you go the first time, you take a bunch of photos and videos, you look around. And then you think about it for a year or whatever. You look at your photos and you research these things, and it's like, wow, there's a dozen different aspects of it that I want to go back and look at more closely. That iterative process of trying to learn more on these sites. So for sure, I'd love to get back.
When you accidentally record every video in 1080p.
Professional move.
Like I did last time in Egypt at 720. It was extremely professional. Yeah. This time I got very high quality video. But I did.
Kyle's got to catch up.
Yeah, Kyle's full pro moves in Turkey.
We all pulled some pro moves in Turkey. One day I didn't have an SD card for my drone. I think I left one of my cameras in the car one day. And it's just I had a bunch of what am I doing?
Yeah,
moments.
You had an excuse.
I was tired. Yeah, there was definitely some moment of fatigue.
Yeah.
Just from being in the air. Yeah.
Okay, I see a couple of questions in the chat. So we weren't saying that Göbekli Tepe was the birthplace of Abraham. We're saying that the area of Şanlıurfa, the city in there, that's the possible.
I need to catch up with chat. Thanks for the 10 gifted subs too, dude, and the 5 gifted subs on the Uncharted X membership on YouTube, dude. You guys are very generous. Thank you.
We also got a donation from Vipercrest. Thank you so much. It says beer and money for great shows. Love from Norway. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I will try and keep up with chat as best I can as well.
Yeah, we're trying.
And I'll come back, and at the end maybe I'll hit up chat a bit when we're done. But yeah, the biblical Edessa. It's just an interesting site.
Yeah.
It's just from a literally a biblical perspective, like Abraham, who's the Old Testament. Obviously, this is part of the books that are shared between all sort of 3 faiths of the book. And there's stories in the Quran that relate specifically to, him being there. There's a cave where I think he went in as a baby and came out as a 14-year-old after 6 months or something.
Yep.
That literal cave is there. It's attached to it's like next to a mosque that you go into. We had a look at that. And there's also a story about him being the whole Fish Lake region where we're literally staying right on top of it, where he was supposedly burned or they tried to burn him. And when the flames touched him, his body, the flames turned to water, and then the wood turned to fish, and hence this is this lake is like this holy place. But it's a really cool city. I enjoyed it. The food was excellent. It's very different to Egypt. That's what I wasn't sure what to expect, but from that perspective, it was great. And then of course the sites, right? I mean, just getting to see these sites: Karahan Tepe, Sogmatar, Nemrut, Göbekli Tepe, fantastic. So.
I made a typical like stupid tourist move right with the fish lake too when we first got there. I wasn't paying enough attention to the fact that it was sacred and the fish were sacred.
I remember this.
And I saw all the fish and I'm like, hey, looks like we can catch some dinner here. And like Ramazan looked at me, he was like, it would be the last thing you do.
It would be the last dinner you ever have, I think is what he said. Be the last dinner you ever have. I thought he meant like, oh, is something wrong with the fish in here or something?
Right, yeah, something wrong with the water, the fish. No.
No, the people won't get upset. You start
turn back the logs and fire after you eat it.
That's
what it is.
Start fly fishing in the sacred lake. I mean, it's teeming with fish too. It's like they're literally used to being fed. You go and pay a couple of the, a few bucks, a couple of whatever the local currency is called, I can't remember, and then you just throw. These fish just are accustomed to being fed. It's a big
lira.
Turkish lira. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, and
you pay a tiny bit amount, and they give you a little dish
of
fish food, and you go and like people are feeding them, and they're just, they're enormous, and there's thousands and thousands of them. It's weird too.
This guy's saying was the birthplace of Abraham. Well, Abraham had a lot to do with the biblical Odessa, I guess. I don't know if was Odessa or had a relationship, but there's a lot going on with Abraham.
Right, that's what I'm saying. There's multiple different, accounts. It's one of the places he's associated with. They say he was born there, but there are other places.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Moses' father-in-law. There's all sorts of different stories, and it sort of it's spread across the 3 different phases. It was interesting because we got a bit of background on these places. Obviously, they're interested, kind of looking at the architecture, the stonework, which we'll get into and take a closer look at. But the biblical aspect of it was interesting, just from a historical perspective. Then, of course, it's it turns out that area goes back way further, and
absolutely.
And
it says the cave where the prophet Abraham is believed to have been born in Shinlofa.
Okay. Yeah, I think it literally means holy city. Like it's I think that's it's something like that. It's like a translation of the name.
He spent about 10 years of his life as giving protection against the cruel king Nimrod, who ordered important children killed Abraham's coming from Nimrod. Nimrod.
Yeah. Well, Nimrod. So yeah, we'll get to Nimrod, but
yeah, it was cool because Ramazan told us that Nimrod is what the people called any king who was a bad king. So Nimrod, the biblical Nimrod, is a Nimrod. That is a title, not a name.
Is that not also the dedication, like the Shenlofer Castle was dedicated to that name as well? I seem to recall that on the.
Maybe it was
Nimrod name for the castle. There's this giant 2,000-year-old castle that's built on top of like a 10, 12,000-year-old mound site.
Yes,
and
right.
There's literally like a Mesolithic or Neolithic mound with caves and caverns that's on this hill in this city, and then they built a giant big castle around it 2,000 years ago, and it's been renovated and attacked. There's a huge moat around it. It's a pretty cool castle. Again, we couldn't get in.
Do you have any pictures?
I can pull up some pictures of it. Yeah.
Castle area, because that would be cool.
Yeah, let's have a look at that. Just share my screen.
The castle was amazing, right in the middle, like right in downtown Shamorfa, and it just kind of dominates the area.
I didn't prepare this, but now we can. We've got Shamorfa, Castle, Fish Lake. Yeah, I mean this was early morning. You guys can see this, all right?
Yes.
Let me go.
We're impressed with your organization too.
Oh, yeah. You'll figure it out. You start collecting a lot of media, you need to do something. It's crazy.
But you don't just throw them all in the same folder without renaming anything?
That's a problem. But yeah, okay, we'll just flip through some of these. But they had there's the bazaar. It's literally like, it's just a cool experience being in the city because there's this giant bazaar that is this labyrinthian thing that we walk through, and it's just full of like spice shops, food shops, metal workers, tin workers.
It's like blacksmiths doing work.
Literally, yeah, forges running. Guys are hammering on stuff. There's woodworkers, knife shops. I mean, just all sorts of stuff all throughout this, and you can get lost in here. We figured out the key eventually. It's like, I think uphill is in and then downhill is out. If you follow the drain,
right,
you can eventually find your way out. But it's truly this labyrinth that we see in there. But this is like the central mosque area. That the cave we talked about is just over here to the left. There's some earthquake damage on these minarets. That's one of the things we noticed, that they were actually in the process of fixing some of these. But there's a bunch of these minarets in these places that had been damaged during the earthquake. And then this is essentially the whole Fish Lake region. Just the area is just beautiful. It's like a park with cats and just all sorts of. Here's
Kitty Park.
Kitty Park. There's the fish in the Fish Lake. This is the castle up on the hill. You can see it okay here. Let me.
Fish Lake and Cat Garden. Yes.
Fish Lake, Cat Garden. Little cafe down the bottom here with the Turkish coffee. It's a pleasant place to visit. I'd recommend it. It's a good experience. The food's excellent. Like, as a tourist spot, it is. Guys, thank you so much for the super chats. Went to Shenlo for last year, blew your mind, excellent. And Vipercrest for the NOK 500. Thank you so much.
Hey, cool Vipercrest.
Nice. Yes. Yeah, let me show you some better pictures.
The pillars of That's also, those pillars are associated with legends.
These two?
Yeah.
They look almost Roman to me. They look Corinthian or something.
Yeah, but when we were walking around there, Ramazan, they were telling us the story of he was thrown up to the pillars. I can't remember exactly what the myth was. But yeah.
I think I heard that story. Yeah, but this, I mean, the tops of them remind me a lot of the Roman tops.
Those colored bricks.
Yeah. So this is kind of the view. This is some nice pictures. So this is the view up on the castle hill, sort of looking back at the city. In fact, there's you can see I think this was, I don't know if this was a museum or this might have been something, but sort of on the right here, these are all these necropolis, these burials from people for the last couple of thousand years, caves and things. And as we walk up and around the castle, it's got this giant moat that's been excavated out of it, and this is kind of the typical stone that makes up this entire region, this limestone bedrock that's just everywhere. And there's Russ.
With that guy in that photo.
You got a problem with him? Yeah.
He's got the Guinness Book of World Records for the most Ivans that ever got together. Isles just tried it and they lost. That's right.
His name is
Ivan still stands supreme.
Good friend of mine. That is Ivan. Yeah. But yeah, there's Russ standing next to like this castle, which is, it's impressive work. I mean, again, 2,000 years old, built on top of a Neolithic mound that's been here forever. And as we'll see as we go around the corner, something that I think we both noticed, just driving around this type of landscape, like a lot of it's bare rock with a bit of grass maybe, but it's just caves everywhere, like man-made caves, absolutely everywhere.
Rock cut holes in the hills. And what I'm looking at right there, I went over there because those blocks that are sticking out are much older than the ones that are around it. Like, you can tell the difference.
Yeah.
So like this, just like so many other ancient sites, this castle has been built and rebuilt, and like Ben said, it's been found now. They're doing archaeology on the inside. They're found now to be sitting on a mound site that's very old. So those blocks are older than the ones next to it. They're much more ancient. So they would rebuild it and reuse what they could.
Yeah, that's that theme of renovation. Every time you look at these sites, I mean, that's what happens. I mean, it's and Ramazan did a good job of explaining it, because it becomes pretty clear on some of these sites too. It's like some of it, they literally start as like Neolithic caves and rock cut cabins, and then people build a structure on top of that, and they start to use it. Do they use it as a basement, or there's just things build up over time, and maybe that becomes a center, and then it becomes this bigger thing, like maybe a castle or something, because it's got commanding views of the area or whatever the reason for it is. But it's just renovation and reuse. I love the theme, because I personally think this happens in Egypt and certainly South America, Peru, with the Inca reusing stuff. And this is what you're talking about, right? These blocks here are clearly older.
Yeah.
And then they've been
Well,
incorporated.
weathered. They're not dressed the same.
Yep, different stone.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, it has that patina, which we'll see at Karahan Tepe. This is that exposed patina of the top of the blocks.
These remind me of the blocks that we saw at Sagmatar. Some of the temples are made of them. Could be up to 6,000 years old. So.
Yep. Yeah, and I'll just skip through a few of these to get round to the back here. But this giant moat too. The moat's bigger than it appears in this in this image.
What an undertaking to dig that
Straight out of the stone. You know? And you kind of go around to the high side on the back here, and then this is the necropolis. This is where these are literally burials for, they're thousands of years old.
Yeah.
And there's still there's literally like an Indiana Jones in one of them, like a wheeled stone door, or it's maybe biblical kind of stone door that you'd roll into place. And there's boxes cut into the rock in this area. We did get in and have a look at some of this stuff.
It's really interesting to see those stone doors, because you realize there's no way to get that stone out. So they actually cut it out of the doorway
and then
formed it into the door while it's in its socket. You can't actually get it out of there.
I'm glad you figured that out, because I was looking at it going, I don't know how they got this in here, because you can't get it out. You just this is a one-shot deal. Don't screw it up, Johnson kind of thing, right? Yeah. So we're just looking at this is at the end of the moat around the castle. And we'll move on from the city here in a minute to go back to Tepe. But this giant moat, and this whatever this staunch, it might have originally held like a bridge or something across here. But what I liked about this next shot is this is the city. You're looking across at the next hillside, and this is the sort of stuff you see everywhere. It's just like these rock cut, struck like caves. They're not natural.
Right, and that's definitely quarry cutting above it. You can see that they've taken blocks out of there.
And it's over here in the city, and you see we saw it to the left and to the right, and you just know that there's people here with these basically Neolithic basements on the houses they're sitting. The wine cellars have been there for like 10 or 12,000 years, if not more.
Yes.
So, pretty cool. It was so.
You just wonder if there's any of them that are similar to in Anatolia, Cappadocia, where somebody's going to be messing around in their basement and find an entrance to where it's basically the entire hill has been hollowed out.
Yeah. Who knows? Could be. It seems like there was a lot going on to get underground. This is the semi-subterranean sites, and this is the same thing at Karahan Tepe, which we'll look at some pictures of that soon here too. But that was one of the theories that I think puts a real a knife in the theory that it was hunter-gatherers, because Karahan Tepe in particular, they think they've identified what they would call permanent dwellings, and that's very much a symbol of civilization. I think the whole concept of this, we'll get to it with the hunter-gatherer thing, but I think it's kind of ridiculous anyway. But at Karahan, which is older than Göbekli Tepe, they found what they would call semi-subterranean structures, where it's a pit where you dug down in the ground, and then you create a roof or something like that, but the walls are essentially made of bedrock, or stone.
That's right. And you're right. The whole concept of permanent dwellings kind of just completely removes the concept of hunter-gatherers. They're not nomadic hunter-gatherers anymore. Permanent dwellings. They're doing agriculture.
Right.
Building structures. They're doing stonework.
Yeah, maybe we talk. I'd love to expand on that a little bit. I'll just throw up an image of the area around Göbekli Tepe, and people can see kind of what it looks like. You can see the structure over the site when you visit it today. But there's actually this is worked bedrock here, and I'll show some pictures of that too. But you see just how beautiful it is, at this time of year with the.
Who is that? Is that Christian?
That is Christian, yes. I don't think he's peeing, but it's definitely Christian walking.
He's definitely where he's not supposed to be.
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty normal, Christian.
Yep. Pretty standard.
Yeah, we went to Karahan Tepe, and they said, whatever you do, this is active archaeological site, don't jump down into the main sort of area, and he's just down in there. Christian, get out of there. That'd be great. But I was thinking about this earlier. And I don't know if this came. I mean, I think it came up on the Joe Rogan podcast with Michael Sherman, just for reference.
And you've been to Giza?
No, I've never been to Giza.
Oh dear, right, that's the people remember. I love that quote. I even shortened the bit. Oh dear on the end. But it's, that was one of the discussions that came up, and it's still true to this point. I think to this day, if you go and look on Wikipedia as the official source that it is for all things ancient history, it still describes Göbekli Tepe as being created by hunter-gatherers. I mean, that's been the excuse that's been used to so we don't have to shift back the date of civilization.
Right.
Like for the last, I don't know, 100, 150 years, our story of civilization really hasn't changed much, despite all of the new discoveries and, in whatever, the catastrophism, Younger Dryas, extension of the human timeline, genetics, all these things that should be affecting that picture of history. It really hasn't changed much. We still go like 6,000 years ago, we started civilization with the, Sumerians or whatever, the Babylonians and Egypt and then Greece and Rome, China, all that stuff. But, I think you can challenge that just on the basis of the size of the work and the actual techniques of the work that you see at Göbekli Tepe. Not the same sophistication as Egypt, but still you're talking like large monoliths, like 20, 30 tons, high relief carvings, all that sort of stuff. I think that justifies needing civilization and specialization on its own. But what's happened in the last decade or so is that not only have they dated this stuff as being really old, but now they found Karahan Tepe after that, and they thought that this was like a one-off initially. Göbekli Tepe, and then they found Karahan Tepe, and in recent years they found 40 more sites.
This is wild to me because
40.
it's crazy to me that they thought this was a one-off. Because
Come on, man.
when you realize that the tops
They
of these
wanted it
hills
to be a one-off.
should not be covered in grass. And when you look on Google Earth, I know they didn't have this maybe when they first found this site, but when you look on Google Earth, you can see that there are other tops of hills that are completely covered in grass. And dirt up there.
Yeah. I think that's what it is that satellite surveys have.
That's probably what it is.
Because you're right, like when the site was beginning to be worked on in the 1990s, they didn't have the tools, the same tools. I mean, they could have gotten satellite imagery, but they didn't have Google Earth yet. In the 90s.
No, it would have. No, I don't think so. Nothing like that. I mean, that was. I was finishing high school in the mid '90s, and
But flying over the plane.
I mean, you
see like multiple places that would be potential sites.
and that's what we saw too. Is you can see like in the background here, you do see it's there's not much soil and topsoil on these hills. It's a lot of this, and as you're driving around, it's just limestone with a bit of grass on it.
Yep.
And then you would find the odd hill here and there that seems to have a bunch of soil on it, and that certainly seems to be where they're finding all these sites. I mean, the whole history of this site, Göbekli Tepe, I mean, I think it was originally discovered as this is an old site in like the 50s, and they dismissed it as saying, well, it's not very old and it's not very special. And then it wasn't until the 90s when they came back and they started to look a bit more closely at it, and then eventually did some carbon dating, that they went, holy crap, okay, this is actually very old and very special.
Yeah, the stonework, and they made that judgment based on the quality of the stonework. They saw the quality of the stonework and decided it must be much more recent, like an Ottoman cemetery or something.
Yeah.
So,
Because it's a higher degree of stonework.
right. Yeah. More than they would expect for something that's Neolithic.
Yeah. So, you mean, at the photos and the people watching, you can see here, this is like, they've built this enclosure over the top of it and the bridge around it. And, I mean, I've heard a lot of people complain about it. I'm okay with it. You're not going to, I don't think this site would last, because they have like 1 million people visit this a year or something now.
Right, we're in favor of it now as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it does a decent job. It lets in a lot of light. You're keeping the elements off the site when it rains. I mean, it'd be a messy, muddy place if this was open to the rain with all the dirt that's in here. And you get a good view of it. I think it's fine. I mean, it would have been great to obviously get down in there, and we tried, but it's like, this was, out of all the places that were closed, this was one place that they kind of kept open. There were other tourists here, and we got some nice access to other sites. I mean, Karahan Tepe in general is closed. Like, it's closed to the public, and luckily our connections and the people that invited. I mean, I got contacted by the tourism ministry, so we had the tourism minister for the regional, a guy from the tourism department in the government was our guide.
Yeah.
And he could make a phone call and get us into places, which was great, and say, these guys want to fly the drone, and let them do it.
Yeah. Our brother.
My brother Ramazan, yeah, he was awesome. Yeah, great guy. But you can see this site, and you can see this part of it was all underground. In fact, I probably can skip through it and get to there was like literally one corner of one T-pillar that was sticking up, a broken part of a T-pillar that was sticking up on out of the ground. And the way they've discovered these sites, generally like farmers will come along and they're rock picking or whatever because they want to make a field out of the place. And they try and pull the rock out, and they figure out they can't. This is a much bigger rock, and you start to dig down from there. Like this is actually quite, and then you start to see, this has been worked. It's actually been made. You can see the markings and the shape of it. It's not a natural shape, and it's just this like the tiniest fraction of the site's poking up out of the ground, and from there they start to excavate and they reveal what's now known as these enclosures, B and D and C. In this main pit area, and I think it's, what do they say? This is 5% of the whole site. Like this excavation is about 5% of what Göbekli Tepe actually is in size.
Yeah, I think I read, what did they say? 15, at least 15 more enclosures just there. 20,
and
under the ground still.
Yeah, and Karahan is 5 times as big as Göbekli Tepe, and older. It's like they think there's 1,000 T-pillars at Karahan. So, yeah, this is the famous enclosure, and there's a lot. It was so fascinating seeing this. A couple things that I took away from it, and you guys probably have comments. I originally thought, like, what did they do at the bottom here? Did they pour concrete or something to try and cement this in? That's what I thought initially. I'm like, it's not. It's worked bedrock. Like they these enclosures are actually, the bedrock's cut down and then lapped flat. Like,
yeah,
I'm totally guilty. When I first saw that pedestal around the pillar
irrigation
C, I was like, that's fake.
Yep.
Like, the archaeologist did that.
Photoshop.
Photoshop. They made it in concrete and painted it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They was like, they built that to support the pillar, and then I was like,
There are birds on it.
Yeah, that's what they do in Egypt. I mean, the Sphinx and all the repairs, and there's a lot of people that, the mortuary temple at the top of the causeway, the middle pyramid. I mean, there's so many repairs that have happened in there, and then they paint it. They try and give it a patina to match the age, and then there's a lot of people, I've seen videos like, this is geopolymer. I'm like, you're actually correct.
Yeah.
For once, it is. It's concrete, but it's modern. But this isn't. This is literally how they shape this. And you see the same thing at Karahan, like. And it kind of gets me to one of the central bits of feedback. And maybe you've shared it, maybe you've talked about it. I didn't watch all of your podcasts before. Yeah, I know. Hey man, I'm covered in poison oak at the moment. I've been outside.
That's a legit excuse.
all right.
You don't want to see my hands and it's horrible. Just bubbles everywhere. I've got malaria. I'd almost rather have malaria. No, I don't want to say that. Malaria was bad.
Don't say it.
Yeah, malaria is. I wouldn't wish that on
Last time it almost killed you.
It really did. But it's there's lots to observe, I think, about the site. But here's what I'd like to hear your opinion on it. You've probably talked about it already, but it's almost like this seems, as with other sites, there's like 2 levels of building going on here, right? There's the central, there's the monolith, like the megalithic stuff, the big pieces that are done really well, and they have the high relief carvings on them. They're kind of smooth, and then you have the others, all these walls, like all of this detritus, the walls, the small stones that are just stacked together. I mean, they're good, solid walls, I'm sure, but there's nothing precise or techno. I mean, there's nothing.
So stash.
Yeah,
What up, brother?
The rocks aren't cut. They're basically rough cobbles.
Yeah.
They're not even really. It's not even really masonry. Stacked raw rock walls. But yeah, we have discussed it. And
How are you, dude?
there's
Hope
some
you're
stuff
doing
in
well.
the papers too about this, right?
It's 100% two-faced.
I was thinking about you at Home Depot.
That's my takeaway from it too. Quick note, Craig.
You
Morning,
being
thank
on the
much.
sales
Thank you so much
floor.
for the $10 and the kind words, mate. Thank you so much in the chats.
we have some donations too. Go ahead, Bob.
No way.
You know, that was my takeaway as well. Just like
No way, man. Come on, dude.
you know, the main point about that is that the rock walls go
It's good you
around the
moved it
sides of
though.
the pillars and cover up
But
the
that's not fair.
Yeah.
That's what's second phase of building.
I mean, it's like they're supporting the pillars. It's almost as if they found them. They were reconstructing.
That's
this pillar.
not
Even this
fair.
pillar here
No
on the
way.
right, it's broken.
Yeah, and there's another one.
That's
where
so terrible.
you can see it in the top left corner there, where it's the archaeologists have stood it up and it's being propped up with a wooden rod. You had it more central in the picture, all the way on the top left of your photo.
No freaking way. Are you serious?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, dude.
Go back,
I'm praying for you.
Oh, over here. Top
look
left.
at the main.
The one before.
Yeah,
That's good.
You had it.
That's great.
Right there.
Okay.
Yeah, that one's broken, and it's sitting on top of another piece of the T-pillar.
Yeah, that's horizontal.
Yeah, it's laying in its old rock wall. There's multiple
That's great, man.
places like this where it's clearly the old rock wall construction. It has a piece of T-pillar in it, and they built the
Just
rock
lots
wall
of
so far
water.
and they stand a piece of T-pillar.
Hopefully it doesn't flood, man.
They're reconstructing the site, or repairing the site.
Yeah. And there's a big block here just to the right of that, like you said. Like, is this what you're talking about? Like, there's a piece in the wall that seems to be from probably a T-pillar, like to the right.
There's multiple examples of this.
There is,
There's
yeah.
hunks of T-pillar that are standing vertically and broken, and then they've got rocks stacked up, and then they have the top of the T-pillar
No way.
stacked up on that. You know, there's just all these different. It's clearly a reconstruction phase.
Can you turn you up a little bit, if you guys, maybe for me, if you can crank yourself, crank you guys up just like a
Sorry, man.
dog biscuit or two.
Yes, I can.
Okay,
Is that better?
That's better. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. So as far as the dating goes, the rock walls are dated at 12,000 years ago. That's the most solid date they have.
And that's what that's where I wanted to go with this, which was that the dating that they give for this site is based on the material they found in the rock walls. Yeah.
Mortar.
At
There's
the
a
bottom of the rock walls. Yeah. Okay.
That's simplified, but
Yeah.
there's a whole lot of different dates. They dated it archaeologically. In other words, contextual dating or relative dating. That was the first type of dating.
Right.
And that was from the arrowheads and the worked flint points that they found as they dug down.
Yeah. PP&A, pre-pottery Neolithic.
Yeah, PP&A and PP&B. There you go. There's one. These are well-known artifact types from dozens of other sites all throughout the Levant. So these people are hunter-gatherers, and they are well-known in terms of the types of lithics they create.
Right.
And so at the oldest layers, the very, very bottom of the materials that they're excavating out of these enclosures, they're finding the PP&A lithics, which to them clearly dated at 12,000 plus years ago. And that's
Come
what
on,
they call
man.
that. That's archaeological
Yep.
dating.
The lithics.
These are the same as all these other sites. Right?
Same style. Same.
I think this is also what led them to believe that these were hunter-gatherers.
Yeah. Right.
Was that clearly those hunter-gatherers were occupying the site for thousands of years.
Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah. It's who knows how long it was there. Like, this is a convenient place to prop up a piece of wood on top of these T-pillars and make some shelter, maybe. I mean, it's
Yeah,
a possibility.
build some rough walls around them and make an interior. Yeah, I mean, like, who knows what they did? But
Yeah.
yes, their lithics are at the bottom of the materials that fill the enclosures.
Okay. All right. And then that's how
Plus,
that's
plus lots of, tools that are associated with beginnings of agriculture. Lots of grinding tools.
Mhm.
They found over 7,000 grinding tools in the enclosures that were excavated at Göbekli Tepe, and that's considered to be extremely excessive in terms of like number of tools
Come on,
by
man.
the archaeologists. They're just like, yeah, this is a huge number for this size of a site, for the number of people you would expect to be using this site if there were people living here.
grind up weed or whatever.
So 7,000 over 7,000 grinding tools. Like, what are they doing? So they've come up with this idea of ritualized work feasts, where once or twice a year they would bring an enormous amount of food, hunt a ton of animals, cook a ton of stuff, and then everybody would drag T-pillars around to stand them up.
They do it all at the same time. Like they kind of mix up the idea of, while they were also building the site when they were doing these feasts. Like, that must be the explanation for how they built it. Versus, I mean, it seems just as possible that maybe the site was here.
Yeah.
And it was a sacred site, which is like, it's just, to me, it's like, well, if you were a hunter-gatherer and you see a giant pyramid in a desert, you might start to look at it and think it's pretty impressive, right? This is another flavor of that type of thing. Like, holy crap, we see this site, or maybe it's here, and we see parts of it that are depicting the animals that are running around, and I don't know. It would pretty quickly be translated as some sort of sacred place that maybe you do establish rituals about. I think there's a lot of potential explanations for it.
Look at that pillar in the back. There.
This one that's bent over.
On the right.
Yeah.
Oh, and
right.
yeah.
There's a carving on the side of it. It looks like the fox head is sticking out a little bit.
Yeah.
The one all the way in the back, on the right.
All the way in the back.
It's covered by the rock wall.
Oh, I've got my thing
upper
over.
right.
Here he is. Yeah, okay. On my screen, your heads are over the top of it. Yeah, you're right. And you see this everywhere. This is what I was going to say too. Yeah, the rock walls are built around the carving. They obviously came later. We don't know how much later, but yeah, they're built to support the pillars, or just to I mean, if once they buried the site, like it's up there. Yeah, and and as you guys said, it's like they go with the lithic dating. Then there's the carbon dating based on the mortar that's in the bottom layers of the fill and the walls.
Yeah.
And that's and we're even at that point we're at like 12,000 years old.
Yeah, those dates are contemporary with each other. So
right.
It's like, okay, somebody at the time of these hunter-gatherers that were making those lithics were also building these rock walls supporting these T-pillars. What other reason would you do it than to restore the site? And one of the things that would happen is because it is on a hillside and there was probably material above it, that every time it rained, all this material would wash down in there. And I gotta give some credit to Ed Food Textulator.
Yeah. Ed Food Textulator.
Yeah, we were having a very expensive conversation for him.
He's trying to continue it right now.
I know, I saw it. But he was pointing out that someone had talked about these the rock walls being retaining walls essentially, and like they started out really wide, like this big circular retaining wall around the enclosure, and then at some point in the past, that wall would be breached and material would fall down into the site, and then they would clean it up and build another retaining wall, and it would step down and get a little bit smaller. And this may have happened multiple times, so you would have successive rings of these rock walls. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
So maybe the furthest walls out were the first ones built,
right?
And they failed, and so they came in and built another shelf on the inside.
What was the joke you told about retaining walls? There's only two kinds of retaining walls.
Yeah. There's two kinds of retaining walls: those that have failed and those that are about to.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like people. It's like motorcycle riders, right? It's like there's those guys, there's people that have crashed and those people that are going to.
Right.
Yeah, so there, you can see there's a giant slab laying on its side between these pillars. There's multiple. There's a T-pillar in the back, but if you look through the two central pillars, there's one laying inside the rock walls on its side. It's underneath.
Come on,
Yeah.
dude.
Right in the center.
And it's got rock wall stacked on it.
And those look more similar to the ones we see at Karahan there.
Yeah, and I was going to say too, when we get to Karahan, there's tremendous, like the age and the erosion on some of the T-pillars that have fallen over. There's really big ones that are like just crumbled. I mean, who knows how long they've been sort of fallen down. But it's not, you one of the impressions you get is obviously this is the central, a lot of the famous, hands wrapping around the waist of the T-pillars. These are quite thin, but there are other pillars in here that are fat. You can sort of see some in the background that have lost their tops. They've been broken.
Enclosure C.
Yeah.
Enclosure C. There's some really big work here, and in fact, one of the stories that Ramazan had found, I think before not even many of the authorities knew about it, but in a nearby sort of wooded area, they'd found a T-pillar in a quarry. It was on a hillside nearby Göbekli Tepe. And I think he tried to go and see if we could actually try and access it and sort of rip the exhaust off his car trying to do it.
Yep.
Had to get his car repaired because he tried to do a bit off-roading with a regular road car and damaged it. But I've seen pictures of it. But yeah, and some of these are massive. I mean, the T-pillar in the quarry at Karahan's must be 20 to 30 tons. I mean, these are significant blocks of stone, not just, and they're not all thin like this. Some of them are significant.
Yeah,
So
you're
there's
right.
a couple other observations here. The two surrounding pillars on the right side,
Yeah.
you can't tell if they are actually socketed into the bedrock because they're covered by the rock walls.
Yeah.
Right. And they're built into the rock walls, are like covering them. And there's a
Yeah. Look at the lip of the bedrock,
yeah.
right? You can see that the bedrock goes up like there's a lip there
Yeah.
on the right side,
Yeah.
and those two pillars are standing on it, but they might be slotted in.
Like these others.
And the other one next to him, that has the snakes on it,
Yep.
is standing on top of a rock wall.
Yeah.
Or it's built into, or the rock wall's been built up around it. I mean, I don't know if it's. This one here is like a ruined one that's like the rock wall's built underneath it, but this one here looks like it could be have just been built up around it. Yeah, it's just that was definitely the feeling I got with this place was that it seems like, let me just start from scratch and skip through a couple. But it seemed like there was a lot more going on here, and of course you've got Martin Sweatman's work that I think is really interesting, an interesting take on all of this as being this observatory or celestial record of events that relates to constellations, and you have features like this, that these holes that we see in different sites, and maybe these were sight lines and orientations and who knows what, and whether or not these blocks have been moved. But you see this,
I would like to know what that is carved around that hole.
it's almost like hands and arms. It's a bit like a couple
Does
of
look
them.
like arms, but it's a bunch of them.
A couple of quick questions. Was there any damage to the Tepe sites from the earthquake? Not really. They withstood it quite well. And if the carvings of the megaliths corresponded to a date, then the two construction paths would indicate a complete cycle before 12k years ago, right? So this is one of the comments that I had when we were talking about it when we were on the trip, was that yeah, if you go with like Martin Sweatman's idea of it recording dates and celestial cycles, then it almost not necessarily 100%, but it almost necessitates like a cycle's worth of observation. You know, I don't know. We haven't observed the sky for that long. We figured it out mathematically, but you know, there's a lot going on when you're observing processions of the equinoxes and that cycle. Yeah. So, you know, it's not a short. In either case, it's not a short period of time observing the sky to even notice the motion.
You would at least probably need a couple of generations of people who are keeping track and talking to each other, like passing knowledge down before, you know.
Yeah.
The third generation of astronomers would say, okay, we're confirming that this star is definitely moving relative to the equinoxes or whatever, and then they would start paying attention.
Yeah.
And you know, and maybe they could extrapolate and come up with a rough idea of how long that cycle would take, but it would not be a short. You can't just watch the sky for 50 weeks.
No, for people that don't know, I mean, it's like this. We're talking about a motion of the heavens that if you stick your thumb up on the horizon, it moves about a thumb width in over 72 years in terms of, you know, what constellation the sun is rising under on the solstice, things like that. Like, it's not a. Of course, that screws up my focus, but it's. Yeah, it's. You know, it does take a long period of observation. Is there any information about the soil strata around the site? Have they analysed any cores in the area? I don't know.
There's a lot of information about the soil strata, but it's, I mean, all of the soil on top of this hill is man-made.
Man-made soil. Yeah.
I mean, not the
midden.
Obviously, not the soil itself, but the pile.
Yeah.
Is hidden. It's a trash heap.
Yeah.
So it's full of
all in.
Yeah, it's just full of detritus, broken rocks, shattered pieces of flint, bones, and lots of studies have been done on it. It's really hard to carbon date any of the bones they found in there because of the topology of some of the.
Oh, okay.
It's because of the leaching of the minerals in the soil are either leaching out of the bones or going into them, and it just kind of
screws the dating up. Yeah.
The stratigraphy is all messed up.
Well,
The thing that Ed Food Text You Later was trying to get to, I think, is ultimately led me down this rabbit hole of more research, was that
now they're starting to think that the reason why they thought that it was like people burying the site because the stratigraphy was like almost inverted in some cases, like the older layers were
On
at the top,
top.
the layers were at the bottom.
Yeah.
So if you dug a hole
Yep.
into a midden, it has this perfect stratigraphy going from recent to old,
Yep.
and you were throwing that into a pit, then the layers would be inverted in the pit.
Yep. Yep.
That's one of the pieces of evidence that they had that this place was buried.
Because it was inverted stratigraphy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Reminds me.
They think people were chunking dirt in there, but they're now thinking that these were collapses.
There's
There's also some interesting stuff with the phytoliths, which are little tiny silicate crystals that kind of build up inside of plant structure, and they can actually. So these are like a micro proxy, and so they've done a lot of tests looking at the phytoliths that are contained within the midden soil that are in the enclosures, and they've discovered that there's so much of it that this is part of the reason why they're sure that they were doing some kind of agriculture, because not only are there a ton of these things indicating that people were using plants here in enormous amounts, but it's also only the phytoliths you find in the middles and tops of plant, right? So they were harvesting plant material and bringing it to the site. And then of course there's also the 7,000 plus grinding stones.
Yeah.
Yes, they were making a lot of making grains, foods, cereals. Which is interesting when you think about forewarning of a cataclysm or something.
Yeah.
Because they did this test where they're like, oh, okay, we're going to take a grinding stone, just like one of the ones we find at Göbekli Tepe, and we'll have somebody grind grains in it for 8 hours. And see how
make some cereal, Johns. See how long.
And they made enough for, like, one guy could make enough for 4 or 5 people.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
So when they do the calculation, how many there were and how much grain they're making, they're making way too much.
Yeah. And that is interesting from the perspective of they know this comet is in the sky or whatever. And here we go. Yeah.
Real quick, David, thank you so much. Thanks for the donation. Ed for text you later. We did get the email, and I also looked up Lee Clare and found some of his papers as well. So I would appreciate that. You'd help us out for sure on that. Yeah. And then PC gave $20. What's the question here? Love the show. Believe it or not, I've seen all of them. My question is, do you think we will ever have DNA from any of these sites that will allow us to trace ancestry? Keep up the good work. I know they've found, they can't even get carbon dates, but I don't know if they're looking for DNA from that. But they have found skulls. Like I read some paper that they're like, I think there's like a skull cult. And so they had human skulls, and they were sort of notching them and wrapping them in twine or something and hanging them, so they had like all these hanging skulls. I just don't think these are the people that built the site.
Yeah. The occupiers.
I mean, this is classic. You find an ancient megalithic site, you hang skulls, you sacrifice people.
Write your name on it.
Yeah.
Scratch your name onto it. You made it. You made it, bro. It's like Timmy was here on the skyscraper, right? It's like, this was Timmy's skyscraper. Timmy made it. It was all Timmy.
I can understand the confusion and the sort of development of these ideas that the archaeologists had based on what they were doing, because this is uncharted territory for them, and also just like the massive amounts of bones and everything to determine, like, okay, a bunch of people are coming here and feasting.
Yep. Right.
Then the inverted stratigraphy and what looks like giant heaps of material that suddenly appear inside an enclosure. They're like, it's full of all these bones, so they were having a giant feast, and then suddenly all this material appears. So maybe they threw it in there. So they come up with this idea that, like, okay, they finished with this one enclosure, so they start burying it while they're feasting, and they're digging another one. They're digging through the layers to start building another enclosure. This is how they developed the narrative.
Yep. Yeah.
There's recent work that's looking at the overall geometry of all of the enclosures that are excavated, and they're starting to compare them and say, there's no way these were separate buildings, because they're too precisely connected in like equilateral triangles with the central pillars of one to the next to the next.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
There's some really really cool studies showing the geometry of the enclosures relative to each other.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. accuracy to, I mean, not, this is not super accurate, but accurate to within 20 centimeters.
Okay.
Collateral triangle centers of the enclosures, and then they also did a bunch of associative studies with all the symbolism and everything, and they're basically saying like there was the idea that because the work is so similar, that earlier the archaeological idea was that there must have been a group of specialists who were basically being hired by different groups of people to make different enclosures for different groups. And these guys are like, no, this kind of rules this out, because not only does the geometry show that all these sites had to be planned out, which is this would be another first. If you're talking about Neolithic or very ancient people, these guys are saying they had to have a blueprint, basically, and a scalable blueprint, because they had to work out the math on paper or on the ground or whatever, in the sand, however they drew it out. They had to work out the math and the relationships between the sites and the centers of the sites before they built it, and they had to do it to scale so that they could scale it up. So they must have had also some kind of measurement system that they could scale.
That's what I'm hoping.
Dude, have you read Civilization 1?
Not yet.
Okay.
I will. What's that?
Well, you've probably read like Who Built the Moon, right?
Yes.
So he talks about the megalithic system of measurement. Like there's a chapter in there talking about what they discovered with Civilization 1. And it's this mathematical relationship between all of these megalithic stone circle sites all over the British Isles and that part of the world, and it kept coming back to this mathematical system. Funnily enough, if you've watched some of the Bayes videos, there's a mathematics. There seems to be math involved, and it's just like all of this stuff points at civilization and speciality to me. Like there's this, it becomes a long draw of a bow to try and say, well, this was just hunter-gatherers entertaining themselves on the feast weekend, and slapping it together because that's what they wanted to do. It's just, and I look at this and we've been going for like an hour and 15 already. Maybe we can.
Time flies in the cube. Yeah.
Time flies. It does indeed. But it's just like the fact that you have Göbekli Tepe. You then have Karahan Tepe now. Karahan Tepe is 5 times bigger than Göbekli Tepe, and now there's 40 more sites. Like this,
maybe as much as 80. We got both numbers. Like they were like 40, possibly as much as 80.
Unbelievable. I mean, there's this. It's another chapter of human civilization that we know just nothing about now. Like
right.
And for sure, this narrative that's been started is not going to remain. I mean, it's
falling apart.
The tip of the teapot.
Yeah, it's the tip of the tepe.
It's the tip of the tepe. All right, real quick before we take a break, Jonathan, thank you so much. $180. Wow, really appreciate that. He says thoughts about Dr. Sweatman's work. His probability analysis that the iconography relates to astronomical correspondence seems pretty bulletproof. Also, thoughts on whether Göbekli Tepe, as wonderful a site as it is, won't be unique once more excavation is done. I don't think it's unique. Yeah. It's unique.
And Workmatic, thanks for the 50, mate. And yes, thanks for the kind words as well. You're a huge supporter of my channel. And Controlled Demolition, mate. Thank you also for the super chat.
Yeah. And Don't Trust My Camera, thank you. $5. He was asking about Firefox Pillars Aquarius. There was a nova in 9,000 to 12,000 years ago, closest and largest visible nebula to Earth. What do you think? Could it be associated with a nova? Visible in the sky? Cool. Very interesting idea.
It'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
The enclosures are explosions. Yes.
Yeah, I like Sweatman's work. I mean, I mentioned it briefly. I have his book here. I did talk to him in the early days of my channel. I'd love to do it again. He's going to be at the Cosmic Summit. Looking forward to that. And I definitely am interested in talking to Martin.
I love the way he approached his ideas. I thought it was a very, I just thought it was a brilliant way to approach some kind of analysis like that, because it is, I mean, I just didn't expect it at all, how you would use probability calculations to figure out if your analysis of a few symbols is.
No, I couldn't quite get my head around that either.
But I thought it was great.
Yeah.
I appreciate the work he's doing. I love it when people do stuff like that.
It's just,
I don't know if he's right or not.
I'm not a statistician either, but my takeaway from it was that it seems to be incredibly unlikely that he's wrong.
That's
I don't know if that makes him right, but it seems very unlikely that he's wrong. And and so there's some sort of pseudo breakdowns of his work of saying, you're just seeing patterns in anything, and you can find patterns in anything. there's a lot more to it than that.
That's the classic SCURP argument for
Super
anything
SCURP,
like it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, we have a question for you.
Yeah, look, somebody's paying us to ask you a question, Ben.
Okay.
$72. Ben,
Nice.
what is your opinion on the similarities between the H-like symbol in Göbekli Tepe and those in South America?
Yeah, I noticed that as well. You see the H's on the blocks. We can keep going. I mean, it's just easy to talk
We
about.
could dive into that after break.
Yeah.
Just want to get that out.
And that
But-
was New Face. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys for supporting Snake Bros. They're definitely worthy of it. And I definitely noticed that. It is a strange correlation. I mean, you see connections with this site, and I mean, in the architecture itself, it's somewhat. Can't say it's the same as we see in Peru and Egypt and the typical sort of megalithic work. There are sites in Turkey that do match that sort of classic megalithic building architecture. There's another tepe that's we looked at a bunch of. They're not all in this region. They're like 7-8 hours drive away from this region. There are sites in Turkey that match that, but here we're seeing stuff like the things that Graham Hancock pointed out. The iconography of the high relief animals is very similar to what we see on the Chulpa Towers at in Silistani, and then also at I forget the name of the other place specifically. It's up there in the highlands around Lake Titicaca that I've seen. I was looking at the photos on a Twitch stream the other day. It's eerily identical, and then you have the hands going around the waistline and the fingers. We see the same thing at the Moai on Easter Island.
Right. That connection really bothered me.
Yeah, me too. And the handbags. We were just sitting there staring at the vulture stone for quite a while with the classic handbags. What they hold in chemises in them? Or iPads?
iPads with the handles on them,
iPads with the handles.
The big plastic case with the big handle on it.
Yep. We saw somebody in the airport had a big plastic case on their tablet, and I was like, that is what those handbags are.
That's a handbag.
It's like it.
Interesting comment in my chat. It said Turkish H symbol is the same as the Aboriginal Australian symbol.
Oh yeah,
That's
I've seen that too. Yes.
I haven't seen that, but that is interesting.
I thought Greg was posting some stuff like that in the chat.
Oh, Greg.
Yeah. Spencer, we're not stopping. We might take a quick break, but we're definitely not stopping. We've got at least another hour in us, I'm sure.
Yeah, let's
I
take a break.
want to get to Karahan Tepe and Sogmatar and everything else, but we'll take a break. There'll be a little musical interlude, I think, for a couple of minutes, and then we'll be right back. So hang around, everyone. Yeah. I will switch to my break screen. You guys enjoy. We'll be right back.
I'm in Egypt.
Ever since I got my my soundboard plumbed into my mic, I can terrorize everyone I talk to now. Who's the band? You're looking at them. At least the two in the studio over here. In particular.
On $50dynasty.com.
Yep.
Free album.
Free album. Check it out. Support them on Patreon as well.
We will be
Ben's in
releasing
our other
vinyl.
band that we formed with Yusuf.
Yeah, that's right.
Yusuf and the Pyramidians.
Yeah. We do jam.
It is good.
That's one of the honestly, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't one of my favorite parts. I don't get to jam with people. I used to play a bit more with people, but I tell you what, traveling with you boys and playing music, it's such a privilege. And I'm glad you guys let me tag along and not screw up too much of your music.
If you let us tag along to Giant Triangles, we'll let you tag along with the music.
Oh,
Yeah.
No contest. But yeah, it is a lot of fun, and getting Yusuf involved as well has been a lot of fun.
Yep.
So yeah, we're planning to we're gonna take the band on the road.
That's right. Good. Yeah, no, for sure. With our trips, man, and Yusuf gets involved, and he's a talented musician as well. He's fantastic.
And on the
Yeah,
flute,
so far
God.
we've played the most, like in terms of ratio from practice to shows, we have done more shows versus practice than any band in the world.
That's right.
Because all they are is shows.
That's it. Yeah.
Never
We don't
practice.
Never practice.
Not
We don't
practice
practice.
at all.
This is true. Yeah. Empire, we are. Thank you for the 50, man, and cheers. I'm glad you like the vase videos, dude. And we're working on scanning some more. I do have scans of other vases at the moment. And the trick is not the scanning so much as the analysis, which is what we're working on, and I hope to have news on that front in the near future.
Matthew, thank you. $5. Thank you so much. Texas neighbor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's in BKs.
Yeah.
Oops. Slickstring Bender, we're looking for a bass player.
We're looking for a bass player.
He asked if they need a drummer. We have too many of them.
And Matthew, $20. Thank you. Well, he says $5 wasn't enough. I really respect and appreciate you three. I'm a master plumber, and I have been in the trade for almost 20 years. I have a shop, not no shop.
Thank you so much, buddy.
Yeah, thank you, Matt.
And McSpud, they're not going to copyright strike us for the music. That's Carl's music. And he's not chasing people down.
It is good. Yeah, I've asked
Hey,
him.
also, you know, if there's content creators out there that want some music,
Yeah,
how about it?
I've used some of Carl's music in some of my videos. I remember I did one, I forget the video what it was, but we put in one of the songs, and I couldn't tell you how many comments I got, like, what was that song?
Yeah, Deos.
Deos, yeah, and fantastic music. It's a great album. You guys should check it out. Highly recommend it.
Just got the records.
Yeah, the records came in.
Records
360
printed?
pounds of records.
Yeah.
360 pounds of vinyl.
Nice.
It's, they're the real nice. I'm not a big vinyl person, but we got the good ones, the heavy ones that are, and so it takes 2 records to put the full album on. So they're top notch. It's a
Cool double sleeve, like all
gatefold.
the artwork.
Artwork's on there.
Amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the mods put $50 Dynasty link in the chat if you could. That'd be great. If you find the website, just post it up in the chat for me. Thank you.
I'll spell that.
All spelled out, yeah.
All right, where are we going? What do you want to do, Ben?
I figure, well, so we talked briefly about Martin Sweatman. We started to get into it. I know we talked about Göbekli Tepe. We kind of covered a lot of it and just the context of how it was found and the work that's been done. Obviously, that's the most famous and well-known site in the region. I'd love to maybe take a look at a couple of the other sites real quick. Controlled demolition, rock on, thank you. So let me maybe go back to the pictures.
Also relevant to this discussion
Yeah.
is the rock walls at Karahan.
Yeah. Let's go there now. Actually, I'm gonna before we get to because I've got some I found some stuff at Karahan, and I dug up some pictures from other places around the world, which is where I've found some similarities of some of the things to see there. So maybe we start with make us a real small for this. I went with the what's it called, it's a we're top and bottom, but they're the same size in the corner. But so Karahan Tepe, it was a much later discovery than Göbekli Tepe, and I think when did they start excavating? Like 2019, 2018, something like that. Super fresh.
Yeah, it is fresh.
So it's here's the site. It's technically closed. You can kind of work through the ministry to get access to it. Our group had access to it, and you can see here just how small. I mean, it's not a lot that's been done here. It's on one of these hillsides, and again, we talked about it before with the midden mound or the soil that's on these hills, which is different to the surrounding region. But this is pretty much, when you look at it, there's a couple more little excavations, but it's very much a work in progress. But remarkable for all of that. So it's kind of a privilege to get to visit it. It's not very far from Göbekli Tepe, in the same sort of general area. They're planning on creating a lot more tourism around it. I'm really excited to get to see a site like this early on in its to get to see a site this early on in its development. So every time we go back, hopefully every couple of years or whatever, we'll get to see it progressively become more and more uncovered. And as I said, the estimations from whatever scanning and work they've done here, they think it may be 5 times as large as Göbekli Tepe and at least 500 years older. Just in terms of the burial and when they, the same sort of dating methodologies.
Which is interesting. I think, again, I haven't looked at Karahan, but I mean, are they doing the same methods? They're not dating the stone. They're not dating the megalithic work. So, they can, but it's not very accurate. They can date when it was buried.
That's where they're dating it. it's funny. You go into the Göbekli Tepe visitor center, which I think UNESCO or the UN put a bunch of money into it, and they it's actually quite a big light and show sound thing at Göbekli Tepe in the visitor center. And it's this big sort of just thundering noise and this wall-to-wall screens of this experience that you kind of go in there, and what were they calling it? Like 0 point of civilization, or the 0 point of human culture
of civilization,
yes.
world temple.
Well, this is 0 point minus 500.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Some of the papers we were reading, some of the more recent ones, there are actually archaeologists that are involved with Göbekli Tepe and all the teams that are working on this area, and they're complaining.
Yeah.
They're actually complaining about the UNESCO marketing strategy for Göbekli Tepe. They're like they've embedded this story in it, which is basically from the early 1990s, early 2000s work. And
Right.
it's now outdated. That is no longer what the archaeologists think about the sites. And it's getting built into the story of the site in people's minds.
Right, and it's being proved pretty much incorrect. Like they keep every turn of the archaeologist's spade, as Graham Hancock likes to say. Right, it's like we'll uncover new things. Every turn. Of the spade.
Get back to something.
Greg is here. Yeah. So I found this site's interesting. It's similar and different similar in respects that it has T-pillars and that type of thing, but there's a lot more bedrock work. It feels like it's been done in these enclosures made from bedrock, and there's obviously this strange temple over to the left here. But this is in one area, and they've clearly shaped this. And I just looking at this, I don't know if it's a connection or it's anything like that. But I saw this shape here. You see what I'm talking about? And I thought Hotep. You know, I was genuinely thinking like this looks like a Hotep. Like it's like you see this shape all over ancient Egypt, and this is the magnificent quartzite, not quartzite, but white calcite or alabaster Hotep that's at Abu Ghraib, and it has this arrow, almost this arrow shaped thing, and it's just like I just was like, man, I'm crazy if I just this seems almost like a Hotep shape. Maybe it's had a point eroded off the end of it or damaged. That's what?
They're carving Texas.
Texas? Oh, that's Texas.
That's what it is. Oh, definitely Texas.
Could be a hot tub. These could be cup holders. I don't know.
Okay, so the thing I thought, I mean, that's really cool. I totally see the similarity. But if you look at some of the carvings, which I've only seen pictures of, there's one in the visitor center of a face. But there's lots of pictures of the carvings and artifacts that they found, the totems.
Yep. Heads.
The faces on these. One of the similar things in the artwork is that the lines go up for the nose, and then they just have these beautiful curves that come around and down. And to show a face, it looks like a face, like in the Göbekli Tepe style or in the whatever this is. That's the nose portion that comes up and goes around for the eyes.
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. It's just. I was just. It was literally like, what's this? Ink blot painting represent? And I was like, that looks like a Hotep to me. But I liked a lot of this because it gives. It's this raw image of the site in its early stages of development. And one thing you'll notice, I want to point out in this picture that you'll see in other pictures. First of all, the background, you see the bare limestone hills that we talked about. No midden mounds, not a lot of dirt on top of them. And you can look on the horizon and see where there are midden mounds. And I bet if you dug at these places, you'd probably find something, which is, I think, what they're finding.
Yep.
But what you see here, look at the patina on the rock. And we talked about this with the patina early on with the castle stones, but all of these T-pillars that are not fully excavated. But you see these sharp lines where it's grey and black and white on top, and then that dirt brown underneath. That's the original hillside level. Like, this has been excavated, the grass has grown a bit here. But this is the result of
Buried up to that line.
Yeah, buried. So this is that patina is the result of like 10 millennia or plus of exposure to the earth. So you see what's sticking up. You see what portion of these stones was sticking up above the ground, and then you look around as you walk around this one excavation part, the one excavated part of Karahan, and you go out on this hillside in the valley that's next to it, and the next hill. And you just see the tops of all these little stones sticking up out the ground. And a lot of them actually, there's enough of a T-pillar to see. It is a T-pillar, and it kind of dawns on you over time that, holy crap! Like there is just stone circles, and this type of work just happened everywhere in this area. Like there was.
Yeah, and that also is sort of like the ridiculousness of the idea that these things that everybody in this culture just decided, well, let's go bury it all. Yeah, I mean, we're talking. Karahan is huge, and then there's mounds inside of mounds with circles in them. It's just neat. Yeah.
Just and a beautiful place too. Just at, again, time of the year with the wildflowers coming out everywhere. We everyone spread out. We had plenty of time on the site, and you just find these things poking up out of the ground everywhere you go. I mean,
it's a perfect excuse to take pictures of flowers.
It is.
Yeah. Giant pillars.
Those flowers.
No, I'm just looking at this tea
I'm
pillar.
looking at the tea pillar, not the flowers. I thought it was beautiful, but yeah. I mean, you see it here. Like these are the tops of tea pillars. All of these in the ground over here. There's a circle here. There's a circle here. This is probably part of another circle over here. There were circles to the left, circles to the right. I mean, you just, it was kind of astonishing.
You were there, stuck in the middle again.
I was stuck in, yeah, exactly. There's George Howard on a tea pillar. You can actually see the corner of this tea pillar that's been tipped over.
And then again, look at the hills in the background, how bare they are. You see little patches of grass, but they don't have this.
All that green is the mound.
Yeah, all this behind it because as we went and I think we went down and braved all the thistles to get down there, and what did we find? Tea pillars, like just broken tea pillars, just shoved in the ground. Here's another one that's sticking slightly up. Thistles everywhere. I mean, you wear long pants if you go here at this time of year, and you want to traipse out over here. But this stuff's everywhere. It's a massive site. Like, as I said, maybe. What they say, 1,000 tea pillars or something like that. So, it was pretty remarkable. And then they have the other thing that's interesting about Karahan. I mean, there's lots to talk about Karahan, but the environment, as much as we look at it today, it's these barren hills of limestone. It was obviously very different because the sites, the burial. People sort of forget when you talk about, well, it's 12,000 years, this and that and the other thing. It's pretty much the burial of these sites is dated to the middle of the Younger Dryas, right? It's like in the Younger Dryas period. It's after the first part, but before the end of the end of the Younger Dryas is when they think, at least in Göbekli Tepe, they were buried. So, we know that the global climate shifted all over the place, and what they found at this site, they found leopard bones, crocodile bones, I think giraffe bones, bear bones. It would have been a much different environment going back to what we call classical kind of Neolithic times. So probably heavily wooded. There's a lot more rivers. If we get to actually talk about Sogmatar today, you see that. You see, like, as you're going around, you see tons of like these empty and dry riverbeds that would have originally been flowing with a lot more water. So it's a very different just environment than what it was back then, that probably was able to support larger populations of people, and support. I mean, they've got wood to burn, they've got creatures to hunt, they've got room for organised agriculture. There's clearly room for civilization. I think that's probably what was going on back here.
Yeah, there's a comment here saying, this is from Jonathan, saying, surprised that the Turkish authorities aren't doing more to promote the real story of how many more sites there are. Well, I would just say, I mean, our guide was, he was part of the government. He was definitely promoting this. I mean, they're learning more all the time, and this narrative came from the German archaeological team. I mean, Klaus Schmidt really developed the narrative to begin with, and it was run with for a long time, and it is changing.
It is.
I think Turkey is really wanting to expand their tourist activity with these sites.
Yeah, they invited us. I mean, that was part of it. It's like they were looking for, like, what's a way to get out this message and talk about it, and
the new media, right? That's what they wanted. With people who are doing it in a new way.
Yeah, I was skeptical when I first got it. I mean, it's not like I get a lot of authoritative government sources contacting me, Yeah. But the guy sends me an email, hey, I'm part of the Turkish government tourism ministry. And I'm like, really, are you? And I looked it up, and it turns out right. And so I was like, all right, let's do this. And great decision, because the trips were great, and seeing the region was great. And it's nice to have a contact there that you can. We can organise things. Like we did a lot of. Unfortunately, video doesn't work so well over Zoom, so we're not going to run a lot of videos. I do share a lot of these videos on my Twitch streams if people are interested. But we were flying drones at a lot of these sites and getting a good look from above, which is very rare when it comes to historical ancient sites. Like it's hard. There's really not many places that let you do it. But
and hopefully we'll get some scans. I also talked with him about this.
Yeah.
Getting some scans.
Yeah.
He says he's going to work on it. Yeah, up
Those
close.
pillars.
Yeah, we got to get in there and scan some.
That reminds me, I need to buy you some.
Oh yes.
He wants one. I got to bring him one.
Gotta get on there. Yeah. Don't forget that one.
Yeah, just thank you for
Don't
the
screw
reminder.
that one.
Holy crap. I wanna do it.
Yeah. So another question is, do they don't have enough funds to dig up these hills? I mean, there's 80 sites this size. These are massive sites, and it takes time. It takes money. So I'm sure the funding is coming, but you can only do so much at a time. I think.
Yeah.
Hey, you figure out. You get the iPad, and we'll also help you buy it. I'd love to use that as a gift. Yeah.
Oh, sure. We will. Yeah, we can talk about it. Either way, it's. And I was going to say too, this site's also being done by the Turkish authority. I think it's the Istanbul University. What are you guys laughing at?
I'm laughing at a Dr. Dre song that's "Forgot About Shot."
What about
Doctor, I forgot about shot.
But that's it.
Yeah.
It is.
I mean, so
Great.
the way this kind of things work in at least in mainstream archaeology, you have the German Archaeological Institute that's putting the money and time into excavating Göbekli Tepe and building it. Then UNESCO or the UN put money into promoting it. This site's being done by the Turkish university. I think it's the Istanbul University.
Yep.
And I mean, it's slow progress too. It's not like you can just get in there with an excavator and go to town. Like real archaeology in these digs are you coordinate off, you make a coordinate system, you record exactly where you find stuff, you're sifting sand and dirt, trying to find specific artifacts. It's not a fast process. So it's going to take the next couple of decades to fully uncover a lot of these sites. But this is super interesting to me. This one area, like this, it has the face in it. It's a weird angle on it. Let me see if I can get a better shot of it.
The face is bright. This is the lower left.
There it is there. Yeah. As the face is carved into it, it has this hole through it. I mean, there's some really good work done by Andrew Collins and Hugh Newman, showing that there's this has alignment properties on. I think it's either a equinox or a solstice where the sunlight shines through a hole in the wall and hits the face. People think about this, or at least I've heard it described as a fertility temple. These being like phallic, although this one's a bit strange. But
that one's the one that's supposed to be the guy carrying the he's carrying a one of the cats is carrying
a leopard
on his back, and that one also may be the only one that isn't cut out of the bedrock and maybe stood up
because this is bedrock.
That one's definitely socketed in. The flat one.
The flat one
is socketed
the guy
in.
carrying something is socketed in. The rest of them are rock cut.
Yeah, and it's just they're cut down and
we were told when we were there that all of them had faces, head
on
separate.
top of them.
On top, so they look phallic, but they're also supposed to have heads on them.
It is interesting, and it did remind me of a certain temple, a certain site in Peru. That's a legitimate phallic site. I don't know if you've seen in these pictures, but it's it's just
that
That's a shroom garden.
It's a shroom garden. It's a hell of a shroom garden. Yeah, it's all over the place. There's Brian Forrester and Jimmy. This is up around Lake Titicaca. It's near Puno. Or it might be even in Puno. It's one of these sites, but it kind of to a small extent kind of reminded me of that. But I don't know what to make of that area, because if you look at it in the context of the overall site, right? You've got top left. This is where that sunken area was with the bedrock cut features in the face. And then you have this main giant enclosure that they've excavated. And you see a similar thing to Göbekli Tepe, where the ground's been ground down, it's flat. There's bedrock features, stuff carved from the bedrock. There's leopard motifs all over the place here. There's leopards everywhere versus, Göbekli Tepe is more oriented around the fox.
Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah.
I don't know. That is just so cool.
School of the Fox.
Yeah.
School of the Cat.
School of the Cat. School of the
I went to leopard.
Yeah, we're into leopard time. Yeah. And what's interesting here, I think, really, is to me that it took me a minute to recognize it, but these piles of what just look like rubble, they're T-pillars.
Yep.
These are fallen, huge T-pillars that have fallen and broken up and just crumbled. I mean, I don't know. It seems odd to think that they break like that if they just fell over. Something else has happened here to these things. And you can see there's broken features all around the place, and there's other T-pillars that they found broken as well. But these look almost eroded.
Yeah. They look like they maybe fell over and shattered, and then were subjected to a long laid there and just got.
Yeah, and then were buried 10 to 11, 12,000 years ago. Like that's how long are we talking for this enclosure?
Yeah.
Now
These
this
T-pillars are massive, and there's one that's still. Was in the process of being cut out of the side of the hill. Like if you're looking at this picture, going around this hillside.
Yeah.
There's a big pillar that they were still cutting out of the hill. It would probably have been one of these. Yeah, there it is.
And again, this site is covered in these lithics. These little, very crudely made projectile points out of flint. So I'm assuming they're doing the archaeological dating the same method. And it's just like, obviously those people were living here. And maybe those people are the source of the midden.
Yep.
That they may have occupied all 80 of these sites that are all over the Taj Tepelair, the stone hills.
Taj Tepelair, that's what they call it. It's called.
Yeah,
the stone hills.
Hills. Yeah, and this was quite astonishing to see this in its place. You can see how they're trying to knock it out and match what would probably be a natural crack that might crack this thing away from the bedrock. But estimates as to the mass of this thing, so you're talking 20, 30 tons.
Yeah.
It's a big piece of stone, like no joke, and you'd have to move it around this hillside, like where these people are standing up on the back, like that's kind of the top of the hill, and it goes further over and then down to that main site. But you have, T-pillars all over the place here.
Right. But that looks like it would have been one of the big ones in that main cut enclosure.
Yeah.
It's the same size. A lot of the other ones in the circles around the area are much smaller. This is a huge one.
Yeah, it's massive.
So again, it gives you the concept of like unfinished work, like they didn't complete whatever they were doing, right?
Yeah.
The other thought I had about that pillar is that they might have sliced it long ways and made 2 pillars out of it.
No, they could have done that too. Yeah.
That would have been a fun job. Yeah, now cut it in half long ways, Johns.
With your piece of flint.
Yeah, with your flint chisel.
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
I got to do science. I mean, we have the same, very similar rocks here.
You gonna make a flint chisel? Try to cut a T-pillar out of it?
I got piles of flint nodules out there that I've collected. I'm gonna cut a piece of limestone in half.
Do it. Yeah, I want to see that. That would be an interesting experiment. But yeah, so fantastic site. I got to see it a couple times, thankfully. I think we even came here on one of our days off.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, it's just I'm interested to see what is uncovered over time, and then, as you said, like 40 to 80 more sites just like these, all around this region. It kind of reminds me of what we're finding in the Amazon there, like with the city-sized, the remnants of what seem to be cities and these massive earthworks and geometric objects that are being uncovered thanks to like deforestation in the Amazon. And it just, to me, it seems to represent another hidden chapter of human history, human civilization. Because I just, end of the day, I don't think you have any other explanation for this stuff other than civilization, one form or the other.
Right.
And I don't know when it started. I do like the idea that it may have been inhabited by hunter-gatherers later on, and that might explain some of the things we're finding there.
That is what it seems like. And this is just, like you're saying, it seems to be a similar story. You have these very old structures built by seemingly completely unknown people, and then they were found and inhabited. Because they're useful. They're convenient. Now, these are less convenient. A lot of these are far away from water sources. Even when the place was much more fertile, had trees and water, it's still at the top of the hill instead of down by the river. But
yeah. The one other thing, you have a similarity to Göbekli Tepe and the other places with these hands that seem to wrap around. Well, these ones have like 8 or 10 fingers on the hands, the way that they're carved. But some of these T-pillars, at least a couple that we saw, have the same sort of hand and
Yeah,
arm
that one has
wrapping.
way too many fingers.
Way
too.
too many fingers. Yeah, it's a number of fingers.
Yes.
And the other thing that I wanted to comment on here, which again, it's just this random similarity, and it may not mean anything, but where was it? It's one of these earlier. It was these channels that were cut in the block. I mean, I don't know if it was for. I can't imagine it's for drainage, but it's these things. It's these. We saw a lot of these, right? These channels that were cut.
Yes.
See these? Like it's almost like it's liquid. It was used for a liquid of some sort, or you're doing something here to flow. I mean,
Lots of things. Yeah.
and I have to get you guys.
There's a big one. There's a big one going into the enclosure there, at the rock cut enclosure with all the little
Pillars.
phallic pillars.
Yeah, there is. I do have a picture of it. Maybe it's over here on the left, on the right. Sorry. But yeah, it's funny that it actually looks a lot like stuff you see in Peru. See this? You see similar. This is Peru. These are in the hills around Cusco and in Kenko. You just have these weird channels that are cut into the stone. And I was like, I don't know what's going on here. But you see, maybe this is a decorative thing. Or it's a worm, or who knows what. But you see this, this sort of stuff happens all over the place in the typical Hunan Pacha, the really old style of architecture. Yep. You see at places like Kenko and whatnot in Peru. I just had this is very similar to what you see at Kenko and in the hills around Cusco, which is all part of Sacsayhuaman originally. Like that was all one giant site, and then they just started tearing it down for construction later on. But
Yeah, real quick. Viking Gaming, thanks, buddy. Appreciate the donation. And yeah, we just shouted you out on Randall Stream too. And you're getting a shout out here. And Rex, $10. He says it was the what is it called? The thing with the pillars. It's Fertile Farmer's Phallus Palace. That's what he calls it.
Fertile Farmer's Palace.
Hey, is that really alliteration?
There's wrong. Yeah, the wrong letters.
Yeah, if the channels for metallurgy, I don't know. I don't suspect so. I don't know though. I don't know. But so there's a couple other sites we could hit on here that I wanted to really talk about that I found interesting. One was Sogmatar, and I do want to throw a shout out here to CF Apps. I meant to my buddy Chuck, who I used to talk with all the time, unfortunately and sadly passed away a little while ago now. I used to spend a lot of time talking with Chuck, and he was one of the guys who gave me one of the first shout outs to get the channel started. So, he did a lot of videos about Sogmatar.
What are you doing?
This is cool.
We've got Carl Cam.
I was gonna share. Keep going.
But and he was fascinated with Sogmatar, and he did a lot of exceptional work. His channel's still out there. I really enjoyed speaking with Chuck. It was very sad about with what happened, but going to Sogmatar and actually seeing it for the first time, and I know he never had the chance to go there. I was thinking about him a lot when I was there, but because it's an absolutely fascinating site. Like it's a central man-made massive pyramid-like structure. I don't know what else to call it, like a citadel / pyramid / giant man-made thing that's in the middle of a couple of what would have been flowing water or tributaries or small rivers. And then dotted around it, you have all of these temples that Russ, you said, maybe even 6,000 years old or older, that are dedicated to the planets. It's a really mysterious site. There's a modern-day village that's right there, and you go and visit it. But it was a really interesting site to hit, and it's one of those things that's never really been excavated properly.
You can see where the ancient river was. It came and it splits around this. It actually completely encloses this little island, which would have been in the river, and the mound is basically whatever the citadel, the structure, the pyramid, whatever they built there, has completely covered that island, and they broke on it so many times. There were so many layers. It was just this enormous mound, but it's entirely man-made. Like they've been doing archaeology, and they're finding layers of structure all the way at the bottom of it. So,
yeah, this is it here. This is the man-made mound in the middle, and the water would have passed to either side of it, and then dotted on these hilltops are all these temples, and there's Christian climbing on children.
Christian.
Going wherever he wants. But yeah, and then you have like these structures that were up on these limestone hills dotted around it and within a line of sight that are dedicated to the planets. It's quite an interesting site. And there's a lot that has been said about this. There's alignments with other sites. Chuck's research into it is really fascinating. And yeah, we climbed up on top of the mound in the middle, and yeah, it's entirely
Yeah,
man-made.
all sticking out of the side.
Yeah.
Some stonework
Yeah.
there. And that's that's very similar to the stonework we see on the temples on the hills. It looks just like it in style.
George Howard lost on how to get down.
Yeah, how do we get down? Yeah.
I do have a video. I was videoing him at the time, and we were all half expecting him to.
It is steep.
It is steep. It's steeper than it looks.
Yeah.
He was stumbling around looking for a way down. What the hell?
He's right over top of the tiny bit of archaeology that's being
Yeah,
done.
this is this extent. But you can see where they've hit stonework and they've hit built.
Right.
Yeah, those crude, rudimentary rock walls
Yeah.
inside.
They've been doing some digging. But yeah, I mean that we hit a few more places than this. There's a whole bunch of some, you kind of need to do it in the way you guys have done it with 6 hours of podcasting to kind of cover a lot of the details of what we touched on. But my other favourite site, I'd have to say from this, would be Mount Nemrut. Nemrut was something else. I mean, so this is quite a famous site. I mean, and as you drive up to it, the difference was this is not down in the valleys and the regular area. This is up in the mountains. And I think the site itself is something like 7,000 feet, if I recall correctly. And as you can see, there's snow dotted around up here, so we couldn't get there the first week because of snow, and we managed to get up there the second week. And
Peter, thank you, buddy. 108.
Thanks so
We
much.
really appreciate it. Yeah.
that's awesome. It has one of the largest.
It is the largest tumulus.
The largest tumulus mound. Yeah, I was going to say it's the largest tumulus mound in the world, which is these limestone chips. And you got to haul your ass up this staircase and climb up. I think it's 400 feet to get up there. At 7,000 feet, so it's a bit of fun. But
And you get a snow fight, snowball.
you can get a
there
snowball
is.
fight. I literally have that video. I Alyssa throwing a snowball at you, I think. Carl.
I got her though.
Peter Shell with the 108 as well, dude. Thank you so much, Peter.
Hey, Peter. Thanks.
Thanks so
Donated
much. You're being very generous to both of us. Thanks, man. Very, very kind. Appreciate
Should
it.
have given you somebody too.
Well, okay. It's all processional numerology, Russ. It doesn't matter. I think. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have an attaboy, so I can't talk.
I don't either. I don't have any. Kyle has all the.
I did hear that part. Carl has all the attaboys. All right. He's got 2.5. But yeah, this is. But the thing to notice about this that I found astonishing is it's basically the highest peak in the area. Was it not? It was more or less the.
Yes.
It's
the highest one.
peak. So this mound of chips, of limestone chips, was put here.
Yeah. That thing is
That's insane.
constructed.
It's been constructed.
I mean, it looks like it was put there by a lift, like by an auger.
Yeah.
I don't
Just-
know what they're
right.
called. but
Just spewing it. It's like a mine. It's like a. Yeah. It's like
big
a,
old iron thing
going up
there.
and then just dumping off.
it's
the
like a
top and
tailings pile.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. From a giant auger that's just from the sky. It's just dumping the stuff on it. It does look like that. And auger from the sky. And it's got megalithic work, stonework around it. You have this incredible carvings of these. I keep forgetting the name of the civilization or the kings that created this stuff, the kings and the Phrygian caps and the queens and the eagles, all made from Tura limestone, which is the hard, fine form of limestone that's similar to the casing stones on the pyramid that surrounds it. So you have this incredible megalithic and this artwork that's around 2,000 years old at least, I think. You have this civilization that's pretty well related to where they are. It's spectacular, but it's built around this massive tumulus mound of chips. It's the biggest one in the world, on the tallest peak in the region that was all carried up here, that they have scanned and they know that there's at least a two or three like chambered structure beneath it. And they did some excavations in the 1970s up here, and as you can imagine, this is a dangerous thing to try and excavate. And a couple of people died, and the Turkish government said, "No more excavating."
Right.
And that
is the most genius hiding method I've ever seen.
It's good
Giant pile of gravel.
because this is also for people that have maybe watched the Sphinx video that I produced recently, talking about the Hall of Records and Edgar Casey.
Yep.
The American prophet, who, a lot of people made a lot of money based on his predictions and prophecies on the stock market. Made a lot of people a lot of money, but he also had these sayings and visions and prophecies about the Hall of Records, the Atlantean civilization, or whatever advanced civilization you want to call it. And he talked about 3 locations around the world, one of them being, underneath the Sphinx. But this was another one. Like, this was another area that they had talked about as potentially being a location for a Hall of Records.
Right.
And we can't get in there, or we're not getting in there. And it just makes you wonder, was there something here? Did these people recognize what had been done here? Maybe there were legends they heard about. Is that what caused them to build this, go to the incredible amount of effort it would have taken to create these thrones and this beautiful artwork and these dedications to it? I don't know. It's hard to, again, you're looking at, do we correlate the tumulus mound and what's beneath it to the statues and everything that's on the outside?
The statues and the tumulus mound being the same, and the chambers that are in it, the known chambers, they've done some, like you said, a while back they did GPR scanning. They know there's at least 3 open chambers in there. The standard story is that they think this is the tomb of the king, Antiochus, whatever his name is, the king. So that's the standard story. So we've all heard this story. Or we can all pretend that we've heard this story. It's the standard story. Maybe not everybody's heard this story, but I like the story better that it's also, I should say, just a possibility that this mound was already there, and the reason that thrones and the statues and everything were built there by this king is because he knew about these legends and he wanted to associate himself with this ancient place, which is something we see elsewhere.
Can I share real quick? I want to try something.
Yeah, please do.
Also, Peter Curtis, don't have a heart attack, bro. Just letting you know.
Yeah, should have been the last indie movie, Indian Short Round Search for the Hall of Records. Yeah, they're probably better than what's coming out now. I don't. From what I've heard, it's like there's only 3 Indiana Jones movies. Damn it. Okay. It ends at the Last Crusade.
You didn't like Crystal Skull? I love that one.
Did you?
I have to admit, I like that one. Yeah.
Okay.
I know it's not as popular with many people, but I was like, this is cool. It's got aliens.
The next one's going to be. I remember you with your Swedish selfie stick out there, swinging your phone out trying to get this scan. But that worked out.
I couldn't get the back, but
that's fantastic. They wouldn't let us step over the rope.
I know. Yeah.
Ramazan tried, and the guys are like, "Nope, you can't do it." I'm like, literally, can we just step over this rope and scan the back of these things? And they wouldn't let us scan them. But Kyle, you did a great job there. Yeah.
Good job.
I have an iPad, and Cole's smarter than me. He has the scanning app on the phone, which you can attach to the end of a long pole and stick it out there.
Yeah, he's using a narcissistic.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you just have to deal. I mean, that's normal now. Right? Normal to see selfie sticks, but
these carvings are just beautiful.
Fantastic for a tool for scanning. Look at that.
These little notches in there, if they had some building or...
I saw tube drills and notches that were in the statues. Whether it was something that was done to attach something to it, or potentially modern, I don't know, to move them. I don't know. Because there are tube drills on some of these statues. There are like cylindrical holes in them. Selfie stick to scan the backs. We're literally using a selfie stick to get this scan because the rope is like 6 to 10 feet in front of it. Yeah. And they wouldn't let us cross the rope like that. We were literally like there was maybe 2 or 3 other people there, and those guys were watching us.
So I know we're on. I just wanted to show this real quick. This is the reason why I
actually connected my phone to this chat. But this is the that rock cut chamber.
And there's the channel.
Nice, nicely done.
Oh, that was a good scan.
That's a good scan.
But
This is what's beautiful about these scans. I mean, look at the shape of this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, and there's the channel.
Yeah, there's a channel here, and then they run around the side as well.
Oh, I'm sharing you now. I was screwing it up right here.
It's
I'll
sharing
see
the
your
whole.
email.
What's this thing?
Hi. It's down here. Okay.
So yeah, I mean, it looks like a tadpole or maybe a sperm. Which how would they do?
It does.
You
Yeah.
know what that looks like.
And that's exactly what the carving in some people in the chat here were saying. Like, there's a little swimmer over there in Peru too. It's
Yeah.
what we saw it look like. But yeah. That's interesting.
Did you scan the entire mound of gravel at Nimrit?
No.
Yeah,
But I did scan a. Let's see.
I got a few scans too. I typically pull them off and put them on the computer, but I could use the iPad.
Yeah, I
and do the
should
same
have
thing.
done that with these.
That's fine.
This is one of the mounds.
This is
Tinker.
Karahan. Yeah. I remember you marching around taking this time to scan this thing.
This was hard.
That's a
But
good
you can
effort.
clearly see the circle.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I'm moving too fast for the.
No, it actually works pretty well.
But you can see these, the circles or at least the curved.
The landscape, the curvature of the stone circle. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a circle within a circle there. It looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And
you
then
have an
it's like
outer
the
curve
central
and an inner
pillars
curve.
right there.
Yep. There's the two central ones.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, it's
Nice.
Yeah, that's cool. You're doing
Kyle,
actual work, Kyle.
iPhone Pro 13 Pro. That's starting from 12 Pro.
Now kick me out of the meeting so I don't have to try to stop this screen share. Just kidding.
No, I was clicking. But, okay.
People are asking it's the 12 Pro and later phones that have the
Yeah, and I think it's the iPad 11
yeah iPad
and
11
later. I'm assuming have
the
the
Pro one.
Yeah, really cool. I mean, so Turkey, interesting. Like, it's just one of those places I think we're going to uncover more in the next couple of decades. I hope. Yeah, it just seems like a whole hidden chapter of human history to me. Okay. Do you guys want to?
Where are we going next?
Where are we going next? God damn it! Well, we know where we're going next. It's
Yeah.
going to be a lot of fun. Well, next is the Cosmic Summit.
That's right.
So we are in, 3 weeks away? We're all off to the Cosmic Summit.
Is it 3 weeks?
It's about 3 weeks, bro. You better have some. Are you doing slides or are you doing a picture show?
Well, I just did it again at
Scablands.
Scablands, but I need to send them the actual slideshow.
The Scablands presentation was
It's good.
I have
really
I have pared it down, trimmed it up,
Good.
got it nice and thin and good, ready for the. But I have to actually put it together as a slideshow.
Yeah, I know. It's nice to be able to zoom in and all that stuff, and it's tough to do that
Yeah.
stuff. But yeah. So Russ and I are speaking at the Cosmic Summit, which is coming up. But after that, I mean, we'll probably do Montana trip as well. But the big thing that I wanted to tell people about on this, while everyone's here in the chat, was that we are closing in on finalising our Egypt trip. So let me do a bit of this while we're here. So we've been talking about this. We're not doing a trip this year, but next year.
Thanks to our buddy Troy for working on this.
big shout out. He's in
Yes.
the chats.
So we're going to be going back to Egypt, and we're looking at putting on an extension to Lebanon and Baalbek.
Yes. Right.
Yeah. So February next year, we've got the dates are all nailed down. The extension to Baalbek will be beyond the 22nd, so it's like a 16-day tour in Egypt. We're looking at something like 4 nights in, 4 or 5 nights in
5 days. He said at least
5 days in Lebanon. So Byblos, Baalbek, the museum there. There's a couple other little things to see, but Baalbek's obviously the main attraction. And yeah, it'll be us and Yusuf, and looking at this for February. So I just want to let people know that's coming soon. We're still trying to nail down the last couple of details, but if you're interested in going to Egypt, this will be a fun trip. We've got
My birthday is going to be on that trip.
yours.
February 12th.
Yeah.
Ah, very nice. Yeah, so
Show them the real post.
show them the real post.
I'm just kidding.
No, I will.
Put this picture in there.
We've gone that far. We've gone this far.
Well, maybe we should be a little bit.
Here's Kyle's first attempt with the post. So I do like this one. It's just
That's the legit poster.
It's the
That is
legit
that's the official legit
It's
the Pimpin' in Egypt poster.
Pimpin' in Egypt poster. I should explain for people that went. We went to like a store that had all sorts of gear in it, and we all decided to hit the sunglass rack and
We just got the most ridiculous.
we got the
ones
most
could.
stupid sunglasses we could find, and started the pose for it.
Yeah, this is the band.
This is
Use
the band.
pyramid.
The pyramid hits exactly.
in the other one. Like me and Russ are the only ones that were looking Egyptian.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, Troy's is much more professional
Yes.
and
Yeah,
and,
way
uh,
better.
Yes.
I do like that. It's fun. Yusuf is a god. Yeah, Yusuf's the main man. I really enjoyed it. The last trip was so good. Everybody kind of had. It's one of those bucket list items, and it's people had I think the experience with. I find that if you are listening to you guys or you're on my channel and you're deep down the rabbit hole on some of these topics, and then coming to Egypt and you find other people that are like that.
Yep.
It's a self-selecting group of really interesting people. It's always been the case with all of these things that we've done, and the people that come make the trip, and it's fantastic. So everybody out there that has been on these trips, thanks for coming. And I've grown to really enjoy showing or watching people make connections with other people on these trips, because it's one of those things. It's like I hear it all the time. People say that, I try to talk to my family or my friends about these topics because I'm interested in them, and they don't care or they don't want to hear about it. But just imagine, you go to a place or on one of these trips, and it's like every person's going to be interested in talking about it, and we'll go down the rabbit hole with you, and we'll explore ideas and stuff like that. So, yeah, we have people from trips from 3-4 years ago that are still flying across the planet to visit each other, and Telegram groups that are still going. So it'll be a fun trip.
Yep.
Good itinerary. We have like 6-7 special permissions. It's going to be epic. We're going back out to. I'm really interested in showing. You guys haven't been there. I've only been there once, but Abu Rawash.
Abu Rawash. Yes.
Going out to the pyramid in the north.
What about Abu Drive?
Abu Dry. Abu Dry. That comes next. That's the year after.
Boo.
Deki, Rahul, thank you guys. Double selected,
Yeah,
thank you.
we're visiting pyramids by day, destroying the hotels by night. That's
Pretty much what happens. Yeah, the hotels are nice. It's a 5-star experience as well, so it's fun. Anyway, I just want to let people know that's coming soon. So stay tuned for news about that. Hopefully in the next week or two. We're just waiting on the last few details for Lebanon. So.
Yeah, once we get the Lebanon details, we'll be releasing it for people to start buying the tickets.
Yep.
Get plans going.
Yeah, I can't wait to get to Baalbek. That's the Baalbek's and the quarry. We'll definitely be hitting the quarry and the whole.
Old Greg's already been there.
Oh, Greg
Yeah.
has. Yeah, old Greg.
Greg
old,
went.
old Greg went there from Turkey. Yeah. Oh my God.
Yep,
He had some
he scouted it out
fantastic
for us. He
pictures.
did some amazing photographs.
Yeah, and we were like, all right, yeah, we got it.
Yeah.
All right, Ben. Thank you so much
Yeah, buddy.
for coming on the show. We always the shows we do with you are always amazing.
Dude.
Tell people in our audience, if they don't know, which they should, where they can find it.
It's unchartedx.com or youtube.com/c/unchartedx is all my work, and you can find links to all the socials and all the rest there. And you should do the same. If people aren't following Brothers of the Serpent, go and subscribe to them on YouTube. They're getting into video. All their stuff was audio, but I've been working my magic on them for a couple of years now. They're starting to do video, and I know there are produced YouTube videos in your future. They're coming.
Right. Yes. So brothersoftheserpent.com is the website, and I'm still working on the new website, so we're going to get a much more professional website soon. And then, yes, you can subscribe to us on YouTube. Brothers of the Serpent is our channel.
Their podcast is excellent too. If you guys listen to podcasts, Spotify, whatever, I all of the podcast sources. But that's it's a great podcast.
Anywhere podcasts can be found. We do long-form book reports where we take books about these ancient mysteries and we just go through it page by page, where I've gone through and kind of abridged it and selected certain things. And sometimes we do 11 episodes on a single book, doing discussions and everything. So if you like that kind of long-form discussion in audio, check it out. We've done lots of really great books in the feed there.
Yeah, and they do one a week. It's amazing. They're regular. They do it one a week, and I have a podcast. It's been about 8 months since I've released an episode.
I know. I keep refreshing my Uncharted X podcast feed.
I will do.
Not giving me anything.
It's coming next couple of days.
Okay.
Guaranteed.
I'm gonna throw a party when I get a new Uncharted X podcast episode. So rare.
Awesome.
All right, guys. Great show.
Yep.
Chats.
Thanks,
Thank
trolls.
you.
Chats.
Yeah, thanks trolls in our chats. Yes.
Yeah, and thank you guys so much for the support. I'd say that to both the Snake
All the
support
donators.
and my support. Thank you guys so much. Much
Yeah.
appreciated. I do stream. I'll just say this too. I do stream on Twitch a couple times a week. So I'm sorry if I didn't keep up with the chat in here. But if you want to chat to me and ask questions, please do catch me on Twitch. You can find all the details for that on my website. We'll get into it. But yeah, sorry I couldn't keep up with everything happening in the chat.
We also have Discord channels. Just want to throw this out there. We have a Discord. Ben has one. They're both very active, and Ben always posts, like when he's going to stream, he posts notifications in his Discord for the streams coming up. So it's a good way to get notifications for that. And then our Discord is huge. There's people constantly talking. So any subject you want to talk on, ancient mysteries or anything else, you can come into the Discord. There's a link to join our Discord on our website. All right.
Sounds like a cool place. I think I'm gonna check it out.
Epic. All right. What do we got? Jonathan, let me remember. Jonathan, Peter, and Troy are our executive producers for this episode. Thank you guys so much for the donations.
And new
Troy-
face.
And new face, yeah. And Troy, once again, thanks for the artwork. We're doing it.
Yep. Shake Aaron, thank you for the 20, the last minute there. Dub Selector, thank you as well. And everybody else that did the super chats and everything else in the chat. I just sorry if I missed you, but thank you so much.
Yeah.
Cheers.
All right.
Now I have to figure out how to stop this.
You gotta hit stop streaming in OBS, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. I'll be streaming live.
We love you guys.
Yeah. That's your cue. Always have.
I fucked it up, yeah. He didn't do it.
Always have.
It's all right. I said we love
Always
you.
will.
Question.
Welcome back to Uncharted X. This is Ben, and I have another video swapcast for you today. This is a really interesting one. It's been one that I've been looking forward to getting into for quite some time. We're going to take a close look at both the Karnak and Luxor temples in Upper Egypt. To my mind, these are a couple of the most enigmatic and interesting temples. They are just chock-a-block full of all sorts of evidence for ancient high technology, as well as just some astonishing remnants of what must have been just gargantuan single-piece statues and other granite objects. These sites were some major objectives for me in my recent trip to Egypt, which was late 2020. I had previously visited these sites, but I hadn't had the chance to film there. So we're going to take a bit of time to go through all of my footage, pretty much, from both Karnak and Luxor. As always, we're joined by Kyle and Russ, brothers of the Serpent. We also have another special guest with us for this one. Johanna James is going to join us. Johanna is an actress and a comedian based out of the UK. Johanna joined the trip to Egypt in late 2020. She was great fun to be with on the trip. So she also has some personal insights and experiences to relate from these temples. If you haven't seen her work, I'd highly recommend checking out her channel. There's all sorts of content there, but lately she's been making just some excellent videos in the ancient history space and exploring in particular some of the real mysteries and the evidence for ancient high technology. One thing to note about this swapcast was that I did kind of screw up and I forgot to record, or I had my microphone on mute in my recording software when we sat down and did it. Now, thankfully, Kyle and Russ, they recorded me over Zoom and I used their audio to patch this up. But unfortunately, the result is that my audio is a little bit out of sync with my video. You'll notice that it's fine for Kyle and Russ and for Johanna, but for me, it's a little bit out of sync. I don't think it's a big problem, given that, you know, most of the time we're down as little icons in the screen, but that's pretty much going to be the case for this video, and that continues right up until I think like the last half hour of this, when I finally figured out that, oh, I had the microphone on mute. I hope it doesn't tar the experience too much for anyone out there. I really enjoyed doing this podcast, and I really enjoyed going through and reviewing all of this footage with Johanna and Kyle and Russ, and I hope you enjoy it as well. I'll see you all in the next one. Cheers. All right, welcome back to the podcast. Really pleased to be here today. Joining me is the Snake Brothers once again. We're doing another video swapcast, and also have a special guest on for this one, Johanna James. Welcome.
Hello.
Good to see you again. Yes.
Good.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm supposed to talk now. Right, okay. Yeah, I joined, followed, tagged along with Ben on the Egypt trip, so I'm just going to jump in, and I was basically his little sidekick for the whole time, which was great.
Yes, it was awesome. We met in Egypt on the trip, and then you've also started just a great YouTube channel. I mean, you've always had a YouTube channel and a big following on some other platforms, Instagram and Facebook, but the video work that you've been doing lately has been taking off. Johanna, you've been producing these great videos from that Egypt trip, but you know, all of the tackling a lot of these topics in ancient history and all of the evidence for ancient high technology. So well done with that. I just wanted to say that I really enjoy your videos. I think they're really fresh and a great perspective on all of these topics, and just a great addition to all of the other content creators that are making this stuff. So well done.
Thank you. I didn't realize how much I filmed until I got back, and I was like, oh, I'll make a vlog of the trip. And I was like, oh, actually, I'll make 9. Like, there's so much stuff that we saw and that we did.
Yeah, that's great. I'm glad there's more people getting into this and thinking about it and producing good content. And totally not jealous that you got to go on the trip. Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Not jealous at all.
Yep.
Well, I nearly didn't, because England they locked down, and I bought my ticket, and they shut the England, and they said that no international travel was allowed. So I literally had to go to like the Egyptian embassy and try and like brag it off as like a work trip, and was like, I need to go because I'm an official YouTuber. And they gave me like a visa, and I sort of literally snuck out the country. I felt like proper Indiana Jones. Like, yes.
That's perfect.
Yes.
Media, it's essential.
That's right. That's right.
It is. Yes, this is essential travel, please.
Yeah.
He was. I thought it was.
Yeah.
Definitely was.
Yeah, dude, everyone that went there felt like it was essential travel. Just that it was the end of 2020, like the whole trip. We were just about the only. I think we were the only tourist group, certainly with Americans, and I think English and Australian people, and everyone that was there was just, I think, very happy to be doing something at that point, like the end of 2020.
Yeah.
We're all out and about. We're in Egypt together, so it was. A really good group of people that were willing to take the risk of traveling and kind of deal with the swings and roundabouts of fate and fortune as they happen, which they did on this trip. It was challenging in a few places, but we got through it, and I think it was a great experience. I certainly thought it was just epic.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, we watched you guys from afar. You know, the stuff you all were putting up on social media, and it was cool to see how much you guys got to see. And of course, now we're seeing the results of it. So I think we should get into it. What are we looking at here? What's going on here?
Let me flip over so everyone can see.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so today we actually are going to look at a fair bit of footage from this trip, also some footage from previous trips, but I thought the topic that would be great to have Johanna, because I know you got a lot out of these sites as well, was to take a look at some of the major temple sites in Egypt, particularly Karnak and Luxor temples, and these are just spectacular temples. I think they have a real mix of obvious dynastic work as well as what I would term kind of the older, builder work with the obelisks and the giant statues and whatnot. Just remarkable sites. And I hadn't had the chance. I mean, I've been there before, but I hadn't really filmed at them. So a lot of this footage is brand new as well, because this was the first chance I had to go kind of with the good camera gear and get to take a close look at these sites. So I'm kind of interested in going through this footage again myself, because I've only really been through it once or twice before this.
So is this is a model? Is this in a...
No, this is it.
Yeah.
It's
the actual thing.
Yeah, people don't realize how small the dynastic Egyptians are.
Yeah. It's only a model.
Yes. I thought this was just a useful way to start it, because we'll start with Karnak. One of the biggest temple sites still standing, although as big as it is, there were others that were this size, if not larger, though there's not much left of them. Some square kilometers kind of scale. You've got places like Bastet and Tanis, which were equally as big, if not bigger. But these are the ones that are kind of still standing in the upper Egypt, up on the Nile, what they call Upper Egypt. But yeah, so I thought this would be a good little just introduction to it. You sort of, on the right-hand side of this is where we progress through and sort of the tour starts, and then we get into a few different areas on the trip. But I'll roll the video. We can talk about it as we go. But yeah, Karnak's one of the, I would term just one of the more spectacular places, one of the places I was looking forward to the most to getting back to.
And what's the standard model, like dates given for beginning and end of construction for this place?
Middle, so it's typically, so things like the great hypo-style hall, which we'll see, they will say is, mute that real quick, because there's some places we'll listen to the audio, but it's generally like the era of Ramses II, which I think is kind of the middle to late period. So they'll tell you, like, his father said he started it, and then it was like a hyper-style hall was completed by Ramses II. Same thing at Luxor, although you do have a lot of Old Kingdom objects here. So, and there's Old Kingdom writing even. Like there's attributions to it that sort of suggest that this place its roots were far, far older. And I certainly think that's the case too. I think that once again you have this mix of dynastic work. So all of this stuff, and it was incredible work. Like the hyper-style hall, I think a lot of the avenues of sphinxes, these buildings, these giant walls, all dynastic, probably all done in that period, that late period in Egypt. In fact, I do have an image, I think, that talks about the dating as they give it. But, I think, again, it was built on top of what was left from previous constructions, and incorporated some of these previous things like obelisks and what were obviously 1,000-ton single-piece statues, things like the Ramesseum statue. And I know it's right at the end of this, but we found a very interesting piece of a statue that was just mind-blowing to me. I'd never seen anything quite like it, and I think it may have been up there with some of the biggest ones in Egypt.
Oh yeah, the toe.
Yes, well, the thumb. This one was the thumb.
The thumb, toe, same thing.
Yeah, and it's conglomerate too, which is crazy. Toe, thumb. Yep. Hand, toe. Foot,
It
thumb.
was some sort of part of a limb that was huge.
Oh,
That's
it had
all
a
we
big
know.
nail on it. Yes.
Yeah.
Big old nail. Yeah, so this is the entryway. So it's the same thing you see at Luxor too, which is kind of interesting in that there's this avenue of, I don't know if you'd officially call these sphinxes. These are ram-headed sphinxes. I think these are rams. And these would go for kilometers. In fact, they have, you have the same thing at, that was supposedly at the Serapeum. We'll see the same thing at Luxor. And as they keep excavating and making roadworks in these areas, in Luxor, in the town, because that's the other part. Like, these temples are literally in the middle of the city. It's like right on the, particularly Luxor's right in the middle of a city. It's right on the edge of the Nile, and they keep digging these up, and there's just like massive long avenues of these things.
You think they indicate Aries, right? Is the age of the processional age of Aries?
Could be. Yeah, I don't know specifically what these rams indicate, or what they're supposedly attributed to. And this is actually interesting.
That's like 2200 BC.
Aries? Yes. So they're Moses essentially. Yeah. So that period between up until about
it ends with zero. It's zero like Pisces.
Till about 100 BC.
Yeah, and that's Pisces. This is an interesting avenue. This is that front avenue, and I've got a clip. We might even skip to it right now, and I'll come back. That's worth listening to of a previous trip here when I was here with Graham Hancock, and this is the avenue. So looking down here around the spring solstice, it's the sun sets directly on top of that pillar that you see right at the end there, and it works for 3 days around the solstice, but it's the whole thing's aligned to the solstice. In fact,
That's amazing.
Before you move it, but I have a construction question here. What are all those like rectangular notches up high? There's a line of them on the left and on the right.
Yeah.
Mounting things up there, possibly.
Probably would be my guess. Yeah. So there may have been wooden construction here that this may have been decorated and hung with things. I think when we look at this today, you're lacking all of the color that would have been here, particularly during the dynastic work.
Yeah.
Because there's a few sections where you see that. Sorry, Jeremy.
No, as you're saying, you got to hang your clothes somewhere, right? So I'm just imagining.
Yeah, it's a good place to hang clothes.
Yeah. What were we saying about the group with
The Giants.
Alante Tambo? We're talking about these clothesline, the nub clotheslines as well. That's probably what they're for.
Yeah, for sure.
It's practical, isn't it?
Moved on.
It is interesting too the way the joint there on the two sort of entryway. I don't know what to call them. They're like columns, but they're completely separate from the wall. Whereas you've got that brick.
Piece here.
Yeah, it's like an extension.
Yeah.
It is.
So that's definitely separated for some reason, if not just different building stages.
Yeah, it's added.
Yeah.
The entrance was bigger. Something.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe this came later. It does, and because it does look like a different degree of work too, doesn't it? Like this looks like finer work.
Or maybe just new.
Yeah.
Newer, yeah. Maybe less eroded. I think a lot of this is sandstone. I want to say it's certainly not like granite. There's stacks of.
I've got a little puppy here. Sorry, tried to give him treats to keep him quiet, but he wants to join in, so he can join in.
Welcome. Yeah, all the merrier.
This is Obi-Wan Kenobi. Join the podcast.
Everyone, Egypt videos and Star Wars.
Yeah. I feel like I know we were only there for like 2 weeks, but I feel like fully qualified to talk about different types of stone and timelines now. Like I can look at stuff and be like, yeah, this is definitely from an older period. I feel quite good about that now.
Good. Yes.
So I can see what you're saying. This thing here definitely was added later.
It's clear. I mean,
clear. Well, something happened. There's definitely a difference. Yeah. And I think it's representative of the fact that there was lots of periods of building that happened at these sites, and when you look at them, you look at that.
Yeah.
Let me skip to this real quick. I think here we go. Let me just grab this, and I will play the audio for this because you'll hear Graham Hancock talking about the that avenue that we were looking at.
The one that aligns with the sun.
Great, it's just like you take a rifle and you point it, and the sun sits like the feet on the end of the rifle. And
did you witness that?
I have witnessed that, absolutely.
Did Sartre take a picture of that?
Oh yes, we have it in my book downstairs. And it's the alignment actually works for about 3 days before the solstice and 3 days after it. So from roughly the 22nd of December to the 27th of the 8th, you just get this magic. Wonderful. That's how these guys were just incredible. They were thinking big in the way we met recently. So I promise to come back then.
That's so impressive.
Yeah. Good trip. Oh, and also I've got some images from here too. There's just so many more people were there a few years back.
Yeah, that's not how we saw it. We thought it was just ourselves. We had a private tour.
It was great, but there was only a few of us there.
There's the thumb.
Yeah, we will get back. We'll get to the
thumb.
Into this. Yep. We'll keep the video rolling as we walk down into the hall. But it kind of starts with these really impressive, what they call hypo-style halls, which are these the columns that are made from rounds, and they're massive. This is the largest hypo-style hall in the world, as far as I know. I think it certainly has that claim. Luxor's pretty big too, but this was incredible work. And again, I think this is genuinely all work of the dynastics and Ramses and his father.
Yeah. That is enormous.
Well, yeah, this is just the entryway. Once we get to the actual these actual columns and pillars, the scale's kind of breathtaking.
So I see the pockmarks on the lower blocks there, like they're either damaged or they scraped something off there, or they're plastered, and then those are eroded.
Right. Yeah, I suspect there's probably been quite a bit of defacement.
Yeah.
If there was any carvings on this, and then people probably hammering at them. The funny thing is, up until not that long ago, I mean, there were people living in these sites, like Karnak and Luxor. They were like essentially tent cities, and people were living in all of these structures. Like they were just piled up with just trash and just debris and like layers of dirt, and they had to excavate all of these. But people have been living here for a long time, and just in and around it. I'm sure using whatever they felt like they needed to use.
Right. Yeah, it's ready-made structures, so.
Yeah, definitely. I would too. Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad place to live.
Amazing.
Yeah. Yes.
So are these columns made, I mean, they look like they're made of multiple blocks? Or
Yeah.
And plastered?
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of modern repair going on here. So like those columns on the left here are modern, and then you have blocks like this, which I think some of this stuff is sort of clues that harkens back to older monuments that were here. And this looks like white calcite to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Nicely cut. Yeah.
That's mad.
That walking in here. Yeah, so and a lot of the stuff's been repaired, and again, I think all of these block works and even these columns, and you see, kind of get a little sense of the hypostyle hall ahead of us here. Definitely dynastic work, but then when it comes to some of these objects, the granite single-piece statues, I think these are the ones that may have been either moved around or built around.
So when you're there, did any of the guides or Yusuf or anybody talk about the meaning of the small person below the big statues? Like, what does that mean?
Oh, it was the wife, I think.
Yeah, I have.
So
Yeah, okay, I haven't heard that one.
it was a representation of the wife of, I don't know why she was small.
Because like all the, well, not all of them, but at least some of the ram statues, there's a person standing in front of their paws. So it's like there's some kind of meaning there. I've seen people say it means the soul. No.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't recall Yusuf saying that. To be honest, I was running around filming a lot and not doing a good job of listening to everything he had to say.
Yeah, Ben would be off.
Yeah.
Get to a site, Ben's off. He's doing a perimeter check.
I had some objectives to get to. I've just been to a few.
Yeah.
I've heard. But yeah, there was. I like this. This is like a granite graveyard. I think some giant pieces of obelisks, and again, you can see clearly hand cut glyphs in a lot of these cases. This was probably attached with bronze. There was you sort of see some of the green tinges in some of these. It's good work, but it's definitely hand done work. I think obviously work done by the gymnastics, and then they would, in a lot of cases, fill in some of these with metals, and obviously all the metals.
Yeah. Right.
And this looks like a piece of an obelisk to me, like one of the many, many obelisks. This would have been a forest of obelisks, of these giant obelisks. And the funny thing is too, like, so look at the height of it. This is like the width of it. This is pretty typical for the obelisks you find here. And this is something that'll happen in a video at some point, but there's that scene on the wall at Saqqara. There's a causeway at Saqqara, and then on the wall, they've got this picture of a boat with these obelisks on the deck, and there's like, see, this is how they transported the obelisks from the quarry at Aswan to all these places.
Yeah.
But the obelisks are like less than half the height of a standing person, and they're like maybe a fifth or a sixth the size of some of these. And it's a different kettle of fish trying to move one of these than those other things. But they take that one scene and they say, yes, see, they floated all these obelisks down on barges. But I mean, these are so much mightier than the little obelisks that are shown on that depiction at Saqqara that gets used as there we go, fingers into holes again. How to do it? Yep.
I would not want to be on a boat that was taking one of these things down a river. No way.
Nope. It's a scaling problem, like you're saying, Ben. I think this is the same problem that is. I think he's getting serious there. I think this is the same problem with modern attempts to do certain things, like with this megalithic stuff. It's a scaling problem. They'll do it with a small block and they'll say, see, it can be done.
Right.
But moving heavy weights it doesn't scale up in a linear fashion. It's
My posture is awful. Stand up straight, girl. I remember what Yusuf was saying here. He was talking about, it was either this one or the one before. He was saying that there were literally two names that were on the same obelisk. Like one had written that, and they both claimed that they had made it. So it was proof that people were just tagging this thing.
Yeah.
And it was more than likely that neither of them had actually made it.
That happened a lot. Let's see if I've got let's see if you can hear it again. This camera, man. I like the footage, but the microphone is awful. But maybe we can hear what he's saying when we try.
But the thing is about steel, I mean, you can tell it's not steel, in my opinion. Stone. But stone, can you do this with stone? What? Diamond is the stone. Beryl is the stone. Corundum is the stone. Same like they did it with this one? No. No, this is the result. None of the work. Yeah.
Is all the work here hand?
Yeah, the hardwood stuff. Here we found that this is how to study, as you can see, and here is the building's knowledge.
Yeah, so he's
they added this.
Yeah, the objects themselves.
Right. So let me clarify what he's saying. So interesting. It's because it's a subtle point. There's a couple things, but when he was talking about the glyphs, the owl glyph here, like that was the question. Like Stefan was asking, like, can you use a stone chisel to get this result by hand on granite? And he's just saying yes, you can use corundum or flint or something that's harder than granite. And no doubt the gymnastic Egyptians developed this capability. They were very good at it. And you can see that work. The difference is in some of the objects themselves. So it's those flat machined faces, it's the saw cuts, it's the other. You don't see the evidence for power tools or these advanced tools in the hieroglyphs themselves. And Yusuf, he's seen everything. He pretty much contends that he has not seen any of the glyphs, even the really good ones, which are absolutely beautiful, that represent sort of power tools or advanced tooling. So he thinks that all of those were done by hand, as opposed to the objects themselves, which then he spins around and points at a statue that has, you know, a belt on it, but the belt doesn't have any names on it. Where, you know, in most cases you see names written into these belts or on the statues. And again, a much cruder form of work compared to the object itself. So you see that a lot on a lot of these sites, and particularly on these giant megalithic blocks. That, I mean, it fits. To me, it fits that the idea that these were inherited objects that were then modified and written on later, and that became the writing and everything became a high art form. And there's even some subtlety and nuance in a couple of objects and shapes and glyphs that I think may have been incorporated as original objects, and we'll get to that when we get to the Luxor side. But yeah, I just he's making a good point about the
yeah. So the hieroglyphs, even these, you know, very nicely done, deeply cut ones, could be done with basically primitive tools by hand, was what he's saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And it became a high art form. And by this time with Ramses, I mean, you had probably likely schools of stonecutters, and they became very, very good at it. And you'll see on some of these obelisks, they just look remarkable. Beautiful.
By the way, this is the granite relief that transforms into this shape object. Very odd. The extent of mineral deposits is lots of granite. Broken pieces of granite and these are pillars in white graphite crystal. But most of what's standing is sandy stone. So these are obviously.
And all that rubble's just lying there in the courtyard?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
It's like a graveyard there. It's amazing.
Oh.
Granite graveyard. Yeah. And as he said, there's everything else is sandstone, but there's this granodiorite and objects like this. We'll see some really interesting effects into some of the stones. Something happened here. Like there was, there's
damage for sure.
Right. And, well, and some of it's actually changed on almost a molecular level. Like there's something happened to some of this granite and some of these objects that changed the property of the stone. Like there's whether it was from its original purpose and use, if it was somehow activated, I don't know. I can't, you know. But there's definitely something weird happened here.
It like melted from the inside out. It's so weird.
Wow.
You're like, what was going through that granite that made it melt?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And if you look closer, you can see the roughness on those glyphs, and it's yeah, it is hand tool. It is tool done. I like to use the box and the Serapeum as an example because it's so obvious that the writing such poor work. But you do have plenty of examples of very good writing, but it still doesn't quite hit that, you know, power tool.
Yeah.
It's like Toy Story and Andy. It's like there are these amazing toys, and then you see Andy written on the bottom, and you're like, oh, Andy made it. The whole thing. No.
Exactly.
There you go.
Yep.
Are those jars and bowls right there? Is that what that was on the wall?
Yeah. I think so. Yeah, there's a whole. This is the section that I hadn't seen before, and actually, this is I wanted to talk about that. I saw this and I had to go over and take a look at it. The door shape. This is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and again written on, but this is a shape that is drawn everywhere. There's one of these drawn on the boxes in the Serapeum. There was in the Serapeum there's two massive granite steles with that shape on either side of every box in every alcove, much bigger than this, but granite, and they've since all been quarried. But these were inset into the walls, and you see this everywhere. And no doubt, in the museum, there's lots of these blocks that show this shape. And then what's interesting is you have some resonance chambers on the Giza plateau that have this shape, and these are the rooms that form, you know, standing waves, and they have some savage acoustic properties. And I think this shape had something to do with the functional nature of what was going on, and it was something that was then ceremonially adopted by the dynastic Egyptians and replicated. They drew it on everything. They would imitate. They'd even paint stone a granite color and draw the shape on it in later periods.
Can you capture a photo of that thing straight on for me?
Yes.
So
I remember we were talking about what kinds of drugs would maybe open that portal. How many? What would you have to take to get through that door?
Just tap on it. Come on.
You have to play the right kind of trumpet.
Yeah, you got to play the right kind of note. That's for sure.
So did you
Big friend. and enter.
Yeah. Speak
Didn't
French.
try that.
There's a really fine carving of like the trim on the top of that doorway thing. You know, the little vertical lines that go across what looks like a crown molding or something.
Yep.
Is that also hand tooled like the hieroglyphs?
Not sure. I'd have to take a
that-
close look at it. I see
Yeah.
if we've got some pictures of it.
Because it looks like part of the actual, you know, design
Yeah.
of the door itself.
Yeah, it may have been.
There was like a square bathtubby thing that we just planned along, and that Yusef said that he thinks that's machine cut, and you tap it and it sounds like metal.
Oh wow.
Really?
Over here?
Yeah, it was back along the lines of the pots. He was like playing on it like drums, and it sounded like a steel pan, but it was made of stone.
Oh, there it is. Wow.
Wow.
That thing there, yeah. He thinks that is machine, not by hand. Yeah, machine cut.
Yeah. You see that in a few different places. Like there's some sort of resonant property with the stone. It's very strange. Like it rings. There's I know of examples of Abusia. In fact, there's a we didn't see it on this trip, and maybe perhaps they've moved it because they have moved stuff around since I was here last, which was 2015, I want to say, 16 maybe, and at these temples anyway. But there's also like an obelisk at the end. They rope it off, but it's like the 15 feet of the tip of an obelisk. And if you go up and slap that thing, it rings like a bell. Like you put you like ting, it resonates. You hit this obelisk, and it's just unbelievable.
Well, I don't want to be too big of a scriptard here, but that rectangular thing was sitting on two, I don't know, wooden blocks or something. So it's suspended, and with any say crystalline object or whatever, if you move those things, if they're resting on what would be natural nodal points or nodal lines in the natural vibration of the object, then it's going to resonate.
Yeah.
So if you moved it off of one of the nodal lines, like shifted it over a few inches, it may deaden the sound.
Yes. No, I understand. Yeah. No.
The xylophone, you know, the key is a solid block of metal, and it sits on two rails, and they're very specifically designed proportionately to the keys. That's why they widen out as the keys go.
Yeah. No, I hear you, and I'm not the ringing of the stones. I feel like I understand that's the same thing. Like you can probably, it depends on how it's balanced and whether it'll resonate. That's a natural property of some of the types of stones. It's just it's an interesting when you cross it.
Yeah, we have flint here. We find big flint pieces. And, you know, it's trapped in limestone. If you can get it out, or you can set it up on something where it's not, you know, it's not like basically laying on the ground. If you hit it with your hand, it rings like a bell. Some of them do, not all the time, but yeah, it's amazing. It's natural pieces of stone. So it's that lithophonic property is. It seems like sometimes they look for it. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's certainly that property of the stone seemed important, particularly in the coffers or whatever the boxes. So this whole area was kind of interesting that we're getting into. This is white calicites, so these structures that are left that were made from this sort of crystalline stone, travertine or I don't know what you use, alabaster, I guess.
Alabaster, yeah. That's
and these are, and I think this was not normally accessed. Like there's some very fine hieroglyphs that you probably shouldn't be having a hand on the wall. But this is some machine. There's definitely machine cuts.
Like this guy.
Yeah, right. I think Yusuf told us don't touch it. And then, so I wanted to point this out too, that these structures appear to have been machined, and in fact there are overcuts in the edges of the walls that you'll see here, and you can see kind of how well machined this is too, and the crystal structure of the stone. But you also have a lot of these areas where there are pretty clear overcuts from whatever tool they were using to make it.
And so was that a mortar joint that you just passed, or because
I think it's probably a modern repair.
Okay, so when you were first approaching the building, it looked like you could see mortar maybe, or was that just another aspect of the stone?
I think it's restoration, modern restoration. This stuff here, I suspect this is, I think this is all modern. This is like all.
It's supposed to have been cut from a single piece of material. and it's restored, or are those blocks?
Yes, well, the roof definitely was all one piece. It's been put back together in slots, but originally he said it was all one piece of granite, the roof for sure. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. We didn't spend a lot of time here, but this was a very interesting spot. And again, it just. Yeah.
Sorry.
What's it for? Yeah. Beats me.
Oh well, Yusuf says he goes, it's not impossible that the chambers were like on the original site, and they were just pure cut crystal boxes that resonated, and then the Egyptians came and put all the glyphs inside.
Yeah.
And that made sense. They did have a nice resonance to them. We were sort of humming and trying to start a choir in there.
They do, and you see you have big crystal boxes underneath some of the pyramids. So there's a huge yellow quartzite. It's a very rare type of stone. There's a massive box that's underneath the Maidum pyramid, which you can't get to anymore because of the water table. But Petrie found it. It weighs something like 70-80 tons, and it's a big sort of, they call it obviously a burial chamber, but it's all like one single piece of this yellow crystal that's underneath the Maidum pyramid.
And it's the same as the calcite that's been ripped out of the pyramids and buried, right?
Yep. Same.
So they've recently just hidden all of this crystal that was inside of the pyramid. And I'm like, I may have a small piece of it in my luggage.
Uh-oh.
Didn't hear that.
Yeah. No.
Well,
cut that.
They were burying it.
They were.
I was like, I've got to save a piece of history here. If they're trying to wipe that off the history books. No.
Yes, we will get into that when we come back from the
Yeah, for sure. We'll be right back. And we are back. Second segment. Brothers of the Serpent, Uncharted X, and Johanna James. Glad to have you with us. And this is fantastic. It's great hearing both of you guys' perspective from the trip.
Yeah.
Where are we going next? What are we looking at?
Fresh. We're going to continue at Karnak. We still have, we'll keep this rolling at Karnak because there's a lot more to see here yet. We're like we said, we're off in these crystalline halls that are kind of off to the side. There's something of a granite table and these extremely high quality glyph work that's been done on top of them. Some of this stuff is obviously in high relief, so it's just incredible work, but this has all been done on top of these, possibly single-piece alabaster or white calcite chambers, if you like.
Yeah, you're right. It is high relief. It's so beautiful. Yeah.
And that actually reminds me of what we were talking about in the last break, or just before the last break, which was where they have actually been hiding and burying calcite. So, Johanna, you were talking about underneath the pyramid. Specifically, it's the step pyramid. It is the subject of my next proper video that I'm working on, which I am going to get done. But there's so they found like 70 or 80 tons of white calcite beneath the step pyramid, and they pretty much pulled it all up out there and they buried it as landfill. And there's chunks and pieces of it that have tube drills in it and machine cuts, like really high quality stone. And for whatever reason, they piled it up all behind the step pyramid, and then they buried it. They bulldozed it, and they buried it in this huge rubble field that's behind the step pyramid.
To preserve it.
Right. Yeah.
That's what they say.
Yeah, officially that's the official story. They dragged it up outside the pyramid, and they buried it in the sand to preserve it.
Yeah.
Nah, doesn't fly with me.
No. And you
Conspiracy theory.
Well, I think
Well,
it's.
Oh no, you go. What's your conspiracy? We'll compare conspiracy theories.
Well, I think it's anything that, in some cases, I think stuff that isn't matching the mainstream narrative gets buried, gets dismissed, gets pushed away, and I think a lot of this stuff was machined. I mean, we found little pieces of it, and I've got pictures of it, and it's perhaps another site that we can look at on one of these swapcasts, and it will be in my upcoming video. But clear tubular drills and machine cuts and just perfect flats. So like this work, it wasn't done by hand. There's all sorts of stuff, and you dig back through the history books, there's all sorts of things that have been written about these chambers, these crystal chambers beneath the step pyramid. So I'm not really sure why they did it, but I suspect if there was a reason that may have been it. It's like, well, this is something we can't explain, so we're going to remove it and just get it out of the
preserve it.
yeah, preserve it by smashing it up and then burying it with a bulldozer. Right. Okay, that makes perfect sense.
That is the same theory that I came upon myself.
Okay, I was going to ask.
I can, yeah.
Have confirmed.
We've confirmed. Yeah, it totally seems like that. Like the theme through all the sites were that, especially the pyramids, they just seem to be so functional. And I think that now that story is coming out and people are clicking that sound resonance and vibrations have something to do with these structures, I do think that they are just dusting away anything that would potentially, once people start scanning this stuff and doing proper tests, they're just quickly hiding it in the back garden. Nothing to see here, just a tomb.
Right.
That's it's a very good point, because we see a bit more of that at Luxor, and some of it's been done in the name of restoration and repair, which is interesting, because there's been some massive changes at Luxor that we'll get into when we hit that site. But yeah, and to some extent it's removed some of the ability to actually question some of the mainstream narrative, right? And we'll get to it when I get there. But some of the obvious evidence for absolute precision and symmetry is now well and truly out of our reach in terms of taking a close look at it. And I'll explain that more when we get to Luxor. But so this is the hyperstyle hall. It's incredibly impressive. Again, these are columns made up of rounds. Again, I think this was all work done by the dynastics and Ramses and his father. Well, that dynasty, they finished it, and then was written all over. Very impressive. Again, all sandstone, but almost imitation of the columns that you see. Some columns like this made of solid granite at some other sites.
Does it seem to you like I've never been able to figure this out, but of course I haven't been there.
Yo, Robbie.
But it seems like they put the columns really close to each other. Like there's, is that right?
We've accomplished so much together. I want to thank all of my family and my friends and my staff. I only say this, we have worked hard. We've left it all, as the athletes would say, we've left it all in the field. We don't have to come and say, we'll never say in a month when we're sitting in Florida, we're not going to be looking at each other and saying, if we only worked a little bit harder, you can't work harder. I will always fight for you. I will be watching, I will be listening, and I will tell you that the future of this country has never been better.
Robbie. Yo. Oh, for sure. This one, there's actually no look down. What up, Tewan? Sorry for all the ads,
like
too. I appreciate it if you stick around through the
wide
ads.
hall, but the columns are so big that they appear to be really.
Yo, what up, Robbie? How you doing? What we playing, bro?
Which is a strange
More
thing
Yakuza.
I wonder if it was.
More Yakuza, my bro.
The measurements between columns is something other
Hugs for
than
that,
structural.
bro. Dude, that's such a sweet web end, bro.
Close they are.
It's so sweet.
Yeah.
Well, it seems
Yakuza
like
life,
you can
nice.
just top the whole thing with stone.
Yeah, maybe you do need
You
it.
gotta have enough support.
There's a big blocks of stone.
This
I mean,
one's
they
actually
lifted
pretty
up some
interesting
pretty
level. You
heavy
just shoot
blocks of
cameras.
sandstone up there, and also the artwork.
Or you
in here,
try to.
particularly on the underneath, and at the end of this, I've got some images and some close-ups of some of the artwork that's underneath. There's George Howard. Underneath.
So you try to beat this in 22 seconds. Yo, what up, Robbie? Thanks for raid, man.
Beautiful color of these glyphs, and it gives you like a little glimpse into what this place must have been like.
So my PV is 23. I'm going for 22.
So this is kind of where we get into what I would call a more interesting section of Karnak, where you have the giant obelisks still standing, some of the granite objects that I think are a real juxtaposition to the hyperstyle hall and the stuff that came later.
Yeah. So I was going to tell you that I went to the Vatican, and after we spent some time in Italy, and
22 is 9th place.
in Rome, and then when we went to the Vatican,
But like
I saw that
30
obelisk,
people
and I
have
didn't-
22.
I was like, this looks like it was made out of
So
concrete
it's
or something.
it's
like,
tied 9th place.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about it.
But with like 24 other people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had no hieroglyphs on it, and that was one of the main things that I was, of course I didn't.
So right
know at the
now,
time,
like
but
23 is ranked, I think, like
it's actually
30th
real.
or something.
But
But even more
yeah,
people
it
have
was
like,
completely blank.
I don't
My
know,
question
30
is, do you
people
think
have
that they were
30,
all like
or
that,
30 people
and
have
that
23.
The Egyptians, the dynastic Egyptians, came along and carved
What is
stuff
first?
into all of them, or is there? Yeah.
It goes.
Yeah, that's what I
First
think. I
is
think
19.
They were written on, and then in some cases many times.
Second is
well.
20.
I do think they're
And
I was thinking this when
then
we,
I don't know,
there's a
5
good
people
example of Luxor,
have
but I think there is some
21.
Some of these shapes. In fact, this is a good. This is a massive.
Look at it, it's a beast.
Yeah, this is gigantic.
Then
It's
22
one piece of
is
rock.
tied
It's like-
9th, like 20.
Yeah, and then the one that was at the Vatican was just. It's just massive.
So the Vatican managed to get their hands on an unaltered.
An unaltered one. That's what I'm saying. So it's like whoever.
That's an original.
Yeah,
That's an
18's, yeah,
hadn't
right.
been messed with.
They knew what they were doing.
They knew what they were doing.
Yeah, this one obelisk, 800 tons. This one here.
Eventually, one day, dude, 18 is. I really think
This is
18
the
is
Hatshepsut,
possible.
I think they call it the Hatshepsut obelisk.
And you know why?
So there's some of the so yeah, we'll
Because
get
if you
into it,
watch
but I think
Ace's
some of the
19
circles with the
run,
dots in some places
he
of the
doesn't get a
statues may have been
boost
original, markings.
to the
That
or like
because
out
they
the
are
exit
different,
door.
and they're the only symbols that I've
He has
seen
all
that
that
are both
space. If he
polished
got a
and
boost
look
out that
like
door,
they're
he would have saved a
possible
second
done
even.
with tools, and it's some better examples of it later. that
Because
we'll
he
get
did the
into in
YOLO
detail, but
door
this is
open,
the-
but he
the
didn't
one
get the
that's cut off.
boost.
So there would have been avenues of these.
So if he had that
There was
boost, it would have been
a couple
18,
are standing now, but there was
100%.
likely dozens of these obelisks at these sites. And so it's, it gives an idea of the sort of scale. of
honestly,
how
I think
much
18 is
stone
possible,
They pulled
man.
out of the quarries and made these things. It's not just one or two.
I think if you ask Ace, he'll
probably
even say 18 is
several
possible.
dozen. And not just here.
I wonder what
In
did the
theory.
damage to the corners up so high too.
Right?
They couldn't have fallen over because that would have broken the whole thing, right? So
maybe the other obelisks that fell over and hit.
But no, man, I'm
Ah.
going for 22.
there you go.
So yeah, the one at the Vatican weighs 326 tons,
Whoa.
and it's sometimes called.
We're on a tour of
Caligula's
Luxor now,
Um,
in Egypt.
But yeah, they say that I'm just reading this little article here, but they're like, no one knows which pharaoh ordered its construction because it doesn't have any hieroglyphs on it.
Yeah, right. Anyway, we tell because they always.
Ads
wrote
over.
them.
Yo, thanks, Robbie. Thanks for sitting through them, bro.
Never mind that they've been
I
written
appreciate
over.
that, my dude.
So we talked about that
Fucking
earlier too.
unemployed.
There is obvious
I'm
evidence
unemployed.
here. I get a
You're
whole
back,
bit
thanks,
on it
Kingo.
at
King of
Tanis,
all.
where there's
I took
so
like a
many
2-hour
occasions
nap
where
in my
these
stream.
obelisks have been written over, and you have guys like Ramses
So you
that
might have
carve
missed
their
that,
obelisks
King of
very
all.
deeply
I
and
slept
make
from
sure
like 2 to
it's
4
real
p.m.
hard to erase his name, 'cause he
Eastern
spent
time.
So much of his time erasing other people's names.
It's pretty epic.
And so this is interesting. This is an overcut into some of the granite. And we back that up a bit and then look at that again. So it's this is like a saw cut that's very vertical, like straight, narrow beam that is again doing this by hand takes
Heck
hours
yeah,
and
buddy.
hours of grinding and trying to cut this stuff with
That
a
sounds
hand tool.
amazing.
You simply do not make overcuts. You'd have to be here for a day or two.
It must feel
to make
amazing.
an overcut. But using power tools, you make overcuts.
Yo, this is for King of
So this
all
is
and
like
his
a-
cup
you
of
can almost
soup,
see where it's
bro.
been backed out here. And,
Fuck off.
And how do you explain this?
Oh, I think last stream.
The whole hand
I think last stream.
And again, this is all rose granite.
Also, this was like the granite, and then there was a wall of like sandstone or limestone
Epic, yo.
next to it. And
It's
it was
epic
like
that you're here,
they
my man.
added the sandstone, and then they tried to do glyphs over the whole thing, but they couldn't do it very well in the granite, but perfectly in the sandstone. So it looked like there. It looked like they definitely like the granite was there before. It was old, and they tried to like smush it onto a building.
Oh,
and
man.
build it, but they couldn't get it uniform.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Good question, King of all.
Sandstone to the left.
Bro, King of all, I think it might have been like 3rd or 4th or 5th.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and
I don't know if it does that
they tried
information,
to do a
Robbie.
good job of matching it, but couldn't quite
They couldn't
pull it off.
Yeah.
And this is interesting. This is kind of the center part of Karnak.
The
granite
first, I
chamber.
can't remember the
There's a very
name.
strange granite box that has this lid that's kind of inset to it. That's
I think it was my
it's got
friend
this giant lid
in
on top of this box for
near
whatever
Toronto.
reason. but it's inside a
Sean, my
granite
friend
chamber.
Sean.
This is, again, likely all original, functional.
I
for
played
whatever
baseball
reason,
with.
but I think Yusuf was commenting. Let me see if there's any
DJ was third, I think. Dynamics DJ was my third follower.
It looks heavily damaged, that lid.
I can enable it on
Or-
Stream
yeah.
Elements. Wow, really?
Maybe they made it that way, but it goes,
Insane.
there's like giant scoops on the edges of it, the corners.
Stream Elements is pretty great, right?
Yeah, it's been
I'm a
smashed
big
apart.
Stream
Maybe
Elements
somebody's
fan.
looking for something in there eventually. I don't know. But yeah, this massive granite chamber, reminiscent of the King's Chamber. Yep, there's our guy at the MP5.
Yeah, like we have.
Suit. Cool. That's not bad.
Like
Yeah,
to
look at those, these things
we
there, they
have
just look like something out of
AI
Space
names.
Age.
We got some AI up in here, so you can
They're
say
more impressive when they don't have
Z's,
things written on them. I
Robbie
think
Rat,
it freaks me out. It's like,
Poison,
why is that?
Rated
Why does that
Us.
look so modern? But it's one of the oldest things in there.
Yeah, I think it's diorite too. I think this might be a big diorite piece. Like it's incredible.
And it's like one piece. So,
Yeah.
Again, it's hard
And
to
if you
make
want to
a
use
giant
like
cut all the way through it.
Mario, dude, that's amazing, bro.
Yeah.
That's amazing,
Let's see
dude.
if there's any noise because we're getting into some real interesting stuff here.
And if you want to use a random name, like
Here's a
You
very
type
large,
with the
here's probably
tilde.
the largest tube drill that I've ever seen. It's probably the largest one on record. Into rose granite. This one's probably like 8-9 inches diameter. Humongous tube drill, and you can kind of see it's got that lip at the back end. So it was a hollow tube drill that was made this cut into the rose.
I like your
granite.
I like your nickname too, bro.
It has these strange markings that have been done after the tube was cut out.
Dude, I don't know, bro. I was
Again,
thinking of being
see
Lindsey
this line?
Graham.
It's actually half of the hole because I think this block was quarried later.
You know who Lindsey Graham is?
People were looking for these
Probably
holes
don't know who that is.
because it gives you a better
He's like
chance of splitting
a
the
foreign
granite.
correspondent.
Yeah, along the axis of the hole.
LOL, Sailorkers, yo. Or just like Lindsey Graham slash Boomer. I might just do Lindsey Graham slash Boomer. And it might just turn into Boomer. And just me just mouth off like absurd
You
Boomer
can see on the wide shots just
philosophy.
how weird the obelisks do look. Like
Just
they don't
ridiculous
fit with
stuff.
The rest of Karnak. The rest of Karnak is
I
beautiful.
think that's what it
soft
might turn into.
Sandstone that's made up of loads
But
of
dude,
little
Lindsey
pieces.
Graham, man, dude,
And then
did you see that Sailor Curse? Like the video of him talking about
I feel like they
the
were there
hurricanes?
before and
Like,
everything else was
holy
built
crap,
around.
man.
Yeah, I really get the same sense in a lot of these places. I think they're
Joe
all
Rogan or Aliens Among Us.
the remnants of what was left, and then they
Yeah,
became
it's
sacrifice.
fucked, bro.
Yeah, that
Like,
looks
it's so friggin' beyond 1984. It's like double speak or whatever it is, that
Very
bullshit
much
is.
damaged. Though some of this may have been just defacing and hammering. That. And you can see the
Expand
green
your
tinge
mind.
on things from copper and
Yeah.
bronze that were likely inset.
It's like, yeah.
Must have been
I haven't
beautiful,
slept
but yeah,
thinking much about South Carolina, but think about what's going on in Israel. We need to stop that war from coming over here.
Granite chamber.
God, look at those ceiling blocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're enormous. Yeah.
You did look up and go.
It's
"Please
just
not
so
today."
insane.
After thousands and
And he's
thousands of
from
years.
South Carolina. Like, I think he was elected by South Carolinians.
What a way to go.
That damage on the walls is really strange to me.
Yeah.
Wait for it. Wait, this next clip here that we're going to get to in a second. And we'll have some audio for this, so we'll listen to
Bought and paid by, yeah. So crazy, man. So I mean, I might just get a gray wig. And maybe like put a pillow under my shirt, like a belly. And maybe a bulbous nose. Maybe some big ears. But it's such a bad energy. Such a bad omen.
Yeah, he's basically saying that the whole idea of a box with a lid, this wasn't a burial, this wasn't a sarcophagus, this wasn't ever meant to be anything like that. So
Like, I don't want to
wasn't it
become
just a table, why wasn't
what
it a
I
single
dislike,
piece
you know what I mean? I
that
want to be
was
like
again
king of all and
something
become what I like.
And I kind of want to set.
What
this
should
up
I
for
be?
next
I
one.
don't know.
Talk about damage to walls.
Could be Goku
We're
again.
about to see something that's
I
really
have the
strange.
whole
I can't explain
uni
it.
get up.
It's some specific. It's a black granite. And it's an area that was locked off. We've got some
I
special
also
access to
have
kind of sneak
the
in there and take a
Matrix
close look at it. And I'll leave the volume on, so hopefully you can hear what
Neo
what Yusuf's saying. I
costume.
know it's going to be a little out of sync for you guys while you're watching it, but you'll it should
But
be okay.
Boomer would be
But
hilarious.
it's just some a really interesting part of Karnak that I definitely wanted to get back to, and we did take a close look at it, and this is something I want to get into in the future.
All right.
And they didn't know that they happened to be. So, if you get in a restricted area, I want to more attention to.
Man, we gotta go. We got to go to
Yeah,
Luxor, my
it
friends.
became
We
a
gotta go.
restricted area once they
We
brought
gotta go
attention
there.
to this, and he has been quizzing Susan Moore and Robert Schock about this, who are geologists, and they don't know what the hell happened to the stone here. They don't have any explanation for it. And again, like you said, it was only after that Yusuf and
Amazing king of all.
drew attention to this,
Amazing.
it became a restricted area, but
Truly amazing.
we kind of got in there and had a look.
You're hardcore, bro. I can't watch that stuff. You're hardcore, man.
It looks like. I can't really tell, but it looks like. I can't see what the direction of damage is. It's like something going on.
Look at this. It's all smashed up. It's all cracked.
Crack like this was going to cause it to fall apart or to fall down, and it didn't.
I don't know, I just feel like a big child. I don't know, I just don't want to see like horror stuff. I'm not a big horror guy. It's not really for me.
I asked this user more, my geology teacher, and Dr. Robert Schock. And we saw a similar example in one of the sketches, and then the explanation was in it that see that thing that can happen because they need to answer the stone from the one.
No, I don't.
It didn't get anything to Dr. Robert Schock, and he actually left.
Like at all.
I showed him this, but here is an open piece, and of course, Susan Moore, my teacher, she, when I talked to her about this, she said that, here we find the stone. Here we find a piece of the stone.
I don't know, man. I like to look at rocks and shit.
Another piece.
I'm a simple man.
We can look at this.
Just give me some old stones and I'll be happy.
Because it's conclusive evidence that this transformation happens after this level of the stone was seen. So it's not just a difference in geologic order or anything like that. I think that I consulted.
So it's as if the stone is kind of melted from the inside out. There's something that has changed to the mineral in the stone. Like this is a big piece of granite.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's something very odd that's happened to it. And really, like I said, Schock and Susan Moore don't really have any explanation for it.
And also, I mean, the other interesting thing is that the hieroglyphs probably would have been carved before that happened.
Possibly, yeah.
I mean, would they really
look
try
like that.
hand hammering all of that into a shattered stone? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
That's true.
good point. Don't you?
My theories are all blown out now.
On this side. So we can see
Maybe
that
they
this
did.
level is huge, and it's working with them all around. But the core is what changed. Became two different continuums. It's not evident in geoform, by the way, because we know where the quality of granite is going to come from.
Has a clear little disclaimer there. In the
Come on, man.
Geopolymer, because we know where the quarry is that this stone came. Okay.
On the same case here. So when the inner core, for some reason, extended, these cracks appear on the surface. And this can happen long time ago, but then for the stone to keep expanding, cracking, this can take also 1,000 years. Can this happen naturally?
Yeah, so I think it's possible maybe when you look at the writing that this transformation may have started inside the stone and then it took time to develop. That maybe it didn't happen until after the writing was done. I don't know.
Yeah.
But you're right. I'm sure that the writing must have been done before the, like at least the cracks on the surface emerged.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like granite at all. I mean, that is really weird. It looks, I mean, decomposed granite.
Yeah,
maybe.
it does look like decomposed granite. But it's you're right though, and he's right. He's pointing out that the basically there's an exterior
veneer
on what looks like a totally changed inner core.
Yeah.
Yep.
People on my YouTube were saying, well, it's obviously that they've put like a case on the outside. And like, no, trust me, it's like one rock.
Yeah.
It's just completely changed on the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the what we're calling a veneer is thicker on the sides on the piece that we're looking at there.
Yeah. In some cases it's thicker. Yeah.
It's like maybe a half inch thick in some places and 2 inches thick in other places. It's
Please say you nicked that.
No.
Have you got? Oh, damn it.
No.
We could have done tests.
I didn't bring anything back. Yeah, there's bits and pieces everywhere. That'd be cool. Yeah, I'd like to see somebody do some more detailed testing on it. But it seemed to happen in this area to everything, you know. And
Here we are socially distancing.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I can tell. Yeah. Yeah, so that does look like those little pieces of gravel there. It's
decomposed granite.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that
Like,
dust.
come on, man.
Yeah, granite dust.
Yep. And how they do it.
Yeah, there you go. What's up?
No idea. No idea. Yeah, it's crumbling apart.
Wow.
You should look it up because you can buy this stuff. I'm sure they
decompose granite.
Yeah, they probably treat it somehow, or I don't know, maybe they quarry it like that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is they found it like that.
They find it like
I
that.
have no idea.
Well, there's got to be a process.
This was a major discovery. I think we figured out how they move some of these blocks around.
Nice lift you got there.
King of all watching Friday the 13th.
But it
Insane.
Did it break or fall out? No. Something happened.
There was, yeah. Big,
I
like,
never
tower
stopped,
crane was all
surprisingly.
bent and smashed.
Yeah.
Where that was, you're right.
In a good way.
I remember hearing about a crane, and they were trying to move something with a crane, and it broke the crane. And I was like, yeah, okay. So people did this with ropes and sticks. Yeah, okay, cool.
Exactly. Yeah, and this thing wouldn't have been capable, like that's a nice crane, but it wouldn't have been capable of lifting anything like this.
Come on, man. Like, what?
No, not even close.
No shot. Yeah, so there's the tip of an obelisk laying down. I think this may have been the one that you slap on it and it rings. But yeah, there would again avenues of obelisks. There's also a large pond. Or lake. It was the man-made lake.
Did you see the weird trees?
That pool must have been so baller back in the day. Oh my god, that pool must have been
Okay, they're pretty cool.
the fucking spot.
There's a big crane.
Yeah, that's a big crane, right?
Full of big cranes.
It was one of those that was busted. I remember this being like super warm.
It was quite hot.
Let's see if we can.
Oh, that's the biggest beetle. The biggest.
Oh yeah, the large scarab. Yeah,
The scarab. Yeah, if you walk around it 7 times, you get pregnant. So I didn't do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
Honestly, it reminds me of the Luxor pool in Vegas.
Both didn't want to go very
Kind of like big and rectangular and square. Beside the ruins.
Some people by mistake call it diorite. It's called the tunalite, according to the collection that was after the research of my
Tunalite.
archaeologist Susan May. Tunalite is a type of granite stone with high quartz content. Makes it more solid than the rose granite. And that makes sense when they used it to make the counters which of course the NASA prediction, or I mean, the Egyptologists believe it was the ground that was used to stood across the field around.
Yeah, beautiful piece. And again, that's made from the material that they make pounding stones out of, that they say are the things that we use to cut out the granite.
Right.
Sorry.
I love that leg. What a leg. Like,
Yeah.
you can see all the muscles. He's done leg day. It's beautiful. I love that.
He's
one
done
of my
leg
favourite
day.
Bits of statue.
Jeez.
You see the tendons.
He's done leg
Yes.
day.
The cuffer and throne to feel the statues.
Great.
Absolute precision, like just mastery of stone that isn't reflected if you look closely in the hieroglyphs that are on it as well. Like you have these beautifully polished statue, and you have these hand carved, and chiseled, imprecise hieroglyphs. And you look closely at any of these objects, and you'll see that as well. Particularly the really hard ones. You see that they really struggled to make indentations into them.
Yeah, it does look like kids had a go. I mean, not to be rude to the artiste, but also I remember going to one of the museums after and seeing a statue which had legs about the same size, and I was like, wait, when did this statue was made? What time period? And Yusuf was like, oh, that's a lot later. And these legs were so bad. They were just like basically, I feel like I carved them. Like it was really not very good. And then I just remembered that one at Karnak, and I was like, how come the one that was made like dynasties before was so good, and then they just lost the ability to carve an ankle?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, so we're coming up to the end of the video footage here for Karnak, and there is the thing that I think is a real highlight. And Johanna, those trees, I think we're coming up on those, but the real highlight for me is this the remnants of what was a conglomerate single piece statue, and there was likely several of these at Karnak. Let's skip this forward a little bit.
So just when you think
So my friends, if you want to know the stats, in the past week I've streamed a lot of time.
Yeah. So this is like the thumb. Somebody's holding.
I streamed a lot this past week,
thumbnail,
and I
it's like
think
seated or standing statues, perhaps. And
I've made $10. Thanks, brother. I think I made $10 in ads watched with like people with Twitch Turbo and other people not with Twitch Turbo watching ads. And I think that doesn't include Sailor Curse's sub. I made $10 for the ads, so I appreciate you watching. And just for stats and purposes, that'd be crazy. If I can get like $40 an ad a month if I stream like 100 hours. The $10 I think was for like, I don't know why, for like 54 hours of streaming in the last 2 weeks or something. So I'm not sure if it was the last week or the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, so
but anyways,
reiterate that. It's the nail itself and the lines of it is obviously the way
just to keep you informed.
much finer quality than the glyphs that have been added to it.
So I appreciate it. Appreciate you watching the ads and skipping the ads and Twitch Turbo and everything. And the sub Baron or Sailor.
Yeah.
It's the
Thank you, bro.
Shami. It's Shami.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's what it is. It's a lightsaber.
Yeah, you turn it on, it's a lightsaber blade, and you can
Yeah.
It looks like that meme.
Come on,
the meme going around the
Sailor
internet,
Curse,
someone
come
with
on.
an angry fist that's just like this.
For Sailor.
And it just reminded me of a big
No,
meme.
what?
carving memes out of stone. Earth memes website.
Indeed.
There were no low F memes back then.
Yeah, so it's super impressive, and I think there could have been multiple of those statues, like as much as they were at Tanis. You see them at Luxor. We would have had them at obviously Colossi of Memnon, the
It's too slow.
Ramesseum. So
It's
not
23.
just massive obelisks, but also these massive single-piece statues, of which there are only barest chunks of them left. But yeah, that thumb, I'd love to see the proportionality of that thumb sort of looked at and analysed.
Yeah. Did you say the Colossi of Nimnon?
Nimnon. Colossi of Nimnon.
Meme none. Here we are. That's me doing my work, my professional hunting, ancient technology hunting. I mean, if you're into foot fetishes, Karnak is the place. There's just toes everywhere.
There are
Foot fetish.
There's a lot of feet at Karnak.
Yeah,
It's
you're
inside a
Johanna
tip.
Jane's is killing it.
Yeah. Don't tell anyone.
It was a secret.
All right, let's take another break. We're up at the next
Yeah.
break.
All right.
All
We'll
right.
be right back.
Yeah.
See you right there. Hi guys, welcome back. We're now into the third segment
That's right.
of the show. Yes, and we're all still here. We're all still going. And we've just left Karnak and we're about to visit. Where are we going next, Ben?
Luxor Temple.
Luxor.
An evening visit to Luxor Temple, which is often how it's done. Although I do.
Oh
have
yeah,
some
Luxor at night.
data
Oh my
from
goodness, here we
previous
go.
there that we're going to use to juxtapose some of it as well. But it's Luxor's similar area. Like I mean, Karnak's at Luxor. It's not that far away. They're both super famous. In fact, so this one is very interesting as well because I don't know if you guys have dug into this on your show or anything, but Schwaller de Lubitz and his whole Temple of Man. This is Luxor. So he wrote a book on it. There's a very detailed analysis of its proportion. I spent a lot of time there measuring it, and it reflects the cosmos. It reflects the fundamentals of nature, the dimensions of humans. There's all sorts of complexities in the actual measurements and the proportionality of the way this temple's laid out. So interesting spot. I need to dig more into that actually at some point, but
Yeah, I want to dig into his actual book because there is an English version of it now, right? We've gone through John Anthony West.
Okay, I'm like locked in now. Let's get it. Let's get this time.
Trying to condense it and look through all that, and yeah, it was some very interesting stuff that he came up with. And of course, John Anthony West does a good job of trying to explain it. But some of the philosophy went over my head.
Right.
But yeah, it was very interesting.
yeah. So and I'll set this up before we roll too. So this is the front entrance to the temple. It looks kind of weirdly small in the scale of this image, but it's not. There's another giant obelisk in front here. There was a second one. And you have these huge statues that are in front. And in fact, this is where a lot of the changes that have happened over recent years at Luxor, which we'll get into. The audio on this is much better than the others. I use a different camera for this nighttime stuff. But I'll cut it in and out as appropriate. Let's just see. And again, this will take a second for you guys, but a long avenue of
It's too slow.
sphinxes.
Oh yeah.
Unless a miracle happens.
These are the two pieces that used to be damaged right here.
Yeah.
So 15 pause out is 23 pace. 14 pause out is 22 pace.
So this is the site that
At that
Chris
door,
Dunn
the sliding glass
famously,
door.
took of his images of the head of one of these statues that was on the ground right in front of
So if you see 15 at the pause out, it was too slow.
And they've since these two statues on the left were damaged and laying on the ground, so they're in pieces, and they've since been repaired and put back together. So that's been the major change, and I do have a little bit of video from a few years ago when it was all damaged, so you can see the difference. I actually think it's kind of cool that they did that to reconstruct it, to put things back together. They've cemented the statues back together, but at the same time they've also put these, there's any possibility of anyone getting a close look at the head or at the head jet, which is the crown that's on top of those statues. They've lifted that thing up now, 30 feet in the air. So it's really going to be hard to scan it or to get even detailed photographs on it from an even plane. So, we've got the work of Chris Dunn to go on, and that's it.
Yeah, those are the bowling pin hats, the head jet.
Yep. There's some
I do
other.
not trust concrete holding that up. Sorry to say, like modern concrete.
If you do head back at any.
I give it 200 years and that thing's on the ground again.
It might be, yeah. I think I'm talking to someone.
Yeah, I think that's the final. It's really.
Inside baseball. What's the plan?
No, I think someone who was probably wanting to head back. Might have been Sheila.
So the sphinxes, the row of sphinxes, are they traditional sphinx style? Are they also rams or what?
think
I
these
think they
ones
were
are
lions
lions.
The lions.
in my memory.
I've got some pictures of them from another trip, and we'll get there. We'll answer that one in a minute. I can't recall off the top of my head.
So what do you? I mean, I want to understand why would they carve, this sort of sphinx-like body with a ram's head and the sphinx with the lion's head, but then the sphinx is a lion with a person's head. Like, what do you think? What do you think about all that?
I don't have an answer. I suspect it was attributed to different deities, perhaps at the time, specifically given the different flavors of animals. But I don't know, and I don't know why they weren't human specifically. Thank you,
It's
sir.
a tiny human head as well. That's weird.
Yeah.
All the animal ones are
What
in
the
the right
fuck, man?
proportions, but the human head is tiny.
Yeah, I agree. I think that obviously the one thing you can be certain of about the famous Sphinx is that it's been recarved. I mean, that's not the original head. It's just.
It's when you see it in person as well. The head is like, and the body, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so it's interesting that if it was the same people that carved these small ones, that also carved the human head into the Sphinx. That's just interesting. Well, I wonder what the deal.
Well, I think it was dynastics in any case. I think the small sphinxes are likely the work of the dynastics.
So
builders
crazy, man.
When they, I don't think they made these statues, but I think they made the walls and the sphinxes, and I also think the dynastics were likely responsible for the recarving of the sphinx at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And who knows what it was originally? I know there's a lot of debate. Here's more of those lovely legs and toes, although the toes have been chipped off.
Leg day?
Was against toes, but yeah, leg day.
Look at those beautiful shiny legs.
Some calves.
And then, just those, beautiful definition to the musculature in the statues. But yeah, these are great examples of some of the.
And you can see that guy in the fists. He's holding the same
Yep.
little handle that doesn't have anything attached to it.
Yeah, there's a big one. I have to dig the footage up from somewhere, but I have it of it. It's at Memphis. It's what they call one of the colossi that's laying down. It's like a 150-ton statue. It's on its back, and you can get in and go around it, and he's holding the same things.
Yeah.
And of course, it's got Ramses II's cartouche.
Come on, how many times I have to shoot that
Which
camera,
is what
bro?
you see here everywhere as well. So these are all supposedly Ramses II, because they all have his cartouche on there. And of course, these are the statues that Chris Dunn analysed, and if anyone hasn't seen them, they're in my series on precision and ancient high technology, particularly the one on precision. That he took these great pictures of some of these heads and sort of did a reverse transparency where you basically cut the photograph in half, and then you reverse it and you overlay it on top of the original image at like 50% transparency, so you can see just how perfectly symmetrical things are, and they're just incredibly symmetrical. So, and he's also done that analysis on my desktop image, in fact, of all of the common radius curves and cuts that we use to make the faces. They're almost beyond human in their precision. That's the way I like to describe it.
Yeah, they don't look human. When you look them in the face, it's a face, but it's not like a human face.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense, but you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean. They're idealized, almost abstract.
Yeah.
They have all this detail. It's all the and I think it's a combination, because we talked with this. We had our engineer buddy on the show to talk about this. He does machining work with metal. Now it's small scale, right? But he's worked with machining tools and everything. And he talked about, and Chris Dunn talks about the same thing, that all these common circles that are found in these faces may indicate tool radius. Like an arm swing for a specific tool.
Yeah.
Right. And so our buddy was on here and he was like, yeah.
See, it looks so
tool
much better at
changeover is a
night.
Big deal, especially if you have some
It
enormous
looks 1,000 times better at night.
Yeah.
With
You
the
want to
lights.
use the same arc as many times as possible before you have to switch it out for a shorter arm or a longer one to get a different arc.
Yeah.
Right? And so when you can find like 3 basic circles that make up 3 dimensions of all these things, you're just like, okay, they had to use 3 tools, and that's on purpose so that you don't have a lot of tool changeover, because that takes a lot of time.
Right. Yeah, and of course the conventional theory being it's just all done by hand and they come out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, it's laughable that these faces were carved by hand. I don't know anything about carving anything, and I can see it. It's like it just looks like a 3D rendering of something. It's
Right.
mad.
It's insanely precise. And I just thought I'd skip ahead here to some pictures from a few years ago where you can see that the statues on the left are missing. They're down on the ground, and I think there's maybe even there's something on the right that's gone.
Oh,
You can kind of see the head here in the corner.
And what about the obelisk? Is just one? Like, was there supposed to be two?
What?
Well,
Like
there's
what?
the base
Come
of it,
on,
there's
man.
another base.
Yeah, probably Rome stole it.
Probably, yeah. It's maybe one of
Yeah,
the
I
many.
think there's more obelisks in Rome than.
That's such a crazy
In any other
friggin'
site,
statue.
Rome is the one city.
Statue's so crazy, man.
In the world, yeah, and they're Egyptian. And I mean, there's a bunch of them on the bottom of the Mediterranean as well. Like they lost a lot. They lost several of them in shipwrecks and storms trying to transport them.
That's
across the
right. Let's
Mediterranean.
go get them.
Yeah. So this is of course the head, and this is my own shot from when it was on the ground, and this has now been lifted up and put back on top of the statue. And they sort of repieced it
Any
all back
deals,
together,
Sailor
which is
Curse
also
for
good in
Prime
some
Day?
ways, and I'm also a little bummed about it now just because I really was looking forward to
Any
getting the
insane
footage and
deals?
as close
Is the
look at it.
Microsoft
It's
Surface
beautiful
Pro
photos,
on
you
sale?
can see the stone.
Look at the size of the eyes, too. And they're very far apart.
Yeah.
This is
With full Windows 11?
human precision.
It's tomorrow.
This is
Oh, no
something
worries,
that-
bro.
Timeless. It's
I love
Thanks, dude.
I love Chris Dunn's perspective.
You can
on
just
the
lurk
mouth,
too,
because
no
he talks about
obligation
there's
to
this really weird
reply to
smile
my random babbles.
they all have. But then he points out that when you lift that head 30 feet or whatever above the ground, that it stops being a smile because of the perspective, and then it's just like a normal mouth.
Yes.
But when you're looking at it straight on, it looks really strange. But the carvers knew that it was going to be way above everybody's head, so they made it like that, so that when you're looking up at it, it doesn't look like he's frowning at you, right?
Well, we'll see plenty of looks from right. It would otherwise look like it's frowning at me.
Yeah.
And
Same
his
with
other.
the eyes. The eyes are to be looking down, so that when you're up there,
Yeah.
on you.
It's like they built the whole face knowing the perspective. That's really interesting.
And also this enigmatic look that is somehow, I like to think of it as this challenge down through time. It's like it's almost an expression of like analyze it and try and figure it out. Like this, like see if you can get to our level.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure
Done
I'm not
works.
have it.
Ye mighty.
Yes.
Yeah.
There.
Look at his smug little face, like.
Yeah. Oh, you gave me chills with that. The whole what's his name? What's the quote? Ozymandias.
Yes. Percy Shelley. Ozymandias.
Percy Yeah, brilliant.
It's kind of got a little Mona Lisa smile thing going on. It's like,
What a cutie. What a little cutie this statue is.
The smile touches nothing.
Aw, what a sweetheart.
And I can see now the eyes are definitely like angled downward. That's
down.
Yeah, they're looking.
The other side of the nose there is really just gives you the.
It's sticking out so that it's looking down. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's magic. Yeah, and we'll get to these photos. But I wanted to just kind of set that up because we'll flip back to this current visit. So again, looking at that's the head. That's that same head.
Yeah.
Where are we? That's up here now. All right. So same guy. And this statue on the left of this one was laying on the ground. It was destroyed as well. So they've reformed a lot of it. They did a good job. I look at it.
Yeah, it looks like they did a really job gluing it back.
Yeah.
And so they're also in like a walking. It looks like one leg in front of the other.
Yeah, they're taking a step. Yeah.
Very common. They always
It's
have
the
that.
pose.
It is, yes.
They're either sort of sitting down, or one leg in front of the other with the fist of fury. That's the.
So that's.
That was.
So that's.
I might replicate this on my Instagram. I might bring back some of the old poses. Just the one leg and the fists.
People, this is what walking like an Egyptian.
That's right.
Yeah.
So that you think that's how the hieroglyphs got, when they're doing them 2D, they always have the legs like doing the
they're doing the same walk pose.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're mimicking these three-dimensional.
I think so, yeah. And again, this is
Come
such
on,
a
man.
deep conversation because I think these are the relics of that ancient civilization, and I think that the whole stylized version of these kings and these gods or whatever was one that then the dynastic Egyptians modeled themselves after. So it's just like, because people go, this is obviously a dynastic Egyptian, how can you say it's older? I'm like, if I was the dynastic Egyptians and I'd started my civilization based on these remnants, I would want to look like these gods, you know?
That's right.
Maybe they inherited more. Maybe they even inherited a religion, more of a system from them. But I think there's definitely a cultural connection that also goes to the styling. And you can get into the elongated skulls and all the other stuff and part of it too that are possibly part of this. But I think that's definitely what was going on.
We do it today. Like, look at Beyonce or anyone else that we're just like, oh my god, they're a god, and we just emulate them and the style. And I agree with you. I think that what we think is Egyptian is actually like a vintage. They were doing a vintage style of what was before from this pre-civilization.
Yeah.
Yep.
Makes
Good
sense.
point.
Yep.
Absolutely. I think I'm not even just saying. Let me see if I'm saying.
How come we don't still build giant triangles then?
Well, we do. Look at the Louvre. I mean, they have one in one of the Louvre. Yeah. We do. We try.
More.
Yeah.
We do need. I agree. Let's.
Right. There's one in Vegas and one in Paris.
Yeah. There you go. Vegas.
Toblerone.
The back of some guy's house in the backyard of some dude's house in Russia, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. People make them. I've been thinking about trying to start one out here, but.
You can start one.
All right. Yeah, maybe.
I'll come help. I would love to build a pyramid.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I got some. Yeah, I'm not sure I've got the quarry. Well, we have a granite
quarry here, right?
Yeah, that's how you have to do it.
Get that stone.
1,000 miles.
Yeah.
Stone heat. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have plenty of limestone here.
No, well, I have granite quarries around me. In fact, this whole area that I lived in, near a place called Rockland, it is a granite quarry. There's a lot of granite. In fact, I have some books from the history of this area, and I know some people that can get me into these quarries. I'd like to go visit these quarries and take a little look at like what it's like today and work. You know, do a comparison between ancient quarries and modern quarries.
Yeah, we visited. What was it?
All right, you can do the plugs.
Yeah, you'll do the plugs and the interchambers. We'll bring the stone for the rest.
We'll bring the giant triangle.
Yeah.
That's what we need.
But yeah, we visited a serpentine. It's serpentine, right? Marble. We visited a quarry in Vermont, and the quarry owner took us all through and showed us the machines they use, showed us the older areas of the quarry that are now filling with water, with the different kinds of marks, and talked about all the processes. And man, it's really interesting stuff.
Yeah, and about that, real quick, just one of their methods for cutting is they use this giant chain, basically. It's a chain of cylindrical links that have diamond edge, all the way around the little cylinders. They all link together. Really long chain. And they will, kind of clear out an area, and it has to be a loop that runs through this machine, and the machine just is running that chain through a sprocket. And so they'll do whatever they have to. They'll drill a giant core all the way underneath
to get the chain through.
And they get the chain through it, and then they bring it over the top of the area of the stone, the mountain,
Yeah,
or
so
whatever.
the machine's at one end of the hole. Yeah.
And then they start running that chain, and the chain goes down through the rock. And so the cut that they end up with is very, it's amazing looking, flat and everything, but there end up being these curves, and because it just kind of seeks its own path of least resistance, right? So you end up with strange concave or convex areas of the cuts. So I don't know if you some of the stones that you showed us that have these strange cuts may not be circular stones.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Some kind of chain that just goes.
Chainsaws.
Yeah,
Yeah.
giant chainsaws too.
Yeah, just without the bar.
They don't have the bar. There's just the free chain going.
Yeah.
Just the chain.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. There's a few ways of doing it. I've often thought it may not be circular saws. It could also be a swing saw. There's I think there's a few possibilities. Yeah, I just don't think it's a copper bar that's been ground into it.
Right.
Sand and water. That's for sure. Let's see.
That was here is the
Oh, and talk to myself.
I'm glad I'm here. They apparently have repaired the hedge and the head that Christopher Dunn measured. That was sitting right over here.
Yo, Tobro.
Statue. And they, I mean, it's nice.
No way, dude.
Back together, but it's no longer.
It's hitting Miami tomorrow. Stash was in here. He said he moved his car. What up, broski? Where does Manarino live?
God, I was completely hoarse.
Doesn't he live in New York?
Talking so much.
No.
My voice was-
Oh yeah.
Is that not an authentic
And
New
the
York?
dust and the pollution ocean, everything. Everybody
Skyline
was
behind
like,
him.
Again.
Much. There's your little monkeys around the base of the obelisk, at least on the stand.
Where does he live
So
in?
yeah, here's the footage I took.
Oh wow,
Like
insane.
I mean, I was using my regular, not stable.
Where does he live,
camera,
Florida?
But this is
No way.
the only other footage I have of this video, and in the daytime.
Tampa.
It looks so different at night. It looks like more magic.
It does.
Oh, wow,
I
insane.
I want to make sure next time that we do see it in the daylight as well. I like it at night as well, but I'm definitely interested in.
I think I missed so much of it because it was in the dark. It just
I
looked
thought he was in
really
New York
cool.
City.
I felt like I was in Hogwarts or something. It was just so magical.
See how small my brain works? You see a guy with a backdrop and you think he's there? Oh wow, no way.
So yeah, there's the layout, the Temple of Man. It kind of has that kink to it that's all explained by all of the Rubits.
It's on the wonk.
It is on the wall. This is true.
He's made a pretty good channel for
Let's,
himself.
let's see. Let me find something. So anyway, we've seen the
MMRI.
front. Let me get to.
Freaky face.
What was that? Oh, it's Kyle. No. Were you saying something, Kyle?
No, I was about to sneeze. Didn't happen. Averted it. Crisis averted.
Crisis averted.
What a genius.
Anyway, so here's the broken remains of another part of the statue, like the one on I think on the far left. This is what they've kind of put back together, which is nice. So this is what it was like a few years ago.
So could you just keep posting why it's fake, why what's fake?
Really good job.
Bit of tape.
Yep. You can see the quarrying marks.
So could you just keep posting why it's fake?
And then yeah, as you go in, we get into there's a bunch more of these sets.
Oh, the assassination
with the
tent.
crowns on top. And it's the other thing.
I don't know.
Is there's as much complexity, if not more, in the carving of those bowling pin headjet crowns as there is in the base. There's Chris Dunn's does a very detailed analysis of those in his book too. That's worth it's worth getting into.
It's a real unusual choice of hat. Like it's never come back.
I don't know if there's much more to say on the topic.
There's one thing to say. Hey, let's bring it back. Right?
Yeah, I will.
I think what's most
2021.
interesting now is the upcoming election, right?
These look like they might even be human-faced sphinxes.
But I think that assassination attempt was just to distract people from like all the shit going on in Israel,
I know I have some close.
rather in Palestine.
Shutting out.
Find the next fake thing, yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
It's cool. The statues look so much bigger almost from afar. It's
Yeah.
just like, whoa.
Also heaving with people back a few years ago, and we were just so lucky to get the chance to see these places.
Yeah.
Can you believe the election's
Walking
gonna
around-
be in
I
like
now expect
a
Egypt
month?
to be completely
That's
empty
crazy.
because that's all my reference. If I go back and it's full, I'll be like, what?
What's happened?
Yeah, we were just running around temples, just us. It was crazy.
Man, once in a lifetime.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that your dog?
He was one. He's one of the temple
Oh,
dog.
There were so many dogs, so many little puppies, like tiny little puppies that were just running out and. I tried
Yeah, I
to
don't
feed some
think
banana, but they didn't.
There was actually a nice that we were at on the last day. I think it was the day after the tour. A couple people came late because of the COVID issues and stuff. That we went back to Saqqara, and there was at the entrance to the museum there was a pack with a bunch of puppies, these little fresh puppies, and it was pretty cute actually running around. But yeah, a lot of
I don't know. That was so bad. That was really bad.
Stray dogs and
It
just
was really
just
terrible.
dogs. People do look after them. There's also a lot of cruelty that goes on. I mean, but they're all over the place. You can't visit these sites.
Yeah.
You impact dogs.
I'd take about 200 home. You can't save them all.
Right.
Is that where you got Obi-Wan?
Yeah, I bought him back as well, as well as my rocks.
So the faces on the sphinxes look nothing like the big statues, at least from the pictures you just showed a little while ago.
Yeah.
Different. I don't think they could do those faces again. That's the thing. They could never get them right.
Yeah.
Yes. You need to paint that one orange.
Oh, and this line of things keeps going. Like there's behind where that wall is, they keep going. They keep finding them, like miles. So it's quite a lot of effort.
A lot of work.
It's really intimidating. It was great if you could do that outside your house. Like, imagine the postman coming up and you've just got miles and miles of sphinxes. I can imagine walking up to all of these temples. I felt like a tiny little peasant. I was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Back in the day, you would be shaking in your sandals coming up to these places.
Yeah, it's awe-inspiring, right?
Yeah.
You don't seem to do stuff quite like this.
Right. It's different.
And this is Paul Ramsey's second cartouche, quite cut deeply.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's his name.
Yeah, he cut them like 4 inches into the wall to make sure no one could wipe it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's the scale.
Yeah.
It's huge.
And me next to it. And a few years ago. Yeah, okay. Let's skip forward here. I'm just gonna scan through these pictures real quick to see.
Yeah, it does. It looks so different in the day than it does in the night. There's more detail, I guess, in the day.
Yeah, and it sort of became evening. It was a late afternoon visit the first time I was here. But yeah, several more of these statues. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I haven't looked into much of what the scholars say about the hats, but just looking at them myself, like there's the
How? What do you mean?
Bowling pin hat usually has.
How did he lose it all?
A curled reed almost.
In what?
Piece of grass coming out, and then there's the type that look like two.
How did he lose it all?
Parallel, and they're curled away from each other, and then they get wider and wider apart. It's like a gate opening.
What type of equity fund did he have?
Yeah, there's two types of crowns. The headjet, and I forget there's a name for the second one as well.
What did he invest in?
That you see on the pictures, and I think then there's the double crown of upper and lower Egypt.
Yeah, like
I don't know what that means.
They look very organic. To me it looks like one's like almost like a seed pod, and then the double one is like after it's.
I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
Do you know what that
Tesla?
that swirl is?
Tesla went down.
So he said, when you see
Really?
the hat with the like what you said, like the reed coming out with the swirl, that's a sound wave. He said that's the sign for a sound
What's
wave.
the
So
graph
it's
for Tesla?
around the head, but on the hieroglyphs. I was like, what? Because they're there holding like tuning forks, and then they've got sound waves bouncing off themselves in these little like crystal chambers of resonance. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
It's all
I get it.
That's cool. Every staff is a tuning fork.
Like buying more and more at the top.
Every single time that someone's holding a staff.
Buying more and more at the top, you mean?
Yeah. Always a tuning fork. And yeah, you see this classic Uraeus with the snake cobra at the front, and then
Interesting.
there's two distinct styles of these crowns that are on top of these statues. This is the headjet, then there's the other one. God, I should remember the name.
So where does that money go?
It's in Kristan's book.
It goes to Tesla?
And these are all pretty much headsets here.
Right, in theory, where would that money go? It would go to Tesla, right?
There was a when we went down in
Fucking Tesla
Dendera to
baiting
see where,
investors,
like, the light
eh?
bulb hieroglyph was. What was even just as
Is that how they create the
was
slave
just
class?
beside of it,
People
these
buying
forks
Tesla,
that
the bait and
showed,
switch?
temples and had like swirly lines all around.
Is that
it,
how they're
and
going to
I asked
implement
them what they
Neuralink?
were, and Yusuf said, "Oh, this is how to activate the structure." And this is, again, sound waves all around the building. And I think I have a picture of it. I definitely took photos of it, but it was like 3 temples.
Goes to the
and
bank?
different types of waves all around
Really?
the building. I was like, okay. And then that
The
made me
bank?
think of the weird...
No way. RBC? Does
all
RBC
stuff
get that
inside.
money?
I was
That'd be
like, well, maybe
insane.
these structures did have some sort of... If you activate a building, with what? How? But it could be linked.
Yeah, and
Right, because there's people trying to short Tesla too, right?
The Giza power plant book, he wonders what caused all the damage to the interior of the pyramid and what kind of process.
RBC, so RBC makes like millions.
And if this like extended
So
out
ridiculous.
over a whole system of structures,
Sad story, bro.
then that may be part of what you're seeing there is that the stone is damaged because there was some kind of catastrophic.
Definitely should have
failure.
diversified. I don't know what his freaking portfolio looked like, but it's the first thing that comes to mind.
There's
Yeah.
something going on. And I mean, the whole King's Chamber.
Even like 2 companies,
Having been moved
and
out
not
of like in every direction.
100% of the profits back into it.
Pressure in there for one reason or the other.
Yep.
Dang.
Yeah, the opposite direction that it would seem to want to go.
Right. You think.
Like, they, not to get all Sherlocky, but like you're looking at all these different things on the different sites and these different places.
Yo,
when you
good,
stand back, it
well
does actually
said.
paint quite
Well
like a
said.
story that all does make sense or could make sense.
That
like,
is exactly it, brother.
I've never felt so much like a detective in my life. It's great. 2 weeks, I was like, I'm on the case.
Yeah, and it's all outside of the. You actually see the tuning fork here. It's hard to see, but it's there is a little tuning fork.
And the staff. Yeah.
Yep. And there's all the blue-skinned people. Again, with these giant. This is your double crowns here. And,
Yeah.
Elongated skulls, and there's you see these elongated skull shapes with Akhenaten and that whole section in the museum's all elongated skulls.
Maybe at that point he was like, he might have been taxed on it
depiction of these
heavily, and they may have convinced him to reinvest it instead of get taxed.
like the symbol for advanced maths,
For whatever
and
reason.
a blue lotus or some sort of drug. So I feel like that if you were high on blue lotus and you had a tuning fork with like resonance and you knew maths, then that's the key to all of this.
Yeah.
Probably could have been a million reasons why.
I can do the drugs and the tuning.
I know. I'm like, damn it! I just barely passed math. I will not be ascending to the priesthood.
You see a lot of this. You see a lot of pipes and things on the walls. It's
Why Manrino always starts saying I'm not providing financial advice because he doesn't want to get sued, especially in the U.S.
Yeah. No, so this is all high relief.
Okay, they are high relief because to me, my eyes are making it in reverse, and I guess that maybe because the light's coming from.
Yeah, Kyle has left dyslexic eyes. Because to me, they look high relief. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you see the shadow light's on the bottom, and it's the shadows kind of pushing up on top. Then that you can see how that you would see that as being dug in, but no, it's a shadow.
Yeah, can't do it.
I have some video. We'll get to this in the more video in a second, but I just wanted to share some more of these pictures.
Okay, I just made my brain flip it. All right, cool. Good deal.
Good.
Light coming from the bottom. It's weird.
Yeah. And some of this beautiful artwork still has paint on it. Yeah. Lights.
So are those bullet holes? I mean, is that what that damage is? Those pock marks?
Don't know. I don't think
looking at that wall.
So much of it is just absolutely trashed. It's so sad.
Yeah, I don't know what the holes are.
Someone coming in at some century and trying to scrape everything off.
There's definitely like deliberate defacement where they've removed faces in some places. There's your avenue of sphinxes at night looking back.
Toad, what are you being for Halloween, bro?
Let's see.
Do you have a costume?
Those paving stones are old too. You can tell in that picture.
Yeah. All right. Let's try it. We walk in.
King of All said he's gonna be Mario, which
So
is
this
epic.
This is the more recent visit, just from the end of last year, 2020. As we're walking in, I don't know if there's anything worth listening to.
Rose granite.
Yes.
Oh, it's me.
Yeah, I heard there's some questionable scenes.
What were we talking about?
You might not like it, Toadski. Have you heard about the questionable scenes? I won't talk about it if you say no.
And the obelisk, same thing.
It's all one piece.
Like five.
There's some definitely questionable scenes. Let's just say that.
I'm not sure what this says about it, but I don't think so. I think these statues in particular were here, and maybe either moved or this temple was built around them and then dedicated to Ramses. You have the same thing, these columns, these single-piece granite columns. See, and this is, Yusuf would call this most likely pre-dynastic.
It's a musical? Oh my god.
See, and
That's
these
terrible.
columns of this stuff is likely Ramses and dynastic.
It is
But
not
you
a
have mix.
musical.
It's a real mix where they've inherited stuff, and Ramses has written his name on these statues. There's been analysis done by like Christopher Dunn,
That's terrible, bro.
particularly on these statues, that shows that the symmetry of the faces.
I'm gonna make a T-shirt that says "There's been analysis by Christopher."
Wasn't the
Dunn."
Romeo and Juliet with Leonardo DiCaprio a musical? Or am I tripping?
There definitely been some analysis. Well, so I think that book of his is incredibly important, like that Lost.
So that's what it reminds me
I
of.
think that in future will be recognised as.
I don't know, I
as a
didn't watch it,
significant
yeah.
Contribution that, you know,
I watched
that
it in
moved
like
this whole
school, I think.
Shebang forward. But yeah,
I
so
remember talking about that because we called this place the buffet of time because it was all so higgledy.
Actually, we have that comment. Where is that?
It was interesting. It was an interesting take on Romeo and Juliet. It was like a
'Cause he was saying
sarcastic
about, yeah, like being Beast was here before and
2000 or 1990 version.
Lifted up and
Like I
put
think
back
he
on the
pulled
statue
out
and fixed it.
like the sword,
Like, but they picked it up off the ground.
but it was a gun,
Yeah.
and written on it was like sword or something. And it was really well produced and thought out. It really was,
It
that
is.
movie.
that's the other
The
T-shirt.
Romeo and Juliet with Leonardo DiCaprio. Not saying it was a good movie, but
All right, well, let's take a
concept
break.
was pretty crazy.
Alrighty, let's do that, and we'll come back and wrap up on Luxor.
All right.
The original Romeo and Juliet story is just so dumb,
The
though.
final segment of this
I hate that
special
story.
Swapcast. And we're still at Luxor, and this is, I guess, our wrap. Right, Ben?
It is.
What else we got?
Yeah. Well, we're going to continue in and look around the rest of Luxor again. We're in this combination hypo-style hall / statue gallery. I'm just noticing kind of some of the different scale of the statues. Some of them were larger than others, but I think you have here just this mix of like builder culture work in the statues, and then the later work in the hyper-still hall that's around them. So,
Oh no, Greece is
get a
terrible,
nice close
bro.
look at some of the
It's a
perfection
terrible
of the-
movie.
The head jets, yeah.
Wow.
I'm probably yapping something to the.
That is a smooth hat.
Greece might be the worst movie of all time.
Bonkin.
Look at those legs. He's waxed.
Get decent lax.
Yes, yes.
And so the statues, the upper bodies of the statues are really messed up.
One second, I'm gonna open the
Looks
window.
like they've been destroyed. That's deliberate.
Exactly what you just said, yeah, right.
This is all
Tell
part of
fucking
something.
what's his
This
name?
is like the
John
legs are
Travolta.
buried in sand and the
Greece
upper parts
sucks.
are damaged.
But smashed. Yeah, that actually may be something along the lines of what happened. It's hard to tell how much is either from earthquake damage or it's from the hand of men. I think you probably end up with a bit of both. It's hard to say. I mean, you'd have to go to quite a bit of effort to really break the stuff up like that. I mean, try working on granite like that takes some muscle.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I think he's saying the same thing. When they discovered it, they found it like this.
I remember looking at this part and being fascinated that the statues were so close to the pillars, and obviously the pillars had to be like mathematically equally along. So some of the statues, it was just like it was a little bit off center, which for this whole culture of like precision, it definitely looked
Still
like
rocking the
added
Coleman
pillars
Toadski.
after, and the statues had been
Still
there
rocking the
before,
4
and
liters.
they tried to do it around them, but it didn't line up in some cases.
And this is the one other thing that I'd mentioned earlier that I wanted to get to, which was that I think there are some
so
features
good, man.
on some statues, like this dot in the middle, that were part that have
Nice.
been since incorporated into.
Yeah, buddy.
the
Dude, I
hieroglyphs,
just had like
because these are the
at
only
least
bits-
500 milliliters
the
of
only- not
cold,
all of
ice
the
cold
circles
water
in-
right now.
in
Just so
Ramses'
fucking good,
name,
bro.
But only
It's the
in
best.
certain objects. Like there's a Ben stone in the museum that has one, and I think they've incorporated them into the style of the hieroglyphs. You don't always see them with the dot, but you tend to see the only times you see a polished portion of writing is one of these circles
Yeah,
with
bro.
the dot in the middle.
Dude.
And they're rare.
Or a
but there's
cough.
The only example I've seen where you have
I just had a weird cough. I think it was just heavy metal
Sorry.
accumulation, to be absolutely honest with
I
you.
was just saying that that's what leads me to believe that they were contemporary with the object themselves.
Yeah.
And
I
they
just
don't
felt
match
myself
the
getting
technology
sicker and
writing,
sicker
but I
and
think they were
sicker.
clever enough to incorporate them into the writing.
And isn't that supposed to be, I mean, now considered the symbol of the sun? It's a
I
circumpunct.
can't believe I even
symbol
drank the
with a dot in
tap
middle.
water when I first arrived.
Right.
That's just terrible. That's
I'm
just
not
like
sure
sewage.
exactly what it
It's
is.
like me
But
drinking
you
sewage.
don't all, like, this is Ramsey's
Fucking
name
retarded.
here.
Terrible
This is
idea.
I think Ramses incorporated his name into it. He was like, that's
Yes.
how you spell my name.
Yeah.
With the ancient dot.
But you don't, they're not always like this. So the
Like
hieroglyphs
an
and Ramsey's
idiot.
names on other objects, not always like this. They don't always have this dot, but not
So
consistent.
he definitely nicked it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Probably.
But yeah, you're right. It's very different, isn't it? It's all shiny.
It's deeper. It's not the same as this, but there's these two that.
No, you're fine. With the earrings here, and the hand is tied behind by the rope like this, and this is represent that.
There's that angle you're talking about, like looking down.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Face. And there were also granite single-piece columns here originally. A lot of them are broken now, and I think I come back to this this dot thing here. And
So what is, I mean, probably can't answer this, but what does that stuff say on the statues? I mean, there's more than just the, the cartouche. Does it say like, I'm Ramses, I'm totally awesome, and I totally built this, or does it?
More or less.
Yeah, more or less.
yeah, Ramses, it's attribution to the king, as far as I know. That there's I don't know. I haven't seen a specific translation other than like on specific objects that I've chased them down. But
Do they look similar? Like, when you're looking at the backs of multiple statues, do the sets of glyphs on there and drawings basically look similar, or are they different?
They do, but go on.
I was just going to say, I think they're all a little different, but I definitely recognise a few of the glyphs, like Ramses' cartouche is common.
Right.
But I wouldn't say I don't believe they're identical in terms of what's written on everything.
Yeah. Not exactly identical, but it's close. Like, it's basically attributions to the guy and saying he's amazing.
It's hard because I started to try and look to see if I could start recognizing some, thinking that I would like learn it in a few days. And what was crazy is that the same symbols can be arranged in different ways and mean 6 different things.
Right.
In like it's crazy how they build sentences, and you can read them up, down, left, right. It doesn't matter. There's different ways to read it. So I just gave up at that point. I was like, I'm not going to learn.
I'm getting used to them.
Yeah, maybe you can see how it's uneven. He's a lot close, maybe not, but you can see how they're a lot closer to one side of the pillar than the other, and it was weird for such a precise object to be not balanced.
Right, it's like the pillars are equidistant in terms of from each other, but the statues are set like, yeah, very good.
But the pillars would need to be the same for like whatever they were building on top, so they couldn't move the pillars. Yeah, so I just feel like they definitely tried to build around
So you think
these statues.
You think they were not capable of moving the statues, or they chose not to move them on purpose?
Yeah, well they didn't balance it out, and it was like a weird little bit of OCD in me. I was like, you just gotta, it's not right. It's not looking good, guys.
Yeah. I agree. It's very obvious he's shifted very close to that pillar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, dude. It's an odd thing. And it does make me wonder what the original plan was.
And so I would want to look, this is probably not possible, but I want to look at the hieroglyphs on that pillar right next to that statue where it's pretty much impossible to get in there and work on it. And that would tell you, like if they have good ones in there, that would tell you that maybe either somebody was good at carving hieroglyphs from the side,
or they built it's in pieces, so they could have carved it in.
Oh, okay, so the hieroglyphs aren't on plaster, they're in the stone of the pillars?
I think these are carved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they built it, they carved them on the ground and then put them together.
Possibly.
All right.
It could have been done that way.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a good point though.
It's possible. They look like stacks of sort of Rolos. Actually, do you even have Rolos in America?
No, I know.
Yeah.
Like the tube of chocolate, but yeah.
Let's see. I think Yusuf's talking here. I'll see if we can pick up his audio. That he's talking about one of these hedgettes.
It's black. And this, different looking thing.
Hang on. The video to even out. There we go.
Exactly. This is the paintable spot. This is the white one, and this is the transparent one. This quartz. The white one like this is white spot. The transparent one like this is quartz.
Very jerky.
This has a very high amount of quartz.
Why is it being?
I can't really understand what he's saying. I can hear.
Yeah, no, I think they're called prayers in the background. He's talking. He's basically looking at the stone and pointing out the different components in the granite: the feldspar, the quartz, the mica.
Yeah.
The different. It's that difficulty in trying to get a precision surface like this over a stone that has these materials of different hardness and different composition. I think that's the thing he's trying to make.
Yeah, what is it like? Mica's like a 3 and as far as like a 4 or 5, and quartz is like a 7 or something. So it makes it difficult.
Yeah. And parts of it will blow up, but you have this perfectly finished and polished, three-dimensional symmetrical shape.
And and I would like to see. Yeah, has Chris Dunn analyzed those? You know, I mean.
Yes.
Yeah.
Super from photographs and just like superficial measurements and arm of the hand. Nothing. Again, it's one of those things. I'm like, why haven't we gotten a proper 3D like what Patrice Poyard did in the Caves of Barbara or something like that, where you get a very high res. Not just. I mean, the iPhones are good, but not like a proper, high resolution laser scanner and actually analyze this thing, because the details are right there. Like we could
set up like survey quality LiDAR and get a really good scan.
Yeah, I'd like to see the how regular is that taper all the way around the thing. Is it
compound curves that are
perfect?
It looks so perfect. You could run your hand like
feels feels perfect, and you can tell. I mean, again, and I'd like to measure it. I'd like someone to do a flatness or at least a surface roughness test, because that was one of the revelations to me recently on that last the videos I did with Patrice, where it's like, well, they're down to the 1.2 or 1.3 micron, which is like a micron being 1,000th of a millimeter. Degree of flatness on some of these surfaces, which is just not. I don't care how much lapping you do; it's just not possible. To achieve by hand, and I don't think anybody ever has. Like that's the challenge. Like, go do this by hand, replicate that level, and incorporate these.
69 million? How much money did they spend on the freaking movie?
We can talk about how it was done by hand, but no one.
Had a pretty A-list cast. Was it like all? Was it all salary? That's a lot of money. Special effects, I guess. The name, the Joker, they probably spent a lot of money on the name. Marvel, or whatever the fuck it is.
It's not a perfect upright, it actually has a tilt back.
Yeah, Gunn talks about that in
Not
the
Marvel,
the bowling pin
DC rather, sorry.
It's got a slump.
I know you're probably...
So you couldn't even lay it.
DC fans are cringing.
Man, so that's just bizarre.
And then these, it's funny, like this shape here, this is just moving away from that back to these halls. This is this is made from blocks. These are made from rounds, but this replicates the shape of some of the Old Kingdom solid granite columns. This is almost this is where they've specifically replicated what some of the columns from like Saqqara were at, where they had 16 of these immaculate single-piece columns that are identical. And now you've got this later replica made from sandstone, and rollos of sandstone.
Basically. They stacked up blocks and then they cut it out.
And it's amazing work, nevertheless. I mean, that's just beautiful work right there.
200 million?
It is quite phallic. I mean, you can't.
Wow.
There's a lot of phallic-shaped pillars.
Holy crap.
In Egypt.
That's crazy.
They're mushroom.
They were showing off. Look at my pillar.
They would have made more if they made a Barbie movie.
They were looking for the lost phallus of.
Would have guessed Barbie would be the
you
huge
can find
hit.
a phallic glyphs too. They did. There's like some pretty good, you know.
Oh yeah. Oh, especially at Karnak, they were intense.
always enjoyable when you find those glyphs.
Yeah, I didn't notice at first, and I was like filming, and I was like, ooh, okay.
That's quite the story involving.
What an emote. That's such a
involving
sick
that
emote, bro.
creation is if you get into the details.
That
It's,
emote's so good.
Strange, but you know, each to their own. Oh, and so this is cool. This is.
Yo, we missed the Tota Bro
this-
streams.
so
I know
this
you're not a
was-
big
this
stream.
is,
You don't have to stream,
you
of
notice the
course,
different
but
style?
just saying we miss them.
That
Yeah,
this
this is the Christian or the
Yeah.
Greek.
Yep.
Yeah.
But these were all painted over at some point and made like an old. I can't remember what early, you know. I think this early AD sort of temple.
Sick
I mean, it was
emote.
turned into a church. It was all the stuff was painted over, and there's still a little bit of it left. I think Yusuf was mentioning it.
I have to return nice, buddy.
You still see some of that color from.
It's really nice in the fall and winter.
Christian.
You don't lose your mind.
I guess that was. It looks like a plaster that was plastered over, and then it was.
Yeah.
Walls were plastered over and then painted on. Yeah.
Even like calisthenics at home or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Same thing at the Coricancha when we were talking about it. Like it's all plastered over, drawn on. Get rid of
Show
this
those
crap.
Arnold presses.
Out with the old. In with the new. Yeah.
It's crazy because in England we're used to like a lot of history, so it's not unusual to see
Wow,
like
insane.
medieval things or even Roman things, and then when you see like Christian stuff coming into Egypt, you just realize just how big the timeline is, because you're like, whoa, these guys were. This was what I thought was ancient history is actually, yeah, it just really pulls your perspective when you see this stuff.
Oh yeah. Because the stuff that you would consider really ancient in England, you're seeing it is the latest crappy.
It's like, oh, there's the new people
With who?
coming
With
in
Heath
and,
Ledger?
you know,
I
painting all
mean,
over
the American
this, and
character
we're like,
passed
"Ooh,
away,
that was
so
like the beginning of England.
that's
Oh,
pretty huge.
This is crazy.
Hey Kyle, you're not going to believe this, but I do hope you're recording my audio because I may have had my mic on mute until that in my OBS.
In a negative way.
The whole-
That was a 19 joker.
It's like Kyle's got it.
My bad habits.
Yeah.
Sleep roast,
Yep.
With Joaquin. I don't know who was in the
Have you done that
2019
after
one.
2 hours though?
With Joaquin Phoenix or
Close.
whatever.
I had to almost pretty much redo an entire show. Because
From your
I
emote?
think we'll make this one work. It's alright.
That made $1 billion. That's insane.
This is impressive. It looks like you film in a great way. It's like a computer game. I feel like I'm going round. Like,
Yeah. Yep.
it's great. Go in here.
Yeah, I should also always make that disclaimer is that it is raw footage, right? So I know I'm wafting back and forth, but I'm often when I film, I'm often trying to think about just like individual short shots and slower pans, but you do get a lot of the flipping around. And I don't
2019 was
edit
like
any of
peak
this, I just
consumption
cut it
year.
in.
That was the year before
That's what I
COVID.
liked about your stuff when I found your channel.
People are still
'cause I
going
was
to the
like,
movies.
I feel like I'm there. I've never been to Egypt, but I feel like I'm
Like
just walking
random
around with you,
movies.
which I like the fact that it's not edited down.
Yeah.
Because I edit everything within 3 seconds of its life. I'm just like,
Yeah. Oh, I
Oh,
feel
I
like
like-
I feel like I'm doing that on some of them.
Yeah, I think that it's great footage, and you definitely, I can see the advancement, because like we've done a couple of shows where you're like, yeah, pardon this footage, it's old.
Yeah. Right.
And
this is
fast
the
panning
modern.
around through.
Yeah, I've learned a lot.
Yeah.
About, I know what to do now next time I go to video something.
Yeah.
Dude.
Because I mean, yeah.
Is she really in that movie? What a
it's a big
terrible
deal.
human.
Yeah. You want
No,
those
not
nice
terrible human, but
steady pans.
Yeah.
This
like
is-
why?
go ahead.
Why her?
this was the wall with the potential sperm. It turned out not to be a sperm.
Right. That Jimmy had done a video on.
Yeah, so Jimmy did a video on like potential sperm, and we saw it, and then it wasn't a sperm.
Yeah, Yusuf had another explanation for it, which I can't recall. Yeah, specifically what it was.
And also, what happens with the internet is you see a hieroglyph on the internet that gets
Oh, no way.
depicted as something, and then when you actually
Probably
go
shite.
there, you see like right next to it is like a similar one or an exact same one, but then it basically debunks a lot of the internet stuff, because when you actually see like the one on the Dendera with the light bulb, I didn't realize that there was like 2 sets of different light bulbs, and one definitely looks like a light bulb and one
Doesn't.
because
Yeah.
where the pillar's hands are holding inside and stuff. So yeah, that, and the same with the sperm one. Right next to it was a very similar one with the sperm and walls and stuff. So yeah, go there and double fact check before all the internet people
I
go.
don't think she's saying sperm. And they're translating it to sperm.
Right.
Yeah, it's easy to create a lot
Harley
of
Quinn?
stuff on the internet if you haven't gone.
Wow. That's really dumb.
I think this is the
Not
last.
fact check it.
Indeed, this is the last clip. We're walking out of Luxor after our evening visit, ready to go back to our hotel after a lengthy couple of days. This was a great. I mean, it was unfortunate that our cruise got cancelled at the last minute, but because this is one of the stops, you kind of park the boat right next to the temple and get on and off. But yeah, I definitely need to get back here in the daylight at some point. I think that would be pretty epic. But yeah, I like that point you made about the perspective on the faces of these things, because
Lady Gaga.
Notice that when you're underneath them.
Yeah,
you get the regular.
It's just so ridiculous.
You can appreciate.
Yeah, well, and the whole place is just...
Because the posters, it just says Gaga in her face on the ad posters. It says like Phoenix, and then Gaga. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's like Gaga, like Google Gaga.
Solid stone statues were already out there in the desert.
Like, what am I even watching?
Build up something around it.
I think it's way cooler to imagine that they found ancient artifacts that inspired them to do great, wonderful things, than just developing them themselves. I mean, either way, it's still awesome. But it's, I don't know, for some reason, our lives are filled with this, right? We find these ancient artifacts that are inspiring, and so it's kind of cool to think of Egypt as a place where these people in ancient times also had the same thing happen to them.
Indeed.
Yeah, and like
the idea.
And in Peru, what we were looking at before, it seems the same.
Absolutely.
Like these people who are ancient to us now came in and found artifacts that were ancient to them then, and had the same. They had the same effect. And they would build these things around them that now amaze us.
And how long has this been going on? Because if there was a previous culture, what did they find? What inspired them? Did they start it all, or did they also find ancient things that led to their development? And how long have we been doing this, where we go through some kind of cataclysm or some type of bottleneck, and then when we're out exploring and we find what we did in the past, and I don't know, it's just it's an endless mystery, and I love it, and it's really great to be able to look at all this footage with you guys, and it's awesome. So,
yep.
Yeah.
Yay!
Glad you got to go.
Yeah.
Hannah. Man, wish we would have gotten to go.
Yeah. Well, maybe next time.
Next
Alright,
year.
I'll stop that. We're done. You guys can close down that stream too. I've gone back to there's three of us on the screen for the recording. But yeah, that's a good point about whether or not it's happened before multiple times. That's the sense. We talk about that in South America, possibly, that the megalithic builders may have come across the work of the monolithic builders, the Hanan-Pacha stuff, and who knows if this happened here before. And the best, I love using that example of we're doing the same thing. We are inheriting, we are renovating, we are reusing, we are labeling, and it's just human nature in a lot of ways. We just keep recycling stuff, and for sure we've been around for 400,000 years as a species. We know that from what is in the current fossil record. I think potentially that window could be as long as 800,000 or 900,000 years.
Come on.
We know that from the date that we split with a common ancestor with the Neanderthals. So that's the potential window.
Really?
Just
Like
to
what?
imagine that,
Come on,
our
man.
civilization is the last 6,000 years, and that's it. It's like, come on, that's
So dumb,
and
man.
Of course, another part of it is
So
how
dumb.
many of those other hominid,
Right.
brother species or sister species could also do this kind of stuff. And this is what we were talking about this when we were looking at the stuff in Peru, and we're just like, it's so strange. But what if it was built by someone who was not Homo sapien?
Exactly.
a different kind of human, a different kind of hominid, and that's part of why it's so eerie. You know, it's I mean, I don't know if that's even possible, but it's an interesting question.
I think it is. I think it is possible because you have things like the Denisovan bracelet. And we just don't know. I mean, they had brains like ours in a lot of cases. Even like Neanderthals had a larger brain. Who's to say? And we're just that warlike and that aggressive. I mean, that's the way we run it. We just may have been the ones to finish them off. But yeah, that great video, that Exurba video, like We're the Last Humans Left. I think there's a good chance that some of this ancient stuff may have involved other forms of hominid. I mean, it just I certainly can't rule it out. And again, it's just
that Tolkien world. You know, bring it back. Yeah,
yeah.
Where are the elves and the dwarves and
wouldn't it be wild? That was like the way it was.
You got it bang on. That was complete truth.
That's right.
Yeah.
And we're like, what a great story! It's amazing. No, it's real.
He knows. Yeah. Well, and it also extends to that, like other senses, other capabilities, like that could explain some of the stuff. Like we're operating within this. We frame everything from it's how we see it, how our technology works, how we've developed as a civilization. We frame everything in that context, and I really do think some of these answers and explanations could be outside of it, and it's just. I mean, it's a tough answer to go look for, and it's tough to drop that context. But yeah, I mean, we know that we don't know it, and in 100 and 1,000 years, we're going to know a lot more about the fundamentals of nature, our history, all these things. And it seems naive and arrogant in a lot of ways to declare these things all solved when there's aspects of it that aren't solved.
Yeah. And it's also interesting to me, I mean, getting more speculative here, but different, what you could call like Earth regimes. Like many cultures have this idea of like different suns, representing different ages. So you got we're in the 5th sun right now, and it was already very old when the Mayans were talking about it being the 5th sun. They're like, they depicted it as being ancient, wrinkled. It's old, the 5th sun. Yeah. And it's the 5th sun because there were multiple ones before, and each one of those suns, like an age or whatever, ends in a cataclysmic destruction and a rebirth of everything in a completely different regime. Yeah. Could some of those regimes have just resulted in a completely different kind of consciousness, even within Homo sapiens? Like if the electromagnetic field was different in terms of Earth, and it was strange, more powerful, vibrated differently. I don't know. If the sun was putting out different energies, I have no idea. But could that make
if constants weren't constant?
Yeah. Could it make us perceive everything differently?
Yep.
Yeah. Why do we think that we are better? Because we basically delegate so much stuff to machines so that we don't have to do it, and we think we're really clever. Like I don't even have to know where I'm going because my car tells me.
Yeah.
And we think that's like the ultimate tech and intelligence. And I'm like, well, what if previous civilizations were just super intelligent but in a different stream? And so it'd be like if us showing them a battery for an iPhone, they'd be like, what? Then they would show us their technology and we'd be like, what? Like, yeah.
That's
so
like
that
what?
seems
I just
more
powered
probable.
my brain.
Yeah, like I just think it and my friend can hear it, and I have to use this phone to do the same thing. I think we're doing the same sorts of things or the same tasks, but we're just doing different technology, different ways around it.
Different
Their technology was focused more internally to the way the human or Denisovan or whoever they were,
organic,
how they functioned. They were developing. Their technology went on a completely different route, and they developed different types. And were able to do things like we can't even imagine.
That's right. Yeah, we have the electromechanical approach to problem solving, and it seems clear that builders had a much more organic approach to it. Like you wouldn't have built some of these things out of the stone unless you had a way to do it that was much easier than how we find it. And I think I've probably given this example on podcasts before, but I love the idea that eventually that organic nature of technology becomes superior. So if you extend our technology field far enough, we're into space. And so the first, when we really go into space, we're making big spaceships made from composite lightweight materials. But
when you get big enough, and there's plenty of science fiction that's explored these topics, when you get big enough and more powerful enough, where you say you're a type 3, whatever, type 2 Kardashian civilization, where you can harness it, when you can start to harness the fundamental forces of nature, like gravity, then spaceships don't look like spaceships anymore. They start to look like planets
Why?
and
Wouldn't
moons
that work?
and things that can form their own gravity, their own atmosphere even they could contain. Like that's so, and you get back to this, like you're now back to these organic materials. You don't have a need for composite, high strength, lightweight materials because the weight doesn't matter to you anymore. Or the restrictions that we have on it don't matter anymore, and that's. You all sort of end up, our technology chain eventually ends up there, assuming thousands of years in the future.
Right, yeah.
And, who knows? They may have progressed more down that organic path than we have yet. I don't know. I definitely think that some of these answers sit outside our current perspective. And it's just always something to always keep in mind is that we are always looking at stuff through our lens, our perspective. And, we don't have all the answers, and just wish we could admit that, and then we might, go and investigate it to maybe find something, learn something. But as long as we're insisting that,
I can't believe it even
it's
said
done because
silence
these are the tools that we
PP7.
have
That's
in the
really impressive.
archaeological record, and so therefore that's how it was done. Then we're not going to get to the answers.
That's right. Believing you have all the answers leads to not asking any good questions.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. So
that's
cool.
what we're here doing, asking all the good questions, right? And all the bad ones.
Definitely asking a few questions. Yeah, I'm sure I've asked a few bad ones in my time. But that was good. Yeah, I enjoyed looking at those sites again.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Reminiscing.
Yes.
The old times, Ben. The old times.
The old times a couple months ago when last I travelled. Yeah. Yeah, it was good.
I hope I get to go somewhere this year.
Yeah.
Come on, world.
Slowly, yes. I've got a couple of announcements coming up pretty soon about trips for this year, so hopefully that'll happen. I hope so. But that's the plan. Gonna try. So,
yeah. And we're going to the Scablands. So that's gonna be fun.
We're there. That's happening in May. That's gonna be great. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. In fact, meet you guys in person for the first time too. That'll be it.
Oh yeah.
You guys and Randall and America boys.
They'll never be the same. You're not gonna say. Traumatized for life.
That's all right. Yeah.
For anyone who is umming and ahhing about joining one of these trips, it is worth it. It is so worth it. Like, it is a once in a lifetime opportunity to go and see these things, and you will be getting something that isn't the tourist, like the mainstream track that you would if I'd just gone to Egypt. I could have gone to Egypt at any time, and I'm so glad that I did this one because I would have missed 90% of what you showed me if I'd just gone myself. So do it. I'm just plugging you there, Ben.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, I mean, my plan is to hopefully do them at least once a year, probably be max. But in that area, I do intend to do more. So hopefully good to go. All right.
Thanks, guys. It's been a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. I'll try not to do a microphone snafu on the next one.
No problem.
We'll make it work.
You saved my ass once, I save your ass once. We cause a deal.
Yeah, we are even. Slate is clean.
Cool. All right. Good night.
Amazing. Night. Have a great time. Thank you so much.
Hello all and welcome back to Uncharted X. This is Ben and I have another video swapcast for you today with a detailed look at a couple of just the most megalithic sites that you can find in Egypt. This was a very interesting couple of hours that we spent. The Snake Brothers, Kyle and Russ and I sat down with Hugh Newman from Megalithomania and we got into a detailed look at the Valley Temple at Giza as well as the Assyrian at Abydos. Both of these sites have some similarities in kind of their megalithic construction and the way their pillars were formed, The fact that they are essentially subterranean, they had multiple levels, but they also have some unique features and differences too. And in this video, we take a good long look around both of these sites and discuss them in detail, as both Hugh and I have been to these sites a number of times. I'm sure plenty of you know who Hugh Newman is. I did do a podcast with him recently on my channel. He runs the excellent Megalithomania UK YouTube channel, as well as the megalithomania.co.uk website. Just a quick note on these videos. I know I've been producing quite a lot of swapcasts and podcasts recently. They've been just tremendous fun to do, and I very much appreciate everybody's time in sitting down and talking with me. I also think it's a good way to share a very detailed look at some of these sites, all of the little nooks and crannies and the things that go into kind of filming there for a few hours. But at the same time, I do want to get back to my more regular produced mini documentary style of videos. So that's my intention. The next video you will see on this channel will be, I guess, another chapter in my advanced technology series, taking a close look at what's been discovered under the ground at Saqqara.
No, what?
And going forward,
Yo, that back boost froze.
I do have a couple of hours of
Yo.
interviews that I did in the last couple of weeks with Randall Carlson, but I will release that one after I get my next mini documentary video out. In any case, I very much hope you enjoy this podcast, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Cheers.
All right, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another Swapcast with Ben from Uncharted X, and this time we are joined by Hugh Newman of Megalithomania. He's also done lots of other projects. I've been following his work for years, so it's great to have Hugh on. Hugh, thanks so much for joining us, man. This is great.
No, it's fantastic. I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, so I think Ben's got footage planned for, what are we looking at, Ben? What are we
So yeah, we've got a couple of good ones today. I did also want to say hi to Hugh, and that we did recently did a chat on both of on my channel. I think it's on your channel as well. We did a podcast, so I have only just sort of recently met Hugh, and very much enjoyed chatting with him. And yeah, well today, and I thought it'd be a great one. I know Hugh, you've been to these places a bunch of times, and you have videos on these as well on your channel. But I figured we'd take a look at the Valley Temple at Giza, and then also the Assyrian. Both kind of similar, but different in a lot of ways. But yeah, both some just interesting, massive megalithic structures.
All right, excellent.
Let me,
excellent. And yeah, I should have mentioned that. I just listened to the podcast you guys did together.
Oh yeah,
it was good. I loved it. So everybody should go check that out for sure.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
I haven't listened to that one yet.
What? Get out of here.
Sorry, man.
You're fired.
I didn't do my homework this week.
No, I think I'm actually recording my microphone this time too. So
all right,
trying not to screw up again. Follow in everyone's footsteps. Make this
pro move.
Yeah, pro move. Record yourself. Yeah.
So what are we looking at? We're starting here. This is outside the Valley Temple.
It is.
Ancient chairs.
Yeah, let me roll the video. In fact, I love this shot too. This is probably one of my favorite shots. I use this one all the time, but it's the panning walk in front of where the Valley Temple sits, which obviously you can probably tell from the background, fairly well-known spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, this sits right at the end. So this is the structure that's connected to the causeway that runs to the second pyramid. You can see there on the left of the screen. This is the temple that kind of sits at the bottom. Called the Valley Temple because it sort of slopes down, and often pyramid structures have these temples in a valley in front of them. Yeah, real interesting location. Obviously, I mean, I'm sure many people know a lot about this, but it's we'll get in and take a close look at all the different aspects of it, or at least many of them. But as you can tell, kind of the interior core of it's made up of these just gigantic blocks of limestone.
Yeah.
And they look very heavily weathered, and we'll take a closer look at them and talk more about them as we go. But then the other thing to note is that it was all cased in granite. So all that limestone has been cased in granite. The interior structure is cased in granite, and you know, at a high level, the other part to mention here is that it's the remnants of what was here. There was quite a bit more to it at some point in the past.
So I have a couple of structural questions. Did they flatten the bedrock there? You know, the original builders, when they were putting these blocks there, how did they make that spot? Did they have to flatten things, you know, to make the foundations?
I think a lot of it was they kind of like landscaped a lot in this area. I mean, one of the things with this, as we go to the front of the Valley Temple here, in the front of the Sphinx Temple, we actually have that whole area, which you can just see now, was water. There's actually sort of megalithic bridges going over. And so water came up very close to this particular spot. And the interesting thing is about that is that the causeway coming down from the second pyramid, which comes down to the whole Sphinx and Valley Temple, that appears to be, I believe that's older. There's quite a few people that agree with me on that. That maybe even older, maybe the origin
It's not
of
fast enough.
the server.
It's definitely not.
Giza plateau.
It's like 23 pace, so some miracle
If you look at
happens.
the causeway from the Great Pyramid, it goes much further, almost into the local village of Nazareth. And that would have then joined the water much further away. So that suggests that causeway and any temples were there then were built later. And so, because of the water coming in much closer to the Valley Temple, does suggest a possible extreme or older, site or older part of the site. And then when you look at some of these blocks here, we're looking kind of at the part of the Sphinx Temple here, I believe. They are gigantic, and the ones on the outside of the Valley Temple, these limestone blocks, and also the other temple up near the second pyramid. The stones are just ridiculous. I mean, seriously megalithic. We're talking 100-ton, 200-ton estimates in some cases, maybe more. And so, number one, why were they using such big stones? And two, how do they move them? How do they boil and move them? How do you lift them up that high? I mean, it's utterly remarkable. And then it's almost like, from what I've seen there, the granite is almost like being shaped to fit around these ruined limestone blocks. Possibly on the outside and inside, but like in honor of this earlier temple. So the granite may be later. There's debate about this. We can talk about this as we go further into the temple, see the examples. But you can see these pieces here, for instance. We're looking at these beautiful kind of curved pieces of granite at the bottom against these huge limestone blocks. And, these curved granite pieces, maybe you know this, but they thought to be on top.
It's a bad boost into that glass door.
Exactly, because, so it has a granite, would have had a granite.
You look a pretty perfect ending.
The Valley Temple, and the older limestone.
Pause was pretty good.
Would have been there earlier.
A tad late, but I mean, it would have been okay.
Yeah, there's a bunch of points to make about that. You're right. I think the granite on the outside, just the location originally. In fact, one of the things that's really interesting about this, because we will come. I don't know if I have footage of this later, but I just wanted to mention while we're out the front here, that, and this is something that John Anthony West reported at one point, was that. And this goes to the landscaping and the foundation question, but they did drill down in front of this. So for one, I think they did find there is some constructed stone.
No.
Here. They did find a boat, remnants of a boat they reburied. But the other thing that's interesting, I think they drilled down around 100 feet down here, and there's still at one point, I don't know if I've got it in my footage, but I've got photos of it. There's still like the hole where they did a core drill out the front here, and it went down something like 100 feet, and they found granite, which is. Obviously, this is a limestone outcropping. So, what is granite doing down there? Which is kind of interesting. Maybe there's so it lends to the idea that there's possibly structures and things underneath. As there are, and easily 100 feet underneath the causeway, like the Osiris shaft, and obviously the Sphinx is there, and all of that sits. I think there's quite a bit that could be found if we really went looking underneath the causeway and underneath this whole area.
One of the things I've come across when I've been researching this is I'm a big fan of Robert Temple.
Yep.
He's written a book called the Sphinx Mystery and also Egyptian Dawn. Yep. And he's spoken at a conference. I've had lots of conversations with him many times. And he's been on top of the Valley Temple. He's climbed on top, and he's also been underneath parts of it as well, and in places no one else has been. And he's found what he thinks are like areas where ropes would go down deep into the ground, and what they were used for was unclear, but he's found a few different spots.
That's that
evidence of
conduit thing, right?
And there's evidence of like the scraping of the rope on the granite and the limestone, suggesting they were doing something deep in the ground, perhaps building, like you suggested, possible other chambers that have yet to be unearthed. So there's little anomalies like that he picked up on, and then when you go on top of it and actually look on top, you actually see keystone cuts as well. You see like these traditional Egyptian and Peruvian Tiwanaku and many other places. So they were, had all these different styles of working. Some of these granite pieces we're looking at here are pretty intense. Look at the beautiful
Yeah.
Nice to it. It's almost like polished, aren't they?
Yeah. You have those granite boxes. I mean, they're in the ground at the Osiris shaft, so we know they were putting boxes underneath the ground as well, and some of them are fairly large. And actually, you mentioned earlier, Hugh, too, that there's a temple that sits up at the actual pyramid complex, up at the foot of kind of the second pyramid, that is as big as this site. And I think I've got a video where we sort of pasted off and did a rough calculation with Yusuf, and yeah, you're talking like 100, 120 ton blocks of limestone, and same sort of massive stuff up near the pyramid. In fact, at the end of this too, I've got a couple other sites that look just like this, and with less granite. I think these weren't the only locations that the ancients were doing work like this. And so this is we cut away to kind of the left side of the outside of the Valley Temple here, so you can see what's left of some of these. I don't know what to call them, like these curved balustrade almost blocks. And like you said, Hugh, I think these were up the top. But this is some incredible work. I mean, I'm going to get an interesting perspective on just the precise nature of the curvature.
And then there's like incredibly heavily weathered limestone pieces lying around too, which is interesting. I mean, they're the limestone blocks in the wall are very heavily weathered, but there's pieces on the ground there that unless somebody has busted those to look like that,
Jimmy.
Yeah.
I mean, well, it's
been out in the weather for forever.
Yeah, it's really interesting. There's even up at the structure next to the pyramid, it's even almost more weathered. You've got there's some tremendous erosion that's happened to the limestone. And the interesting thing about it, that Hugh mentioned as well, is that it seems like Robert, I think Boval as well as Robert Schock have come to the conclusion that this granite was shaped to fit the weathered limestone, and in fact we'll see it as we go around the corner. I've actually got a shot of where he looked at it and figured this out. So the idea is that the back of these granite blocks, and as you said, it cased all of these stones, so we had an outer and an inner layer of granite on both sides of this limestone. But there's some evidence suggests that the back side of these granite blocks were actually shaped to fit the eroded limestone blocks, which is a mind bender.
I don't want to interrupt you, Ben, but can you back it up to where you were looking up at the wall, the limestone wall there a second? It was maybe 10, 15 seconds ago.
Yeah, let me see.
There was something I saw there I want to point out.
Up here?
Keep going, back. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's it. Okay, go forward again.
You want the back side? Stop, pause it here.
Yeah, I need to watch there we go. Okay. Yeah, go forward. Let go forward.
I know you guys are dealing with a little bit of lag.
Yeah, right there.
This cut out space or something? Or
yeah, what is that? Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It goes across 2 blocks.
It's shaped
Isn't that
almost.
a seam right there, or maybe it's not a seam. Maybe it's just part of the limestone. Can't tell.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things I've noticed with these blocks, this particular temple, is what you get a bow back as well. In the main temple, even though it's limestone, which has got severe weathering, you can't fit like a credit card or paper between the seams, even in the limestone, not just in the granite, in the limestone. And so, and one of the other things you can start to see it here, maybe we see more when we see more footage, that there's a polygonal aspect to this as well. Even the mega limestone blocks, clearly we see that with the granite when we go inside the temple. But you get that with the huge blocks as well, and they're kind of put together. It's really hard. You've got to really look carefully and capture the right lights, kind of actually see the seams and the way they're shaped and the kind of curved inner corners as well.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of detail which you don't, unless you really carefully take a look, you don't see it. And obviously, when it was new, however long ago that was. It would have almost been like like the original casing of the Great Pyramid. It would have been like clear, really almost shiny in some respects.
And that's a good point too, because a lot of the finish in here is quite rough on the outside, and people think it was kind of deliberately done that way. But it's almost like that outer casing layer of the very fine polished stone has fallen off. It's been damaged, or there's an effect on the stone, which is an interesting theory if you consider maybe there's a reason that this structure was cased. And if you saw some of the stuff at Karnak where there was an effect to some of the granite, I think this was all very, very shiny and polished and well finished earlier. But it's this, and you can see some little pieces of it here and there on the curve blocks. You can see them. This is the first time Jimmy'd seen it. He was astounded by it. And, you know, some of these.
I'm astounded by this.
I mean, yeah, like 40 tons, 50 tons, probably some of these big blocks. Tremendous.
Here's that cornering. This is the bit that gets kind of crazy. I mean, just to be able to do that, create that. You know, even if you're doing that with like Lego size blocks, that would be quite hard to, you know, manage. But this is kind of crazy. And obviously, we have the comparisons with Peru, such as which kind of so forth. But here they're kind of mostly kind of flat rather than sort of puffy. But yeah, I mean, just the detail of this. I mean, when I've been there with Youssef Aouya as well, we're still like bewildered. We're still trying to work it out because copper tools, really, to create this kind of accuracy and precision. And I think you'll see here, this is the first part, maybe you can't really tell, but there's a lot of mirroring going on. So on one wall, you get almost a mirrored version on the other wall.
Yeah.
And it's not exactly the same every time. They have artistic kind of differences, but it's generally doing that. And this is something you find throughout this particular temple, especially when you get into the main part of the interior.
And what are the little alcoves? Like I saw
the little, like a little
inset hole on the, I guess on the left wall when you're walking in.
Yeah.
There's a few of those about actually. I mean, when we get inside, the larger alcoves were where supposedly these statues, was a diorite statues of Khafre were found, and the larger one was found in the pit. But no one really knows what they're for. I mean, were they acoustic? Were they kind of tuning the temple, or was it actually, you know, a ceremonial ritual thing? Did they replace something there? It's really unclear. I mean, the mystery of Egypt, although we are told so much by the Egyptologists of what really was going on and when it was happening, a lot of it is guesswork, and we all know that. So again, our speculations could be as valid as any academics, Egyptologists.
Yeah, it's a giant story that we're putting together based on the same amount of evidence. I'll just throw this in here while we're going to pause it, just to show you that it's an example of the finished surface here, the flat worked surface, and how it's different, and this has all been flaked off or fallen off or somehow there's damage or whatever. But I suspect this is what all of the walls were like, but today you just get that rough finish. But most, I think originally they were flat and smooth, and you can kind of see how it's the difference. But yeah, you're right here. There's people. This tends to be put in textbooks and taught in school as if it's fact these days, and it's very much not the case. We're all, you know, particularly these early parts of history, you know, we have a limited set of information that we're working with, and you know, I think, as you say, other interpretations, I think, are as just as valid as the mainstream.
It seems like an awful lot of work to go in and take off all that polish. So if this is naturally just eroded away off that granite, how long would that process take?
It shouldn't. I mean,
these ones here are giant, aren't they? These are absolutely huge. These sloping blocks on the front.
Massive.
And you know, it's just. I just find it so. And then we started to see the alabaster flooring on that as well.
Yeah, we'll get in.
Mystery.
I think I wanted on this trip. This was the footage. This is footage from last year, end of last year. And I was like, we're not going in yet. I wanted to take a look on the right-hand side here and a close look. So in this area in front with these floor tiles, I believe is where they drilled. And keep your eye open for like a tube sticking out of the ground, because that's where they did the drill. I feel like I've got it somewhere, but it extends further down here, and I think it turns into, I don't know, is this the Sphinx Temple here, or is the Sphinx Temple that small structure that's next to like the left fork wall of the Sphinx, or does this structure kind of flow into the Sphinx Temple?
This is the Sphinx Temple and the Valley Temple are kind of directly next to each other, like adjoining. Right. But you know, it's thought that the Sphinx Temple is, number one, is completely encased. Yeah. It's mainly, obviously, as you know, it's mainly limestone, and it's been cut out. I mean, basically, It's been almost like cut, but it has no entry. It had no original entrance to it, which is odd. Especially, it certainly didn't have an entrance coming in from the area of the Sphinx. So that's strange. So people are questioning what that really means. Also, inside it, you have these huge pillars, almost like megaliths, standing upright, and I think in pairs in some cases. There is granite in there as well. There are elements of granite. I mean, I've never been able to go in there. I've tried a few times, but I've never actually got in. But Robert Temple has, and following his work, he's found all these anomalies with both these temples, really. The fact that he thinks, he thinks they could be like separate temples as well, possibly built at different times, even though the limestone is quite similar. This whole area you're looking at here, this is the whole area that would have been probably had some water in it as well. It would have come right up to here. There would have been canals coming in from the Nile, which would have been fairly close when this was supposedly built, like 3000 BC. But yeah, this would have been mostly probably covered in water.
Yeah, I'm just zooming in because I believe this here might be where they drilled down and they found granite. This little, this is the little prong sticking up. But yeah, as you say, this was probably full of water. It would have led down to the original, I guess, Nile. Let me just make that go back to the correct size.
And if they were, that's interesting because if they had drilled there and they found granite, which could be evidence of boxes or chambers or something in a complex below ground, and yet they had filled that area with water by digging a canal. It seems like underground chambers would also have been filled.
Possibly, yeah.
Because if it's limestone, the water's going to, unless they sealed it somehow, the water's going to seep through.
Yeah, or like a granite structure. You're right. That it would, if there was a water table. I mean, we have the water table issues there today. You go down to 100 feet, and that's the Osiris shaft is full of, at the bottom is full of water. And they have that problem with the Sphinx too, right? They have to pump allegedly that's what they were doing, drilling. one of the many projects where they've been drilling under the Sphinx that don't really get talked about or acknowledged. So yeah, we just pumping. Yeah, I mean they've been digging under there since the 70s. I mean, you've got footage of Lena and Huas in the 70s going there. We'll move forward. There's lots of these little caves and entrances into the limestone and these blocks that are just fascinating. There's areas you wish you could get into and explore, but rarely ever are allowed. But you find these all over the place at Giza. They tend to drift off into the bedrock somewhere, and you never quite know where they go. In fact, you have the same thing happening here, as we'll see in the temple itself. As we go up towards the Sphinx, there's a couple of locked doors that are very interesting, and I've never seen the other side of.
So before we move past the tiles on the ground there, what were those, like 10 feet on a side in some cases?
Oh yeah, these are huge. Much like up on much like I think you've definitely got some tiles going on here. Where there's lots of sand over.
How thick were they? I mean, those are huge pieces.
Well, yeah. If you look at the ones up at the plateau at the pyramids, particularly the second pyramid. In fact, you mentioned earlier, like the second pyramid. The more I think about it, the more I think that there's a good chance that the so-called Khafra pyramid, the second pyramid, may be the oldest. Because it's in the center, it's connected to the Sphinx in these areas where we have a lot of pretty hard evidence that these structures are older. But it's also the most megalithic, the biggest blocks in the foundation. I think we did the episode looking at it. And if you look at the floor tiles up there, some of those are probably a meter, maybe a little more thick. And they're also three-dimensionally interlocking with the bedrock beneath them. So they interlock with each other. Everything you look at here is no mortar. Like it's all, like as you said, you can't fit a credit card in between them. Incredible precision in the work, but the other thing is the same thing applies to the bedrock and the tiles in the bedrock, the foundation layer. I think it's one of the most remarkable parts of Giza, and people just walk right over it looking at the pyramids or these other structures, but some of the engineering true wonder is kind of under your feet.
Yeah, and so it's this is interesting to me because I'm just thinking construction-wise. So if you've already you've moved the sand away and you've cut down to the bedrock, you've got a foundation. So why would you bring in gigantic tiles of some other material? Unless there's a reason for that. You see what I'm saying? Like if you've already cut down to the limestone bedrock and you've flattened it, why would you need tiles of alabaster?
Or limestone or whatever they are. Yeah, it seemed to be super important to lock these structures in. You know, there was this what seemed to be a functional requirement to interlock this stuff so firmly that and why, if these structures, so it leads you down the path thinking, were they resonating, were they activated somehow? It was very important that they were solidly locked and to the earth. Like that, so it's you've hollowed out this, you've flattened this, this area of bedrock. Although in cases in the pyramids themselves too, they're not just the second pyramid, but also the main pyramid. It's not flat. Like there's parts of it are actually made from bedrock. So you've got tiles going into the ground, but you've also got the ground coming up, and it's all locked together. Even on the Great Pyramid, there's a few blocks here and there of its first course that are actually formed from the bedrock, and like straight up out of the bedrock. Yeah, so it's a mystery, but I don't know. It seemed real important to lock these things in the ground. So here we go. We've kind of walked into the structure now on the inside.
And this is kind of where it gets interesting, isn't it? You see in the corner again, and the joins. It's crazy. I mean, why do that? And obviously they want to lock it in place. There's a purpose for like making it extremely like earthquake proof and things like this, but this is sort of beyond that really. This goes to a different level of complication.
I have no idea what Muhammad found there.
What is that?
I think it might be a mummified ritual. I don't know, man. It's always puzzled me. Same footage. This is from
You're
a few
saying
years
this was a
ago.
statue alcove up there? Is that what the idea? That's the mainstream idea?
Well, I think this one down here, what we're looking at now, the pit, is where they found the larger. Is that where they found the larger cafe statue?
Huffer and Throned or whatever. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, the one that's the one on display. It's diorite as well. That's even harder than the granite.
It's crazy.
And that's actually that's on display in the main museum in Cairo, and that's the one with the beautiful kind of fulcrum on the back of the head. With ridiculous detail. And I've had Youssef, Jim Vieira, just done Yusuf as well, looking at that and just going, what? You know, because so even if this wasn't built by Cafe, which is one of the theories, it's actually earlier structure potentially, still they had that high technology going back through all the different eras of Egypt. It wasn't just super ancient. Right up even to Ptolemaic times, they somehow passed this from generation to generation and were able to do this. That's why it's so hard, I think, to date this kind of stuff. Although, again, Robert Temple has done some interesting dating. He's actually done some thermoluminescence dating, and he's got did it with some granite on the third pyramid and also near the Valley Temple. He was getting dated. It was at least 500 to 700 years older than this, which I believe is around 2600 BC, so it's going into 3000 BC and beyond. But anyway, look, this is the main part of the temple. This is absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah, it is. There's and the floor is alabaster. We mentioned that it's the white calcite or.
Then we have this. These are odd. I mean, you get these darker blocks here.
I think that's diorite basalt.
Is that like an artistic thing? Is that something they chose, or was it all that was available? It doesn't seem like that later option is correct, but what is going on there?
Yeah, it's that real famous stone. I think it's either diorite or basalt, but it seems out of place with all of the red granite. So you have kind of the white floor, the red granite of most of the stone. You have these main pillars. And then you have a couple of either diorite or basalt stones. Either way, you're talking something that's on par, if not harder, than granite itself. You mentioned Khafra and Throne too. Even that statue, which is probably one of the finest works. People have been marveling about that statue. I mean, back when ever since they discovered it, you had stonemasons going, scratching their head, looking at it, going, no idea how to work this material like this. And if you look at, again, take a close look at that museum, look at the glyphs on it. The glyphs are clearly handmade and chiseled, as opposed to the statue itself. So, I think there's a strong chance the glyphs came later.
Are we seeing the water level here with the roughness of the lower parts of the pillars and then it getting smooth up there?
you do get water. Yeah, there's definitely water in here. Yeah, you can, when you're in there, it's about what 3-4 feet high, something like that, and it's the whole place. You can tell it had water in it, and it was controlled. It was moved through, and it said that, you know, one of the theories is that there were ceremonies in there, going in through the Sphinx, through out the other side of the temple, and all this kind of stuff. All these different things that ancient Egyptians used to get up to, and the alabaster floor. Alabaster is quite soft. You know, it's not a hard stone or anything. And one suggestion, there's lots of different ideas, and that was actually added later. That was actually a later kind of reconstruction, but it's not clear. It's not clear if that's correct or not.
There are some alabaster blocks in the construction here. When you look in the side doors, which we'll get up to, there's actually some of the wall is made of big alabaster blocks as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this construction style looks a lot like the Osirian.
Yep.
You know, I mean,
which has water in it, right?
Yeah.
And remember also that there was probably a second level to this as well, and a roof. So it was all covered.
But yeah, it's almost as though they have the same function. I mean, it's got the pillars, the same. It's very similar in more ways than just like the laying of the stone or the type of stone. You know?
It is, and I don't think these are the only two places either, because I've got a couple of pictures of a site that if you kind of, after we look at this, we'll look at that and see if you can guess which side it is. But it's I think that this type of thing, if it was functional, like something to do with water, perhaps this may have been replicated in a few places. Certainly, there's a connection with this and the Assyrian. I mean, they feel very similar.
So you're walking up the passage now. This is going upwards to the Sphinx. And it's worth noting here that these walls are often very closely mirrored together.
Yeah.
With these side chambers as well. And also, if you look at some of the angle on some of the stones as they go up, they refer back to the golden section kind of geometric principle, and they kind of fit back in. And there's a lot of that going on here constantly. You just don't see it unless you kind of trained in that kind of thing. But I following the work of people like Robert Temple. He points all these geometric aspects out, and here's one of the chambers on the right hand side.
Yeah, and it's all alabaster. So these blocks in here, it's all alabaster. There's a granite floor, and in fact, and you see it more clearly on the other side. But these are white alabaster blocks that go around the corner. And as far as Yusuf, I've asked him a couple of times actually. He's never been in here. And he's never seen these doors open, and every time I go here, I stick my camera in and I have a good look, but they go in and around the corner, and I don't know where. But you have these beautiful, you can see the contrast with the granite and the roof. But yeah, this is all alabaster blocks, and you see the same thing on the other side. I think the bottom layer might be granite on the other side, but then you have alabaster in here as well.
Yeah, that makes me suspicious. They're locked. Never opened.
Yeah. I mean, Yusuf's been there his whole life, and he said he's never been in this one spot. He's not ever been in.
Yeah. Oh, that's where they put the stools.
that's the nightly cleanup crew. You just got to find the janitor, man.
You mentioned the roof as well, Ben. That's one thing that I've always wanted to get on the roof of that place, but Robert Temple, again, I keep mentioning, he's been up there and he's got some really good shots on his book and his website. Looking at that. Oh yeah, this is one of the door jambs, right? And where they would they have had like a granite door, or would that have been just a wooden door? Who knows? But from up on top, it does seem what he thinks there were all these long pillars going over the roof, and there were many of them would be closely put together. She couldn't fit a credit card between them, but then there'd be gaps, and then there'd be another section of these. So he believes there was certain light coming in, and that may represent maybe an astronomical. They may have been using it as a solar temple to observe shadow effects as they move through the sky around the year, so it would illuminate certain things within the temple and clues, to the initiates who understood this. So there may have been a shadow. The same with the Great Pyramid. Because technically it has 8 sides, and around the equinox, one of the sides you can see one of the faces, half of its shadow, half of its light, just for a few seconds, and it changes. A bit like you get the same Chichen Itza on the equinox.
That's right, with the snake. The snake on the side.
So I think there's something to do with that, because I find like any of these massive polygonal sites like Saxe-le-Maur, all these nubs, protrusions and other things, they may have had some astronomical or solar shadow function where they were recording very important times of year. It could have been for agriculture, it could have been for something much more esoteric, it would have been much more cosmic, and even like they were so obsessed by geometry and mathematics. There may be codes throughout this whole kind of design. Every single angle, length, orientation are something more than we realise, and so there's all these different aspects that these brilliant people were building into their sites.
There is a lot to it. Yeah.
And I'm imagining now, you were talking about, there'd be places where light could come in, then it would, of course, it would move during the day, and if there was water in there too as like reflecting pools, that would have been really beautiful, like water, like shafts of light coming in, hitting water and bouncing back up on the ceilings, and just, I don't know.
Keep that thought. Keep chatting. I just wanted to point this out as we walk up here. This is probably one of the best examples of something that you mentioned earlier. Okay. Look at the left side and the right side walls. Look at the shapes in the walls, and you have that mirror, that matched shapes, kind of the symmetry of the blocks. This isn't random. So look at the left and the right side of the blocks as we walk up here. But I think you're right about the functionality of these buildings and the angle on astronomy, and using them as solar temples and marking things with light and cycles. It shows an understanding of cycles, right? I think alignment is a serious clue, and to I think either dating and then also understanding some of the sophistication of the original builders.
I still think one of my preferred ideas is that the original structure was not designed for people, but designed as some sort of function. I'm not necessarily saying a power plant or whatever, but I like that idea for like the pyramid and this, the fact that it's been flooded. Trying to imagine that it having something to do with flowing water. I don't know, some kind of I don't know if it's power generation or
some form of. Who knows? I think some of the answers to functionality
functional
lay outside of our
of some kind.
But I think you're right. I think originally some function was attached to those things. It's cool.
And then it's easy to imagine people coming later and it becoming something more for people, right? Like the religious ideas or ceremonies being built around these sites, honoring the old ones.
That's right. Yeah, I think you have a mix. To me, my picture of it is something along the lines of there's a mix of functional and then what's clearly representational and ceremonial or artwork. I mean, the statues are like that. Like there's a representation of that culture that is embodied in statues, which I think are also older than the dynastic Egyptian civilization. But I think what we know as a dynastic Egyptian civilization, starting in that Old Kingdom, I think had a strong understanding, or they were connected. I mean, that's what they said as well. They said that they were connected to their ancestors. They called themselves a legacy culture. You had the Shemsu Hall, the followers of Horus, and Zep Tepi, and it goes back 40,000 years or whatever. And I think that's a lot of what happened. That they, along the lines, lost the ability to activate or to understand the functionality or use any of that. So these places became ceremonial. They became important and sacred and religious, and they were built on and they were worked up, and the ceremonies and most of the things that we ascribe them as today as being like the temples and stuff, I'm sure that's what they were used for. We have evidence of that. But I think in a lot of cases the objects themselves and some of the structures were inherited, and that wasn't their original purpose. In much the same way as today we use them. We now use them as tourist attractions, and we find them sacred, and we all go there. We're inheriting and reusing. I think it's the same. We're just not the first ones to do it.
So it may be. I mean, one of the things that you mentioned is if you look at the Assyrian, which we'll jump to shortly, there's a whole kind of almost like a procession that can be carried out in honor of Osiris there. Well, that's one of the purposes. This has all been written about by various different authors, and a similar function may have been the Osiris shaft, also on the Giza Plateau. Incidentally, which is linked with this because it's on the same causeway. It's just off the same causeway from Middle Pyramid down to the temple here, and they think that may have been, whether that was the original, probably don't know, but it was certainly potentially used as this sort of resurrection of Osiris ceremony, going down doing all these things, yourself in danger and so forth. And so potentially there's, I think it was Robert Temple again who actually thinks there was some ceremonial aspect of the water and sailing through the Valley Temple, either to or from the Sphinx, and then back to the second pyramid as part of this process. So it's all, again, this is like, what do we know? I mean, we're just trying to put together the mythology with what we can see before what is available to see now. So it's hard to gauge what's really going on. But with the precision you're finding here, it's so precise. And this is goes back to the ancient technology idea that to be that precise, it's more like a machine. It's more like a functional kind of technology rather than it is a temple, because churches aren't built to that kind of level of sophistication or chapels and things like this, or shrines. And so I think there's I think everything you just mentioned previously echoes that.
Yeah, and also when there's ceremonies and stuff, a lot of times they have hidden clues as to what the original function of the thing was. Because there's a memory in some way that was passed down, and so the ceremony can sometimes mimic what the original function was. So
we do it today.
I don't know, it's a very cool puzzle, but we are way past our first break.
Come on, man.
I was gonna ask you guys, but
yeah, it's fascinating.
Sorry about that. All right, we'll be right back.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Brothers of the Serpent here with Hugh Newman and Ben from Uncharted X. And we're going to go back through what we just went through because it was a lot.
Yeah, it was.
Footage. So we got different footage from a different time. So.
Yep. This is. I think this is mostly all footage from last year, so fresh. A lot of that footage of the walk through the inside of the temple was, I think, 2016 era, and this is 4 years later, in late 2020. It's a similar area. So this is that entranceway with those blocks that go around the corner. And again, it's I think a lot of these surfaces, while they're rough today, I think they were originally flat and smooth, if not polished. And there's a few examples here and there of those surfaces. And you can obviously see that something's happened to the surface of the stone. But it's unfortunate we don't have those flat surfaces to test with surface roughness meters and some of the new gadgetry.
And you guys are right. Both you and Hugh have pointed out, and I'm starting to notice now, watching more video, there are patterns that occur in the way the walls are made. Even though it's not completely recurring.
Right.
There's always something different, but
there's like an artistic kind of choice they're kind of playing with, isn't there? And I love that because it's like to me it's like.
Come on,
abstract. It's like abstract thought, abstract artistic kind of ideas are being placed within these temples or these whatever they were. They're not just constructing; they're like artistically designing, and playing with it. And one of the other things that you'll notice as well, maybe you get to see some of this, is there are natural kind of in the granite. There's natural kind of striations, seams or streams, whatever they call it, in the granite. And they, I think, have been chosen artistically about where they go. Something me and Andrew discussed a lot when we were in the Valley Temple, Andrew Collins that is, and we just kept spotting that. We saw that at the Assyrian as well. And I jump in if I see one as you move the camera to the various parts of the site. But I know there were a few in here. They're odd, the kind of way where they're placed and where they're chosen.
Right.
And it's kind of interesting. There's also a stone in here, I'm sure we'll get to it in a minute, at the end of the main corridor as you come through the main door there. I think we're headed down there now. At the end, I think it's like what 15 sides or something. One of the stones. We'll get you see one of them seam streams there, and we see another one here above the black stone.
Above the black stone, yeah, that's a good big occlusion.
There's quite a few of those, and they're like really strangely placed. They're not just random. I think that was part of the kind of art design.
Yeah. And it's just go ahead. Sorry, I was going to say reminder that the footage is like it's just my raw footage. So apologies if I am thrashing around with the camera. I think we were doing a lot of talking while I was filming.
No worries. No, it's great.
Come
I
on,
was just
man.
gonna say it's like the cool thing
Yo,
about that is
Retronomicon, bro. Thanks, bro.
symmetry.
What up, bro? How are you, man? What we playing, Facility?
You can tell that there's
What up, dude? We going for the?
in the leaves.
We going for the elusive 43.
They're all different, even though you can tell, like, okay, this is the same.
We've left it all, as the athletes would say, we've
fundamental
left it all in the field. We don't have to come and say, we'll never say in a month when we're sitting in Florida, we're not going to be looking at each other and saying, you know, if we only worked a little bit harder, you can't work harder. I will always fight for you. I will be watching, I will be listening, and I will tell you that the future of this country has never been better.
Yo, Retronomicon, bro. Thanks, buddy.
Pattern coming out.
Yeah.
It's never perfect, and that's kind of what it does. Like
Blue
you can see
khakis,
this
yo,
pattern
what up,
here
brother?
in The joints of the stone and the other one on the other
The
side.
Trump
They're
meme
not
stream.
exact.
I'm the best streamers, folks. I'm the greatest at streaming, maybe even better than anyone you've ever seen.
Yeah. These
Watch me make
pillars in
streams
the center
great.
are just massive. Although the ones at the Assyrian are even larger.
Oh.
It's probably worth noting that some of these have
Who
been stood
you?
up again. Like this place was
Thanks,
originally
dude.
when I think Vice was one of the
I'm
first
really
guys
close
that
too,
explored
man.
it. He actually blew
I
up
am.
a couple of these with dynamite to get them out of the way to shift them, rather than try to pick them up. So he did
Yo, what's up,
destroy
Jimmy Billy? How you
some
doing, bro?
columns,
Welcome back.
that have now been put back up.
Must be like 7 a.m. there.
Dynamite is the
Thanks,
last thing I would
Retronomicon.
imagine
Yeah, I've had
thinking of if
I've had
I
a
found
couple
this place.
22.
Let's stuff some dynamite over here.
Yeah, right. Fair few of them used it. Oh,
B
well, yeah,
and C
it was,
completes
Petrie kind of chided
with
them for it with the energetic
the
blasters
fourth
that
cam,
they
my
call them
bullet
of
hitting the
previous
side of the
era where they
cam.
would,
I've had
well,
2 of
can't get
those,
through
two
here, let's blow
22
it up and see what happens.
endings
Marry
like
up with
that.
guy, they definitely were.
Yo,
yeah.
thanks, brother. Thanks,
We're
man.
looking at these alcoves in the floor. Sorry, Ben, but before the camera moves.
Yep.
Thanks, dude.
Are they,
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's really interesting. It is
cut
unique
out, or is this
footage.
actually
Yeah,
tied
bro.
in,
Thanks, man.
and are the wall stones going below?
It
Because
is
it looks
unique
like some of the
footage
stones on the wall are
of
sitting
the
on top
Yangshan
of that
Quarry
floor, but when you go
and
down into
Longyu
those
Caves in China.
Let me. We got a little look at one here. Let's
I tried to make it one of the most comprehensive, like 2-hour walkthrough video, really up close,
I think
so that people can refer to it in the
stones
future.
go down
It's like a library.
Stones go below them.
Yeah, and then these have been tiled in.
Yeah, I've uploaded like 6 hours.
I think that's right. I mean, because you get like the alabaster appears.
Yeah, dude, and like I think the Longyu Caves were found in the 90s, and Yangshan Quarry was found
Some of the stones they
don't know.
fold into the floor level as well.
a while ago,
You
but
see that?
yeah.
Maybe. I mean, because you're getting that in the corners.
Yeah, you get
and
them
you,
this
and you
one too.
probably had that on parts of the ceiling area as well. If you get on top, you can sort of see strange elements. And this stone here, just on the top part of this shot, is one of the biggest ones in
Thanks,
there.
bro.
I think, and it's got
The wild thing is seeing Yangshan Quarry being a reflective black stone. That was wild.
It's exactly the same size. So
It's like a flint or an obsidian or something.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. No, I was just pointing that out, and
Pretty insane.
Massive.
Yeah, the further you get down, you start seeing more of this mirroring. That kind of gets kind of intense because some of the stones get smaller as well.
At this end,
So
yes.
they're still mirroring as you go down even further. But it's utterly remarkable when you stop thinking.
And it's
and look at that's what it's
sorry.
little angles
Maybe
of
3.
kind of
Yeah, that one there.
3 23s. But I know they're 20. Like when I duped it, they weren't 22 paces. I knew right from the start they were 23.
It's so difficult.
It sure does.
just to try and make
So,
it for themselves. Maybe it was a test. Of like part of the
no
education.
23s that I thought were
Do this
22s yet.
diet or something. Do it properly, or that's it.
Yeah.
So we're also seeing the limestone way up above. Like
Yeah.
Yeah, brother. So it's coming, man.
Well, there was another level likely to this whole structure. There
I'm
was
just
certainly
playing
a roof on
faster.
top,
All my
if
positives are
not
8.
another whole level on top
As
of this.
Alchemass
The
has
granite-
his. Oh, that was
the
9 because I went
limestone
down the
goes up
stairs.
another-
But
up again. So
as
you might
Alchemass
be
has
dealing
informed
with
me,
multiple,
the
like,
legendary
actual levels
22
to it.
holder
And
Alchemass.
it's like we're discussing this interior structure, but it's clearly
After the
second
third cam, you
stage
want an
of
8
this
pause
whole
out.
building, right? Like
Yep.
you're in here, but we can't
And I've been
even
doing that
see
every
what-
run.
because this stuff was cased around even on the inside. That original, much more.
That's right.
Right.
You can see. I just saw them.
How are you, Blue Khakis? Hope you're good, man.
You can actually see sort of gaps where stones would have been like lintels going across above the current lintels as well. So there would have been another roof over the top of the lintels on top of the uprights. So that's what some of the early descriptions talk about. Some of the antiquarian images, and like you said, the giant limestone goes even higher. I mean, it's like
Yes, so
on the outside. So
3 23s.
what was the structure there originally? I mean, what would that have looked like? You know, that combined with the Sphinx Temple next door.
I need to enunciate better
And how
on
old was it
stream.
to get this eroded? I'm not like you deliberately, you know, like
Beast mode
found
level, thanks.
pieces of limestone that were eroded.
No,
and sort of
facility is
decided to build out
beast
of that.
mode.
Like it's pretty clearly made with cut blocks of limestone that have subsequently eroded and then been cased in granite, and then they still attribute the whole damn thing to the fourth dynasty. So you know, the very beginnings of dynastic Egyptian culture as we know it, which just doesn't make any sense. It's part of the whole contradiction of the Old Kingdom in general. Like you can't, you know, how do you case something that's already ancient in granite, and then the whole thing apparently was all just built in the fourth dynasty for one pharaoh?
I'm close, though. I'm close. Thanks for being here.
On the right, the cornerstone of that door. I think it's the one on the right.
Got people from all over the world watching me. That's so cool.
That is one of the strangest stones I think I've seen in Egypt, where it's like got something like.
Thanks, dude.
How many sides is that?
Does that work? Oh, no worries, bro.
Yeah, tons.
17.
Appreciate it, man.
And
Appreciate you being here, bro.
The hole goes through the whole door and joins up with the
What do you
other
do for
door.
work, if you don't mind me asking?
The amount of corners and bends in one block. I mean, just to choose to do that.
Me, I'm unemployed right now. I was an English teacher. I'm a global sensation. You're a global sensation, Jimmy. You know that? You are. Legend,
Yeah.
chatter. IT cool, bro.
It reminds me of a stone that's in the Coricancho.
Consulting. So you do coding.
It does the same thing.
You
It
make
goes- It
programs.
just has all these angles, and it's the same sort of polygonal masonry. But there's one stone that sort of goes all the way around an inset doorway.
You
and
do
it's the one
coding?
piece that travels all those corners.
That's pretty cool.
And you know, you've got the same thing with the Inca rope.
I've done some database stuff, PHP, making a website, and producing metadata like graphs and maps from
because they're curved, they're not all straight.
from databases using PHP and HTML5, PHP5, HTML5, PHP my admin, software engineer programmer. That's
I
cool.
guess came from the Sphinx enclosure, but and then where does the alabaster come from?
So I've made like a website with a database.
Well, so alabaster, this white calcite, it's a spring. You have to get it. It's like it forms next
I
to
learned
natural
it
springs. So
for
you have to
my
dig it up out and
ecology
sort of big
laboratory.
blocks like this, it has to be
Sounds
deep
good.
in
Thanks,
the
bro.
ground, like close to the source of the spring, apparently. According to Yusuf, from what I understand.
But I have no
know if it
job
has a
now.
specific source
I'm
for the
unemployed.
alabaster or not, but it has to be.
I was
there's only
teaching
like
in
a few
China English for
places
3
where you
months.
can
I think
get
we
it
talked about it.
in quality like is used here.
Yo, perfect ace.
All right. Yeah. And then of course they
Speaking
attribute
of
much the red
software
granite, the pink granite to Aswan,
engineers,
which is 1,000 kilometers, 500-600 miles away. And you know these are
get Ace a job.
it's a
Hire him
even
in
as
on.
much
Hire him
granite
in.
would
Hire
be
him as
a
a
tiny fraction of the amount
as
of
an
granite that's
international
shipped up
expert.
here. Because again, that's the first couple of courses of the second pyramid cased in granite. There's granite up and down this place. Like the temple, the structure in front of the pyramid itself was all cased in granite.
Business
Much like, and it
systems,
would've
that's
I think
cool.
It's all the same sort of work. You just most of it got quarried and knocked down, and for whatever reason, this was buried in sand and somehow preserved. But you know, as beautiful as the.
This sounds
Temple is, I
creative.
think
Sounds
it's
like
just one of
you're
many
create
structures that
something
were made like
every
this. And it's
client.
that same alabaster walls on the inside. If my camera ever focuses, same sort of thing. Really odd that. Yeah, it's focusing on the bar. Yeah, really odd these weird
Oh, wow, insane.
channels and passages off to the side have these alabaster walls. Again, why? It's kind of like that black diorite or basalt.
What the
wall.
fuck, man?
Why the change? Why the shift? Was there a
Yeah,
reason?
buddy. Geodata.
Like made of wood, so
I also,
Yeah.
yeah, I've used ArcGIS and like QGIS.
I don't know.
Done some stats with
with modern wood.
GIS data.
I don't know.
Treacherous.
They moved the stool.
As far as I'm aware,
That's cool.
The slope. I think it was just a slope. I don't know if it was steps on it. I mean, as far as I remember reading Robert Temple's book again.
Run away from
and
the
slope
folk.
is
You can't
very
explain what
much
you don't
to
know.
do with
Geometrics.
the golden section.
Frameworks,
angles,
languages they
and
use.
they were very much following those principles in virtually everything they were doing here. But it wouldn't surprise me.
Ah,
if it was
yes.
like the walls were bending around underneath, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
Well, just in that real quick shot there, it looked like the hinges were on both sides of that opening. Did you see that?
Yeah, I think they are. I
Yes,
believe
because you
those
must
holes are in
know
both
if you
sides,
speak
yeah.
the same
Like a double
language,
door or a
literally,
locking door, I guess.
in terms of technical
That's interesting.
coding language.
Yeah. So then we pop out and have a look at the Sphinx, which we did see a little of before. So, but what I wanted to do is maybe we move on to some images here that I have. A couple of pictures, and Hugh, you probably recognize this site, I guess. But I think that you're looking at
User identity.
in this
Cool.
site in question. As we just flip through these, it's another supposed Old Kingdom site. It's one that not that many people get to see. But I think you're just looking at the remnants of something that could have been like this. I think this probably
ID
existed in a number
cards
of
or
sites, and even maybe a number of places. at
system
Giza.
ID or
It's another place that has
security
these big limestone blocks,
validation.
huge lumps of granite laying
System
around,
security, yeah.
mostly all been quarried. Which is the one that
That's
I
cool.
was looking through my pictures and I was like, man, it's just like this is what that temple might
User
look like.
logins,
Had
that's
all
cool.
been just knocked down and quarried and removed in the same way that so many other sites
Through a website
have had,
or
and,
through a program.
maybe if it wasn't covered in sand and preserved, or at least partially preserved for us to see today.
Yeah, I learned PHP and HTML user logins for the
It's a good
website.
example of kind of the clues.
Custom
This
software
is what we
space,
saw,
right?
Yeah. Giant blocks of
Mhm.
granite, huge blocks of limestone.
So it's some other language.
Yeah, it's another.
That's
any,
cool, bro.
Any clue? Any?
On some of the other shots you showed, you could see that the limestone walls have like slumped.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
That's so cool. That's so creative.
Any guesses?
Sounds like a lot of fun.
No, I don't think.
Sounds like you
does this
create
happen
something
with
every day.
Abu Rawash, is it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. You got it.
Yeah, 'cause- oh, there you go. Yeah.
Doesn't have to be boring if
It's
you're
almost
if you're
it's almost
creating
like
it.
a pyramid without a pyramid, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, it's like with the hollowed section,
Huge
right?
interior. There's a
Off
couple
to
of
bed.
stones there as
Yo,
well
for
that
sure,
we're
bro.
seeing. I've
C.
visited there twice, I think. There's one
C
of them
sharp.
that's beautiful curvature, a bit like you find one of the
Legend? Oh,
stones
thanks for the legend, bro. Thanks, man.
the Valley
It's nice to
Temple.
hear.
That's actually one that Chris Dunn looked at, I think, as well.
That's this stone here. Yeah.
Yeah, and and just the size of the machine
Yes.
that would have had to carve that would have been so big.
Struggle with
unthinkable,
identity.
how
That's
they could
cool.
have done that.
Yeah.
But Abu Rawash is an odd one because it's like
Interesting.
a huge pit, but
It is.
and then there's no pyramid there as such. Even
That's
though
cool.
There may have been, it might have all been quarried away.
Something.
But
I think there was just from the sheer amount of rubble. And this is like I know this is like Chuck
Custom
doesn't
software
think
for the
this is correct,
clients.
and he thinks that there was a number of
Yo, Ninja.
There was a number of sites that weren't, and it definitely bears
We are
similarities.
gonna pause
to Zaywell,
for
LA Ram, there's other great hits just
for
like
Trump.
it. But when you
Family and my friends and my staff. Only say this: we have worked hard. We've left it all, as the athletes.
Yo,
would say,
thanks, brother.
we've
What up,
left it
man?
all in the field. We don't have to. We don't have to come and say we'll never.
Don't know
say
Microsoft try to get themselves in a mess. Why is that?
in Florida, we're not going to be looking
Like
at each other and
proprietary
saying,
information?
if we only worked a little bit harder, you can't work harder. I will always fight for you. I will be watching, I will be listening, and I will tell you that the future of this country has never been better.
Ninja Lifestyle, what up, bro? Thanks, man. Fucking all the legends are in chat today. I feel so blessed and lucky. I'm happy you're here.
I think it mostly the structure.
Thanks for the bits, bro.
I think there was a lot. There's so much. There is the
How are you, dude?
berms of nothing but chip rubble.
Skateboard software to deploy, especially probably needs to be secure.
30, 40
Yeah.
feet high, massive berms of nothing
Yeah.
but just quarry offcuts.
I learned that.
All limestone, all
No.
quarry rubble, like quarry rubbish. There's
Especially if
so
it
much
links
of that
to
on the site, I think, is
sensitive information, like a database.
quarry from millennia.
Because I made a database that you can like
forever, and
extract
whatever it
information
was,
from, but it wasn't protected from injections or whatever it is, where they inject the SQL code into the database and it like runs itself.
Quite possible. My point was kind of like, I think there was.
So my database didn't have any security, because I didn't have that level of knowledge.
A stack of sites that probably had work
Exactly.
like that on them, and we just don't have much left of it anymore today. And I think you just have the tiniest of clues. Which
That was
makes it
kind
such
of
a
the
difficult
wall we
kind of
faced
space
before we could make it
actually say
public.
what was going
So it
on
wasn't
with it.
secure at all.
You know, that's when I look at and see some of the stones and the big granite blocks that you do see on these places, and then might even have a couple of these on various sites. I think originally you could have had structures as big
Yes,
as
that's exactly
the
what
Valley
happened.
Temple on these places as well, all from granite.
Yeah, and that's interesting because I mean,
I was
it
like
wasn't
word for
clear
word
if it was
exactly
more
what
like
happened.
The Valley Temple, for example, does that hint that the Valley Temple itself may have gigantic open spaces deep beneath it, like this does?
Could be. Yeah, I think this could have just been the structure next to the pyramid that was here. Even though today you're just looking at a mound of limestone and some.
But it was just a side project for me. It wasn't like my main project.
This is similar to even what's beneath the step pyramid, although that's even grander, and that's just a straight pit. You've got Zaywat El Aran, which is very similar to Abu Rawash. And then there's a number of other ancient pyramid sites that aren't very well documented that also have these underground structures that also have typically granite in the bottom of them. I mean, Zaywat El Aran looks like this, but that was found with, it wasn't quarried. They found granite blocks and a granite coffer, and it's an incredible story. Yeah, tiled with granite. And
I think you get that at Hawara as well.
Yeah.
Labyrinth. There's a whole load of granite deep under it there, and we got to walk down underneath the pyramid up to a certain point, but it was flooded.
With water,
You can see the beautiful kind of passage.
Yo, Hideyoshi, what up, man?
So
Long time.
So many of these sites on top they're ruined, underneath it's barely been. Some of them are
Back in Canada, my friend.
I think that's why. I think actual sand and rubble kind of saved the Valley Temple, saved the Assyria.
Oh wow, insane.
For future generations to actually appreciate.
Yeah, it escaped the quarrying.
Oh, I'm dead? Why is that?
Yeah, and I think you look at, in a lot of cases...
I'm back in Canada though, my man.
And some of these sites you have...
That's crazy,
very
Jimmy.
complex and I think builder structures on top of the ground, but I think in some places, like Hawara as an example, you have something more complicated and high-tech sort of underground that then
that's crazy.
That whole adobe mud brick pyramid I think was probably dynastic. They probably built that over the top of it, much like I think the step pyramid was probably built by the dynastics over the top of something that was pre-existing in Saqqara. But yeah, I mean, Hawara is such an incredible spot. I mean, if you ever read, if you want an interesting story, look up what Petrie wrote about.
Buddy, are you serious? Why, bro?
Hawara.
I'm sorry.
He has a book. He has a couple on Hawara, but when
I'm
he
really
first
sorry,
found
man.
what's down there, there's like a.
Thanks for being here in your last moments. I'm really happy.
Yellow calcite, some yellow
I hope you're not.
Crystal. It's almost like a
going.
box inside this crystal box room that's beneath it. That's this giant structure, and he could. It was still flooded in his time. He could barely get down and document it. But then the water table, it's still down there, but the water table rose.
You're hospitalized?
You can't get down there anymore. Like his story of what's
You're
down
in the
there,
hospital right now?
Found it, and it's really interesting. And it's something
I'm sorry, man.
Doing video, but
you were? Oh my god, man. I'm glad you're better. I hope.
Like, I'd love to eventually have someone get in there and take pictures of that box that's down there, because apparently it's one of the most incredible boxes in all of Egypt.
So what does that mean? You have high blood pressure?
Anyway, not to divert too far from these, but it's kind of making the point
It's
that
not even Pfizer.
I think these structures, like the Assyrian and the Valley Temple, probably existed.
That's high blood pressure, right?
Anyway, so let's move on to the Assyrian, and I'll we can keep chatting.
Are
I'll
you,
let this be a roll just to set it up. So this does include a little bit of the walk through the temple that leads up to it. This is a dynastic temple. I think it's Seti the First. If I'm not mistaken.
Wow, bro.
That as they were building, it's almost like they had to turn it to the right a bit once they found the Assyrian.
Are you a physically fit person?
We'll see that as we
It's okay if you're not.
This, it is a beautiful temple as well, beautiful work.
It's okay, you don't have to answer that
There's
question.
some interesting features
You don't
just
have to
within this
answer.
part, hasn't it, as well?
It does.
I'm sorry, man.
And they've got the King's List on this as well, which goes way, way back, a long, long way back. And
Oh, wow, insane.
That's an unusual thing in its own right.
Indeed.
And also, what was the other thing that kind of grabbed my attention here? There's quite a few bits and pieces actually. But yeah, like you say, it was built. This was built like before. It appears to have been built. What was it, around 1200 BC, something like 1250, something like this. Seti reigned for like 60 odd years, and he built it, and then he appeared to have. If one of the theories, he then found the Assyrian, and that was oriented completely differently, and you don't have temples together oriented differently in Egypt. It is not a done thing in any era, and so.
Yes.
So either he's playing with us and messing with our minds, and he did it deliberately against the orientation of the Assyrian, or he did actually find it later, and he built it in honor of Osiris, maybe in honor of the earlier epoch from the Giza Plateau. It's kind of one of the traditional things is that the Assyrian. I think we're walking through. Not through the King's List.
We just went past it a minute ago.
Oh, sorry,
yeah,
I missed that. I was just yapping away.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay. And so there's different ideas, but one of the traditional theories which most people believe, academics, is that he built it in honor of Osiris, based upon the principles of the Babylon Temple and so forth.
Right.
But there's so many things in here we're going to get into in a minute. But yeah, this is
it's almost as if the temple kind of doglegs a little to the right too. Like I think it seems pretty. There's a mass, and this is all sandstone versus the granite of the Assyrian, which is just here.
I'm sorry, Heidi. I
It's at a
hope you're doing
different-
okay
such at a
now.
different level. I mean, clearly underground, and you don't pop them together quite like that. Yeah, it seems.
There's a whole passageway that kind of comes down from the surface or from the back end of Seti the First Temple, sort of to the left of this. Then comes through, then changes direction for it, and eventually it goes down on a slope and comes into the Assyria. But we'll see. We'll see. Expect video.
Yes.
Seti the father of Ramses.
Yes.
I got that right. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
because I kind of remember reading it. He didn't quite finish that temple either, and so
Ramses
finished it off.
Put his name on it. Yep.
Yeah, his name on it.
Same thing with Karnak, right? That was Ramses and Seti. Luxor as well.
Alright, I'm gonna go downstairs, take a little break. I'm gonna keep stream on, but I'll come back probably with a plate of food, and then I'm gonna play more after.
No, who's his son? It was Meron Patar, I think.
I'll keep stream on though.
Was his son, and they all were just notorious for stealing the more ancient work. They just would. They start. I don't know who started the trend.
Wow,
It's been going on, that rewriting trend.
what an elevator
overriding
pitch that
other
is.
people's
I love
names
that
for a
pitch. That's
while,
sick.
but those guys took it to
Well,
like a new level. Like that.
well
And today,
described.
Everyone thinks that, and we make movies about him, right? Ramses, the greatest king of all Egypt, and it's. I think in a lot of cases, it's just he got to write his name on some of the greatest achievements of that culture, and just. I mean, he did work. I'm sure, and he was a very powerful king. They did a lot during his time, but you can't attribute it to him just because he put his name on it. Because there's direct evidence that shows he was only the last guy to write his name on it. I mean, Petrie gets into this in detail. It's not
From the dead.
A lot of debate about it. Like we know that's what happened, but it's just
Wow, that's some serious talent.
Obviously,
Making people be able to, dead people be able to play
that's the other
fucking
thing, I saw
GoldenEye.
this on Twitter. Someone did a good job. Like we have his body and his mummy, and so we can. There's like facial reconstruction been done on the bone structure and what he looked like, and it's like
If
not
you
even
were alive.
remotely close to what we would associate and call a Ramses face. Like there's nothing. It's realms of the statues, which are all apparently of him, but they don't look anything like him.
They're all, as you know from Chris Dunn's research, they're all geometric, they're all symmetrical, they're all like precision.
What?
golden section principles.
Yo,
But
Ninja.
this is the cereal.
Yeah.
God, this is pretty great. Nice.
They are.
I've
Revive
been
people
down
from
here
the dead.
twice, got inside it twice before, so I'm quite for a long time now. As you know, Ben, it was.
What's up, Ninja Man?
Couldn't go in it because of the water.
Hope you're doing well, dude.
It's kind of it's gone down further.
It's nice to be back in North
All
America.
this would have had like a ceiling, much like the Valley Temple. The floor slabs are ridiculous. There's all these nubs. You can see nubs in the lower kind of pits.
Yep.
Dude, like your Stop Crying Poser podcast when I was in China, it would start at 6:30 a.m. every Saturday morning, and I would work at 8 a.m. I had to get to work early. It was just terrible.
Carved his name on them, but did he?
Terrible hours.
Think, oh, Seti must have built it. You know, it's one actually in the Ashmolean Museum.
Good timing, yeah.
And
That haptics for devices like a cool buzz.
Because if you put wood in, pour water on it, expands.
Oh wow, insane.
And it kind of keystone cut. It's not going to hold anything together like 100-ton blocks. But you know, were there metal cuts in there before there were metal clamps?
Bing Keelin. What's Bing Keelin?
Yeah.
That kind of grabbed my attention when I was there. I've been to the Ashmolean.
What's that, bro?
God, look at this. This is megalithic heaven.
Isn't it? Yeah, it's incredible. Only like 70, 80 tons, these big center blocks, massive chunks of granite.
You're a proper programmer, yeah. He's a dreamer.
Polygonal sort of puffiness as well. You get this. Not only you get the nubs on them as well. It's sort of kind of like computer.
Oh man, I'm not gonna watch.
All that back wall there.
Maybe I'll watch it on the break, but if you could like synopsis, provide a synopsis,
Sort of slightly puffy pillow like.
I would appreciate that, my
You
man.
can see it there. You can see like the little kind of striations and little scoops. You know, this is you've got a good light on this actually. This is a good time of day. You do not want to step in that stuff.
Yes, the green. Get the green is really vibrant.
Yes, vibrant is the word. One of our guys stepped in it accidentally and went down to his waist almost. Yeah,
well, it does go down like 11, 12 feet from there. There's plenty more structure beneath this that's in the water.
So when they found this in modern times, was it just completely buried in sand, or was there rubble, or was it rock?
Yeah, I bet.
It's both. Yeah, there's a lot of rubble, a lot of clearing out had to be done. There's a lot of work actually. I've got all the old photos. I've been collecting them from rooms. But just while we're in these rooms here, there's 17 of these rooms all around the whole kind of main sort of rectangular.
We should all start a company together.
And then you have the corridor, which goes at 2 or 3 angles heading out of the site. And so this is.
How big are these rooms?
12 feet, something like that. 15, something like that. They're not huge. You have to
Yeah,
get down
exactly.
but you can see the corner.
Make your own gadgets.
You've got the drill holes, the doors.
And make a real difference in the world that you believe in.
I mean, this is to me, this is more impressive than the Valley Temple, not just because of the size. There's just something about this.
Yeah.
Which is a bit different. I mean, a little bit different to the Valley Temple. It just has this energy. It's odd. I cannot explain this. Cannot work this point out.
It's strange to me that anybody could think that this is the same age as the Seti Temple.
Right.
I mean, this is granite and it's heavily weathered.
Right.
You know, I don't understand.
It's pretty clearly not.
All this little detail on the left, you see these little scoop marks and kind of shaping. It's like they've softened the stone. I mean, this is one of the weird things. You get that a lot in Peru, as you know that. You guys know this, but you get it here, this particular site.
And you were right. He is there at the perfect time of day.
Persona 5 themed Linux music box.
Good light. Give you all that detail. That's awesome.
Ridiculous.
And again, this could represent things. This could represent
the size of this.
The sun, and as it shifts around in the sky, certain things that emerge on the walls. There may be some kind of message or ritual or something like this. And so, it could have aspects of that. It could be part of the design, but you only see it if you're an initiate and you know when to go there.
Yeah, this was my first time down here. Only time so far. Astonishing.
Stuck with IT.
that trip for me to get down in here and take a closer look at it. It's just gigantic.
So the computers kind of
these
found the
blocks
web
are
dev.
monstrous.
Did some work years ago with a manufacturing company that allowed me
And
to
so
interface with
well,
PLCs.
Every one of these little rooms that
Far more
when you go
interesting.
in,
Doesn't
you
make a
look
lot
in,
of money
you
for
can
doing
see
not
the
much of
corner
work.
blocks that make up the doorway.
Feels like the first
Yep.
to
There's
easily
this
get automated by
it's
IAI though.
got a platform on either side that are sitting on the corner block, so that it's hard to
Not much
describe.
manufacturing left in
It's
Australia.
Like there's a
What's a
projection from the
PLC?
ceiling block that goes down towards the corners.
Please
So
share
everyone's
info with the
sitting
pleb.
directly on the, you know what I'm saying?
I'm the pleb.
Like,
The
I think it.
P-leb.
I think that it feels. I can't.
What's
can't
PLC?
recall that if there's a limestone block in the roof of all of these either, like, or if it's a different type of stone, there might be some alabaster in there as well. But
There's I think the outer walls, which you don't see so much of. I think they're quartzite. That's what I'm not sure. I think they're quartzite,
Oh, wow.
type of sandstone, which you get on, but you don't get that. You don't see so much of that. That's what kind of. It's almost like the casing around the Valley Temple of limestone. You get the quartzite or sandstone here,
Insane.
but you don't see as much. You see that when I think you go up the tunnel, you see the different types of stone wall.
Yep, I'm going up there now.
Yeah, and but this, I mean, obviously there's the flower of life in here.
Get into that.
9 or 10 of them, which are etched or painted or something. On them. People aren't sure even how they got on there.
Yep.
And they're very high up, some of them. So they must have how they got up there. We don't know, but it's just bizarre. Just on this one side here, there's a couple on this side as well.
Yeah, and here, and up here.
You can, unless you go in the temple, you can only see 2 of them from the steps.
That's right.
You have to go in there to see 9 or 10 of them.
Best fun I had at work.
So do you guys think that this
Low level
structure was
drivers.
originally on a surface, or did they build it?
When you lived in the UK.
That's a good question. I mean, I can tell you what I think, and Ben can jump in maybe. But if it is older, which there's a good case for that, then that may have been the ground.
So being Australia, mostly involved in government software.
It may have been like the Valley Temple, where they kind of landscape.
Be honest, Jimmy, you're a rare coder, aren't you?
Perhaps. It may have been ground level at the time. If this,
You're a
if
rare
this is
GoldenEye
ancient,
coder.
10, 12,000 years ago, then maybe it was ground level because the way the sand moves around this part of the desert. That's
You are Dr. Doak, aren't you?
But if SETI did build it, if we look at that as a theory, then and if it is, on of Osiris.
Hey Ace, I wish you were a Canadian citizen
that's
too.
why they believe SETI may have definitely done it, because that's part of the tradition of this.
No way, really? You serious, Jimmy?
Story.
What? That's so cool.
Yeah.
No way, really?
Share that.
Wow.
Share your views on it. I don't. I think it's. I suspect it's older.
I mean, it was like trying to join the
and it definitely
Beatles.
goes
You know,
deeper.
I don't blame them.
So, but I don't think this was the original level. I think it was certainly parts of it were intended to be underground. Whether or not the same level that existed that then when they built the temple was the same.
After
level as the
GE,
original, I don't
yeah.
know, but it does feel
DKR?
like
Was DKR after that? Diddy Kong? Perfect Dark? 2005.
Oh, this bit I've not been into before. This is the opposite side to where the tunnel is.
That's
Mm.
right. So it's another whole room here.
I think this was flooded when I was last here, so this is interesting. So
So
you
has
get like upright pillars here as well.
Conker's bad for a day.
Everybody's built into the wall.
That pillar, I think it was into the wall, and then you also have this A-frame kind of roof in here.
Yeah.
That's similar to the other side as well, isn't it?
It is.
Sad.
You get to the town and stuff, but that is very interesting. You get this aside some of the pyramids of the Giza Plateau. This kind of
I love her because that's a sick emote, dude. Is that your emo? Get out of here. Come on, man. That's sick.
If we're looking at age.
This feels.
Giza Plateau, yeah.
This feels very much like the Khafra pyramid, the chamber inside the Khafra pyramid, which is the same sort of A-frame roof to it.
Geez,
You
all I
also
like.
have the,
Cool, bro.
The so-called Queen's chamber in the main pyramid that has.
It's mainly what I
has
speedrun.
an A-frame roof. And interestingly, there's a slope. There is the third pyramid has an arched, a curved roof, and then the only other place we've seen that is at Lahoon. It's that granite.
Stole it
chamber
from
that's
somewhere, yeah,
beneath
of course.
The Lahoon pyramid that has that incredible precision box in it. Also has a
Still thought that
curved ceiling,
counts.
and that's like a whole chamber that's made out of granite.
So these, I've not seen this. This is I've not seen this one. So these pillars here. What do
No,
you
there you
think
go,
it is?
freestanding. Yeah, that one's freestanding. I don't know. Yeah, it's like this. They're evenly spaced along.
Come on,
the edge
man.
there. If we go back, you actually can see.
Yeah, I think this must have been
3, 4
closed.
of them.
I did not see this.
It's not fast enough and a terrible pause. But we'll play it out.
Some of the blocks going over the roof at this angle are ridiculously big by the looks of it.
Yep. Huge.
Remarkable.
How long would you say this room is?
Pretty big.
Yeah, feet long.
Something like that. Yeah, that's probably a good. Maybe a little longer even. Yeah. I want to say 20 or 30 meters. So.
What is this with this metric crap?
That could have been
So
23.
70 feet, 60 feet. There you go.
Aren't you make wrong hacks or try to reverse engineer
Yeah,
the...
this place was cool.
Yeah, we're up on time again, guys.
All right.
I'm not paying enough to work this video.
I figured we'd be up on time in a minute. Here. All right, I'll pause it here.
All right.
Let me come back from a break.
Insane.
Fantastic.
Okay, so we're back from the break and we're checking out more of the Assyrian, and the footage we've got here, we're just deep within it, private access visit clearly.
Yep.
This is where you usually get to. This is where most people kind of have to stop. You see that rope there, and it's actually a bit further up actually, and you just get the view down on it. So to get in there, now they actually
Too real, Jimmy.
access.
Too real, bro.
Brilliant. I mean, we do that on our tours.
Time is what I lack.
Yep.
It's really essential. I mean, for the
Got a meeting to join? No worries, bro. Oh, you're so sad, man. Don't be sad, bro.
You really have to do that. I think it's one of the
Stick
most
it, thanks, man.
intriguing places to actually go inside of.
Make that cash, dude.
The whole of Egypt.
I agree. Yeah. This was my first chance to get down here, and definitely it'll be included on any of the future trips that I do. I think it's, as you say, just essential to get down in here. And I know you're going back this year, right? You got a tour in November.
November, yeah, it's postponed from last year, of course. And so, yeah, we've got one in November. We're doing that with my buddy Jim Vieira. We talk a lot about giant research, but he's a stonemason.
Right.
He's like, he's the same sort of thing as you said. They do different types of stonemasonry. So he's got this background of a professional stonemason. So he goes there and it's like, whoa, he kind of sees it from that perspective. So we have very much looking at we love the ancient technology side of it, but Jim's a bit of a mystic as well. I've kind of got that kind of thing going on. JJ's going to be with us, who does brilliant research on ancient symbolism. She decodes stuff as we go around sites, and it kind of blows everyone away. But yeah, so yeah, we're doing a trip down November. It's a few spaces open for that, and yeah.
Okay, I gotta go downstairs right now. So I'm gonna do that right now.
I'd love that.
Then I'm gonna load the vape. I'm gonna eat, load the vape. I'm gonna keep the stream on.
You learn. I mean, it's like sometimes you get people on these trips who just give
I'm
you
gonna
the
play
insights
after.
you're waiting for. You can spot something, you can see something. It's actually quite useful to go with a bunch of people.
Indeed. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, I am hoping to get back to Egypt this year as well. I'm in the final throes of planning a trip. It's one that also been delayed a couple times. In fact, this was the original trip from last year. I've had a long wait list of people that couldn't make
You're
it
back,
because
you're
of 2020.
Actually, I'm gonna
and
actually
that'll be
probably
in
take some
October,
time.
and I'll get to announce something about that in the next couple of weeks. I'm in the
We'll play
last
after.
phases of doing the same thing, but yeah, I'd love to get together on a trip at some point and do something. Yeah, that'd be cool. This is yeah. Go ahead.
The tunnel, isn't it? This is the route you've come out of the main temple and you've taken a right here. Yeah.
Yep.
And this is actually a slope.
It might be like
Direct
15
going
minutes.
Upwards.
Yep.
If I've got, I kind of lost track of where we were for
Just
a
have
second.
10
And
minutes
this
for a
goes
meeting
way
Tuesday,
up.
Thursday, occasional short
does.
calls on other
Goes-
days.
takes
Oh, that's
another
good.
corner, I think. And this is all constructed.
That's good,
This is
man.
a different type of construction. This isn't really this is not granite, is it? This is kind of like sandstone. Or
It is, I think.
I gotta go
Yeah.
downstairs.
Stone, you
It's
see that
time
ground
sensitive,
there.
so I will do that.
It's not
And
granite.
so this is why it's thought that this was added later, and it was designed to connect to this discovery that Seti and his group made, 1258 BC or whatever. So that's one of the ideas. But obviously, the academic Egyptologists believe this was one big design. It was actually built by Seti as part of his.
My sister's Sweden.
tradition.
She has
So
3 hours of
the
meeting,
jury's
so
out
no
on that
way.
one. I'm with the old school. I think it's older. I think it's got this different orientation. There's been some research even on the archaeoastronomy of it. There's people like Freddie Silver, who's like an alternative historian. He believes that this would align precisely with Orion, going back 10,500 BC, which matches the whole kind of Sphinx idea that Hancock and Duval put forward. This going back to the time of Leo and so forth. And you know, there's something in that kind of rings true with me. But you know, there's so little research and dating has actually been done here. It's quite startling.
Yeah. And of course, these walls are beautifully, you know, artwork is just, and some of the colours are still showing. And this is thousands of years old. Like this work is, it's beautiful art actually to get in here and look at this. And yeah, clearly dynastic.
Is the roof over there overhead stone?
Yes,
It's like
parts of it are stone.
this staggered pattern on that roof. That
they're modern, I think, modern repairs and additions of the skylights. But yeah, it was a constructed tunnel. Yeah, and a lot of it was probably caved in.
Yeah, I think a lot of the roof has been reconstructed here as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, so a lot of it has been moved around. I mean, obviously they don't move anything in the Assyrian virtually. It's just too damn heavy.
So what's written in here? They telling a story on the way down the hallway? Is that the idea?
I haven't read an analysis of it, but yes, I'm assuming there's a number of stories being told on here. It's absolutely covered, top to tail.
I mean, one of the ideas that Andrew Collins talks about when he came on our previous trips. He's done a lot of research on Egypt. He's one of the top people on it, in my opinion. And he thinks it's this whole elaborate ritual and story of Osiris, and was played out. And so much of that was probably part of this route going down into the underworld, you know, duat and so forth. And so even in the Assyrian, there would have been a giant megalithic roof over most of it, possibly all of it, with probably a few gaps, which I still believe were used as part of like a solar kind of light phenomena thing, lighting up certain parts of the site at different times of year. So a lot of this would have been still that, but this would have been in Seti's time. They were kind of adding this to perhaps this previous temple, but adding their ideas of what they thought it may have been used for.
Yeah.
So so there's a big mystery here. I mean, it's really unclear. I mean, I've read as much as I can on this. I've talked to some top people on this, academics and alternative researchers, but this is kind of where it all changes. Just here, this is where you're going back into
granite,
going back into the Assyria proper here.
Yeah, and just the massive granite blocks.
This is kind of where the real temple begins.
And there's all rubble on either side too.
Yeah, yep. And a lot of it's been quarried. You see a lot of those dashed lines. They're all quarry marks. So this was quarried. Quite a lot of the blocks. I mean, they're still there. The ones that weren't successfully quarried, but yeah, they've been hacking at this for a while as a granite quarry essentially.
Yeah, I've seen that there's holes in the corners of some of these blocks too, where they're trying to peel pieces of it off.
Yep.
That scooping pattern that is on the faces of those granite stones. I don't know. I'm definitely looking into the ultrasonic, using vibration to cut through that stuff. I think
risky leap.
I mean, because again, you got this ridiculously obvious Peruvian connection going on.
Yeah,
That
it's
scooping.
same.
It's so obvious. I mean, and like even this is one thing a lot of people that I talked about this with Ben in the podcast. Is like even at Stonehenge, there's 2 or 3 stones that have scooping in them. So some of them are really slight scoops. Others are giant ones. That's actually a recumbent flat stone at the ground, one of the fallen trilithons. And there's another stone there as well, which even has a nub sticking out. But this is at Stonehenge. No one knows about this. No one has a clue. And like, I've been there so many times, having it's basically my back garden virtually, but I get a chance to go in there quite often. And it is exactly like what you find at Oriente Tambo and like Aswan Quarry. And parts of this look a bit like that. So what on earth? What on earth is going on? Why are you getting the same thing at Stonehenge And and we have to, there's another obvious connection. These are like trillathons that you get at Stonehenge.
Right.
So it's a bit too obvious to mention, really, but it's but that is a similarity. You can't deny it. And there's actually mortise and tenon joints you get here, and you get that in parts of the Bali Temple as well. You get mortise and tenon joints with a little nub and a little hole in the stone above it to hold it in place. So same elements of technology being played out in different parts of the world.
I'll just flip back to the. I think you're right.
Oh, yes.
The old the flower of life. We'll pause on this briefly. Interesting. Interesting that, as you say, like no one's real sure if it's etched in there. Yusuf has an interesting take on it. He thinks it's a distraction. He's like, people always talk about the flower of life, but what they're sort of missing the innate technological wonder of the thing it's drawn on. Like this 70-ton block of granite that's been precisely shaped and moved and shipped here. But yeah, no one really knows. Like some people think Pythagoreans did this or something like that. In later periods. Obviously, doesn't seem to be. I like this here. It's obviously a sign that other people have found this place to be remarkable and sacred, pretty clearly. So whatever they did or however they did this, it's an indication that. I mean, this place is pretty profound when you go in it. It's like, you just have a brief think about it and you start going, holy crap, how did anyone do this?
With just as geometry, I mean, I know I've been in there with Yusuf. He's kind of sort of not so interested in that, but the flower of life.
Oh, it's incredible.
They're pretty big, and they're really hard. You try drawing that on paper,
very difficult.
Even with a compass and everything, compass and pens and everything. But you do it on a bit of granite, like 15 feet up, etching it into a wall.
I mean,
that is tough. That is tough to do. I mean, regardless of the ridiculous size.
What? Well, yeah, no, I have a T-shirt with it on there. I mean, there is a lot to. I don't want to dismiss the fact, like the whole what it represents in terms of sacred geometry and everything is profound too. But I was just relating. Yusuf had that interesting point because everyone's looking at it. He's like, wait, look at the block it's in. But yeah, it's an interesting.
You were dogging on the flower of life, bro.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I did. I shouldn't do it. I said I'll wear my flower of life T-shirt for the next one.
Gave that T-shirt away.
No, it's
no, but it is. It's the geometry. Is kind of a universal language. So it is interesting that would be put there, and I like your point
on the ceiling.
That somebody would look at that and say, okay, this is. Other people are recognizing that there are geometric principles at work in the structure itself.
Does it show up in other Egyptian art anywhere? The flower?
That's a good question.
It is.
I don't know, but they were certainly using them same geometric principles.
Yeah, of course.
In just the design of the sites, without a doubt. I mean, look at even your favourite guy Ramesses was the symmetry
in his face.
It's just interesting that if it's not really an Egyptian thing to draw, it makes you wonder who put it there, and that's why I guess you were suggesting the Pythagoreans maybe.
I've heard that. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Possible theory.
Yeah, it's a.
That's good. That's a good point. Because there's one thing, because that would have been full of rubble when the Pythagoreans and the Ptolemaic people were there. Probably, so they were probably just sitting on top of the rubble.
It could have been,
etching it in, so they wouldn't have had to climb up scaffolding, perhaps. So there
floating
could be some
in a
practical
canoe.
reason why. While they're in there. If it was full of water, for sure. But this is a good shot here. Look at this. It just shows you the magnitude of some of these ridiculously large blocks. I mean, just to think about quarrying these 100 miles from Aswan, or is it 80, 90 miles from Aswan?
Yep. This is Upper Egypt. But still.
And so you've got to bring that over. You've got to quarry it, bring it over, carve granite into that shape, somehow lower it if it was lower. It's
put
just,
into place.
It's just absolutely remarkable. Then you see these beautiful.
And then right there,
big old blocks.
They were flattening the wall and stopped. That's the most interesting part of this site to me.
Wow.
The blocks are pillowed out, and then somebody was coming along and flattening it out and making the whole thing smooth, and they never finished. Look at that.
Wow.
That is, and you can see where they just stopped work, and the
Yeah,
steel
you're
marks are gigantic. They were smoothing that wall out, taking off a couple of inches of material to make the whole thing flat, and they didn't get it. They didn't get it done.
And there are a couple places like that. It's very much like that third pyramid. They have that same
Yeah.
spot that's flat, and then it pillows out around it.
And there's something
I don't
similar
know.
in the what is it? It's not Karnak. It's what's the place with the wheels?
Oh, Abu Ghraib.
Konark. This is it's in India.
Okay, India.
So this is a completely different place, but
Egyptian
but
ones, yeah.
they're carving these like giant, very incredibly intricate wheels, and there's a place where you see one of the wheels, and halfway up, it's all like beautifully intricate, and then at the top it's just blank. Like it looks like some kind of CNC machine was going in and making all the detail, and just went halfway up the wheel and stopped. Like there's all the little figurines, and they're just really detailed, and then they're gone on the upper part. It's very similar.
In this shot here, just in the middle, you see that tiny little, is that a tiny little stone?
Yeah, there's
Just
another
there?
one here too.
You get a few of these as well. This is very Peruvian again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Just a little detail. I mean, there's no purpose for that unless they're just playing. They're just. I wonder,
Right.
how much of this. One of the things it was quite hard to make out here is if stuff's mirrored, like it is in the Burning Temple. I
Right.
think some of it is.
Some of it is,
like
I
part-
think. Yeah.
Some of it is mirrored as well, so we do get the same kind of principles at play.
Okay, so now I also see that the doorway is cut up into the lintel block. That's what I was seeing when you were looking in there.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, this here. Yeah. Yeah. You see that on all of them.
You get that,
nice.
You get the same technique, I think, at Tiwanaku, Pumapunku.
Yep, I think so.
In Bolivia, so and at some of the classic kind of sites, Cusco and the Sacred Valley. But
yeah, I think Coricancha.
What possible purpose does that serve other than aesthetics? I mean,
Yeah, I don't know. It's another insight.
Thanks, brother.
We got you here for answers, bro.
Yeah. It's the default answer for the actual purpose.
I'm thinking of swimming under there.
Yeah, there might be a swamp monster in that green lagoon. Ugh. But yeah, it does again. It's another 12 or so feet, and there's a connection. So they have a problem pumping out enough water because there is a shaft that leads off and down from the area that goes down another, I think, 12 feet or something. There's more granite blocks. There's a shaft that then also leads off a small shaft that apparently that's where a lot of the water comes in from, but it leads off in a direction. And I'm not sure anyone knows where that goes. But it's been constructed, so there were things below this as well, and we just don't know. And in fact, I heard the guards when we were there talking about it. They were literally saying that they'd be pumping out the water, but it's a lack of funds at the moment. They just, because of the tourism and everything, they're just like, no one's coughing up enough money just to even get a couple guys in here working on with machines to pump out the water, which is I'm baffled by. Like, who wouldn't want to do that investigation?
Even just.
All right, let's go get a job, guys.
Yeah. I mean, just pitch one of these universities, guys that have the partnerships with the Council of Antiquities. I don't understand it. It's just what frustrates me the most about this stuff is I don't understand why there isn't more effort done in tackling this and using things like laser scanners, like proper high definition ones, and all of the surface roughness tests. More investigation into how these could have been made, like the construction methodology. That never seems to be the focus of the authorized institutional sort of driven investigations. And it's just, why is it down to the tourists and the groups that are in like this that come along with iPhones and with the LiDAR scanners, and that's the only time that sort of thing ever happens. I just feel like it's the tools we have today are non-invasive. They won't hurt anything, and they could shed a lot of light on this stuff. And I think there's a lot of institutions that have the access to these sites and the partnerships to research them. They don't know why they're not doing it.
That's the thing. I get that a lot. That it's like going back to the time of Flinders Petrie, a lot later with Chris Dunn. That they tried to reconstruct like a smaller version of the pyramid. People have failed miserably trying to do it. They've never even tried to reconstruct the Assyrian, the temple or anything like this because they know they can't do it. But one of the things Petrie kept coming up with, which is what Chris Dunn commented on, and I've kind of been looking at Petrie stuff over the years, is that as technology developed during the 19th and 20th century, it suddenly became clear how they may have been able to do things, like the core drills, for instance, because there was a time when they were discovering these core drills before that had even been invented in modern times. And so, and as technology moves on in our era, it almost parallels what they were capable of back then. And so we soon we're going to reach a point, not too far maybe in the future, where suddenly we know how they did it because our technology can actually match that.
That's right.
And so it may have been like magic, you know, to the people who didn't understand it, you know, the non-initiated. But you know, so what is going on? And so I think we have to wait to see what our technology goes to, then we can understand where they were up to. You know, and I think this is one of the ways you have to look at it. We're not quite there yet.
That's exactly what I have the same thought. It's just like I think the answers to we're well and truly advanced in a lot of directions, but our civilization's technology went in a certain direction, and I think we're in some other directions we're only getting started. And I think some of the answers to this stuff may lay in some of those realms that we have yet to fully understand or to properly investigate. And I just think we should be open to that possibility when we're looking at these sites, because that seems to be a strong possibility when you look into like the construction methodology, the precision, and all these other aspects of this stonework, and that opens up the door to functionality, you know, and purpose. But if we consistently just try and put this stuff in the box of, well, it's copper chisels and flint chisels and it's all ceremonial and it's all, you know, for you know, rituals and things, and it's all within that box of what we know of this primitive civilization that didn't have this capability, then we'll never get there. But I think that's the technology aspect's one that's just like that. It always drives me insane. And Flinders Petrie understood it. It wasn't until his time that we had enough capability to even put some of this stuff into context to understand that we're looking at a real mystery, you know? It's a meta point in all of this. There's a nice keystone cut.
That's a good one.
You know.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, I've got a question actually. I mean, do you know if they found any metal in any of these keystone cuts? Because I haven't found anything that I mean, I know there's some metal has been found in the Great Pyramid, different alloys and stuff like this. But here, I mean, are you aware of anything? Because I've not heard of it.
I don't think so. I don't think they've really found much at all. It all would have gotten removed, I imagine. I know there's some keystones, some of these cuts that have that, like the green, in granite that have the green tinge of what would have been copper, I guess, and so there's some evidence of that. But no, I don't know of any that have been actually found with metal.
Like I said earlier, there's that. There's one example, I think, in the Ashmolean with Seti's name carved on it. You know,
right, of wood.
But that could have easily been put in
later.
Yeah, and the metal disappeared. But who knows? I mean, and that's one of the ways they kind of dated the Assyrian because of these wooden keystone kind of clamps.
If there are metal keystone clamps, there's still a bunch in there. So.
Yeah,
you know, stones that are still together.
Yeah, some of them are stone. Like there's that. It's almost as if it's like a slid-on hinge, but I don't know if that's exactly what that is.
Yeah, that's what that looks like, a tongue and groove connection.
Yeah, I'm not convinced it is after taking a closer look at it on this trip, but it's almost like it's been cemented in now or something in modern times. But there's definitely been like quarried. That whole block's been quarried, and there's a similar like cut on top there as well. That's on top of that block, so it's another like some sort of keystone groove. And there could have been another layer on top of there too. I think there was.
I want to add to what you guys were saying about these ancient sites, and I think this is the other thing that bothers me about this is it doesn't look like whoever was building them, however long ago it was, they were in mid-work, and it stopped, and they never came back to it. And you see this at Ollantay Tambo. And you see this here.
Serapeum.
At the Serapeum. Like something happened to people who could do stuff like this. And
all over the world.
The obelisk too, the unfinished obelisk, it's the same thing. They're in the middle of working on this monumental, massive stone project using whatever tools whatever they were using to cut that thing out of there, and they're smoothing the
Easter
walls
Island.
down. They're building the blocks. They're moving the blocks into the Serapeum. You know, at Agante Tombo, they're moving giant blocks up, down one mountain and up another, and they didn't get to complete the project.
Right.
That's the thing that haunts me about so many of these sites, is it looks like a construction project that never got completed, and the people who were working on it never came back to it. And it implies something happened that was catastrophic, right? This is...
Seems to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't argue that. That does seem like some of it seems unfinished, and a little random. But I also don't know if that's the right. I mean, it's just, I don't know if that's.
Yeah. I mean,
if there was it may, yeah. If that's a part of the perspective that we're looking at it in terms of how we would do it. There's and I mean, I get the same feeling. Like definitely, like there's boxes in the hallway. There's unfinished boxes.
Thank you, brothers. Thanks for being here, man.
Work on the third pyramid here at Alante Tambo looks like, you know, stuff was in motion for sure. Like Alante, blocks across the river, like they were being pushed. Yeah, but yeah, it does. Yeah,
Nice
something may have
message.
happened.
Thank
I mean,
you, dude.
It does seem to indicate some sort of cataclysm. With some of these walls and the third pyramid and things, I don't know. Like with the finishing parts, it's just I can't tell if that's. It's certainly intentional or not. I mean, it definitely seems like we're halfway through it, and they started it, and then it's just tools down. So.
Yeah, and I mean the big obelisk, like if the story that we're told is they're cutting that thing out and they find a flaw, right?
Yeah.
So they're like, okay, we can't use it. Well, you've cut most of it out of it.
You would take some blocks from it, for sure.
You would start using it for blocks, right?
Yeah.
That's what I mean. It's like the same thing at Baalbek. Those blocks that are still in the
Yeah.
quarry. They're like, well, they were too big. Just put them down. You know. No, you would cut that up into smaller blocks.
that is something I've researched quite a lot, actually, is the idea of the quarry being the sacred birthplace of the later temple. I've written a few articles about it for all these sites, including Aswan and Baalbek.
Alright, I'm gonna use the washroom, load the vape, and then we're gonna play again.
Where you take the stone from, that's like taking it from the mother. That's like taking it from Gaia.
Yep.
And so that is the sacred spot. And then you actually choose where that goes very carefully to be used. And there's often a geodetic principle between where it's quarried and where the site actually finishes up. Like, for instance, Aswan Quarry is, you draw a line from the center of the Aswan Quarry stone to the center of the Giza, the Great Pyramid of the Giza Plateau. It's 365.4 nautical miles, and that is exactly the days in a year, for instance. We have the same principles with the Bluestone Quarry in Wales, linking with Stonehenge. There's a perfect geodetic 5, 12, 13 Pythagorean triangle linking them up with this small island and Stonehenge and the Bluestone Quarry, and it goes on and on and on. You like go into all the different sites, and you don't mess with the sacred origin point of the temple. And so this was, you leave that alone. And actually, like in Olmec land, for instance, up at the basalt quarries in the Tuxtla Mountains, there's actually areas where rituals today are still carried out on these particular quarry sites, and so it becomes part of the whole system. And so sometimes leaving something unfinished is like also a signature of the builders, of the kind of godlike builders who are building these things. So there's different, it's just a theory. It's just something I've kind of been looking at over the years, and I keep seeing the same kind of ideas pop up. There's always the biggest stone is left of the quarry. That's one thing that interests me. Like
Moai
really
too,
big
right?
stones, Baalbek, Aswan, even at Easter Island, the largest Moai is unfinished in the quarry. Potentially at Stonehenge, there's actually two quarries, there's two types of stone there. So there's something about that. I think the Aswan and the granite quarry is really interesting, because some of the granite also came from Elephantine Island as well. Not all of it came, which is the same area as Aswan, obviously, but so it's transported over water, then taken up the Nile, all this kind of stuff. So yeah, there's more. I think there's more to it than just leaving it unfinished. There may be a purpose for it.
That still implies a global tradition.
It does, yeah. And again, it's just a theory, so
I think that's fascinating. Yeah,
it is actually.
But if it's on Easter Island, all these sites, all over the place, you're still like, okay, whoever was doing this has still got the idea, like the quarry is the mother. You leave the biggest stone there on purpose, and that was happening all over the world.
Yeah, that's a great example here of the same. I was trying to say like the perspective. Like it's we look at it from a work side and a thing, and we're like it looks unfinished, but like from a geodetic perspective, there's significance in some of that stuff from other perspectives, and that's I think understanding perspective is such an important.
And it's just working out, like, there's always this question mark. There's something that's come up a lot in this today in our talk today is it unfinished or is it deliberate like that? Is it an artistic thing that the certain designers or artists or designer, whatever you want to call them, will actually like, this is my thing, this is my signature. I want to leave that bit flat, and that bit's going to be puffy next to it. This is something I want to continue. It's a tradition, of this particular line of initiate builders. That only they do. It could be connected worldwide. It could be this tradition. Because the people who were building this stuff had secrets.
Yeah,
Not everyone
sure.
knew about this. This was a secret tradition, and it was passed down. It's ended up in the realms of the secret societies and the Freemasons, things like this, because that's their kind of prerogative. And so we don't know the deeper reasons, but it's just it's so mind blowing when you see all the, because you find so many of this what appears unfinished, and also these unfinished quarries. It's just utterly bizarre, but needs more research.
You're right. Now that I'm thinking about it, I could see esoteric, like the imperfection is put in there on purpose.
Yeah.
Like that is a tradition that is found in certain, like I know, like I can't remember exactly all the details, but Arabian rug makers, I think, did this. They would purposefully the masters would purposefully put a flaw somewhere in the tapestry that they were making or whatever, and it's on purpose, because they're saying that, like, I'm not like the gods, the gods are perfect, or at least that's what I was reading that it may mean. I'm not sure if anybody knows, but yeah, the idea of leaving imperfections on purpose is.
There you go.
Yeah.
And the symmetry being not quite right in the temples, like this, there is some sort of meaning and symbolism and purpose of something to that stuff. You're right. Yeah. It's great.
Well, while you were talking about that, my brain went in a completely different direction, but I was thinking about the magnetic field lines that are in the rock. Right, because like when the rock was formed, the magnetic field was a certain way, and so a bunch of things are aligned within the stone.
Mm-hmm.
So if they were thinking in this geodetic sense, when they're cutting these rocks out and they're taking them somewhat far away, maybe they mark the stones and they put them all together where those field lines are still flowing together, right? The same. I'd be interested to know
That's a really interesting idea.
if this was a tradition, because we typically only do these core samples on things that are debated as to whether or not it was built by ancient people, or it was or it was a natural thing, like with rock wall. And so when they find that all the magnetic field lines are the same, they're like, it's natural.
Yeah.
But if that was a consideration,
there's one place where they've proven that to be the case. Actually, this is Avebury in England.
Yeah.
This is like the largest stone circle in the world. And also Olmec sites, Olmec heads, for instance. Some of them have magnetic hotspots in the temple on the side of the head, or in the belly, and some of the later ones in southern Guatemala. This has all been tested and it's researched, put out there. At Avebury, every single stone in Avebury Stone Circle, for instance, there's 99 stones, maybe 100. They're huge stones. This is seriously megalithic, this place. And every single one is magnetic north, is aligned to the next stone, and to the next one, and to the next one. They're not, and they've been tested thoroughly. So somehow they knew the orientation of the magnetism within each stone and lined them all up. And then down the avenues, the megalithic avenues at Avebury, all the stones point to each other in a sort of straightish line. And so that is certainly something going on with that. And I don't know, I mean, I assume that was going on in Egypt. It's just, it makes sense because of the sophistication. And if we look at, obviously, Chris Dunn, I mean, his work on the Giza power plant, that would apply there very much so.
Absolutely, yeah. Very cool. Wow. Well, that's another 30-minute segment. Band has run out.
Indeed.
Man, that's been awesome, guys.
Yeah.
It's been great.
Happy to do it. Yeah. Thanks for joining us, Hugh. It was.
No, I appreciate it. You've just taken me on a little guided tour of a couple of sites I've missed. I really want to get back to. So delighted.
This year. Yeah, good stuff.
All right, guys. Thanks so much. Hopefully we can do it again sometime.
We shall.
Yes.
Sounds like a plan. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it, and hopefully see you all in Egypt sometime.
Yeah, let's do that. That'd be great.
Millions of people visit the Giza Plateau and the pyramids of Egypt every year, but one part of the sprawling limestone plateau, attached to perhaps its most famous monument, the Great Sphinx, has been strictly off limits for decades and is seen by almost no one outside of the officials in charge. The Sphinx Temple is a huge, ancient and megalithic structure built directly in front of the Sphinx itself and sits right next to the iconic Valley Temple, a part of the Middle Pyramid complex at Giza. This structure, secured away behind barricades and welded shut gates, safe from the view and footsteps of tourists, represents a true enigma along with the Sphinx itself. Inside its walls can be found features and remnants of advanced technology, wrought in stone from its once mighty past, and evidence that hints at answers to long-pondered mysteries, like the reports of underground passages and chambers, with references that go back thousands of years to the time of the pharaohs. Welcome to Uncharted X. My name is Ben, and on a recent visit to Egypt, I had the rare opportunity to set foot inside the mysterious Sphinx Temple and document my findings. I hope you'll join me in this video as we explore this structure, its history, and its connection to ancient tales of the Sphinx itself. Investigating the Sphinx Temple, along with historical documents, has revealed some remarkable evidence that hints at as yet unexplored subterranean structures beneath the Giza Plateau, as well as a functional connection to other Old Kingdom sites and the tantalizing remnants for advanced stonework technology, well beyond the capabilities of the known ancient Egyptian dynastic civilization. Visiting Giza today, if you enter the plateau through the Sphinx entrance at Nazlet El Samam, the Sphinx Temple is one of the first structures that you'll see. Built right next to the Valley Temple and directly in front of the Sphinx itself, from the outside it seems like almost part of the Valley Temple, and in truth it does seem to be something of a sister structure to its much more well-trodden neighbour. Due to its location and its apparent connection to the Sphinx, the standard model attributes the temple to the same timeline as the Sphinx and the Valley Temple for that matter, that of the 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom, specifically the Pharaoh Khafra circa 2550 BC. Similar to those structures, however, when you dig into the details, there is, in reality, very little evidence that directly ties its original construction to that period. We had the chance to enter the Sphinx Temple late in 2022. It's very rarely visited, usually entirely inaccessible, and there isn't a lot of data or documentation available for it. That said, in the last year or so, it seems to have become occasionally available as a special permission entry, as have several other usually off-limit locations in Egypt, a trend that I have to say I'm very pleased to see happening with the new management of the Ministry of Antiquities. We combined our entry to the Sphinx Temple along with the more common special permission access into the Sphinx enclosure. The wooden boardwalk that provides access into the enclosure also delivers an excellent view of the Sphinx Temple as you walk by. The rarity of access into the Sphinx Temple is amply demonstrated by the fact that this was my good friend Yusuf Aywan's first ever time setting foot inside its walls, and he's lived his entire life right next to the Giza Plateau, raised by his father, the famous guide and indigenous wisdom keeper Hakim El Aywan. Needless to say, we were both pretty excited about the chance to explore it in person on this trip, and I'm very grateful to our excellent staff in Egypt with the connections to make it happen. Mo Taha is the man when it comes to the logistics of my tours, as I'm sure everyone who's been on one would agree, and I can't imagine working with anybody else to organise them. Thanks, Mo. In form, the Sphinx Temple very closely resembles the Valley Temple, although it has been plundered of its granite to a far greater extent, and its internal layout is quite different. Made up of a core of truly enormous limestone blocks, many well in excess of 100 tons, it was also originally cased in very finely wrought and shaped granite blocks, both inside and out. It also featured an alabaster or white calcite floor, as does the Valley Temple still today. Walking around inside the Sphinx Temple is a somewhat bewildering experience. The oddly shaped limestone bed. Hello all and welcome back to Uncharted X. This is Ben. This video is another video podcast that I've done with the Snake Brothers, and we were also joined by my good friend Matt Simpson from the Ancient Architects channel. I'm sure many of you know about his channel. If you somehow don't, definitely go and check it out. There's a link to that below. We are doing another kind of in-depth look at one of these sites from around the world. This time we're pivoting away from Egypt. We're going to take a look at Sacsayhuaman and Cusco over there in Peru. It's an enigmatic site. It's one of my favorite sites to visit. Cusco in general is just full of all sorts of incredible architecture that stem from all sorts of different styles, from the megalithic to the Inca to the colonial Spanish to the modern, and it's all kind of piled up on each other. It's a really good example of a city that's just been through so many different phases of building and architecture. If you are interested in a bit more detail and produced videos on these sites, I do have 2 videos that explore Sacsayhuaman and some of the architecture in Cusco specifically. Those are linked below. And then I also have a video that's a primer on the different styles of architecture that you're likely to see in South America. There are really 3 distinct styles of architecture, and they are laid out in a specific order, something that you can see quite clearly when you go down there and look at a lot of these sites. There's a link to that video also below. Just a quick update on some of the other things I'm working on. I know I've been producing a lot of podcasts lately. I have been doing a lot of recording with a lot of different people. I have a few more of those queued up, but I am also still working on those produced kind of mini documentary videos. In fact, I hope to get one out this week. It's going to be an interesting one, taking a look at what's been found beneath the step pyramid of Djoser in Egypt and how it relates to some of the earliest dynasties of the dynastic Egyptian civilization. I hope you enjoyed it.
And we are joined again. This is our 3rd Uncharted X Rose of the Serpent Swapcast, and we are joined also by Matt from the Ancient Architects channel. Matt, thanks for joining us on this one, man.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, looking forward to having your input. So we were talking before we started recording, and you were telling us about you have a master's in geology. Is that right? That's going to help?
Yeah, I mean, when I was undergraduate, I did a degree in geology. Then I did a master's degree where I actually worked on the mission to Mars, Beagle 2 mission to Mars, led by Britain, which actually crashed on Christmas Day 2004, I think. So it didn't actually succeed, but it was a great experience to work at the National Space Centre and test rock samples in the labs and all that sort of stuff. And it's given me a good sort of broad background, broad level of information. So it helps me with all this study of ancient history and ancient architecture, and rock types, structures. Is it possible? What's not possible? It really helps me with the work that I do.
Excellent. Wow. So you're a geologist and a rocket scientist.
Well, yeah.
And a YouTuber.
And a YouTuber.
Yeah. And a
Wow.
YouTuber now. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Bit of everything. So since the geology degree, I didn't actually use it for about 8 years, but
Yeah, but
That's
you
life.
know, it's like riding a bike, right? It comes back as you're looking at stuff.
Yeah, I've still got the books. I never read them at university, but still.
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
good to have you back on too, man. I think this series has been a lot of fun. So today, what are we looking at?
Yeah, thanks. It is good. Well, I thought we'd pivot a little bit away from it. We've done a couple at Egypt, and there's plenty more sites to look at in Egypt. But today, I thought we'd pivot a bit to South America, and I think Sacsayhuaman's probably a good place to start. But also, we'll start there, but then also
Sacsayhuaman.
flow down the hill a little bit and look at Cusco, because there's some really interesting architecture in the streets of Cusco. Some of the megalithic stuff's there. Cusco is just a fascinating town with a bunch of different styles of architecture from different periods, and it was all connected to Sacsayhuaman. So it's kind of like this, the Cusco area, if you like. We'll start up the top and then go down, and I think there's quite a bit to look at in and around this place. Everyone's sort of seen the zigzag wall at Sacsayhuaman, but there's a lot more to that site. It's a big site, and then there's obviously been a lot of changes to it over the years ever since the Spanish came through there. We'll get into that stuff, but then there's a lot of evidence of how far that actually did once run down the hill into Cusco itself, which I think was originally kind of a megalithic city. That I think obviously predated the Inca. And again, we'll see a lot of examples of the different styles of work here. There's one of the first videos I made on the channel was a video called, I think, that something about the Andean architecture styles. It's a sort of a primer on and it's clearer here than in a lot of other places. There's these obvious gaps in style and types of architecture. There's, to me, 3 clear styles of architecture, which we'll get into, but that video kind of sets up, the background from where these styles came from and kind of how they're ordered, because they're always typically in a pretty consistent order. But the most contrasting thing we'll see on all of this is the megalithic work, and then typically really rough, small, primitive work that's been used to repair that stuff and sits on top of it. There's this huge gap between the megalithic work and then what I would attribute as Inca work. But we can get into that stuff as we go. But one of my favourite sites. Definitely, I think Peru's starting to open up again. It's so highly recommended. I think for anyone that's interested in this, go to these places. And Cusco is just the whole Sacred Valley, really a magic place to see a lot of these things. And
how many times have you been there?
I think 3 or 4 now. But I have also spent a fair bit of time there. I was there for a month. In one of those trips, I've done tours there. This was really the first trip I had was 2013 down there, and that was with Graham Hancock. It's a story I've told a bunch of times, but that was what kind of the genesis for getting me really deep into this and putting me on the path that kind of led to now where we're sitting here today talking about it. But that was 2013, and I went to Egypt with him a couple of years later again. But really that first trip, he was researching Magicians of the Gods, which was the follow-up to Fingerprints. And he's obviously Hancock. Fingerprints was the real famous seminal work from '95. He went and did a lot of other topics of consciousness and the underworld, and looked at a lot of other factors, and even started writing fiction, I think, at that point. But once he started to research Fingerprints, it was roughly only a few years after kind of the first research for the Younger Dryas started to come out. Because it's an interesting story, because back in Fingerprints day, he was speculating that there must have been a cataclysm, just looking at all the evidence, but there wasn't a real coherent theory, or nothing as strong as the Younger Dryas cosmic impact theory is today. There was Earth crust displacement, a few other things floating around, and he just was speculating that this might be something happened. And then it wasn't until after the Younger Dryas cosmic impact theory really started to gain traction and had a lot of support, a lot of scientific work behind it. That's when Hancock started to research. It's time to revisit, Fingerprints of the Gods, and that was ultimately Magicians of the Gods. And this is one of his research trips. I think he even in that book tells a couple of the stories that happened while we were on this trip. So and it was just eye-opening. But we can get into it. And I just also wanted to say that Matt, I'm glad that we're chatting. Matt and I speak a lot. We've talked a bunch. And we've been threatening to get together and do a podcast or do a recording for quite a while. So
many months. It's usually me saying no because I don't usually do these. It's my first ever podcast, so go easy on me.
It's easy. This is pretty.
Oh yeah,
pretty casual.
it's easy and fun.
Yeah. So I'll get this. Let me get this started. I will mute the audio. There's not a lot of audio in this one. We do actually. One of the things towards the end, we'll get part of an interview I did with Brian Forrester down here that we'll get to towards the end. But let's start just rolling with Sacsayhuaman, which sits up at the top of Cusco. And you guys can see this, okay?
Yeah. God, the size of those cornerstones, they're just huge, aren't they?
Honestly. It's, yeah, and you'll see lots of these too, like this. I'll just pause it real quick. This is the type of thing, you see a lot of symbolism that comes back, it gets attributed to the Inca. You could kind of see a paw print almost here.
Yeah.
You'll see this in a few different places, and I have a couple videos about Sacsayhuaman and certainly get into some of that symbology. I personally think it's something like finding shapes in the clouds. Like if you are looking for a symbol, you're looking for a shape, you're bound to find it. We as humans are great at pattern recognition. It's because there's supposedly serpents and pumas and all that stuff.
I wonder if there's any paint on it, like any remnants of paint where they could have, actually made them come to life. Even if they just saw them, even if they were, they're not on purpose, they might have just saw the shapes themselves and painted them to look iconic. I don't know.
Possibly. I don't know of any paint on this. But definitely like the Spanish.
Quite a colourful culture, isn't it? The Inca, for example, are quite colourful. Their clothing, the textiles, and the pottery as well.
There was definitely, and I mean Brian even thinks that some of that stuff could have been, some of their patterns in their embroidery could have been almost a written language. There's another one there. This is another quarter. They'd call that a paw print. But some of this is kind of up at some of the big stones, and we'll go like a full tour down the zigzag wall, plus up on the other layers above it, then right up on top of the hill, and then back over behind us. But yeah, I mean,
I have a question real quick. I've wondered this, like, are we looking at the bottom of the wall, and what are they sitting on? I mean, is there foundation? Is there foundation stones below the ground? Did they carve it into the bedrock?
It's a good question. We don't really know. I suspect they go down further, and we don't really know if this is the ground level, because you do have a lot of accounts, particularly after the Spanish arrived. You had a similar situation in Egypt where it was at one point, I think one of the accounts describes it was the work of all of the town to be digging here. Like the people were digging and excavating and changing everything. So even this layer that we look at today and we walk on, I think that's still, that may not be the same layer that it was in the past. You actually, in some places where you'll get up to, you'll see big stones underneath these stones as well. So it's
I
possible.
saw that on, like a little bit earlier on the other video. There were a few you could see them sitting on something.
Yeah.
I just couldn't tell if it was bedrock outcrops or if it was stones that went further down.
I don't know. I mean, I think it was first excavated or fully excavated in 1944. I think there's a guy called John Howland Rowe who excavated the site quite extensively, and as one of those puma paws again.
Yep.
And so I'm trying to get hold of that report that he wrote to find out exactly, his eyewitness accounts from the excavations, because that seems to have gone from everywhere. You can't seem to find that anywhere. I think written such a long time ago, probably buried in a university library.
Yeah, and that's probably something worth mentioning about this whole site is that in general in South America, there's very little, there's way less information about this stuff than you would typically find, say, for Egypt, for example. You've got obviously no written records from the Inca and previous civilizations. Anything that was more or less destroyed. You've got a few accounts from the conquistadors and some of the priests and the as they mixed with the local culture here, and they. I think Clarence Markham and there's a few other people that have got some accounts written down, Garcilaso de la Vega, but very little information in general about this stuff. And it's one of those things, like the Inca don't really ever claim to have built these things, even though we attribute it to them. It's pretty clear as we go around that there's a lot more going on than just the Inca.
So is this limestone, and do they know where the quarry is?
It is limestone, I believe. The quarry is, I have heard conflicting reports on it. Brian tells me that the quarry is within, it's like 15 kilometres away. There's quite a distance, the quarry. And what's impressive about that is, I mean, you're talking about the Andes mountain range here, right? This is 11,500 feet at Cusco. You're way up on in the steep mountains, up in high altitude.
Not easy terrain.
Right. And it's almost a distinction between, this is a good example, of the top left corner here. And you probably see a lot of this as well, also in these gaps here. This is one of the big tellers, I think, with the megalithic work. I mean, we could talk about the scoops and everything else with it, but in general, the stone, it's basalt or it's limestone or it's something, the megalithic work tends to all be of the same, whatever installation it is, it's of the same stone type. That seemed to be really important, and in most cases, that stone has come from a significant distance. I know there's some granite work in the city, in Cusco, the quarry's like 30 kilometers away. So they've hauled this stone a long distance over the mountains, and that's juxtaposed with the small repair work that you see on and around this stuff, always on top of it, which means it came later. That is typically andesite. It's local. It's the stuff that they find right in this area. It's rougher work. It's smaller work. Now I think it's the Inca. That's the sign of the Inca. The Inca found this. They found Cusco. They found these sites when that empire emerged, and they came down out of the highlands they followed the river, and they found Cusco. I think it was probably an abandoned megalithic city. They found it profound, they respected it, they rebuilt it, they repaired it, they used the stone that was laying around. You see, when we get down in the city, there's tremendous examples of where they would reuse megalithic stone in their buildings, in their works. Quite commonly you'd see lintels, stones above doorways that's like, you know, a big basalt stone that's shoved in somewhere, and the rest of the wall's just andesites. Like they would reuse the stuff that was laying around, they'd repair what they could, but in general it's kind of, I think they found it profound and they respected it, and that became a big part of that culture.
Is that another spot there on the upper left?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the age of these stones will be, you can get an idea from the rock type. Once we know the exact rock type, so if I was up close there now and analysing what rocks they are, because we can see the scoop marks in them, because we can still see...
Yo, perfect ace with the snail. It's a sick emote, dude.
If it's limestone, it might not be that old. Because
So, that's a sick emote.
But if it's
perfect carry.
Granite, or if it's a harder stone, then it could be... or any age, really. So
is that from a TV show?
Sort of a geological analysis of the rock type might be the one thing that can help us date it. Roughly. Whether it's 2,000, 1,000, 10,000, 5,000 years old. Yeah. It's that sort of scientific work that needs doing on the site, a full geological analysis of the rocks.
Oh, what? How did that not blow it up?
There,
What?
It could have been reworked. We don't know.
You'd also have to take into account the climate history of the area and whether or not it was buried.
SpongeBob.
Well, that's the obviously the soil does move. I mean, I was reading a paper quite recently saying that the people who built these sites built different walls for different purposes. So these walls, they were saying, might be so massive because they were trying to hold back as much soil as possible.
Gary the snail.
So it needed to
I don't know, man. I've never seen SpongeBob.
For example, I don't know if that's correct or not, but it's somebody's theory is we're trying to hold back all this soil from creeping down the hill, so they built these giant walls around it. But I guess it's a theory. I don't know.
SpongeBob's pet?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
This-
really?
This is just to explain. This bit of footage is. So
That's
we
pretty
started
funny.
Off, that was we'll come back to that. The other end, which is I guess the left side, looking at the zigzag wall. This is far down the right hand side at the other end of the zigzag wall, and I like this footage because you can see a similar thing like that where it's almost.
That's pretty funny.
It's not really serving as a retaining wall here. You've got.
He's like the smartest, but he's like the
soil
least
on
able.
top of the wall. And I think this is maybe an indication, could be an indication of age. It's either where it's been excavated or carved or cleared. But all that dirt, you can see all the pieces from these walls have been removed. A lot of this has been quarried. I think these walls were generally quite a bit.
Not that it's funny to not be able to do anything, but I understand the humor of the joke.
It creates those flat spaces.
Yeah, it's terracing.
It is terracing. That's right. Yeah,
I'm
terracing.
surprised those terraces haven't crumbled with the stones have moved.
It's more than every other cartoon in the cartoon is racist.
Yeah. It's interesting. The other thing that
What is R blank 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 blank?
we'll get a better look at this as we go around there. So some of these walls, like where the ground level is lower behind them.
God,
they
what a
would
good
create these
show.
walls, and then it looks like they would, the Inca at least would backfill the walls.
Oh,
with material.
retarded.
And
Oh.
what's interesting is that behind some of
The
these
character
things
in the
in
cartoon is
walls,
retarded.
you'll find megalithic blocks.
No way.
So it's kind of an interesting, like, how did a megalithic block get in? It's just thrown in there as rubble. Like, someone made those
Oh,
walls,
Gary is
someone
like
maybe it was used as a retaining wall later.
a
I
mentally
don't know,
handicapped
because-
person?
But when you see, like, in a backfill, like, oh, well, they've taken a stone that they've found and they've used it as material in a backfill, it's pretty clear indication to me that it was a
Sick emote, I like
it
it.
was- they were backfilling these walls as part of a repair process and using blocks that had fallen off the walls. And they'd
No
found somewhere else,
way,
maybe they
dude.
couldn't find where it originally
Stash
was. So
said
to
he
me, it's like,
moved his
you
car
wouldn't do that in
because
your
he said it was
second
gonna flood
building,
North
you know,
Miami.
built the site originally, you wouldn't just backfill with a shape.
God, I
You know,
hope
that
not,
you'd
man.
have trouble shaping and fitting somewhere.
No.
180 miles per hour. Holy
People
shit,
who used,
dude.
bits of stone that you
That's
found on the
insane.
ground. But it's just mind-boggling. The whole thing is.
That's
mind-boggling.
truly
I
insane.
can't figure out. Some people don't. Some people say it's a fortress. Some say it's a complete ceremonial site. Apparently, it wasn't a settlement, Saxe-Mauban, but I don't know. The whole thing is. I think the lack of written record.
That's fucked,
is a
bro.
real problem, isn't it? No one really knows.
Yeah, definitely.
And even the Spanish chronicles, you don't know how much politics is involved. You don't know what they were told. You don't know if to believe them or not. It's because,
Yeah, it's the whole the colonial imperative of superiority, right? I mean, and how much it comes down to it. A similar thing happened in North American culture with. I was talking to Hugh Newman the other day. I had an interesting podcast with him, and we were talking about kind of that imperative. One of the reasons why things like giants and that got covered up back in the day was because there was an imperative to be superior, like the colonial imperative of the white man, all that sort of stuff at that time was one of the reasons why they would sort of hide some of that thing, anything that suggested, these people are bigger and stronger than we are, or something like that. And it's just a similar thing that could have happened in the history, and as you say, it's just a big mystery. We don't know. It's an Inca. You hear varying, conflicting stories about what the Inca said about this. Some people they say that it appeared overnight. There's other accounts where they say these things were here when they got here, but there's really nowhere where they claim to have built it. Now there are some accounts from the Spanish. I think Garcilaso de la Vega is one of them, where he did witness the Inca trying to move large stones. Like they would, but really zero technology involved in this. They were just using ropes and manpower, no pulleys, no levers. And I think what he was witnessing was their ongoing efforts to repair and restore these places. Because there's other legends like the legend of the lazy stone that fell down the hill. We'll get to that when we actually get to that stone. The
amount of people as well. The amount of people you need to get this.
That's messed up.
I think what this video is showing me is the scale. It's huge, isn't it? It's absolutely huge.
Yeah, and I suspect it's a fraction of what was too.
Yeah, because we know they were destroyed by the Spanish to an extent.
It's also interesting because that the appearing overnight legend it recurs in so many sites. I mean, there's the legend about a Baalbek, for example, that Cain built it in a fit of rage in one night, and then Nan Madol, the same thing. The two brothers in one night floated all the stones over and built that place. It's a kind of a similar theme.
It is.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it is. The whole Shamir thing, which you guys were explaining to me. Then this is interesting. So this. I wanted to pause here and just briefly mention this because most people are familiar with that puffy-shaped, no straight lines, right? In those zigzag walls, that's the real famous part of Saxe-Mauban. However, there was a tremendous amount of pretty linear construction, and a similar thing to what you see inside the Coricancha, which is the big, now it's a Catholic church in Cusco in the center, but it's a megalithic building. This is what's left of some of these blocks. Now, on top of the hill, where those zigzag walls, the different terraces go up to the top of the hill, and we'll go up there and look at that in this. But there were levels to not only the wall, but on top of the hill there was a construction that had multiple levels to it as well, and it was pretty much all quarried, all recycled. So, and you can see how these blocks are quite square and they've got really nice faces on them. So a lot of these blocks were very valuable building material when the Spanish rolled up. And when they were building the churches, their villas, their homes in Cusco, this was the source they used for a lot of that building material. And what's interesting is you can find these blocks, a lot of this stuff in all of those like old colonial style buildings down in Cusco, which we will take a look at a couple of pictures. But just tooling around in Cusco is a great experience because a lot of these churches you have megalithic, colonial, it's all, you see the blocks being reused in later construction. And then when they would have to do their own stuff and it's concrete, it's just, Cusco is like one of my favorite places because you've got so many different styles of architecture, right up to modern architecture piled up on top of it. You've got, megalithic, Inca, colonial, and then modern, sometimes all in the same building.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is just an element of Saxe-Wehrmann that most people don't realise was here, was this linear, a lot of square blocks. This is also andesite, this isn't the limestone. You do have different types of stone here as well. And yeah, so this is kind of proceeding up towards the top of the hill, on top of the...
So the square blocks you say from the top of the hill, are they from the structures on the top, or...?
Mostly, I think so, yep, and we'll see that here, but...
It's not kind of like, people say no towers, and
that's right.
There's all sorts of theories that there could be some of them temples to the red god and all sorts, because on top of the hill, I was reading recently, but like I say, a lot of it is guesswork, because nobody knows for sure, but
yeah, it's
the Viracocha shrine, no one knows.
Right. Yeah,
and the square blocks, all of them harder stone, or are there some square limestone blocks as well?
I don't know. There's a lot of andesite up here. And a lot of this may also be some Inca work. But this is, I'm sure there's some limestone up here too. But there's an awful lot of andesite. And again, here's an interesting. This is like a good example of one of these walls. Where you see both sides of this, and it's not precisely made in here. This was backfilled. So this may have been constructed by the Inca, parts of this, and then backfilled with other material. And this is the type of thing I was talking about, where in this backfill, they would find megalithic blocks that had been used as backfill, which is like a clear indication that came later. But you can kind of see this here, but there's this big circular series of rings, and this is a really well-known. I know there's a couple of people that have some drone footage of it. This would be a great place to get some drone footage of it. But apparently this was multiple levels high. This was a big circular building that had a number of floors and levels in it, and this was a big source of the quarried material as well. And this is what's left today of it. You can't walk over there. There's guards, and you can't get up close to the stuff. And there's still some active work. They're kind of still digging around here and there. At least when I was there last, which was several years ago at this point. And
I wanted to ask you about the going back down to the walls real quick.
Mm-hmm.
They look like at the corner, after a corner, on the inside of the corner, there's like a huge doorway.
Mm-hmm.
You had one shot where you were looking down and you could see a bunch of the corners down there. There's just these massive stones on either side, and there's an opening where you can come up. Do you think that was that's all original? I mean, they haven't. You think those were passageways?
Yep, I do, and we'll get back down there. We'll get back down there and go through that stuff in detail. There's more of that. This is.
Wow, really?
And this is kind of the view from up on top. This is looking over the back of the hill now, so there's
That's crazy, Toad.
This is looking down into Cusco, the valley. So this is probably more closer to 12,000 feet. I think Cusco itself's at 11.5. It's a good test on altitude sickness.
Yeah, we'll probably get a lot of rain.
I think this whole
a little bit of rain, maybe.
This whole hill, all the way
Hopefully
down.
just that.
You think it's a place where the elite of the day would have lived, looking over their empire, looking over the city, but you think it'd be more than a temple, more than a fortress. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Castle.
Cloud seeding, really.
Somewhere where the leaders would be to look over everybody in its defense.
Yeah, Ottawa's had a lot of rain this summer too, apparently.
There were rumors, and this is kind of
like a lot of water.
I mean,
I think it's just an El Nino year. I might be wrong though.
Cusco. There's
El Nino is spans a couple of years.
And what they would say was, and so here we go, Kyle. We're actually going down into the terraces now.
Interesting.
We see these passageways. But there's a story of this tunnel that connects.
Wow, you really think so, Sailors?
This wellstone that goes down and it runs up into Saxe-Wehrmann. So apparently, what they would do, the Inca.
Yeah, basement flooding and shit.
The royal Inca, the royal family or the high priest or whatever, they would start the ceremony in
So a
the
lot of water
Gyges,
coming up from
and then
Ottawa,
they would have the
down the Ottawa
proceedings
River,
would then go up, and the whole crowd and everyone
flooding
would
here
walk up and
too.
say Haman, but at the
Car
they
stuff.
would
Holy
basically
crap!
go and they would start the ceremonies down there, and then the royalty and the high priest would jump in
That's
the tunnel,
crazy.
get up here before everyone else, and then appear like magic up at Sacsayhuaman. So it's like they would, you know,
Insane.
So you have this magical ability to get up there,
I think it's just an El Nino year. Honestly, I swear, I think it's just El Nino.
on shorter clips. This was one of the first times I was really filming on the site, so I got a lot better at this.
The change in the southern oscillation or whatever it is.
But yeah, you know, I think that there's a lot underneath the ground at these places. You know, that there's stories of
Yeah, it
modern
is. It
times where they'd be
sucks.
excavating in the street in
Sucks
Cusco,
that it's cold already.
something to find a staircase that goes down. The whole
I'm not really a big fan of fall.
all sorts of
Not a big
stories,
fan.
legends, and pictures even of things underneath the floor tiles of the Coruscant leading down into the underground. That's
I
why
love
think
summer.
The Coruscant would almost be its own episode. There's quite a bit going on there.
I live for the summer.
A lot of secrets, and I think it's all covered up by the church now.
Say no more.
Yeah, I got really lucky. I spent a lot of days out in the sun in China. I think I got really lucky by going to China, spending sunny, hot days there.
At least repaired. No passar.
That's it. We don't really know the complete history, do we, of the valley? I mean, how far?
I like hot weather too.
Say how far it goes back. I mean,
I don't know about Karachi weather, but
It was an empire that crumbled about 1000 AD. Before that, I don't know what they've actually recorded before that. That's mystery, isn't it?
So there's a number of in the same.
I wish that I'd have a job. Then I'd be employed.
Further than that, but there are other parts of South America and Peru in particular.
Then I would actually have like a job.
Goes back
Hug economy.
And in fact, that's a good site to visit. I've been out to Kerala and filmed there. It's not a whole. I mean, it's very different. It's down on the coastal desert. There's pyramids and all sorts of things there, and that goes back 5,000 years. You know, it's legitimate.
Yeah, at least they dated that from like the sand or the bags, haven't they? They've got bags
ALZ.
which dated to the same as.
But honestly, I was wondering about that when I was applying to be the People's Party of Canada candidate, and I was actually approved, but I decided not to go forward with it just because it's too much work, man. And they're starting to have policies that differ from what I believe in. But really, the main issue is just too much work. Holy shite, yeah. So I was thinking, man, if I'm actually ever competitive, they're going to refer back to that time in China and say that I was colluding with the Chinese. Too much work. Yeah, dude, no, you need to have, like, you need to delegate a treasurer. I don't know what it was. And then, like, you gotta, like, put up signs. And you gotta go out and talk to people, and it's like, man, I don't want to do all that.
People go there anymore. It's great to visit. It's a little bit out of the way, but really worth seeing. It's
Fucking an MP though makes $200,000 a year. Can you believe that?
There's this megalithic foundation.
200 grand for an MP. That's the salary.
Reassembling it. Plus there was earthquakes and sort of well-known things that happened on that site.
Then you've got the god, the kind of Viracocha Tiwanaku god on the gateway.
But I don't know. People's Party, they're not for freedom. They're an ideological party. 200k how shit is going, yeah.
Separated by time and distance. And probably
man, I would love a 200k job a year. Job. That would save me.
And the whole area was,
and my family.
Seemed to come to Cusco, all from different backgrounds maybe, and then this was before the Inca even arrived. Yeah, and they all came together and built probably their own culture. I don't know whether this was there already, whether they had brought their expertise. And that's the great mystery because.
But no,
no written record, and we just left to look at physical, archaeology.
I would have become the next Ron
try and
Paul.
Figure out what it is.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a real. It's just a huge mystery. And I'll let this footage play.
I don't want to be the next Ron Paul.
You see this on the Coricancha.
Who was an independent
these holes through the walls.
in the United States.
Almost as if they were drain spouts or something. I don't know why they're there, but you see them at a lot of places, including the Coricancha and other constructions, megalithic sites where you have these holes through the walls. It's kind of odd.
But the stonework's only half the story, isn't it? Because the irrigation and the terraces. So that was a huge part of the preparation of the land. When we did this, it was preparing the farmland, irrigation.
Well, they also wanted me to do it for free, right? They wanted me to do it for free.
Fields could get water, but then the water's got to go somewhere.
As by law.
And they would probably know that the water would weather and erode these rocks, so water spouts would be a brilliant idea. This is exactly what we see.
It's interesting because there's no leathering pattern below, like you would normally see.
Into the door of politics, yeah.
Holes off, and you'd see a splash mark or whatever you would call it down
True.
below. Right. But he's cleaned it off.
You're right.
Yeah, I don't
something
know.
was put in there.
Maybe something. Yeah, maybe it wasn't for water at all. That's just all speculation when it comes to this site. It's crazy. And the Inca were.
I don't know though. I don't know if I want to do that.
Tipon, there's a few sites like Tipon that definitely are Inca.
I don't think I do.
There's some megalithic stones.
Because the first hurdle, I'm like, nah, I'm out.
Creating these water gardens. And,
all right, that's a different kind of stone stuck in the middle of that wall.
Looks like it's been.
They want me to like put signs up all over town.
Significant.
Like, I'm not going to do that.
Don't know. Yeah.
Open it up.
I think it's another animal's. Another animal. What is it? Let's guess the animal.
I need like an agent.
This could be
two legs. It's a bird.
No, but they said you need to have someone who's going to be a treasurer, and the treasurer can't be me. Has to be another person. And I'm like, first of all, you want me to do all this work for free, and now you want me to convince another person to do all this financial math work for free. That I could be legally liable against for error.
I don't know. I agree with that. I think the more study, the
for a near extremist party.
Although I love ancient mysteries, I absolutely hate them as well because I want to know. Humans built them, right? I don't think it's aliens. People do, but I don't think.
I don't believe with everything in their policy.
I just want to know who, when, why.
Because they're not for like freedom. They're for ideological beliefs.
They've got a purpose. They didn't do it for no reason. Right. How they did it somehow. Whether it's lost technology, whether it's just some really obvious technique, or just completely.
They should move you up running errands for people in office. If you stay loyal, they move you up.
A million people building this wall, therefore it's probably
Interesting.
Crazy. Obviously that didn't happen, but there must be a way of doing it.
Oh wow, no way.
A reason for it, and the stone nubs at the bottom that everyone is talking about on Twitter and everywhere else. There's a purpose for all this stuff, and
yeah, the nubs.
What is it?
Well,
and it's it seems to me because in some cases you see these nubs.
Yes.
Very sharp.
I'm sure the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party leaders have lobbyists. I don't think the People's Party has lobbyists. I'm sure the Conservative Party and Liberal does, and NDP.
Those nubs, we don't have any way of knowing this, but if those nubs used to be sharp and
I don't know, they made him quit.
They've been heavily.
They have.
Yeah.
It's interesting, and I'll tease
Yeah.
this podcast.
I signed up just because I felt like there was a necessity.
The scoop marks could be, and I liked his explanation for it.
Like we needed people to fill the ballot for the election.
All right, but and it was a new explanation for it, which made some sense to me, and then. I was like, that could be a good explanation for the scoops and the nubs, and I'm interested to hear what the Twitter crew and the guys that are like Andrew Fink.
I like ideas.
I don't know. I might write to them again and say, hey, I changed my mind.
I think putting something out there is good.
but I don't know if I'm going to be able to do everything on this list, like find a treasure,
giant water pump to a power station to
a campaign.
everything to
I don't think I can do that.
Khufu's tomb, you know, as everyone knows. But it's kind of, you know, if you don't put ideas out there and don't look at them, you're never going to find out the answer. And the same
They're
with the
crazy,
books.
man. The guy
on
wrote
Twitter
in an
and
email to me
everything
that
from
they
Stone
want to
Language
reopen the
to
abortion
some
debate.
lifting, some
Those were his
with,
literal words.
There's so many different ideas. And I
The
think
People's
you throw
Party
them
of
out
Canada
there,
wants to reopen the abortion debate
all of a sudden,
for
there'll be
6
evidence
months
against
to
your
9
idea,
months
back to square one,
in the
which remains a
pregnancy.
mystery.
Yeah, it's good. It needs to be tested.
And he said that Maxime Bernier was going to make a public announcement on this soon.
Particular theory. Like my
I think it's
my
insane.
opinion on this stuff is as a result of years of careful consideration. Like I have a.
I don't stand. I don't.
but I'm
It's
sort of
different from what I
thrown
believe
out
in.
light of
But
the
anyways.
facts. Like it's got logical, got to make sense, and you go through that process. But
And just so much
it's
more.
dangerous to get too attached
It's a
to
bunch of
one
other
theory or
stuff.
the other. I think the older civilization, the precursor civilization, to me is the one that makes the most sense based on all the evidence we have, based on.
Maxime Bernier is a little crazy on
The new evidence coming from
his
the scientific
diversity
realm in
rant.
terms of the Younger Dryas cataclysm, the extension of the human timeline.
Like he's like
genetics.
anti-diversity, which I think is wild.
Longer and more complicated.
He's not anti-diversity, but he's like he wants Canadians to integrate. Just the words he uses, like.
Is that some kind of repair, or is that original?
That looks like bedrock that's been leveled.
I think I'm more liberal than, especially I don't agree with his like economics policies. Would go into him if even if the PPC wins.
Yeah, like the second.
Yeah.
It's that. Yeah, lock it into the ground.
I would like to say that there does seem to be a pattern in the construction. I mean, it's not. It looks random at first glance, but as you're going along, there's
similar things.
Like okay, I was watching the PPC.
Sort of a widening and narrowing line of the courses, and when it widens, it's like
I guess rally summit in like Kitchener webcam, and someone was saying how they shut down Planned Parenthood, which is an abortion clinic in Alberta, and the room clapped
Yeah, and some of these are giant.
and cheered.
I think I've heard. 150,
And
200 ton, some of
then
the
she
stones,
said
like,
they like
massive.
shut down like the weed dispensaries, and the crowd clapped and cheered. And then I wrote them email, and I'm like, what's like your policies on abortion and weed? And they're like, yeah, we want to change the abortion laws to make it illegal, and like 6 month and 9 month ban. They have no policy on cannabis.
Like you have to. It's like this three-dimensional puzzle that you have to match each surface.
It's pretty
has to
crazy.
match the other surface perfectly, and we'll get actually a good look later on in Cusco at some of the inside surfaces of these joins, which is where I think some of the real evidence for some form of advanced shaping of stone.
I'm for
some
freedom.
way of shaping
I'm a freedom
stone
type of
must
guy.
occur, because it's not just a surface joint. Like that join, it penetrates into into the stone. It's that depth, and that they match perfectly along that depth.
There was a giant rock.
I would love to
looks
move to
it's
the
back
States,
in the video
man.
That had a lip at the bottom, like it was missing something that used to be socketed into.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. It looked like there was a.
I'd love to go back to Miami, honestly.
Like 3 corners back.
I know there's a hurricane about to hit it, but honestly, dude,
Right there. Keep going back a little bit. Yeah.
I was happiest in Miami Beach. Oh my god.
I think it's around this corner here.
It's like it's missing.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's that corner. Yeah, it's like it's there was something socketed there. It looks like almost.
These blocks here are so rough, aren't they?
Yeah, incredibly rough.
So rough. It's like, it's almost like I don't care how it looks, as long as it does its job. I don't know.
Gotta get creative.
That looks like it's been for a joint.
Yeah, it's been faced on that side for.
Corner ads are pretty cool.
One masonry we talks about.
They do that in the NBA.
Where it's huge megalithic blocks that have been shaped.
Works pretty well.
Because like that block's been reused for this phase, for that cornerstone. I don't know.
Yeah, it's so old. It's heavily eroded.
You know, it's if we get time, I'd love to show a quick, maybe after one of the breaks, we can do a quick look at Kenko, because this
Oh, really?
is very similar to Kenko, which is Again, this is mostly the second style. It's a real brief overview of the styles. The first one, Untoucher, the older style. And we'll see, there are examples of it, not on the zigzag wall, but after a break we'll see the other side of Saxe Huaman where there's a fair bit of Untoucher, which is it's the monolithic rock. It's the living rock of the mountain that's been shaped. It's not made up of blocks, it's not cellular. That's all, if that's there, that's always the lowest layer, that's on the bottom. It always looks to be the most weathered and just visually the oldest. Not that I'm an expert on how stone ages, but a lot of that stuff looks tremendously ancient to me. And then it shares some characteristics with this is just Urumpacha, the cellular, polygonal walls. This is all Urumpacha here in my mind, and it shares like the vitrification. It shares some of the giant aspect of it. In some cases, some of the precision of the surfaces and the joinery. And then you have Ikumpacha, which is this stuff here, which is more or less the Inca work. It's the rough stone. You see those three styles.
Glad to hear, bro.
You see that first style a bit more.
Speaking of a break, Kyle and I have been so fascinated by the video that we were not watching the timer. So yeah, we should take one.
All right, cool. All right, let's take a quick break and we'll come back and finish up on the wall.
All right, and we're back. And I don't know where we're going, but this is absolutely fascinating, Ben.
Cheers, yeah. Happy to share the footage. We were saying in the break that it's just the format's great. Like there's so many sites in Peru and so many of these places where there's not a lot of research. There's not much to say about a lot of the sites, but just looking at that footage and looking at them, I think it's pretty entertaining. They're tough to make kind of research-produced videos on a lot of these places. So I like this format where you get to kind of spend a bit more time with raw footage and just have a good look around.
I think for me, where I'm just...
It's pretty scary stuff, bro.
My videos where it's just images that I'm showing. And on the internet, you can only find certain images. You can't get a feel for what the place is actually like. So this is invaluable for anyone trying to research. You can't get there yourself.
I totally agree. That's exactly right. You get the scale, and as he's moving through, you start to understand the complexity of the problem. Now look, is that another paw?
It is. You could call it another big paw. Yep. And just the scoop marks in the stone are very interesting to me. Like, there's nubs and then there's scoops. It's like material
inverted.
So going back to what you were saying in the beginning about the quarrying, you think that you were saying that the Inca just kind of used whatever was laying around. So these walls obviously don't look like they have a top. So it looks, unless you think it was designed that way, I don't know. But where are all the stones that fell off?
Come on.
Backfill? Were they cleaned out by the Inca?
I think these were probably a little bit taller. I think in some of these courses or terraces may have had roofing over them as well. But originally, they would. I think they recycled a lot of the stone that they could. They would put together and they put back the stones that they could figure out where they went. I think. There's a lot of this material was used. I mean, I don't know where the big stones ended up.
What?
A lot of it may have been
the Spanish as well. Didn't the Spanish destroy some of it?
They definitely destroyed a lot of it. This would be hard work trying to destroy it. Honestly, you can't go at it with a pickaxe.
They couldn't do much more than that.
Yeah, right. I think you're looking at the big stuff that they couldn't destroy. Like they just couldn't. So they may have, a lot of that stuff up top may have smashed up and. Like maybe some of these smaller stones are chunks of the larger stone, like it almost looks like pieces like this that were then reused to rebuild walls. That's just a guess too. Like I don't know.
Very unlike Egypt when we're going through you're walking around the pyramid in the videos of the last Swapcast, and there's just rubble everywhere.
Right.
Whereas here it's like very clean.
Right.
So curious.
Yeah, a lot of it's been carted off. And as I said, there was a lot of digging that went on here in that colonial period. A lot of people digging around for treasure, just trying to dig stuff up. They thought there was gold. I mean, that was also the Spanish were breaking.
Yeah.
They thought there were vaults in some of the
Would be more
they thought there was
interesting, to be honest.
looking for gold.
To find that out.
There's some really bad. It's just reprehensible behavior.
I'm just joking. I hope they don't strike around my brother.
I did want to mention this briefly too, because this is kind of looking away. That again, the zigzag wall is now behind us. in the field, and
They've
behind it
wanted
there's
to
a whole
get into
field.
Iran
The
for
line extends over this
decades
field,
now.
and you can see this like extruded stone that's natural shaping, but you also have like these carved shapes in the stone. You can kind of see everywhere. It's like work surfaces everywhere, everywhere you look, and then some of them are quite regular and quite flat and square. Then there's a very famous little installation up on top of here that we'll get to called the Inca Thrones. They call them Inca Thrones, but it's like a stepped pattern
Come on,
that's carved
man.
into it, and this is Hanan Pacha. This is the monolithic work that's been done into the.
It is not.
the
It's MS the press, anyways.
It's really interesting. A lot of people say it's quarrying. I think there's examples of where it's clearly not quarrying.
Wow.
And it was done for some other purpose. So yeah, if we pan around, you can see there's the zigzag wall. You kind of walk up on top of these hills behind it.
Well, I'm very interested in that geological formation back there. What is? How do you think that came about?
It's hard to see without looking close. It looks. Got a look.
It is like lava.
It looks like a valley.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Six Sailors.
again. I mean, the little valley could be formed by a stream that could have run down the hill, eroding it. There's curve. Those steps.
Yeah, to me, it looks like it's extruded, almost like it's a platonic, which is the term, like it's formed from an extrusion and of heat that's formed that, and it's either come up to the surface, it's been pushed up. There's actually a place around the back called the Inca Slides, and it's so well polished, it's like this, and it flows down a hill, and all the little kids will get up and slide down it. You just like see this. Any given day, it's actually one as a train of like little kids.
That's funny.
Down these Inca slides at the back of Saxe Holman.
Sailor Curse with the emote.
The rock type again, though. What is it? We don't know what it is yet. If it is, it could well be a lava flow. It could be a limestone beds that have been polished, weathered by water. We don't know, but it's.
I think it's andesite.
Sorry?
I don't think the limestone is natural to this hilltop. I think it's andesite.
Right.
I'm not sure. And this right here, just so when we pan across it, this is what's called the Inca Thrones, and these are these regular carved sort of stepped platforms right into the rock here. And it's like square corners, There's it's quite regular, and it's good work.
I've got the idea, looking through this, and this is an indication of it, and there's plenty of other places around here in Peru and in the valley that are like this, that they kind of, it's like somebody was going through the area, almost whimsically carving stuff into the bedrock. It's like they were playing. It's like
just for fun.
Yeah, it's like they were playing with a tool that was very powerful, and they're just like, well, what can I do with this? And let's cut some shapes out here. Oh yeah, and then you move on to the next spot and try something else, and because it's hard to see how they were functional, but maybe they were. I don't know, but it's almost artistically whimsical. Like I was imagining, the little kid steals.
Oh wow, insane! He's controlling the light exposure from the phone. Interesting. I didn't know you could do that.
It's really strange. Or it could be that whatever was an inclusion in the rock that they wanted for a specific part of the building. And they're like, oh, look at this crystal. Let's cut that out. With a lightsaber.
Yeah. Let me pull something up here that Temple of the Moon. Let's see. This to me, this is just. So here's a good example of like this is. It's almost like as if it was flowing too. It's this weird. It's a little jerky. Settle down. It is pulling us over a network for me too. I just wanted to show you up on top of the Temple of the Moon, but this is weird, this random, and you see this everywhere. Like you could probably just. There's in areas that aren't roped off, they're not part of sites. You just see this on bedrock. I don't know.
It's like the animals are so well good, but they thought I will leave the rest.
Yo, bro, you give me 420.
Gave them precision.
Family and my friends and my staff. Only say this.
You give me 420, bro.
We've left it all, as the athletes would say. We've left it all in the field.
I think it's time to reload the vape, man.
We don't have to come and say, we'll never say in a month when we're sitting in Florida, we're not going to be looking at each other and saying, if we only worked a little bit harder. You can't work harder. I will always fight for you. I will be watching, I will be listening, and I will tell you that the future of this country has never been better.
Thank you, bro. That's like $5, bro. That's like $5, man. Thank you, man. That's like $5, bro. Thanks, bro. That's sick, man. Thanks, homie. Appreciate that, my man. How you doing, my dude?
Aren't really actually worried about precision, but when they were making
How
these
are you,
cuts,
brother?
it's flat and gives you sharp edges, you know, like the nature of the
Hope you're doing well.
Yeah. Yeah,
Who's
it
it?
is, and it, to me again.
All right, I'm gonna. I'll load the vape for you, man.
Seems more. This is an area called the Temple of the Moon.
For me.
It's over here. You walk, and again, this is all of these sites. This is around.
Are you
Cusco.
enjoying the
This whole eastern
podcast?
bay from Cusco
Should I
to
turn it
Southern
up?
Hills
Should I
of
turn
Cusco.
it down, the
Let me skip
volume?
forward real quick. We'll come back to Saxo in a minute. I just wanted to show you.
I'm
what's
kind of a
on top of the
mumbler
Temple
when I
of the Moon
talk.
here. And this is actually, there's a cave, there's the whole big sperm thing on the wall going in here. It's
I'm
quite
trying to
famous.
improve my
Up on top
articulation,
of this and inside
my
this is all shaped from that
enunciation.
living rock.
What the fuck?
And just looks incredibly ancient. Again, like this is part of it. All of this has been shaped.
Chilling,
It's
that's
just
cool,
all
man.
Part of that living rock, and it's just.
Me too.
And yeah, this is the Hapacha. It's rock cut.
I appreciate that, man.
Yep. And I don't understand it. And there's in some areas like there's circular formations. There's little bowls with channels, almost as if the stone's been melted. It's insane. Like there's these weird markings in all of them, but it's undeniably been shaped. It's not a natural.
This looks more limestone with all the holes in it. It looks more. I don't know if it is, but it looks more limestone. But I just find it so weird that it looks half finished. Like it's like building the Great Pyramid, but I'll leave the west side just to leave that rough. It's like they've created these amazing structures, these steps, these lovely faces, and then I'll forget the other bit. I can't bother with that. Let's get to the next thing. Let's build a wall over there instead.
Let's go. Come on. This is the run. What? No. What is this? Are you serious, bro?
I really have a problem trying to understand it. I mean, there's
Bro.
Again, this is in the same area. I want to just Google quickly.
Whatever.
Get to like this. See, there's these channels that are cut in it. They're like water channels. There's a couple of like circle.
That was really dumb.
I know this is flipping around for you guys. Sorry about that. I'm going to put it over here so you can actually see it. Yeah, sorry about that. And yeah, again, all shaped. I'm trying to find something specific here. Very odd though. And again, see, either half finished or just incredibly weathered. Like
Oh, let's go.
outside
This is
there's
it.
like hundreds of thousands of these. Who knows? It just to me, it's I don't. I just can't compute with this stuff.
Come on. What's with all the back boosts? Bro. Bro.
Some cut faces look nice and flat still.
Come on, man.
It looks beautifully basted. It looked like the bowl looks
So fucking dumb.
weathered.
Scammed, I know. That was it.
Been left. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just stuff's everywhere. You know, it's random, whimsical is a good term.
This guy stop shooting me, please?
And it's just.
Can you just like stop shooting me?
It's
Bro.
very mysterious.
Maybe it's the training camp where they train to.
Oh well, whatever. We're dialing in now.
And if you do a nice straight right angle, you can go up the side.
It's the training site. Yeah.
That's exactly what happened.
Right angle routes.
The depths of mementos. I'm just gonna have like flashbacks in I plan to get it tonight, but if I don't, I'm gonna have flashbacks in my sleep.
Yeah, and how did it get in this?
God, that was a really aggressive guard.
Yeah. Anyway, so we'll get into more Peru and more of these.
Whatever. I'm dialing in though. I think. I hope.
In some more
in some more sessions.
I'm waiting a little longer in the cutscene too.
That's where they're calibrating the Shamir.
So this is Shamir calibration site, yeah. So and this is probably worth mentioning. Yeah, just
Waiting here
scrolling
longer.
Yeah, the Shamir is an interesting legend. I didn't know about this, and you guys told me about it. I think it was after the show, the last Swapcast. But the legends of the Shamir is comes from I think Jewish tales of how Moses carved the Ten Commandments on the stone, and the temple in Jerusalem was built.
Yo, that guard though, man.
There was no pickaxes, and it was a tool that was apparently you could use to shape stone effortlessly, which is very.
It would have been a high 22 if the ending went smoothly, but it would have been 22.
I want to do more research on it. Figure out. Yeah, we can talk more. Anyway, so I'll set up this footage too. Again, this kind of looks like what we were just looking at, but this is also Saxe Waman over the back of that hill with the extruded stone. So this sort of wanders out into this acreage that's behind this hill, and again on the other side from where the zigzag wall is. So, and this is a lot of the Hamanpacha work stone, and what you'll see in a lot of this are these very strange shapes. I think one thing you notice here is also cataclysmic damage. It's tremendous. Looks like it's been jumbled up, like upside down staircases. Things have been moved around, and some of them quite big chunks of rock, and just shaped stone everywhere. Really odd.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
That is just
like it's upside down.
Yeah.
Like there's your upside down staircase.
Like what? Come on.
A few of those have been flipped over.
So strange.
Yeah, that's big. It would take a lot of force to flip that over.
Right?
Yeah.
Is there any indication that whole section on the right was on top of the
Ace with the sick
part?
emotes.
Could have been. I don't know that people have done research to try and match shapes together like that. It's so random.
Well, I don't know. I mean, look in that hallway you just passed. It's like those two
that was
walls
done.
are pretty parallel.
Yeah, true.
Let it like that.
You could spend a lifetime working on this and find no answers.
Or you could get in there and get a point cloud with LiDAR of the shapes of them, and then use a computer to
model. Yeah.
Together, yeah.
That would be cool.
That's what they did with Tiranaki, wasn't it? They got all the shapes, and someone tried to rebuild them with a model to try and see what the temple would have looked like. And it's quite an interesting study to read it and see what they actually created. But doing it here would be pretty difficult.
Yeah.
A lot of them are half buried.
Yeah. Indeed, it's half buried, and here's a good example of something that you also see on a lot of these South American sites, and it's that, and I mentioned it in my videos and Brian and a bunch of people mention it. It's the circular protection and the reverence that seems to have been held for the older work. Like so, this stuff in the center that's the grayer color, the monolithic work, Hamanpacha. It's just like assuming it's the oldest style. You then have the Uranpacha, the megalithic work, is created almost lovingly or protectively around it. Like this is actually a big circle. We see this in a lot of places. This crazy, random, whimsical stonework seems to have been very highly prized and respected by later builders. Also then the Inca. So here's an example. You see all three styles of masonry here. This shaped stone in the center with the monolithic stuff. You have the megalithic work, and then you have the smaller stones from what is the Inca work. But it always seems to be very protective of the oldest part of it. This is what appears to be the oldest part of it to me anyway.
So it's like the Inca had respect for those that built the walls, and then both of them have respect for those that built these things. It's kind of it's strange. It's like a continuation of a culture that may span however many years. They had the same belief system almost like.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Forget the idea, let's destroy it all. It's kind of. Yeah, of course, like we all do. Yeah, all the cultures of Western cultures do that, don't they? British.
Oh my God.
In history, destroy something and rebuild.
That's that colonial period, right? That's what led us to it.
Yeah.
This is interesting too. Again, a sign of damage. Where I think that what's happened here, these big chunks have been moved around at some point. That may also indicate that this megalithic stuff is quite old, because this is one of the rarest things where you'll see a megalithic block that goes behind
or it's as if this Hahnenpatsche work, this big chunk of rock has basically been moved or has ended up in front of the block. So you can see here, it's kind of moved or it's shifted where you've got this block stuck behind it. Very rarely do you see examples of the megalithic work like this. Has clearly been moved after these blocks were put here. But in almost every other case, always you find that this megalithic stuff is these cellular blocks are on top of the older style.
Built onto it, and protecting it,
But there are a couple of places where it's like, all right, something happened. I think that's an explanation for it. The exception case. It's like, well, this big chunk has been moved, or something happened. There was an earthquake, or it was who knows, like a giant, just cataclysm, perhaps.
Yeah, this looks like a cemetery for a civilization or something.
Yeah.
Like there's like the really ancient stuff, and then a memorial is built around it. And those people leave, and then another memorial is built around that stuff. Crazy.
There's an interesting little, like a notch in the megalithic wall back there too that didn't go all the way through. It was just like a small square, maybe 6 inches deep. Yeah.
Yep.
Because the official story is it's 1100 AD, Saxon Man.
Something like that.
And that's based on pottery and radiocarbon dates. But the thing is, finding the paper for this is difficult. Like, it's mentioned on Wikipedia. It's mentioned by in news stories.
Playing darts in the punk pond in Chicago. Nice.
Hard to find. So I think that needs.
With what, the crossbow?
There's multiple phases of work here. Whenever the ages of the
throwing knives.
You've got this stonework, which is protected by the walls, which is definitely older. So I don't know. For me, my next stage is to find all the old papers.
That's pretty cool.
Read them again, scrutinise them, put the information out there, and go from there. Because I can't be there, I'm not being in the field. You can see from these videos that it's a complete mystery. But all I can do from sitting in England is read the papers, read what's been done already, and then try and look at the evidence and go from there. So that's kind of what I'm doing now. It's trying to find those old papers and read the old writings and try.
I always liked going to the
even though I'm not gonna
the weapons simulator, and then standing in the crack of the door and choosing throwing knives. And just loading up the guy outside the range with like throwing knives in his body and his head, or crossbowing his head. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. At the range, stand in the crack, so you get the crossbow weapon. The door is still open, and you can shoot the guys. In Carrington Institute.
Here's the work that I've just done. Read it and thought, oh, yeah, that changes everything. But I'll do a video to say, I've just been pretend this, and so the whole channel is the evolution of me. I started out by reading some Graham Hancock books when I was a teenager, and then made a few videos about that. And then I did more and more reading, learning more and more, and I think it's me evolving, and I've got no idea what I'll think this time next year. I've got no idea if my mind will change because I've found some new bit of information. I want everything to be 100,000-year-old, built by hobbits and giants. That's what I want everything to be, and I just want to somehow prove that. But that's the idea. I'd love there to be real stargates and aliens and stuff, but that's what got me interested, because people were saying this is almost possible. But I don't know. I'm getting a bit more boring as I'm learning more, but there's still so many mysteries to unravel. So much to learn.
And I think following the evidence is the way that this
all I can do
is going to get resolved. Like, we just have to follow the evidence wherever it leads. And I've said this before too. If I as I said before, like, my position is based on my research and where I think it lays. But if getting closer to the truth means that all of those ideas get destroyed, then I'm fine with it. Because I'm the same. My objective would be that let's get to the truth. I'm not attached to a particular idea one way or the other. I think there's and my angle is in a lot of cases a technological aspect to it, and in the
stone.
Need to load the vape for Barons or Sailor Curse is $5.
And I think
Gotta load the vape for that.
type of thing was established with Petrie and guys like that. And I just think it's in a lot of these cases. I just think where it leads may not be that, you know, this like you said, this crazy sort of Stargatey type thing. But I do think that it's certainly not a version of the past, and what we think about it is just not accurate. This primitive culture idea that we seem to have about a lot of these you know, whether it be it the South American megalithic culture or even the dynastic Egyptians.
Baron, it's all good, LOL.
There was something else going on, one way or the other. Either we
It's all good, man.
judge these civilizations.
Thanks, homie.
Because I keep ending up at the same place, which is you can't explain the evidence we see in the stonework and the architecture with the tools and techniques that we're attributing to these guys, and you know it doesn't line up, and that's
the two things. It's finding the evidence of who built it, and then finding the evidence of how they built it. Because whether this was built by the Inca, which we don't think it was, but whether it was, okay, so they did it. We've got evidence. You know, they've also improved it. We've got no idea how they did it. They didn't have the wheel. They didn't have, you know. They were warriors. They were expanding the empire. They haven't got time to build this. They've got other things to do. And the same with like pyramids. Okay, whoever built it, this person built it, but how? I'm not pretending to ever get all those answers.
Yeah, it's almost like we haven't become a megalithic culture yet.
Yeah, I mean, the amazing pots. Yeah, I mean, in Egypt, there's amazing stone pots and the drill holes and all those things. No idea how they're done. And why would you bother? It's like the hardest way of doing something.
Yes, no, that's right.
And you've got clay. Use clay.
Well, that's the remarkable thing in the Egyptian Museum. You literally see clay pottery in the same case next to these exquisite stone jars made from diorite.
Seconds to salvation. What is this?
This is,
oh my gosh, what is this?
They were found in the same place, and we can date the pottery and the pot shards, and boom. That's
Clock error? I have a clock error. 1 second.
I think that's important. We need to understand that side of it, the pot shards and the archaeology.
Why am I dating time wrong?
Marrying it up so it makes sense.
What?
It's logical because things like this site, you know, I've done all the background reading the last few weeks that it's the pottery is this age, and that's all the archaeological evidence that I haven't been able to review yet. But then when you look around the site like you're showing us now, like that stone there with the little stairs on it, and what is it? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't fit in any.
Oh, can you
In my head, you know, it's bizarre.
What is it?
Escher. That's what it makes me think.
Can you paste that link again?
So we saw the footage that we were watching while we were talking was.
Oh, never mind. We found it. It's working.
Small circle.
Trippy GIF, bro. That is a really trippy GIF.
And then this is in particular.
Ace is tripping out. Ace is tripping balls.
Lazy stone. And there's a
Ace is tripping out.
the lines of the Inca tried to move this, and they couldn't,
That's what it feels like playing this level.
There's a stone like this, and I think there's a legend that said thousands of Inca were killed when they tried to move it. Like it fell down a hill and landed, and supposedly also landed on top of the entrance to a tunnel, because there's at the backside here they've actually split the rock, and they've tried to get access to something underneath it. So this is apparently something. I don't know if that's true. To me, this almost looks like. I can't tell if this is a natural part of the bedrock and the hill, or if this is actually a giant boulder that's landed here.
Isn't it? You can't see the base.
Yeah, and you typically will get chased away from going over here. We managed to sneak over here, and you see no end of the Inca terracing too. This is the other remarkable part about the Sacred Valley, and this is generally all Inca work, probably for agriculture, but they terraced the hell out of that place. Like the mountainsides are all terraced, they're super steep, but they made these flat terraces and they grew their crops. They had different agricultural zones up and down the hills for different elevations. They grow different crops. And the Inca was a remarkable civilization. I mean, they had law and order. They had equal rights. They treated women well.
And no money and no markets.
No money and no markets. Right. It was just it was quite astonishing. I'm not I don't think they were capable of doing some of the megalithic stuff that we see, but it was a remarkable civilization nonetheless.
Yeah, and again, when you look at stuff like this, you're like, even if they could, why? What? What's that for? It's hard purpose of that could have been, unless it's so old that it's just heavily eroded. But it's weird because some of the cut areas still have sharp edges in some cases, so it's hard to understand what's going on there.
Yeah, here's the backside of this stone where it's been split, and you can kind of see the staircase shape here where it's been split on the rock, and then there's the other side of it here. This is kind of cracked right open. And you can find this if you go to Saxon Island, go over the back of the hill and just try and ignore the whistles if they blow it. You're going, there you go, it's not the end of the world.
I don't want you to go back there.
No, this isn't kind of part of the park, but I think this is an important piece. There's a ton of other little sites around here. There's a place called Zone X. It's his cavern systems, but there's a number of these sites that are down in and around Cusco itself. Sorry, I'm dancing around. The footage isn't great, but
well, the idea is that there might be that this might be blocking some entrance, and that's
to a
what they're
tunnel.
trying to.
Yeah, they're trying to get to, and they may have hammered this off.
See, there's like sharp blocks lying around on the ground too.
Yeah.
But it's these legends and like oral history which is also important. Not everyone takes it seriously, do they? And if you know, if there's a legend that there's a cave in there, it should be explored. It should be, you know, geophysics, get in there, check if there is, because that could be the answer to it all. It could be leading down to a hall of information and whatever. You don't know what's in there, do you? If there's things like that that are still underground, still unexplored, it's part of the puzzle. It's part of the story that we need to.
It does drive me
go
crazy.
inside and investigate.
Yeah, it drives me crazy that we don't do more of that. In fact, I don't have footage of it here. There are a few little cabin sections, like crawl-throughs, where you can go through at Sacsayhuaman, and pitch black. Like there's enough corners where you can actually get into an area that's pitch black. Like you can't see your hand in front of your face, kind of thing. So there's a lot of that going on. I think. Yeah. I think there was quite a bit underground. Which is, begs a question why.
There's strange cut surfaces on all of these boulders we're looking at.
Yep.
In some cases, on one side it's just a raw boulder. When you turn around, it's been flattened and there's a couple of sharp shapes cut out of it.
Inca thrones, they call them.
Yeah.
So what are there was some sort of connection to nature? I don't know. Maybe there was. Sorry. And maybe there was. They did believe in some sort of connection to nature where they, I don't know, had to keep it looking naturalistic. I don't know. Just another idea.
Yeah. Could just be in other words, a style preference or something.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask Ben, what do these caves look like? Are they cut or are they natural caves or what are we talking about here?
They do look like they've been worked in areas, yes. We're back at the Inca hot tub here. Maybe we saw this little clip earlier. But yeah, there's a lot of them I think are probably natural. They started that way, and then you do see like worked surfaces in there. And Kenko, which I think we looked at briefly in the break, is another site that we can take a closer look at. It's another one around Cusco. Has a lot of walkthroughs and passages that you can go through that are similar to those caves, although they're kind of open to the sky now. It's one of those spaces where there probably was a roof. But it's a combination, I think. You've got it is very flowing and organic in some way. Like as you said, it does.
You get lost when you're in there. Do you know where you are? You just kind of.
In some spots you can, yeah.
I'm not knowing where I am watching this, and I've looked at so many pictures of the last few weeks.
There's your extruded rock at the back here. This is like over the back.
What?
Here is Sacsayhuaman.
And losing?
Over this hill. We're about done with Sacsayhuaman.
What?
And then we're walking out, and then towards the left end of it.
Playing pool and darts with Freddy Krueger in the punk pond and losing. Dang.
And then actually some of these caves are in this area.
Don't bet your life away.
You can walk through. Sort of takes you through some of this bedrocky type stuff, and then you've got more of these what was obviously buildings on the
To
ground.
Freddy.
At some point these were probably much taller. A lot of the stones could have been quarried and taken away.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you're gonna go look at Cusco. You take a break and do that.
Yeah. If you want to take another break, we can. I think next is Cusco. Yes, we'll do Cusco, and we'll get into it then.
Yep. Cool. Let's take a break and go to Cusco. And we are back. Third segment with Ben and Matt, and I think we're going to be looking at Cusco.
Cusco and maybe some of the core country?
We are, yes. So we've gone from Sacsayhuaman, and now what I've lined up here, I don't have. We could spend an hour, a couple hours probably talking about the Coricancha, but what I wanted to look at was kind of the outside wall of it, because this forms part of the streets of Cusco, which, as I said before, pretty much is this megalithic city that has a lot of megalithic origins to it. And we'll also get to look at, the Inca Roca wall and the real famous parts of it. But what is interesting about the walls of
Camera load my vape in a minute.
Here, I'll hit this as we go, is it's a different style. It's this almost linear architecture, but you still have vitrified stone.
Right, you're back.
You look up high on the wall. But it's not quite straight, and that's what's quite remarkable about this. The walls of the Coricancha, to me, again, mortarless stone. You have those same holes through some parts of the stone here that we saw at Sacsayhuaman. But when you get up close and you look at the precision of the joinery, the fact that it isn't straight is what's remarkable. Like, this isn't cast. Like, this would be another. Some people might suggest geopolymer, but it's every stone slightly different, and some of the joinery is just kind of remarkable.
I was about to say, it's like. This wall looks like it's been built to have a better finish on purpose. Then you see doing nugs again, which makes it look unfinished. I know it's people believe that they're for a reason, but if you think this wall's meant to look beautiful and flat, you just knock those bits off because it's sticking out and it looks weird.
Right.
I don't know. It's compared to the other walls in Cusco, this looks more uniform, more regal, more.
Yep. Yeah, it's so
purpose.
It's so close to uniform that if they would have gone all the way uniform, it would have been really easy to build. But slightly not uniform.
Made it harder for themselves.
Yeah. Let me just do. I'll add a little more here because I just wanted to take a close look at these joints, and I did in this video. And they're very fine work. It's so tight, but also so not regular, like not straight, like these curves, and you have to. You've got at least two stones involved in this, and then later on we'll see examples of. There's one famous stone in the Inca Roca wall called the 12-sided stone. It has 12 sides that meets 12 other stones, and it's just all perfect. I can just only speculate as to how this may have been done, and it's literally. I hate saying it because I can't explain how this happened, and there's certainly nothing evidence we don't understand how this. But to me, it's almost as if the stone was like toffee, and it was shaped and it's been mashed together, because I have real trouble believing that this was done with hammers and chisel, and you keep putting the stone in and out and until you get that perfect surface, because you run into that same problem you see in some of the Egyptian things. Is like at some point in a reductive process, if you take too much out, you're hosed. You're just hosed.
Yeah, you start over.
You got to start over entirely, and you just don't ever see any example.
This isn't like earthquake proof. It would have been easy just to make that flat. Get whatever tool you're using and just flatten it off. So it's they're not trying to make an earthquake proof wall, so there's no point in making it harder. I don't get it.
Yeah, so for people who are listening, the joint spin is showing us is like there's a stone, and then there's a join in the middle of that stone at the top. And the stone on the left is a little bit set down farther in the stone that it's sitting on than the stone right of the joint. It's like they had to custom make every join.
Yep.
And every fitting. And every block is they're very square and regular, but every block is slightly different, and then all the joints are slightly different, so that everything is basically custom. There's no it's so close to being regular, but it's not quite, which makes it way harder than it needs to be. It's very. You know what kind of stone this is again? This is
I think so. A lot of the stuff in Cusco is some form of granite, from what I understand. Like, there's definitely andesite in the Coricancha, and there's some of the Inca Roca walls are a form of granite. From what I understand, it's a different color granite than what you see in Egypt, but it's very hard stone.
But the interesting thing is, people say that where the rocks join, the actual rock goes finer grained, which is why some people think it has been melted, vitrified, because it's been crystallized at a small grains. Because if you can't melt granite and recrystallize granite, it'll be a much smaller grain size and much more smaller crystal size.
Right.
Because the crystal size is smaller at the joints, makes people think that, or some people think that
It's been
it
melted.
has undergone some sort of acid melting or heat melting of some sort.
Yeah, and it's
apparently you can see it, but again, I don't know without looking at it real close up. But apparently
Right.
the grain size is
it gets smaller. And as far as tool marks go, like we definitely see like this hammering. Looks to me like there's hammering tool marks on a lot of this stuff, but then that gets smaller and finer until it even just disappears on the joins. So it's it's not only maybe the crystal size gets smaller, it's like however it was shaped, or if it was even shaped with a hand tool or with a tool, that process got finer and finer the closer to the joinery you get. And yeah, I'd love to see an analysis on the crystal size and the actual mated surfaces. We'll get a closer look at these surfaces at another wall here, the Inca Roca wall. But I like this example too. Like this is one of the alleyways. The Coricanchus on the left, and you've got an Inca wall on the right, and then you've got a modern plastered wall on top of that may be covered up colonial stuff or something. You have this real, mix of different styles of architecture. And it's a working, living city it's such a fun place to visit. And it gives a good example of a block in the wall that's probably been repurposed.
Oh yeah. You know, it's to think that the way to build a wall like that is to have a machine that both scans the surface and then cuts the negative on the next block, right? Like we use LiDAR.
Mm-hmm.
We can scan that surface and get a 3D image of all of the contours of a surface, and then you have a machine that actually cuts the opposite of that contour, and then you set the block on it. And then you scan the new surface of the block that you just made. And put
Right.
You see?
Each one has to be
individual.
Precisely.
Every face.
every block is looked individually. It's set perfectly in its own little slots, and then the next one next to it is, we do a brick wall in this country. It's one brick, next brick, next brick. It's like this one is that block perfect? Yeah. And then move to the next one. It's really strange because it's the contact surfaces, how perfect they all are, or different they all are.
Right, and how non-regular they are. That's what's amazing to me. And in fact, when we do on a future episode get inside the Coricancha, this is the outside. There's a good example in there of where they've actually, the Spanish had broken apart a megalithic wall. So you can trace all the way through the thickness of the block the joinery between these two massive pieces, and the inside's mind-blowing. Like there's pieces that are like massively three-dimensional with all sorts of corners in a single block. But you can trace where this wall's been broken. Like you can't even see the joint like between the stones, but it's there. It's perfectly flat, and this wouldn't have mattered. Like you're never meant to see these joins. It's one thing to make the outside look clean, but that's a precise join and a precise mating surface all the way through the stone. And that's something.
I think some sort of heat was applied with some. I don't know.
Something.
The way it looks, I think some sort of heat must have been applied. And I think I mentioned to you the other day, reading about those Iron Age forts that have been vitrified across Europe, which they say was done, by people setting them on fire, during the Iron Age, and the temperatures reached such a high temperature because of the way the wooden structures and thatch was built, and also the way that the what's it called? The ash makes a temper, it lands on the rock, so it lowers the melting point, and actually you've got basalt which is melted and completely reformed as new basalt, and you think it was done by accident and it looks horrible and rough, something like this, but if there's a technique there that you could actually harness and control, maybe you could do something like this. I don't know.
I just quickly want to make this point about this too with the Coricancha here is that you can see the repurposed megalithic blocks here with the cement. This was done by the Spanish. The colonial Spanish couldn't use cement, and these are repurposed megalithic blocks in the construction of the Coricancha. You can see it all over the place, where they'd run out of material and they'd gone to the roughest stones that they'd found lying around to build stuff. A real mix of styles in here, and we'll when we go back to this imagery here, and I think we'll see a similar thing. If you zoom in, this is not the This is the Coricancha. Actually, this is another corner of it. You can see the different styles in the stonework, just in the different layers. So a lot of this stone has come from Sacsayhuaman. A lot of this stone has come from the megalithic sites. Was all used in the purpose of building it. And then there's
the other part of the Coricancha that's interesting is the outside.
Wow.
Another part of the outside wall, right? Yeah, this is the real famous back corner of it. This is, I think, part of the original megalithic construction. And
how polished and how dark it is though. It's just
I don't know if this is
haunting almost, isn't it? Almost looks haunting. It's something unbelievable about it.
Super precise work. It's just and in fact the inside part of this is you get on the inside of this wall and you can see the inside part of it. It's full of nubs and things like that. And then the last bit of the Coricancha I wanted to show before we move on to the streets of Cusco here is kind of a look around out the back that's in this garden as you come out the back of the Coricancha. And again, you just see this collection of the different shapes. And we'll get into it in the Coricancha. There's a lot of there's tube drills, there's all sorts of almost looks like imprinted circuitry almost in some of the stones in the Coricancha. There's a lot to that place, which is why I want to dedicate some more time to it individually. It was kind of like the center of Cusco. I think this was the real profound center of this megalithic city was the Coricancha, and it's got almost a different level of work to it with some really interesting and very complicated bits of stonework, and you can kind of see how it's this hodgepodge of construction that's happened over centuries. That starts with megalithic and builds up from there with Inca and then colonial and then modern. But it's a beautiful spot to visit today. They kind of have this graveyard of these bits and pieces. It's like, figure it out. There's all this stuff laying around everywhere.
Little clues for you.
Yeah. There's actually a little museum over here nearby that has one of the elongated skull, like the little baby kind of elongated skull person there. Yeah, just the juxtaposition of styles right there. You know, modern,
incredible with the white buildings.
Yeah. Colonial. Yeah, Cusco, it's you can't beat the pyramids and the size and scope of Egypt, but there's something about South America and Peru that it's everywhere. That sites are great, and the whole experience just in Cusco, you're staying in a place has these roots. I think it's tremendously ancient. And I think we're going to move here to the classic Inca Roca.
And I also agree with Matt that there's something haunting, which is the word he used. There's something haunting about it, and it may be in part because we have so little information.
Yeah.
But it's also that the work is just it's incomprehensible. It just doesn't make sense on so many levels.
Because whoever builds it, whether it's 500 years old or 10,000 years old.
Yeah.
Why bother building a wall in a city like this? why bother? I don't know. It just doesn't make any sort of logical sense. I mean, I know there's earthquakes and stuff in the region, but why aren't all the walls earthquake-proof?
Right.
If that's the case, I don't know.
And the skill, like.
And why are they pillowed? Why are these pillows sort of?
The pillow, but and then you showed us that curved corner. That's it's just a beautiful flat. And you're just like, okay, whoever did this was a master at working in stone, and they could clearly pretty much do whatever they wanted with it. And so you have to ask, well, what were they doing and why, and what was their mindset? And that's part of what makes it haunting, like you said. It's just you look.
And even if they did use copper tools and chisels, and they rub the stones back and forth, okay, it's working out how long that would take, how many people you would need to do that, and have you got those resources when you need to do farming, agriculture, defend yourself, train people, arm yourself. Have you got the time to build the wall in this style? If that was how it was done, I think, I don't know, it was quite tribal, wasn't it, through the Inca and just before the Inca times. It wasn't a very safe and secure place. It wasn't like there was one culture that dominated. It was a mess by all accounts. So, it's a thing against to say it was done by a directly pre-Inca culture was because there wasn't a level of cohesion in society to actually achieve this sort of work. It needs lots of people coming together, working together as an organised society to lay out jobs, agriculture, feeding these workers that are doing this.
Feed civilization.
By all accounts, it didn't exist. There was no central power until the Inca came in and there was a central power.
Yes, that's right. And I think, personally, my opinion is that whereas in Egypt you have this continuation, there's almost a direct connection between, I think, the Egyptian culture and what they would call their ancestors and the builder culture, if you like. But it seems to me in South America there's almost like a bigger gap. Like there's something the megalithic culture that built this. My feeling is that there's a bigger gap with it. There was nothing. It was abandoned, disappeared for whatever reason, wiped away. Maybe it was cataclysm, maybe it was something else. But then you had later cultures like the Wari or Kulki and perhaps then the Inca would come along, and they didn't have the same connection to their past in the way that you have with the Egyptian culture, where they talk about Zep-Tepi and the Shemsu-Kor and stuff. There's just a bigger gap here, in my mind, in South America.
Yeah, what you have is the legends of Viracocha. Right?
Yeah.
He goes up and people were living in caves, didn't know how to speak anymore, had forgotten about clothes, and were eating each other. He has to teach them how to talk and how to farm and how to build, and that's supposed to, in those myths, it comes from the depths of antiquity. I mean, they explain it as being this was, before everything. This was the beginning of everything. So and yet you still get this hint that they had fallen to that state, and he had to come and teach them how to be what they were before that, right? So it's almost like you still get the three stages implied in the myth. I don't know if that's really what they're saying, but you still get this idea that they had, because they're saying they forgot how to speak, and you're like, okay, well, if you forgot, that means you used to know, which means you fell to this completely almost animalistic place, and then had to be taught again by Viracocha, or the Viracochas. So.
Unless this was easy for them. They just knew something that we don't. They knew how to make this wall pretty easily. They had the technology, they had the know-how that we just can't fathom because we don't know how they did it. Maybe there is a way that people could do it somehow. I don't know.
There almost has to be, into my mind. That's when I was talking about the toffee-like substance. It's like I can't explain it. I don't understand it's just an intuition I think it feels like that's the way you would do this. If you could change the consistency of the stone, maybe that almost explains some of the nubs too in some ways. Like if you could imagine it setting and the scoop marks, and you had to like press something like wood and scaffolding into it to hold it there, and then it would set, and that's what formed these perfect inside surfaces. Because to me, the idea of doing this with hammers and chisels and to get the perfect nature of these inside joins, and we're going to see that here around this corner, because you will get a closer look at these lips that are on these joins, and then the interior joint surfaces, because this wall has, it's been shifted and fallen apart, and there's a bunch of blocks where they don't have neighbors, but we can see the joining surfaces, and that's where just my mind is blown looking at this, because it's incredibly sharp. The edges are sharp. They're very flat. There's just no tool marks on it. You just can't. I don't understand how you do that by hand, and it's such a relative to the pillow shape and everything else. There's that perfect lip of where these stones were touching, almost as if they were soft, and then they formed that way.
It'd be good to sort of scan the surfaces like an electron microscope and see if there's imperfections in the protruding bits on one side and to see if they were pressed together somehow.
Right.
So you could actually see if that surface is imprinted onto that surface on a fine scale. I don't know. That's one way of maybe doing that and seeing if there's anything in it.
Yeah. I wonder if the nubs were maybe where they pressed a tool that caused the surface to, become molten.
Maybe.
It just seems like the nubs are like the result of, say, removing the tool or something, and they're just kind of,
They're always on the bottom, or pretty much on the bottom, aren't they? They're on blocks. They're not at the top of the blocks. They're always at the bottom in this region.
Yeah, and that's why people with that talk about geopolymers think they were injection sites.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
They look like tool marks to me.
Mm.
It's so.
Mm.
This kills me. This inside join here, where there's a lip that consistently runs across 3 or 4 blocks, right?
Yes.
There was a piece here, and you just see this everywhere where these blocks were touching, and it's a curved surface. Like there's nothing
It's
linear.
perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't understand it. It is kind
That's
of
a hard, igneous rock, which is not easy to
It's like
to
granite.
go off.
Granite or diorite, I think some
Yeah.
of these Inca roca walls. Very, very hard rock to work by
For
hand.
this part of the
Take
wall, it's
a
like
long time.
you can tell that it's been rebuilt. There's like mortar or something in between some of the blocks.
Yeah.
Now, tried to use the rubble to rebuild it, but they didn't know how to put the pieces back together.
That's right. Yeah,
And
it's
in some cases they found, okay, this block cracked in half, so stick those together, but they couldn't find where it was supposed to match with the ones.
Yeah, this is
and what caused that to happen?
yes, right. What knocked these walls down? That's the other aspect that you see in a lot of these sites is there's evidence of cataclysmic damage, and it can't all be
That's like me trying to fix a wall, that is.
Yeah.
That's what I'd do.
Yeah. And that's the
You're not
funny
gonna be
thing
that
about it.
good.
But that's the funny thing about it. That's what we do today. We use mortar.
Yeah.
We use less precise techniques than what the ancients did in a lot of ways. You know, we use mortar, and it's that's one of the aspects to it that always really, I think, drives the point home. The same thing in Egypt, like with Petrie and the drill holes and stuff. We didn't develop the technology to be even able to understand what we're seeing from a manufacturing perspective until like the 18th century, like late 18th, early 19th century. Like that's astounding to me that we couldn't put any of this stuff into context in Egypt. I mean, it's a similar thing here. There's such a obviously there's some high form of technology in the past, and then there's been such a long dip for thousands of years, and we're coming out of it now, and it's like no, it was fine. It was done by hand. They can't possibly have had any technology in the past. I'm like, in the evidence that you look at is it begs to differ.
The base
That's
was
cool.
a bit weird though.
The
you know?
face, yeah.
The base. At the bottom of it, where we were looking earlier, it looked a lot rougher than. Well, not here. That looks.
Yeah, it looks like they
good.
rebuilt
Well,
that.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
I
And
think
over there, you can see like there was like cobbles and pebbles at the
Yeah.
base of it.
I'm sure it's been rebuilt. Yeah, I'm sure if not the Inca, then even modern, I'm sure some of this has been put back together with just pushing. Because I mean, once you figure out, it's like a jigsaw puzzle, I guess, and you put it back together, probably fits pretty well. And then parts of it, I think, are still standing and original.
I love the way the course lines look going across that wall down the whole length of it. Just how jagged it is, but they're continuous. Like
Yeah,
you can
there are
see
courses.
that course. It's incredibly jagged, but
I think there's a video I saw recently on YouTube where somebody made a scale model of this wall or Sacsayhuaman Man out of
Sacsayhuaman,
gypsum,
yeah.
and just like small little blocks, and they put it all together, and then they moved moved it around. It just wouldn't fall over. Like even like moved it quite a lot, and it wouldn't fall over at all. Vibrated it, wouldn't budge. So it's so incredibly brilliant the way it's done.
It's solid, right?
Should stay there forever. Yeah.
yeah, which again makes you wonder how did that wall collapse? What caused that? That must have been pretty serious.
Yeah.
And the other thing you wonder is because it looks like I mean when you're just looking at it, you're like it's random. You know, like they were just fitting randomly to fitting each block. But you have to wonder, did they actually sit down and design the entire thing? And all those shapes have a reason. You know, there's a reason they're shaped that way, and it's not just whimsical. Like, was each shape purposeful? In other words, like, yes, they set out to create that wall in every individual block for a purpose, and that's why they look that way, not because they were just randomly
done.
shaped.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Yeah, it's one of those things which like making a pyramid up as you go along. Similar thing here. I think there must have been a plan. Like a lot of this, I don't know if you can achieve it just by making it up whimsically. So and therefore, was there a function? Like maybe it was specifically for solidity or to hold it together. And if that's the case, was there some computer that was modeling this before they did it that kind of gave them the plan? I don't know.
And where's all the dust from grinding those stones down? I mean, God, that would have been a huge
That's a good
pile.
point.
It would have been a lot of mess. Here's another example of the types of architecture you see around Cusco, and this is similar to some of the Coricancha stuff, where it is quite like straight and regular, but just again some astonishing different shapes in the stone. And and you also have the iconography on a lot of these with snakes on the lintel block. It's just,
there's a purpose for that, isn't there? There's a purpose. That's the reason why that's there. It's
Yeah.
not an accident. They've included that little sculpture on the right because
Is that high relief?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
It is.
Hard to do.
Yeah, hard to do. And who knows if this was even Inca, maybe could have shaped the block, put that in there. Don't know. Like it just, there definitely the Inca did work on some stuff, and we'll see an example of that when we get to Brian in a minute. But
I'd say that the blocks above it look like those were added, but everything below has the same.
this is the
sort of
same.
color.
Yep. And it all melds into the street. So there's a closer look at this crazy little zigzag pattern in the stone. That you see. And there's it's amazing, this place too. There's some restaurants you go into that have a big megalithic wall in the restaurant. Like it's just part of the structure, and they've kept it, they've exposed it, and it just, it is.
That guy was just showing off, right?
Yeah,
It was like-
yeah. That Mason, he was just look at this.
Like, yeah, all
Figure
right,
this
check
one
this
out. I put a little round nub here for you guys to figure out in 1,000 years. There's ones
just
on
to
the
wind us up,
surface,
just to wind us
just
up.
to wind us up. Yeah, figure it out, guys.
What's the purpose? There's no purpose at all. We just did this for fun.
Yeah, we'll put some snakes on this one. There you go. There's a block for you guys, right?
I know,
Snake
that's what I
box.
said.
Snakes.
And man, I tell you what, if I could build walls like that, every wall I build would
Yep.
look like that.
That's what I've said about the geopolymer idea. I'm like, man, if we could do that easily with geopolymer, then whoever figures out that formula stands to make a fortune in landscaping. So,
Government contracts.
Yeah. So this is like just wandering around the street at night, and stuff like this. This is just a piece hanging out, and this is like it goes back into this area and into this restaurant and building. Just leftover megalithic blocks.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Just stuff like this floating around on street corners. There's a tremendous amount of it. Like there's obviously real famous spots of it, but you find this stuff really everywhere.
Yeah, it's a little nook below it, that's like two eyes almost.
Yeah, right.
Strange.
Very odd. More snakes and like crazy like angles to this, like little blocks that have been cut into the corners of that bigger one, and then a nice curved surface here for something like curved corner. Yeah, I mean, whimsical is the right word. Another weird, like like a key lock kind of block. That's
So it's human or like a triangular head and four limbs, I don't know.
yeah, it is kind of, isn't it? Yeah, I guess you could make that that's the head, and then that's the body.
Mind plays tricks, who knows?
It does. Yep. Little doorways and gardens, little courtyards, and so there's an interesting. We get into this with talking to Brian Forrester about this stuff. There were a lot of megalithic courtyards, and we sort of talk about it in one of the videos, but it's almost proof that the Inca didn't build everything, because it's only the first. I forget the actual number of Inca rulers. They all rebuilt megalithic courtyards for themselves. So every time there was a change of ruler, they would create a new palace, a new courtyard, and started with Manco Capac, who was the first guy. And they would progressively, like the first 9 of them, they would progressively rebuild these megalithic courtyards and call it their own place. And then the rulers after that, there was no more megalithic courtyards to rebuild, so they would, all of the palaces after a certain number of the Inca rulers, the guys who came later, would have these places built out of the little local stone in that rough local style. And the empire didn't last that long. You're talking like 150, 200 years. So it's hard to imagine that they both then immediately developed the technology to build megalithic stuff and then lost that capability within a couple of generations, or just one generation between different kings. It's a pretty clear indication they were rebuilding older megalithic stuff, and then they just ran out of megalithic sites to rebuild in Cusco. So the last few, high Incas, when they built their palaces, they were just made from the little local stones in that rough sort of typical Inca style. Just a good indication that
makes sense.
And there's 9 megalithic gardens.
I think something like that. Yeah, it's in my video with Brian. one of the videos with him. Maybe I'll throw a link in down below in the description for people that want to look that up. But kind of the last thing that I have here on video, and this is a nice section where you can sit back and watch it. It's a segment from a long interview that we did with Brian Frost, I think 2015 or 16. And this was like the walk and talk at the end of it. And my point with this was to connect it back to Sacsayhuaman, to show that originally did flow all the way down the hill, down into Cusco, probably all the way to the Coricancha originally. Like that, I think that was the scope of the original megalithic construction here. And this is up in the hillsides of Cusco, on the way up to Sacsayhuaman, and it's basically a big chunk. We'll get to this part where it's more or less a big chunk of a wall like Sacsayhuaman or like the Coricancha. And I think it's just a clear indication, and you see these all over the place randomly, of what's left. That this once was a much more massive megalithic site. Like there was, I think, that just tremendously more stone and more building here than is left today. The scope of it was huge. So.
Well, we've done another 30-minute segment, so you want to do this after the break?
Yeah, let's do that. We'll finish with this Brian Forrester thing, and then we can wrap after that.
All right, excellent.
All right, we're back for the final segment here. We're going to look at more of the Coricancha. Is that right, or are we done with that?
Well, yes, we will definitely look at the Coricancha in another episode and take a closer look at it. But this is the segment of a wall that is sort of halfway between Cusco and Sacsayhuaman. So I think it sort of shows the continuity of what was the original megalithic construction here. And I'll set this up because we can listen to this. And this was part of an interview we did a long sit down with Brian Forrester. He spent an afternoon with us. It's me in the shot, my buddy Luke, and this was just a little walk and talk. We're up in the area of what is known as the Plaza of San Cristobal Plaza. It's up in the hills because Cusco's in this big bowl, and this is kind of halfway up one of the slopes towards Sacsayhuaman. So kind of the hill on the top left of the screen here is at the top of that is where Sacsayhuaman is. And you'll see there's megalithic construction all the way down the hill into the city. And like I said, I think originally there was a lot more of it. And I think it got knocked around and destroyed and recycled and repurposed as the Inca and Manco Capac would build his palace. And in fact, this, where we're going, originally was Manco Capac's palace and his estate. So this is part of the area that was rebuilt. But you get some good examples. And it's nice, we'll sit back and let Brian chitty chat and sort of show you a couple of things there, because he's a real expert down here. He's lived down in Peru for a long time now, so you're wandering around Peru with him, he kind of knows a lot of the nooks and crannies that you can get into. And this isn't actually a public area. I'm pretty sure it's just a private boarding house, and we just sort of snuck up in there and there wasn't anyone around. Took a look at the wall. It's an interesting little spot. So tell me, you guys should be able to hear this when we hit play.
The fence is gone. So you can see that Sacsayhuaman right there.
Oh, okay.
So originally Sacsayhuaman went from the top all the way down to the city. And that's why we find bits and pieces of it.
It's all breathing hard.
Yeah.
I'm used to it now. A month up here.
Yeah, it is, like I said, 11,500 feet. So.
I still find Lake Titicaca pain in the ass.
I had a couple hard days in Flint.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely Flint.
Yeah, Lake Titicaca is like 13,000, 12 and a half, and
yeah,
way up.
Surrounding trees and cocoa leaves this summer. It's just crazy. Yeah, the first 2 weeks I was showing you everything.
There's a dog bark coming up here. It's going to be a little loud. Lucky he wasn't out attacking us.
Great impression.
This is where you'll see. This is transition. But there.
You sit down.
This is obvious. Underneath, this is basalt, again from a quarry 50 kilometers away. On top of it is Inca construction, because the Spanish knew what concrete was. As soon as they came here, they found sources of materials to make concrete, and so they would have used concrete. But the Inca, in this case, this may not have been super significant to the Inca. That's why they didn't do nice, tight work. But you have the difference. Andesite, local, basalt, from a great distance. Strange depressions, and sometimes protrusions. Here's one of here's a classic knob type thing. You can see you could lash or put a rope under here to help lift it. The problem is, it's not in the center. So since it's not in the center, it would go that way. So it had to, and this one here, another one.
And that's the sort of, I mean, that's the stable right now. You could just like that block, just go,
Yeah.
And this is, it's like, I mean, is this Inca wall?
Yeah, this is Inca.
Is it these blocks here been repurposed for?
Yeah, well,
maybe.
Yeah. There's the Corey Cancho.
Oh yeah.
I think. One ass.
Got there.
I guess let's go.
Sneak up there. I'll just say, it also is just, I love the ambient sound too, like the birds chirping. It's just a beautiful area. Like, it's such a lovely spot. But, let him keep going here.
Colonial Spanish with concrete. And then megalithic.
So it's just for a description of people listening, we're in a courtyard up near a little guest house, and there's just a big section of wall just like what you find in the Coricancha. It's a megalithic wall, no joinery, just this perfect big chunk of it that's just sort of in somebody's backyard halfway up the hill to Sacsayhuamán.
So this effect here on these two stones,
Yeah.
what's going on there? Is that just age, or are we talking about kind of vitrification?
We're talking the possibility that this is catastrophic damage. It's not damage from stones being on top of it, but our theory is that in Egypt and here, and in a few other parts of the world, that there was the civilization that did this work did so more than 12,000 years ago. The way we date that is the fact that there was a global catastrophe that happened approximately 12,000 years ago. It came from space. It could have been plasma ejection from the sun, according to Robert Schoch, or it could have been the emission of lethal energy from the center of our galaxy, which Paul de la Violette believes, who's a physicist. He believes that the center of our galaxy is not a black hole, but is a pulsar. So approximately every half precessional cycle, which is 13,000 years, more or less, it emits energy, which is lethal. It moves across the galactic plane, creating things like disturbing small planets, catching comets and altering their course. So it could be that a comet did this. And so there was, especially at high altitude as well, like here, that this disturbance was so profound that this could be the damage from that 12,000-year-old catastrophic event, which would have wiped out whoever was here. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And the latest theory about that is that actually the volcano where the gray andesite comes from, that its last eruption may have been about the same time. It might have been triggered by the cataclysmic event, because that was when the Ice Age ended. And according to Robert Schoch, the melting that happened of the poles that caused the water of the oceans to rise by 300 plus feet could have taken place in less than 2 weeks, because it wouldn't have been the melting of the poles, it would have been the vaporization of ice going into the atmosphere, supersaturating it, and then it rained for 40 days and 40 nights, or whatever you want to say, causing the rise of sea level. And that could also have resulted in our planet going from being vertical to 23.5 degrees, because Uranus is rotating like this. And the universe wasn't set up catastrophically or like in a weird way like that. Something obviously happened. So I think that's what we're looking at. And there's lots of evidence of this in Egypt. And Machu Picchu, there was something pulled those stones apart.
Has the only damage, like structural damage, like really significant that I've seen to any of these that are still standing, like in more or less in one piece? That's the only piece that seems like it's, really damaged. Yeah.
Right.
So much of the stuff is still good.
Yeah, well, it was built so well, but it's earthquake proof, but it's not catastrophic earthquake proof. And so that would have been a one-time event. And again, the Inca likely found this the way it is and didn't touch it, but they would have used the stone that had fallen down and recycled it to rebuild what was Manco Capac's palace.
We see that at Sacsayhuaman as well, rather than they rebuild the walls and backfill them with some of the actual shaped blocks.
Exactly. And it's obvious in many of the streets of Cusco. You'll see a complete andesite wall with this rectangular block of basalt stuck into it, and that isn't because it's artistic or because it's for strength. It's because it was lying on the ground, and why not use it? And we'll see more. This is all Manco Capac's palace. I think this has happened before. This is Inca, but this is Inca reusing the basalt. And you see, if this is the quality of Inca craftsmanship, that's much, much better. If this was all done by the same masons, this would be far more refined. But it's not, because this was shaped using probably meteorite iron. Right. Yeah, and the same in Turkey and Italy. The Parthenon in Greece is built on top of a megalithic structure. That was done by the gods. The Titans were not a story. The Titans were people, but the Titans got wiped out. And then came their descendants, the Greeks, who stole all their information from the Egyptians. And all the Egyptian information comes from people before, too. Yeah, the Cometians, or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
Little clip.
And you guys went around the corner of that. And Kyle was mentioning this before we even started the show. But the damage on that block, it looks like there's like a sphere inside of what there's some kind of spherical shape that's inside of what they turned into a block, like they pasted something. I don't know. It's hard to describe.
I think that's because of the crystalline structure of the basalt.
Yeah, probably right.
Sure.
Yeah.
There's two blocks next to each other, aren't there? There's just like two blocks, and the wall's fine, but not just there. It's really strange.
Yeah, just those two blocks right next to each other on the edge. Damn it.
You got nailed by a cosmic ray.
Yeah, that one. It's just focused on that block. It is kind of odd that it's just that it's selectively damaged here and there. But yeah, it's hard to say what happened there. It does look strange, like it's that peeled surface. We saw some of it in some of the other clips too. I think at Sacsayhuaman, and you also see it
you can see
the Coricancha.
An outer layer.
Like an outer layer that's come off, it's peeled off.
You do see a similar thing in Egypt on some of the granite, that there's like a surface layer that's come off for whatever reason. I think we looked at some of that discoloured granite and some of those things around the Hafra pyramid last week. So, there's these threads that kind of weave their way through a lot of these sites.
Yeah.
Similarities that we notice.
Consistencies, yeah.
So what about the vitrification? Do you guys think that some of those surfaces are vitrified? Has that actually been studied and shown, or is it just like it looks like that?
I mean, there's been a number of studies that have been done. There's been a number of, I don't know how in depth they are, not probably full scientific papers, but there's a guy called Helmut Trebuch who did a study, because he believes it's acid that formed it, that melted and moulded the stone or used acid, and he did a full study looking at vitrified surfaces and the contact between blocks. But then there's a couple of sort of long-form articles out there on the internet from people that have looked at maybe heat's being applied to it and comparing it to the Iron Age forts. That there was extreme heat applied to the walls, maybe as a finish, maybe to sort of make the joints perfect and to give them a sort of a finish over the edge. Again, in reality, no one really knows. I don't think the work's been done. I don't think the amount of work's been done. You need to compare a lot of sites, a lot of different walls. You need to do geological analysis of the actual blocks, which probably need to be taken away to allow people. It will never happen because it won't be allowed. But if you could, all that work to be done, then you'd get a little bit closer to the truth. Then you've still got hundreds more questions.
Right, and some experimentation to try and do it. I know Antonio Zamora was trying to create vitrified surfaces on rocks for a little while. I haven't seen where he's gone with that. I know I saw a video where he was like blow torching rocks and trying to figure out, just experiment to see if he can get close.
That's great, though, isn't it? I love all that. I love it. You've got the know-how.
Limestone fractures. Try to do that with limestone, and it just starts to shatter. And you can't, as far as I know, you can't really melt the stuff.
Yeah, there's definitely evidence. The stone's vitrified. It has that shiny surface, and you see it on the older stones, like the Hanan-Pacha and the Uran-Pacha.
Yeah.
You don't typically see it on the Inca work. And some people say, well, this is evidence of like fossil grade stuff, but I've also seen it undercover. Like I've seen it in areas where there's a roof over it. So Kenko, for example, there's areas like that wouldn't have been exposed to the sky, but you still have vitrified stone in there. I think
there's a process.
Yeah, it seems like a process.
To me, there's a process that we don't know, but it's something to do with heat of some sort that created a vitrified surface. I mean, how, why, acid, heat, temperature.
Right.
Take it.
Yeah. Another link that exists between Peruvian ruins and Egyptian ones are the keystone cuts, right? They're found in both places.
Keystone. Yep.
Yeah. And have they found? Are there actual keystone, whatever the metal was? Do they have some of those still, or are those usually all gone?
I imagine most of them have been gone if they are, but yeah, we saw a couple of examples of things that might have operated like that. Yeah, I'm not certain if there's still examples of them or not.
I think there have been a few examples found, but I don't know off the top of my head with what they're made of and much about them. But I think you can see them in a lot of different cultures across the world. There's similar cuts, and some people say there's stone that was put in there, others metal. And there's a few examples. I think.
Yeah. And if it was metal, you'd be pouring it in place. Right?
Yeah, of course, to join the blocks together to keep them again even more solid.
Right. Well, there's definitely, if that's what you're talking about, like key locking, is that what you mean? Definitely that there's, Tiwanaku for sure.
Yeah.
I think you see some examples of it again inside the Coricancha, which we'll get to. We'll just tease that episode. Maybe we'll do that next week or next time. We'll get into to take a closer look at that stuff too. Definitely some of those. And there's another similarity, of course, between Egypt and here in the stonework is that you have those examples of where stones are kind of go around the corner. You don't have that linear fault line. You see it at Saxe Holman. You definitely see it at the Coricancha. Very similar to like the Valley Temple at Giza.
Yeah. There's a great example there, isn't there?
Yeah, just that it wraps those corners, and I guess the theory is that the stone was carved, like it's put in place, and then the corners kind of cut out of it. But yeah, that's
harder to do.
It is very much harder to do. And
just
but-
like a block that way.
Right, you're right, and but the effect being that you don't have those continuous fault lines, which makes it much more earthquake or earthquake proof or just vibration proof. You know, it locks itself into its structure, and not something we typically do a lot of today.
And it looks better. It looks great. It looks quality. And
you're
very impressed.
Just carving inside corners.
Feel
for fun.
impressed.
Yeah.
Oh, man, this has been fascinating again, Ben, very much. Yeah, Matt, your knowledge and information on all of this stuff has been great too. So thank you.
I'm always trying to learn. it's never over, is it? The learning.
No, sir.
Yeah, it was good, man.
The more we learn, the more we realize we don't know anything.
That's right.
Yeah. That's what we've concluded. We knew nothing at the start. We know nothing now.
Yeah.
Now we know even more about the nothing we know.
That's right. Yes, we're starting to realize the gaps of like the extent of the things we don't know. Like,
that's right.
Yeah, it's kind of how you can give yourself a clue. Not quite done, you know. It's like once you start realizing that you're just further away from the answer than you thought you were. I'm like, okay, this must mean we're getting something. I don't know. Yeah, it's a frustrating aspect to all of this. I know a lot of people are like, are we ever going to figure it out? I'm like, I'm not sure. I don't know, but it's a lot of fun looking, and I certainly I am always calling for let's do more. Let's apply more science. Let's try and figure it out with an open mind. Like that seems to always be the key. Like we need to be open to some of these alternative methods. And as you said, test them in the marketplace of ideas. And throw them out, keep them in. That's the whole process. Why you argue, right? You take the good from the bad, and you evolve your ideas over time. Yeah.
You got a theory. You got to try and disprove it. You know.
Yes.
You got to look at it hard. Well, I think these walls are made this way. Okay, now you got loads of evidence for it. Now disprove it. And if you can't disprove it, well, you might have solved it. I don't know.
And yeah, it is frustrating to think about, you know, how long we could study this stuff and how we may never know the answers. But at the same time, I'm so glad that there are puzzles like this.
Yeah.
Because how boring would the world be if we didn't have things like this to wonder about, mysteries like this to ponder?
Yeah, I agree.
I love mystery and I hate mystery at the same time.
Yeah, I agree. I think the mysteries. It's also I think it's a attractive element to these sites. You know, it's like, man, if the establishment could maybe even embrace more of that we might help them to get more tourism, which is great, more dollars to protect and preserve these things and to fund work that needs to go on there. You know, it's like. You know, I think more people would be interested. I mean, not that people aren't interested in these sites, you know, very, very popular tourist destinations as it is, but
I highlighted the most incredible aspects of it, the wider world. Increased tourism, that's what these, especially now, the countries need, isn't it? Egypt especially, you know, Peru could do with lots of people coming in.
Yep. Yeah, but academia doesn't get grants to discover mysteries.
That's right.
They get grants to come up with answers.
True. This is true. Yeah.
Too bad.
It is.
They're doing it wrong.
Yeah. No, well, hopefully they do a little more here at these places. The pace does seem to be pretty slow in terms of the real scientific work happening here. I know it's tightly controlled by the authorities here as well, in terms of what you can do.
Come on, man.
And whether or not it sort of gets in the way of the, I guess the established narrative. And there's a lot of cultural aspects mixed up down here as well. Like there's a lot of pride, I'd say, in the idea that this is the Inca, because you obviously the people here are the descendants of the Inca, and it's. You know, there's some people get offended when you say the Inca don't do it, and I've had that experience, in fact, pretty directly. It's the usual sort of straw man argument. Well, if you didn't think the Inca did it, then you must think the aliens did, and you must think the Inca were just useless and hopeless. I'm like, no, that's not at all what we're saying. And in fact, you know, the Inca did incredible work, and they terraformed the Sacred Valley. They terraced it. They had an amazing civilization, but their capabilities. Yeah, big empire, amazing, and it was a tragedy what happened to them, and it, you know, but they still, I don't think, had the capability to do some of the stuff that we're seeing. So it sort of keeps that question open. It certainly doesn't mean that it was aliens or something else, but I think there is
a more complicated answer to it than just, well, Egypt did it. It's the same answer you get in Egypt. Well, the Egyptians just did it. It's just national project, bro. They just applied themselves, and you can't get around the technology.
Also, the fact that the Inca revered and preserved what they found there says a lot about who they were.
That's right.
Yeah. And
That's important.
Yeah. So I agree with you. There's nothing. It's not an insult to say that it doesn't seem like they built that other stuff, like the megalithic stuff. It's just looking at data and trying to figure out what's going on there.
Indeed. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Well, thanks, guys. This was fun.
Yeah.
Again.
Thank all of you.
Yeah.
It was another fantastic episode. Looking forward to more.
Yeah. Let's do it. I got a lot more sites, as you said. I got a lot more sites that we haven't seen. Lots more video footage. We'll get there. Yeah. Awesome.
All right, guys. Good night. Thanks so much.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Cheers, mate.
Cheers.
Welcome back to Uncharted X. My name is Ben, and this is the Uncharted X podcast. In today's show, we're doing something a little different. I am doing a podcast, or something like a swapcast, with a couple of friends of mine, Kyle and Russ from the Brothers of the Serpent. They have their own excellent podcast. Check it out on Spotify or Apple iTunes. They also are hosts on Randall Carlson's Cosmographia podcast. In this show, we're taking an in-depth tour of the Serapeum of Saqqara. If you haven't heard of this site, it is my favourite site in all of Egypt. It's just an incredible underground series of galleries and alcoves, and it houses 24 of the just most massive precision carved granite boxes that you've ever seen. It's just enigmatic, it's profound, and it's just one of the biggest mysteries in all of Egypt, in my opinion. The Snake Bros and I are going to do a whole series of these little types of podcasts. We're going to try and do them fairly regularly. We're going to go through my raw video footage we're going to pick certain sites and just go through them in some detail, and they can ask questions. They haven't seen them in person. We've done lots of research on them. So it's a good way to kind of do an informal tour around a lot of these sites. The Serapeum really is an epic place, and you're seeing some of the footage from my most recent visit there, but I've visited the site on several occasions, and in this podcast we're looking at the footage from an earlier visit there that I had in 2016. If you're interested in a few more of the specific details of the Serapeum and why I consider it to be just such a mysterious and amazing site, I do have like a 6-part series on the Serapeum, some of the earlier videos that I made on my channel. I've got a playlist for all of those episodes, and there's a link to it below. I hope you guys enjoy the show with the Snake Brothers. If you like the idea of me doing more podcasts like this with them, please do leave a comment below. I have a lot more content planned for this year, one part of which is my own podcast on iTunes and Spotify and all the regular podcast libraries. I released this last year. There were a few episodes up of the Uncharted X podcast, but I'll be releasing a lot more episodes in the near future. You'll be able to find the audio for most of my videos there, as well as the audio from episodes like this. Now, onto the Serapeum.
All right. This is a special podcast. We got Ben from Uncharted X here, and we've sort of teamed up on this because we're doing a group effort here. And Ben, we've been talking about doing this for a while. Doing a podcast together. So this is the first, hopefully, in a series. And what we want to do, like the plan has been to, Ben has all this footage, all these images of places that Kyle and I have not yet been able to go to, but we've been talking about on our podcast for years. So the idea was, let's go through some of these images and some of the footage that Ben has, and we'll just sort of do a mystery science theater kind of thing and talk about it. So Ben, thanks very much, man. And, thanks for allowing us to do this as a swapcast. I think it's going to be really good.
I think so too. Yeah, the trick was always like trying to find a home for it. Came to New West show a while back now, which was a lot of fun. And then we did it. We recently recorded a podcast with Randall on Cosmographia, and then let's just make this happen because we've been talking about you coming on my show. So we thought, why don't we just do it together? I guess, and just put it on both the channels. And everyone can do it. So for everyone on my channels, Brothers of the Serpent, for many of you know who they are, and go and make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel as well as the podcast. I'm in your world now too. I'm hosting my own RSS file and all that, so it's just another thing I'm trying to stay on top of. I've got a bunch of episodes I'm going to release. It's just about hacking it together. I'll do it. Yeah. Regularity could probably help me.
All right, good. Because I'm
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, looking forward to it because the way I've had to consume most of your content up to now is by audio. So you make these amazing documentaries, but I listen to most of this kind of stuff at work. You know, I'm running a machine or whatever, and so I'm like, God, I can hear you talking about these amazing images and these videos, but I'm just listening. So.
Yeah, and well, that's why I did it because I've got that feedback from a bunch of people like, oh, listen to videos in the car or I'm doing something else, I just have it on. So, and tons of people like, do you have MP3s of these? So yes, see that. I'm going to because the interviews and podcasts are kind of with people are the ones that mostly release.
No, that's funny, man.
You guys have the same artwork.
Yeah, we have been shifting over to the episode art. Yeah. Got to embed it in the file. You know, we have this policy of like as little work as possible, which is the opposite of your policy, which is like you do tons of work.
Well, the perfectionist in me that it's with the videos. That's what ends up happening. I'm still trying to figure out the right way to get more content out more frequently, but it's not from lack of working on it. They're all like long productions that are written and then takes me forever to actually edit the video. So yeah, I think I'm still learning a lot of the tools and things. I've got plans for this year to be a bit more consistent, and part of that is doing things like this.
Yes.
And I love the idea of like we're going to do this weekly for a little while. Just go through different sites, hit them, watch the footage, talk about what we're seeing. Trying to do this a bit more live stream. You guys, just have some more people in there to have a conversation and point out stuff. And I know you guys are interested in a look at a lot of these sites.
Yes.
Pick
right. All right.
Pick a good
So
one to
what's
start.
the first one we're going to start with the Serapeum, which is you've done many shows on it, and so have we. So let's take a look here.
Indeed, yeah. So I'll just roll this. Hopefully you guys can see it.
Yep, looking good.
Yes, we've spent a little bit of time trying to set this up. The audio will kick in at some point.
Dude.
In a while, but this is all you see at the top of the Serapeum. You kind of see the step pyramid in the background. So it's a little bit away, but Saqqara itself is massive. It's like 7.5 miles long by about 2 miles wide. So it's actually a big site. That's not the Serapeum. That's what I think this is the lesser galleries, which we'll get to. That's the actual entrance to the Serapeum.
Okay.
Down the hill there. And there's actually that is another pyramid. That may be the step pyramid. Actually, I don't know if that was behind me. Was the step pyramid? It might be another.
Did there used to be sphinxes?
Yes.
Lining. Okay.
Yeah. So there was an avenue of like 600 sphinxes. So this was clearly an important place in that probably late. It's attributed to the late period. I'm sure it was being used during if not the middle period, definitely the late period. And it was an important place that had an avenue of I think 600 sphinxes leading off that way behind us.
And so did they take them away before they knew that the Serapeum was there?
I suspect that the dynastics were using it as a ceremonial for whatever their purpose. They were dedicating themselves to that. Maybe they were just starting to. I don't know, because there's only the one box that's really been carved into. But those small. I think they were smaller sphinxes. I suspect that was done by them, probably. In my opinion, if you grant that this site's probably older, and that they found it and they renovated it and they reused it, they pulled it into their culture, and I think they probably built the avenue of sphinxes on the outside leading into it. That would be my speculation at least, because I really do think, and there's so much evidence of renovation on this site that I suspect that's likely what happened. Because they did that at a lot of sites. You've got the avenue of sphinxes at Luxor, and they did that on important sites, and they probably treated this like an important site. It's
So what do you think? Like, in the videos now, we've moved down the entryway, and you guys have gone in the entry.
Yeah, the sounds are about
And-
to start.
Okay, and the first thing you start to see is number one, the walls and the ceiling are very rough.
Yep.
And number two, there's all these little alcove things, at least right there at the doorway. Yeah, they kind of are shaped like tombstones, I guess you would say, or little, but they're very shallow. So do you think that they had things set into those? Is there any information about that?
Yeah. So these were small steles. So there would be little offerings. Like these were.
Okay.
These were like little steles that were put in here. Again, recognised it. They would have since been removed, but they would have been little dedications, little things. I think likely what you would have had happen is the priesthood was selling. Whoever controlled the site was selling the space. Like they were selling offering space. You know, it's like put your thing in here dedicated to whatever. I mean, I suspect that was what was going on. I haven't really looked into what's written on the ones if they found any at all. Because I'm sure that most of them were taken. I'm pretty sure Marriott found it pretty much empty. You just had these. You had these things here. They're probably taken. But as you go in the entryway, pan left, you have that's the lid for it's a rose granite lid for a box. It's in there on that you look at. It has the nubs on it. It actually has a little bit of writing on it too.
Yes. See the nubs. Holy crap.
There's a bunch. Well, on the nub boxes, there's a few of them we get to the bottom.
They look very South American. Yeah.
And of course,
South
I was
American
here,
nubs.
I was here with Yusuf. He's the man for this. This footage is from not from the recent trip to Egypt, but although I have footage from that, we can look at. But this is from a few years ago, 2016. So we went round to the right in this case, which takes you around in here and around the corner. And it's actually not a bad little speech from Yusuf just initially here. Because you're looking at the roof, as you said, rough tunneling, but even though it's rough, I mean, once you get into the galleries, they're just they're perfectly straight. I do think that it's probably the tunnels themselves are probably, even though they didn't seem to, the builders didn't seem to care. That's why part of it why it seems to be functional to me is like, it was functional. They didn't care about how well they were. The Egyptians, the dynastics definitely.
Yeah, I feel like AI is a lowest common denominator. And that's like the human
The precision seemed to go into the
species
boxes. The tunnels were just to hold the boxes.
is not that smart in total as a whole.
To get them down underground for whatever reason.
So AI will always be the lowest common denominator with more information that it takes, it's looking like.
So this is a sort of demonstration of just how dark it is.
Because it's getting worse. It's getting much worse.
Oh yeah.
You can hear you can turn off the torches.
It's like a teenager now. It's like we have a teenager on our hands. A rebellious, sarcastic teenager.
Yeah, that's pitch black.
Making up lies. Using PewDiePie as a measurement of an analogy. Oh well. Yo, for real, man. For real, bro.
So he's talking about working on the boxes in almost darkness using only a
This
torch
piece.
or a lantern.
This piece of box of quartz is really beautiful. It's like green and blue. I hope they show it up close. There's a Brian Forster the video that shows it really amazing. I don't think they show it up close, but this is probably my favorite stone I've seen so far in Egypt. This one right here. It's like quartz. It's entirely quartz.
Yeah, so that it almost fills the hallway.
Yeah. Well,
See what's like blue?
yeah, exactly. I like to say, I mean, we built a floor around it. So if you want to, as we go through this, look for the signs of human renovation, like modern renovation.
See what's like crystal? See that?
There's a floor built around this box.
Right.
Because we weren't moving it anymore, I think, for the Eastern Egyptian.
That's right. I can see it. You're right. The box is inset into a hole in the modern floor.
Yeah. And we've just built a wooden floor around it. I mean, the other thing about this box, and Lisa talks about the weight and how many people. The one thing that I think is
I'd be pretty scared going in underground and like thousands of year old. I'd be scared to go into the Great Pyramid too. Just imagine like raiders decide to block the entrance and keep the people inside as hostages. That'd be a nightmare scenario. Bro, yeah, dude. You never thought about that? I think about that all the time. Just some fucking like raiders with some like AK-47s just jump and said, okay, now we have hostages.
Because the box has
fucking,
the box and the lid
then we're
itself
fucked
has the appearance of like
in the
somebody was
pyramid
in the middle of
forever.
doing this and then they stopped working on it and they never came back. So you
Has
would
that happened
think
before?
that
I don't know,
if
maybe.
that is the case, they wouldn't have taken the time. Well, we need that wooden sled. Pick the box up off the sled. Take the sled out from under there, and then put the box back down. No, they would have left the sled there. And
But it can happen. It's not like whether it's like you're in freaking Cairo, right? I've never been to Cairo, but dude, I can imagine. Imagine you're in fucking Cairo in Africa. That's Africa, man.
Okay.
I think anything can happen in Africa. I would not travel there, unfortunately. Yeah. I have to do it though. I have to go to Egypt. I might just somehow skip Cairo. Maybe just fly into the south. Fly to like Aswan or Luxor and go north. That'd be insane.
So yeah, 250 people to pull 50 tons, assuming you're moving 200 kilos or 400 tons per person.
Right.
And you just that's the other thing about this site is that you just
I would feel I would be really super claustrophobic going into the pyramid, the Great Pyramid.
This is the width for that.
I would freak out probably.
Count for the drag.
Exactly.
That's just the dead weight. Yeah.
Dead
Just
weight.
dead weight. You're not having to overcome the friction of the floor and all.
Yeah, it puzzles me to this day about how exactly they move them. It just doesn't seem the brute force approach just doesn't seem to work. You can explain it, I think, outside in the sure 50 tons. It's possible. People can do it. You can make machines. You can make it happen. In tight spaces, it starts to become a different conversation. Just got to. I don't know how you do it, particularly in the. There's literally we'll get into it, but less than 5 clearance. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so this thing in the back with the nubs, it's set into this part of the wall that looks like the wall there is carved out for it to sit there.
It is. It's an inset. I don't know why. But that's actually the lid for a box. It's almost as if this was.
And so they just shoved it into that little part of the wall that's like cut out for it to fit under there.
Yes. I don't even know if this has been moved. Yeah, it's been put up on blocks. It's been basically looks like most of the blocks.
Yeah, and they're really
Yeah, 'cause
Well done.
if you have a forklift, you need to go get your forks back under there. After you put it down.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's actually a good point. And this thing's sitting on the floor. This is the lid for the box. This is a good point too, because we'll get to that. I'm sure we'll get to the question later about the scoop marks. I just want to use to talk about this because in the boxes later you'll see these scoop marks on the granite, and it's important to understand what's going on with those scoop marks in the outer layer.
I don't know if this is, drummers have to do this with cymbals. Like when you're playing those cymbals and they get a little crack in the edge, the idea is you take a drill and you drill the very end of the crack as it's working its way in. You drill a hole and it'll stop it. Using some cymbals.
Exactly. Yeah. I haven't cracked any. I did crack some, but yeah, that's how you stop a crack. It's also in aircraft maintenance. I think they work the same way. They see any cracks, they can repair them or stop them by drilling a clean hole in it.
Yep.
And it just screams like, okay, why? If this is a single-use box that's simply going to be used as a sarcophagus and a fan and alcohol.
Right. It suggests that they are going to be vibrated, right? Because you're expecting that crack to continue. This is what the point is with the cymbal. The cymbal's just sitting in a cave. There's no reason to drill that crack. But if you're gonna keep jamming it, you know it's gonna be vibrating and resonating, and
wanna keep
that
rocking
crack's-
that cymbal.
Yeah, you gotta keep rocking that box, bro. Get out this crack.
I like to say that it seems like solidity. The box had to be solid. No faults. And in fact, it's an important point because we'll get. I mean, you can see it cut in the roof.
Yep. The other thing that I wonder about this because this may not be right because they were these are underground, but cracks also can be elongated in stone by massive changes in temperature. It's cold and hot, cold and hot. It'll continue to fracture, so it could be that they were expecting it to encounter different environments, but it's weird because again these are underground. I also think of like water penetration. Has this place been flooded before?
Possibly. Yeah. I hear that term a lot. Many people suggest that well maybe it was flooded and that's how they moved the boxes in here. I don't think so because there is an elevation change over the serpentine as you come in, and you almost have to scoop here to get down to the end. The other thing is you just can't float granite. There's not using the cabinets that these boxes have.
That's not what I mean, but yeah, I agree with that. I don't mean that they flooded it on purpose.
And it could have been flooded. I get you. Tell me if you see any signs of water damage in here. That's the type of thing I'd like. I've not heard that. Like significant water damage from repeated rainfall like this. That was like an actual flooding. I didn't notice anything like that.
If these are, let's go on the full speculation here. If these objects are very ancient and they're Younger Dryas ancient, then they experienced torrential rainfall, and this entire place may have been filled with water. And maybe the people who made them knew that, and they made them to be completely sealed. So whatever was in them was completely protected down in these tunnels. I don't know. I mean, trying to figure out what the function is. Like I think that it seems like they act as hermetically sealed safes, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a function. That would seal hermetically. And I've heard a lot of people suggest that. But the problem, my only issue with that is not issue, but
question mark is if it's purely as like something like it's a seed lot, which is storage for that type of thing. But in that case, why the precision? That's like why go?
Yeah.
Unless that's simply a function of the manufacturing process you have. And this is it's like making cars today. We make our panel gaps are so much smaller and better because the manufacturing process is much more precise. So
yes,
that's just in effect everything we make is much more precise because our machinery and our tools are more precise.
Yeah, like I have a trash, one of those little metal trash cans in my house. It's way more precise than it needs to be because the manufacturing tools that they use to make it really precise.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was going to point out too that another point to digging out the cracks is you want to know how far they go. Right? You want to get in and make sure they don't completely go all the way through, or don't go too deep, so that okay, yes, we can still cut the lid out of this thing, and if this crack doesn't go all the way as far as the lid is supposed to go, because if you want it to seal and be protected from water, you want to find out how deep that thing is.
Yeah, and I'd almost think this place had to be in the water at some point, particularly if you go back to that enterprise, because it's, there's that I read the quote when you're talking to Randall and it's in the just an evidence of massive flooding in the rainfall. And it would have been, Yusuf also has talked to me about, I have yet to go and film it, I think the next time I look at the water. He thinks there's flood damage at the Giza. That near the crater as well, and a couple other spots, which would be super interesting. So, this video,
look at how smooth the top edge of that is.
yeah, this is one of only a couple. So we passed by it, but the limestone box is almost.
Come on, man.
We talk a bunch about this box. This is one of a couple boxes that actually has writing.
Yeah, I see writing, and then there's these long rectangular marks.
Yeah, do you think those are
story? That may be that actually may be original, but it'd be the only box that has it, because I think that false door motif that's in a lot of places is original, and in a lot of cases it is. You'll find it as well done, polished and just beautiful relative to the writing. And this, even in this case, the same thing. And on the box down the end, they sort of scratch in. They've imitated it by scratching in false door. This is
okay, yeah, that's what those marks are on that other one.
Yeah, so on the back, it's a line, a little drawing of the false door, like in the video we're watching. And then so this is where it gets its name. This is the Serapis. This is the box where the lid near the door is the one that sits on that was meant for this. I think. One of the bigger, heavier boxes, probably like 70 tons. This is a huge box. Only one of two that probably came from Aspen. The rest of the boxes, the quarries are almost unknown. Because we know some of the black granite, some of the white granite quarry, which is not on the Nile, which is the eastern desert of Egypt. We've got it actually called up in over hundreds of miles of desert and landscape and mountains and valleys. You can't just pop it on the boat. So that's the other thing. Like, there's only two boxes in here that came from that are rose granite that came from Aspen. All the other boxes.
So that looks like prying damage to me on the edges there.
Yeah.
But these were all found open, right? So somebody pried them open. Oh, okay.
So
that's very old prying damage.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And it looks like it, right? So the lid's been moved.
Yeah.
You're right. It must have been peeled off and moved. And the rest of them had most of the lids have been shifted off. I guess that's the theory that the lid is for this box.
Not actually no. Well, I guess you could match the stone, right? The lids in the boxes are made from the same block.
The same block. Cut them off the bottom.
And here we have.
Oh, never mind. This is super low. This is me fighting with my microphone. It's part of that don't make the videos. I'm trying to mic and talk and record. So we'll come back this way. we've come in, we turn left. There's actually a limestone box. The first box we saw, the complete one, is a limestone box. I think there's a chance that is a dynastic box that wasn't finished. And then you had this one, which is kind of the smallest box in here. Also has some scratched in writing on the front. Interesting box. It's circular. It's not square like the others. It's way smaller. This is something very much like a lot of the boxes you see in the museum. And the other thing is, this is the only box that has this tunnel behind it. It's like in this alcove, but it's like there's a tunnel. And we'll go down there. We'll go down there, but this video will be going on. I mean, they light it. So, yeah. I think this is gonna be super light.
There is a room in the end of this tunnel. What?
The limbo one. I think I saw a water bottle in the box in the bottom as well, of course. The ubiquitous trash.
Yeah.
And this is the smallest.
Stop in that whole first part.
That's me swearing at the camera. Okay. This
the tunnel's pretty narrow. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like maybe 2 people wide max.
Yeah, smallest tunnel in a very odd sort of space.
Think we were about to house it in this room, and you think it was already in, and they were taking it out. I think it was already in.
You think so?
See, these are the stones that they used to renovate.
Right.
They used to renovate.
So there's tons of limestone lying around, and we haven't quite got there yet. There's a lot of there was a lot of renovation work. Just the floor tiles. They had wall tiles. You still see a few of the plastered limestone wall tiles. But they built. I think the gymnastics came in here and renovated and built floors around the boxes. And we'll see some evidence of that later on.
Yeah. So just to describe for people listening, you guys went around the small box, and there's a tunnel 50 feet.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, and then at the end of it, it turns right, and there's all this rubble, and it kind of ends in a little alcove. And Yusuf was saying that he thinks maybe the box was in the alcove, and somebody was trying to get it out.
Yeah.
Is that what he was saying? Yeah.
Yeah, he thinks it was coming out. We don't really know going in from that. But it looks like there was a lot of work in here that's all been busted up. The granite floors are probably, the limestone floors have since been quarried.
What happened here is that one of the errors, I believe it's the side building, they reused the stones, limestone, from outside to case the inside.
So do you?
And this is mentioned.
Excavated that pile?
Have they done that? I don't know if anyone's done.
I mean, have they done? You know, because
sure,
I know I've seen from some of your other stuff that there's like other tunnels in here that they don't know where they go.
Yeah. So actually, we get over here. You can. We're about to go into that area. We're going to a closed off area next to it. And then that's right. In fact, these were areas that they didn't know existed prior to that. And on this recent trip, I talked to some people that were actually working on these sites, and I had it on. I mean, it's just a rumor. It's what I was told by a guy that pretty high up sort of works on these places, is that they may have found an extension to this, and there may be as many as 20 more boxes.
Oh my God!
But,
so yeah, I mean, like, it seems like the first thing you would want to do is to dig up that rubble and see what's in the floor. Like, is there another passageway going somewhere?
I wouldn't be surprised if they've gone through it and if that's the pile. I don't know. I don't know what one has. If you listen here, I think you can hear the sound of the closed door opening.
All right.
There's the door. Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, so we'll go through that door after the break.
And welcome back to this first edition of hopefully many explorations through Ben's archives and Brothers of the Serpent podcast and Uncharted X, going through the Serapeum. Is that how you pronounce it?
I say Serapeum.
Okay.
I say Serapeum.
We've always called it the Serapeum.
Yeah, Serapeum. But we're always pronouncing stuff wrong.
Yeah.
Serapi, and I have a whole video on how what it's named. Actually, there's a brief because it's a good talk that Yusuf gives about the. It's kind of got to do with the Greek pronunciation.
Yes,
as well
Serapis.
as the- Yeah, Serapis, and then the Apis, the bulls. Which is not a theory that I think holds much weight. Which we can talk about as we get into it.
Yeah, let's
because
talk about that.
As we go into the so we came in through that way. Now we're going in through.
For a long time they thought that the Serapeum ends here, and then one of the professors discovered that it extinct.
This is into yeah. So it's not lit. This is an off limits area normally. I mean, you can get in. Obviously, they're putting infrastructure in here. It's a smaller set of tunnels, more alcoves. Only one box, and it's at the end, and you can kind of get flashes of it. But we'll get into it.
They used to fill with plaster and then stick more of the limestone. And this fine type of limestone was actually taken and not removed. You can see that it's
actually
somebody smoking.
So he's talking about the walls of the tunnel there.
Yeah, he is. So the walls of the tunnels is talking about the fact that you can see where the plaster was put on the walls, and they would stick the other blocks of limestone, and then you have these blocks of limestone at the entrance to these alcoves. You can see at the back wall here where there's a bunch of limestone tiles that have fallen. This is all rubble that's fallen down. A couple of things to note, and yeah, Yusuf's right. This limestone's coming from outside. This is probably all domestic work. They're renovating this site. You can't see it well here, but as we go particularly into the main gallery with all the boxes, look on the sides of the passage. You'll see these large sort of alcove shaped, these arched shaped little alcoves on either side of these big box alcoves. And those used to house granite steles that were shaped like false doors. They had that false door shape in them, and they were facing the box.
You can see that it's here. And somebody smoking parts like this right in the house.
Yeah, so.
Okay.
So they would smooth them over, they would plaster them over, and you could then add writing, or they would house a little granite stele or something.
Here is a giant false door from granite, and you're gonna realize when you are walking both sides of the boxes, they have empty spaces in the walls. Probably they have these false doors.
So I forgot we had this in actually. Like, this is a granite false door. This is from one of those chambers. That might have been from one of the other chambers. But this is all granite, Welsh granite. This was probably what you would find in all of the other chambers on both sides.
So it's a big granite slab. It's been broken down the middle, but it has this pattern of rectangles cut into it. Each one successively smaller and deeper in. And it looks like a door.
Yeah.
So you think that's original work? Is it the same quality as the boxes?
I think it is. No, I think the false doors. I do think that stuff, those shapes, come to us from the builder culture, in my opinion. Yes, I think so. And you often see it, and then you see it imitated by the dynastic Egyptians as well. Particularly, you see it on the big box at the end. It's drawn on a lot of shapes, but it's in a lot of cases the carving of these false doors is to that level of really high quality work that you typically see, and I would generally attribute to some form of high level of stoneworking. And this is also the important thing here as we get into it. You'll see signs of renovation. Like these floor tiles, they've got hieroglyphs on them. It's just
so that big one going across that's an actual tile.
This here, there's probably a number of floor tiles in here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that have been added, and they have.
They're upside down because it was reused to renovate the site.
Yeah, so the hieroglyphs on this block here in the ground are upside down, and it's just because they've taken limestone from an older site outside, brought it in here, and renovated the site. And in fact, I'm going to mute this and talk about it. In fact, we know it's Old Kingdom because one of the things that there's some differences in the hieroglyphs themselves that have important. So there's certain symbols, like there's a little wavy symbol that they change over time, and you can date the sites in order case or date the writing by the symbols that are used for certain years. So there's actually there's blocks with Old Kingdom writing on them in this site that are in places like that where they're upside down in the floor, not ever meant to be seen, and it tells you that this is most likely a block that's been taken from somewhere else and reused and put into this site. So it was renovated by the late period dynastic Egyptians, yet the site's also attributed to late period dynastic Egyptians. So here's another example. This is like another empty alcove that has a much smaller case in it, and it's a smaller room with a smaller indentation in the ground. And I think this is an example of they were probably building, or may have been looking to put a box in here. So again, if you imagine a box was in here, why is there writing on this block that's on the inside lip facing there?
Yeah, because you wouldn't have seen it.
Yeah.
So this is a later people's finding this, their attempt to mimic the other rooms and try to put their own box in here.
I think that the dynastic Egyptians likely added the floors in all of their rooms. My opinion is that they renovated the entire. I don't think that the original builders cared whether there were floor tiles on the boxes or not. I think that all of that limestone work, all of the floors were added later. In my opinion. Yeah.
So we're looking in the hole here, and you can see where they were cutting into the original limestone, and then above them is clearly tiles.
Yep.
And you're thinking that all those tiles were added by the later people who renovated it, whereas the hole may be original to the original builders.
Maybe, or maybe this is an alcove that the dynastics dug out, or they might have dug the hole. It's hard to say for sure.
Yeah,
it's
much smaller
it's
than
a
the
small
boxes.
box. Yeah, this is like this is a small box, and when it comes to boxes, we're going to see the most amazing example of it. You can hear my voice here. This is my favourite box on the box, but it's you've got smaller boxes and you have big ones.
Holy crap! Okay, yeah, that's huge.
So this box is 90-degree turn.
Yep, it's parked right in the corner. It's literally up against the back wall and the side wall. So it's in a corner. How do you get it in there? I don't know.
Who raised the lids up and put these little blocks between the lid and the box itself?
That's how we found it. You haven't. I don't know why. Well, on that small box, we lifted the lid up, but these other ones.
And the lid has a big nub on it.
Yeah, those are the handles.
Yeah,
obviously for picking the lid up.
That actually is a lifting boss. Yeah, that is the nub that's used as a lifting boss. I mean, it seems to be like that. There's one on the other end apparently. So it has. This is black. This is a granodiorite. This is like.
All right, pause that. Pause that. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's a granodiorite. It's almost harder than sort of regular granite, but cyanite. I think there's a name for it, but again, not from Aswan. This came from somewhere else. This may be Eastern Desert Stone. But when we walked up to it, maybe I'll just back it up and come back to it. I mean, it's just there's a lot to sort of notice about this box as we roll up. It's cracked, so there's a big crack in it, and I think that may be why it got parked at the end here. There's actually two cracks, and it's not as perfectly finished as the other boxes, which tells you a couple things, like that the boxes were worked on down here. And you have the box in the hallway as well that is rough and it's not finished. It's even much rougher than this. But this box, I think, when it developed the crack, they went, okay, we're done with this. We're going to park it over here. It doesn't meet our needs, so we're not going to finish it. But you have all the other boxes which are like polished to that mirror finish and they're perfect. So it tells you that they were working down here. It also tells you that functionality was important enough that when this crack developed, they likely just solved it.
Yeah, maybe they were like, well, we'll use that for the little doorway things in the alcove. You know what I mean? They could have taken pieces of this.
Yeah.
But So, what I wanted to ask you about, where I asked you to pause it, was this inset lip on the inside. Do the lids have a part that? Let's see, you're almost there.
I don't know. It's hard to. It does look like it if I zoom right in.
So what I'm asking
Kinda
is
looks
on the
like
on the underside of the lid, does it have a little part that juts down that would fit into that?
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, that panel that's cut into the. I'm trying to describe this for people listening too. There's like a 2-inch channel cut into the inner lip of the box. Like you would imagine a lid would have a piece that went down so that when the lid was perfectly centered over it, it would fall down in.
I just maybe I don't know because we didn't look when I was here. I've only seen this once. It almost looks like it's there on the corner here, and that may be the reason why the box is. If you go back, the box is sort of sitting up a little bit. But the lid, sorry, sitting up a little bit. I don't know if there's stones under there so much as maybe it's sitting on because it's also off maybe center. Maybe it's resting on that inset. You know, that might be.
Well, what would happen? Yeah, because it's off. So the other interesting thing that I'm noticing about this, because you pointed out the cracks and they've stuck it off in this corner. They never moved it all the way to the alcove, and they didn't finish the fine polishing work on it, and yet the lid is on it.
Yeah.
Yes. And I also see around the edges there, earlier when you were looking at the edges of the box, it looks like the same kind of pry bar damage. Like, in other words, when they put the box down, the lid was fully on it, and somebody later came along and pried that lid back at least a little bit. Because I can't imagine you'd be moving it like that with the lid offset. That would be a pain in the ass, right? So you'd want the lid, if you're going to move it with the lid on it, you want it all the way on there so that it's not unbalanced.
Yeah, good point. I don't know. I don't even know how you would pry that off there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Like a 30-ton.
I completely agree.
But apparently someone did. Like something happened. I mean, the other option, maybe they just pop the lid on it. If you had the ability to lift the lid up and throw it where you want it. I mean, yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It seems odd that it's open like that. So the other thing, the use of saying that the one surface that is pretty smooth is the underside of the lid. So maybe they, I don't know, run their down tools, but there is a smooth. This underside of the lid is smoother than the rest of the box. But this strikes me as not finished. I mean, and then it just.
I agree. It's not finished and it's not in place.
Right.
And it's just interesting to me that it's like were they moving the box with the lid on it, or like you said, it was easy for them, so they were moving the box and then they were like, well, this whole thing's broken, just stick the lid on top of it and we'll leave it there.
Yeah.
That lid is monstrous. I mean, it's like 2 feet thick almost or something.
More.
18
That's
inches
more.
thick.
You mean height-wise? It's probably 3 feet. This box it's 11 feet tall total. Like Yusuf's standing up on stuff. Like you stand up on rocks around the side to get this view of the inside here. This box you can't. I mean, I'm full stretch around here. There's a bunch of rocks that Yusuf was standing on.
We know that this is coming from the small one. This is a side. This is the
navigation channel.
Yeah.
It's interesting. The reason for it is definitely smoother.
Okay, so he's pointing out that smoothness on the bottom.
Imagine having massive pieces like this and a very narrow pieces.
Yeah, so if you want a sense of the height of it, like wait when we roll up on it here is
we walk up to it.
Yeah, it's not. So it's I mean you've got 3 feet high. It's like probably 6.5, 7 feet tall, maybe even taller. Like Yusuf were about 6 feet, so.
Yeah, 7.5.
7.5, and then like
7.5 feet and another 3 feet up.
Even higher. And you can see it's also boxed out here at the end, like it's a narrower.
Yeah, or is that just a shadow somewhere? I don't know.
No, I think the front of the lid is a squarer section, has a lip area. And you do see that on a couple of the others. Yeah, it's
the lid is bigger than the body of the lid.
Yeah.
There's no way they took it around that corner. It must have come from down that other hallway, right? I mean, how could they have gotten it around that corner?
There's nothing, as far as we know, there's nothing behind it. This is
Oh.
the end of the tunnel. This is in the corner.
What?
Unless they found some other unless they knocked the wall and figured out, oh, this was a passageway. But no, this is bedrock. They parked it in a corner. Like, when you
Yeah, but how did they get it around? Okay.
So here's the look at it here. That's right. That's the same question, man. Like that's the end of the tunnel, and then it's just an alcove. There's nothing behind it.
There's nothing back there.
No.
Okay.
It's just an alcove.
Yeah, so it would be interesting to work out the geometry of that. You know, get all the measurements of the interior space,
Find out
the
if you can
measurements of the
actually
box, and,
take it
and
around
model it to where you could see like what is the tolerance to get this thing around this corner. That would be interesting.
Well, as I said, so that big rose granite box that we saw first off with the writing on it, there's about a foot of clearance between the width of that box and the width of the tunnel. I in one of my videos have like that friend scene where they're trying to pivot, carry a couch up the stairs. I mean, you have to literally go around corners with these things. And then as we get into the main gallery, not only that, you've got to put them down in these alcoves where it's like 6 feet. It's a 6 foot drop, and they put them in the center of the alcove. So they haven't just like thrown them in; they've lowered them into the center of the alcove.
Yeah, each alcove has an inset pit.
Yeah, it's like 6 feet.
Box fits down it. Yeah, the box fits down it. So not only you have to slide it in there, but then you've got to very carefully lower it so that it doesn't break. Right? Because it would break if you just dropped it down in there.
I mean, this is what it makes me think of.
That's what it's like.
That's exactly right. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So that's that off limit. That's the closed section. Hopefully they open it to the public at some point. They're obviously renovating it, but now we're back into the main gallery and starting to look at like the other boxes. And again, this is what I'm talking about. Like we're looking down on the roof of this thing. That thing's probably just as tall as that box. It's you're 6-7 feet down. And then we've added our own touch of renovations with the steel girders around the alcoves. Yeah. And it's tough to see, but there is an inset cavity on the sides of this, alcoves that housed the false doors.
So now the lid of this box has two inset, what look like lifting
spaces.
Yeah, spaces instead of whereas the other one had like a
big
middle
nub
piece that jutted out at the end.
That's right. Yeah, it's as if you put something in. It's a little different. The other thing that's different about this is they pushed the lid off from the back. It's not, all the rest of them are opened pushing forward, but they pushed this one from the back. But this is not as well. This isn't quite polished either. It's close. It seems to be finished in any location, but not quite near polished. But the lines on it are magic. Like the faceting of the boxes is magic.
And then I see like occasionally when the light hits it perfectly, I see these little pock marks
On the side of it. Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't know what that is, and there's actually an unfinished section on that lid there. I don't know. It could be 2 months. It could be.
Yeah. Well, they're very regular looking too, like they're patterned.
So we do know that there were chisels used on these boxes. Like the box in the hallway and the box in the lid, you have chisel. Like it's probably iron chisels. There were chiseling marks definitely made on them. But you also have machining marks. So you have very fine machining marks in the finished boxes. I have not seen any saw cuts on this stone like you see at Abusir in those places. Not to say that wasn't possibly a technique that was used, but you definitely have machining marks from the polishing, and then there's definitely chisel marks on them as well. Other than that, I think a lot of the marks got polished out.
Yeah, how would they cut that lid off that box without a saw?
You have to saw it.
Yeah.
It's been sawn. It's then just been worked. I think all the cuts are
Yeah, they're polished out.
And again, this is some of the part I like to laugh about, which is you show them like there's some demonstrations of guys using a 3 or 4 foot copper bar and they're rubbing sand on it and going back and forth and slowly working. I mean,
You're talking about lengths where you'd have to have a 25-foot or 20-foot bar and make the lengthwise cuts in these boxes. So then, after you pull it out of the quarry, because the lump of stone that you're pulling out the quarry is probably 150 plus tons. Right. And then you start to get. I mean, there's everywhere you turn.
And the other interesting thing is that there is evidence that they work the boxes down in the tunnels, and the boxes only fit in the tunnels long ways. And when they're in the tunnels long ways, you don't have a whole lot of clearance on either side. So if you're trying to cut anything in that direction, you're like slamming into the walls in both directions yourself.
That's right.
Unless it's like, unless it's a power saw, basically.
Yeah, and there's really no room, and there's very little room in the alcoves to work them either, even without those steel girders that work them. It's just, assuming they dropped them into the alcoves and then worked on them, there's still very little room. And this is an interesting box. This is Mariette's box.
This is the one he blew up.
The one he blew up. In fact, let me, before we jump into that, I'll just come back to that. I just want to show you, just for scale too, this is a video that was taken on the trip.
Okay.
Maya's getting on one of the boxes.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that too. Like, is it typically frowned upon to get on them and inside them and everything?
So this is the realm of who you're with and how it works and the backsheesh and it's not. I'm not hurting it. There's plenty of footprints on it. You can it depends on how generous they're feeling and it's everything in Egypt's more or less available for a price. So it's a matter of getting if you can arrange it, you can do
Buying
it. I mean, it's not destructive. We're not hurting it. It's a massive chunk of granite.
Of course.
It's. But
that gives you scale. Yeah, it's huge. And that one is
polished. That one is polished, yep. And I have the footage looking down from the top. You can see the back of it. Yeah. Actually, I have the footage looking straight down into it.
Yeah, so you jumped on the box from the hallway, and then you walked all the way to the end, and that just gives you the scale. It's amazing. And then it looks like they were scooping damaged parts of the stone out of them, but then they polished the scoops.
That's what they did. Well, that's right. They did polish the scoops, so that's an interesting part of it. And in fact, once we get to the polished boxes, where you can really see that's evident, it also puts to rest because the orthodox theory about how did they polish the stone? Well, they got sand and they got rocks and they got water and they rubbed it and it's just but they use like flat piece of stone to polish a flat surface. You can't polish like a convex egg-shaped surface like that with that method. It's not. Yeah. You can't do it. It's how did they polish those stones? We don't know, but there's some really interesting evidence from maybe a way that they polished the stone that is coming up towards the end of this video when we get to the box with the writing on it.
All right.
Yeah, some interesting ideas. It's possible that they used a liquid. I think there's solid evidence that there is some form of liquid used to polish the stone. Like, call it what you want. I don't believe we do this today. Alchemy, I don't know. But it looks like there's literal, looks to me like evidence of where the liquid has run off the side of the lid of one of these boxes and cooled underneath on the underside of the lid. Now, when you look at those boxes, there's a technical difference between the surfaces. There's the polished stuff, and then there's the flat and smooth but not mirror polished side. Like that's the undersides of the lids. And the tops of the boxes. They don't do a full polish job on those. They do the full polish job on the insides, the walls, and on the outsides of the lid, on the outside of the box. But so on the underside of this lid, you've got these little drip lines. These liquids come down. It's clearly cooled and dripped down, and where that liquid mark from what looks to me like a water or something like that would have run, that's all perfectly polished and smooth, just like the other parts of the box.
So they may have some kind of liquid that you just apply it and it polishes the stone.
That seems to be. Yeah. There's some evidence for that. Now I can't explain it.
Right.
I don't know if we do anything like that, but we'll get to that.
Yeah. It'd be definitely interesting to get a sample of that to be tested in
imagine
that.
see what it's made of.
Yeah. So that box, we'll come. I'll just quickly skip to this recent trip because Mariette's box is interesting. That was the box we were looking at. There was one box, the one box that was found closed. So there was one box still sealed up when Gus Marriott found it in I think the 1850s. But
and he had to blow it up. Yeah,
he blew it open with dynamite, and then there's the name George Howard standing box. And on this last trip, I went over and got into it. It's one of these videos here, sorry.
No problem. Yeah, so while you're looking for it, I'll just say it's interesting how the rest of these, the lids are shifted. You know, somebody came along and opened the boxes.
Yes, someone definitely did.
And then in the 1800s, somebody came along, supposedly somebody who was much more advanced, and decided to blow the box up because opening it that way was too hard.
Yes.
Sliding the lid was too hard, so used dynamite.
This is looking down on that same footage from when I was on the box. So looking down on the inside of the back of it.
Yeah, you can definitely see the mirror finish on that inside there.
Yeah.
Shiny.
Yeah, and perfect. The corners of magic. And it's just
yes. I find it interesting too that there's so many different designs. Like it's as though, like you came up with this job. It's like we need all these boxes, and there were like all these different contractors. Like, yeah, I can get you 3, and somebody else, we'll build 10 of them, and so they have these different methods for building the boxes. Because you've got the two little indentations on the lid for picking it up, and then the other people have the knob that juts out, and it's just
That's a great point.
They're beveled. Some of them are beveled. Other ones are square and have the bigger faces at the ends. It's just like different. Hey man, my box is superior to your box. Yeah, so it's but like they serve the same purpose, right? They all have this general purpose, but they're just different designs. Different manufacturers making their own boxes.
And they all have a very regular and perfect interior space. Maybe that's the important part. I think it's. I tend to think, and I've not seen it done, and I'd love to see it done. Is to have a comparison of the size of the inside spaces, because all the boxes are slightly different sizes and shapes, like you say, different parts of stone. But I'd like to see a measurement of the inside cavities. Are all the inside cavities the same?
Yeah. Now there was one that you said was small and was circular. There was a circular interior too. It looked like from the video.
Yeah.
That would be.
That's
definitely
a small one. Right. I think that is a possibility that was either moved in or being moved out. It's definitely that's a very. There's a couple of boxes that kind of stand alone. There's that one, and then there's the limestone box. I think that's next to it. It's really big. And I think that there may have been more boxes that have been moved, but that's definitely a waste. That's a very small box, made from granite. It's possible the gymnastics could do that. I don't know that it's much closer. Certainly late period, they had iron tools. They could do some pretty good stuff. And it's it's not something that's horrendously heavy. It's probably still fit 10, 15 tons, but probably a bit more manageable than 70. So yeah, this is Marriott's box.
This was perfect, and it was blown open.
You can kind of get a seal, the mirror finish on the inside there.
Yeah, so you're showing the corners,
the inside corners.
Yeah.
Beautiful granite.
It's amazing.
You hear that resonance, yeah.
Yeah, it definitely resonates.
What was that? So this is Marriott's box that was blown open. This was found sealed. Yeah.
A really quick and easy way to test the interior space is to get into every one and hum until you find that resonant frequency. If they're all the same size, they'll all be the same. They'll all have the same phenomenon.
The same resonance. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't get into all of them. Just some of the spaces aren't big enough.
Well, you can just hum into it though.
But you could hum
should be
into it.
able
You could lean over it. And you could hum into it.
to. So the rubble that's in the bottom of that, is that
That's
material from the box?
Yeah, from the box. But yeah, interesting box. So nothing in it. When he dynamited, it was empty. There was no balls found in the Serapeum. So one of the passageways you see before we walk into what's known as the Great Galleries, the Greater Galleries, there's another set of tunnels that don't connect to anything we're seeing here. They don't connect to the Serapeum, but they're known as the Lesser Galleries. And there's much smaller, much cruder tunnels. And in those, they found a bunch of apis balls that were mummified in wooden crates. And from that, they just sort of smear it across the Serapeum and say, well, this was clearly these were boxes for this too. Which is really
Very
nice.
cool.
And looking at here is the floor tiling, so you can see the boxes further into the floor. I think it's possible. My intuition here is that the dynastic Egyptians likely added the floor tiles afterwards. That they came in and actually tiled around the box.
Do we know actually how far the box goes down into it? Even like, is it possible that it goes beyond the floor tiles?
No, I think you could probably see it at the front there. I imagine those floor tiles are like the other ones we saw where you're talking about maybe a foot. Maybe it's a little more than a foot thick, these tiles on the ground. I suspect the box just sits on the ground there. And there's a tile missing at the front there. I mean, I don't know. That's what I think it is. I think it's just sitting on the bedrock, and those floor tiles are about the same as all the other floor tiles we've seen.
Okay, so they weren't digging holes to put the boxes in.
No,
the original,
which is why I don't know about that other chamber we saw before. That might be an anomaly, but yeah, I don't think so. I think they were just putting the boxes down and then building the floor.
So if we were to remove the modern floor and the ancient tiled floor and go back to just the bare, the original floor of the entire Serapeum.
Yeah.
How far down do those alcoves drop? Do you have any?
No, well, I think it's just that. I think the box is sitting on that bedrock, and there's about a foot of floor tile being built around it.
And then up to the hallway, how far? Because you're showing you're standing up by the lid.
Right. No. Well, so so the hallways. The modern floor, there's glass tiles on the floor, so you can look down and see the original floor. And it's only like half a foot. I mean, they've built basically a raised walkway. It's probably the width of a 2x4 or 2x6 or something like that. Whatever they used to build the floor. And it's a good thing they did because it was sand and dirt. And by all accounts, when people were in here before they put the floor in, you'd be choking in dust. It's just the dust on the floor. So this wooden floor is quite a blessing. In fact, this is a good example of how straight and really astonishing the tunnel system is. Between that alcove and now what I consider the main part of the Serapeum, which is getting to, with most of the impressive boxes. It's a longer passageway with no alcoves, but this is dead straight. I mean, it's also 300-400 feet long. It's a massive underground. So it's like a giant alcove.
So if you're going to be accomplishing this kind of work, how come the writings is so crude? You tell me when these writings today can be read. Then you are missing something. It's like here. This one is not aligned with this one.
And this one also has some of the dips.
This might have a loop he's talking about.
But first of all, parts.
Well, before we dive into this box, we want to take another break real quick.
Yeah, let's do that. Take another break.
And we're back with Ben, Uncharted X, Brothers of the Serpent, Swapcast Extravaganza, looking at the Serapeum, and now what did you say? This is the part with the most impressive boxes.
Yeah, this is all the really. They're all impressive up to this point, but this is mostly the finished granite boxes that are really shiny and polished, and also has the one that has what are they writing?
Oh yeah.
Piece of rock or whatever you have, you will never reach that level of polishing as same as the flat surface.
So he's talking about the polishing.
And this one also has some of the dips, the bubbles.
Yeah. But first of all, we looked at these deeper parts, and as a stone carver, I was like saying like, this is impossible. Why? Because I saw that inside these lower parts, the polishing still in these deeper ones as good as the one on the surface. And if you follow that manual style, of course you will never be able to go to these pits in the stone. You will never reach with your sandpaper or with your piece of rock or with whatever you have. You will never reach that level of polishing the same as the flat surface on the outside. So we had many ideas looking around different surfaces, maybe this is a kind of bacteria that affected the stone, things like that. Until one day, and there's no coincidence, but it was the time for us to see and realize, like these ones especially, you see these ones? Yeah, and it's polished on the inside, same like anything else. Yeah.
Underneath the lid of this last box, you can see it.
Yeah. So that's that point you made earlier about the fact that you have this perfect polishing also in the divots, of which there are many in these boxes. They've definitely emptied out a lot of cracks here, and they've also
Now,
faceted the sides.
Yeah. Did they do this all around the exterior of the box part too? Because I see them in the lid.
They're all around the box. Yep. The lid, body, wherever they found cracks.
That's they're just sees that.
Yeah, this is a nice box too because this has that vein of material in it. This is something that I made a point of pointing out in my last video about commenting about geopolymers, and this is probably one of the reasons that it's not a geopolymer.
Yes.
This is a vein of rock that came out the ground. And there's a bunch of objects that have these types, these veins of material.
So what is is that granite with a vein of quartz in it, or?
It's granite. Yeah, I'm not sure what the vein is. I'm not Feldspar. Some material.
Yeah.
And they're all, again, these aren't rows.
You guys are continuing down the hallway, and left, right. We're looking into the alcoves and showing the boxes, and these are very similar in styles, but yeah, they've got these scoop marks, like somebody took an ice cream scoop to the lids and to the box, but that is also polished to a high shine.
Yeah, they're mirror finish, and they're just covered in dust, which is just not a natural property for granite to be shiny like that. It takes quite a lot of work. And again, not rose granite. So most of these are all black granite or cyanite or granite diorite or something that have come from
lower slab
further away. Yeah. Getting across.
And these lids have been shifted forward, like you were pointing out.
Yep, they're all open. And again, you see the alcove on the side? This is where the granite stele with the false door shape would have been. In the side of that alcove. And again, here's another. There's no floor tiles left in here, so you can get a sense of the depth of the box. It's sitting on bedrock. I think this is what most of the chambers look like. The limestone, I think, has been. It was probably just quarried. Along with everything else, all these granite steles were quarried. The boxes were probably too big to quarry. They just left them alone.
So what I don't understand then is, when is this quarrying taking place? If you have one period where according to your idea, that the ancient Egyptians found this place and found these boxes in here, and then they revered it, so they brought all these tiles in, they tiled it, they're trying to preserve it, they're renovating it, they're putting their own floors and walls in there, and then at some later date, other people find that, and then they take the blocks out to build other stuff.
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly right. In the last couple of thousand years, 3,000 years, even go further back. A lot of these sites have been quarried continuously for that period. Even sites like this, there was clearly people got in here. It had occupation for a long time. It was probably then quarried and then lost, and then rediscovered eventually. We have records of it being used during the end of the Egyptian civilization. There's a long period, and then anything on the surface certainly, but this sort of stuff as well. That's all. Yeah, it's just later civilizations come and take the stone. I don't seem to care much about it, and it's been going on right up until nearly 100 years ago. These sites have been quarried, but yeah,
fragments of these boxes, like for example the one that was blown up by what's his name, Mary. Yeah, that would be a good candidate for luminescence dating. They've been in the dark this whole time.
Yeah, actually.
And they had to have been moved through the sunlight from wherever they were quarried to get here. So the last time they were exposed to sunlight was right before they came down in these tunnels. So it'd be interesting to get some luminescence dating and find out how long they've been in the dark.
Well, is it also? I mean, would that still apply if they'd been worked when they were down here? Because it was a rough block and then it was worked. This is one of my favourite boxes.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Just beautiful shapes, and then it's also that when the camera pans to the side, you just get this reflection on the side of the box. It's so like a mirror, and just smooth. Like you can see how smooth those
Yeah.
the scoops are. These scoop marks. And
Yeah, it looks like they pretty big scoops out of the bevel of that side there.
Yep, big chunk out the side. What seemed to be, and you just don't see these on the inside of the boxes. The insides are always perfect. So whatever was, it seemed to me that the important part was like the inside of the box that they.
Yeah.
And it's just straight and flat and square.
Remind me, when we go to this place, to bring a huge bottle of Windex and some paper towels.
We could definitely take some time with paper towels to clean this place up.
Oh yeah.
So another question is going back to the intent of the original builders, whoever they were. It doesn't seem like they ever intended for these boxes to come back out. I mean, they were put in here and it was a permanent. This is a permanent setup.
Yeah, I think so.
Once those boxes are down in those alcoves, I mean, how are you going to lift it back up? I mean, I guess you could do it if you had some kind of magical technology.
Maybe, yeah. Well, that's the interesting thing too. Like these boxes don't have the bosses or the nubs on them.
Yeah.
Which I just had a thought. It's like, okay, so the unfinished boxes do.
Yeah.
And some of them have the insets, but the one in the unfinished, so maybe they pop the lid on them and then they polish them off and like, they're closed. They're sealed.
Yeah.
We're not actually going to get the lid off of them.
Yeah, like they didn't even ever plan to take the lids off, which is strange. But the boxes with the inset lifting, I don't know what they're called, lifting alcoves.
Yeah, like the square holes in the lid that looks like you could shove something in there.
Yeah, and you can see that in one of them, at least that you showed a while back, it looked like whoever actually opened the box tried to use that with a pry bar of some type because it was all shattered around those eyes. So it's weird that they would have some of them have them, some of them don't have them, some of them have different ways of. It's just
it's infuriatingly mysterious.
Yes,
I love it. Yeah, and see the floor. There's a lot of the limestone tiles that the domestics like out of the plastered the ceiling and didn't put the limestone under everything, and it's since come falling down. So we get to, we have several more of these boxes, and then we get to the box with the aroma, and this is the one they let you go down to see because it's supposedly the most valuable.
And so this is very near the end.
Yeah.
It's like the end facet that all the way.
Yes, and then there's this little hole in the wall that stretches off into the distance at the end of the passage right here. But yeah, so this is towards the end. And the other thing about these alcoves is none of them face each other. They're all offset. So there's no two alcoves that are face to face. They're all offset.
Yeah, when you look at an overhead diagram of the tunnel system, it looks like a skeleton key or something.
Something like that. Yeah, it's the fact that they're all offset sort of triggers something in my head too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a functional thing. I don't know. It's like you just can't have them lined up with each other. I'm not sure you're right. It's accidental. But. So this is the box they let you down into. It's a giant, magically flat, perfect granite box that has got these chicken scratch writings made into it. I'm sure Lucifer.
You can see how pretty these lines are.
No, yours is great, Yusuf.
You can see the glyphs itself is very, very crude. The tool is hardly scratching the surface of the stone. somebody can do these edges, these lines.
And it's straight. Look at
And then, yeah, look at this. Look, the tool is totally like soft. And even this here, if this, we believe this writing here is from the late period of Greek-Roman time as well. The writing on the surface. The style of the writing, yes. And supposedly at this time there was more iron. You know what I mean?
Well, this is probably iron, and this is what iron looks like when you scrape, or what granite looks like when you scrape it with iron.
Yeah. Here we can find an empty shell, and then the still is part of the stone. But this work was being done by the priest in order to trade it. And then where does Egyptologist come in this? Usually, if you find the name here, for example, imagine the name Ptolemaeus going to be added here later. Imagine these writings are written, and then later the name Ptolemaeus will come here. We will depend on this name to say that this box was made during the time of Ptolemaeus, and he ordered the priest to manufacture it specially to give reference to the Epic Blue
Who is he saying? What name?
Ptolemy.
Okay. All right. Ptolemy.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Ptolemy.
Ptolemies.
Ptolemaeus.
Yeah.
So that's the point. Like, there's an empty. The fact that there's an empty shanty or empty cartouche stage are interesting because again, it just hints that they're selling it. Here's a great example of a divot in the box that's been polished. Like that's it. It's not a smooth scoop out, but they've scooped out a crack. But look how beautifully every little complex curve and surface on this divot is polished. The light's just reflecting off it like a mirror. And it's that idea of you rubbing this with sand and rocks. It's like good luck. And then, so this is the other thing. On the underside of the lid, you can now. This is where you can see some of the very fine machining marks. I don't know how they're going to show up for you guys on the video.
Yeah, we see some lines. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's actually some horizontal lines looking across it. Like he's following them with his finger there. These are very fine machining lines. Because again, remember the underside of the lid hasn't been polished to a mirror. You're seeing a reflection because it's very flat. It's been ground flat, but it's not polished like the rest of the box.
And the top of the rim is also not polished?
The top of the lid, you mean? Yeah, right. The
rim
that's
of the
right.
box.
That's right. Yeah, the top, like the mating surfaces aren't mirrored polished. That's right. They're ground flat. They're really very flat. In fact, it's very much like the box at Lahoum that I just did a video on. Not polished, but ground really flat. It still reflects light because of the grinding. It hasn't been
It's
polished.
still a precision flat surface. It's just not polished.
That's right.
So when you run your hand on it, can you feel those tool marks with your fingers?
No, not. You can feel it's not polished, but there's some very fine marks there. I couldn't really feel much. Where there's a difference, you can definitely feel the difference between a polished surface and the flat surface, the underside of the lid. And that becomes important because this is in this sort of pocked off part of the lid here is where there's this evidence of what looks like a liquid that's come down the side and eddied underneath it. And it seems, and wherever it's eddied underneath it, it's really, you touch it, it's that same smooth polished surface that's on the rest of the box. And you can just run your hand down. It's like very, very obvious when you touch it. You can also, it's pretty obvious when you see it.
So this is the smooth surface of granite, but not shiny. This is shiny. This is not shiny. Like the grooves are here. This is where we find the liquid. Some kind of liquid.
You see it.
So the liquid
I see it.
leaks down here and then forms these lines with drops.
Yeah, so he's trailing down the side of the
same like how we read that somebody.
Well, I was just saying he's what he's talking about is the liquid draining down the side of the lid and then pooling up on the underside of the unpolished surface of the lid at the corner.
And then it's as if a liquid sort of cooled up and then dripped, and you can see it really clearly here, along here, and all along the edge of it where it sort of came underneath, and then just touching it, that's where you can see it and you can feel it. And it's not a varnish, it's not like, in fact, where you see this is another thing, where you see the boxes are chipped, and if you look up, I've trying to get some photos of it. I'm sure I have them somewhere, but just let me describe it. It almost looks like there's a millimeter or two of the end of the stone is almost like that polish is penetrated. It's like this. It's like a harder casing. It's like this. It's not just surface. It's where it's chipped off. You can kind of see that there's a discoloration of a millimeter or two on the edge of that surface. It's not.
So it's penetrated like a stained wood on wood,
Almost.
like when you. Yeah.
That's maybe the description for it. But anyone that goes and sees these, go look when you find these polished surfaces like this. Look on where it's been cracked or something. Try and look, and you'll see that there's a depth to it.
Okay.
Was working and taking obviously no doubt about that. And these were that liquid around exactly the same shiny surface. I give it all the explanations I use. Also explain how the polishing reaches all these deeper levels. So where is the theory now of polishing with the sand under the water under the it's only in the sea and the wood, but not in the real artifact. Which one I'm going to believe? Of course, the real artifact is the one that gives you that absolute.
So whether or not it was, some kind of magic liquid, the fact that there are those run lines proves that it's not sand and somebody just rubbing on it with sand, because you could not get that effect.
I think so, right, and I think that you would be challenged to get that the polished effect. Just try and test it in one of those divots, or try and test it in a surface that's not flat, and see how far you get. Like again, this is the realm of the experimentalists. This is the Chris Dunn test. It's like everybody that comes out and look, I'm grinding a stone pot, or I'm testing these. I'm showing you that it can be done because I've dug a trilinear corner in a piece of granite with hand tools. It's the four-step. You have to encompass and demonstrate that you can achieve the most difficult aspects of this challenge as well. Like that's how you prove it. You have to include the most difficult aspects. It's like, and that in some cases that may include some of the geometry of the overall object. There's a lot to it. And by the way, I just wanted to back that up, because one of my most favourite parts of this is as we turn this corner, you just look at the reflection, the beautiful reflection in the stone, and how mirror-like it really is as you just go around the corner there. It's just such a fine piece of work, and I just think it's been defaced. So yeah, I think a lot of these things could be determined. I think more experiments and more testing. I'm not the guy to do that sort of stuff. I don't have the equipment, the know-how, the space to do it, I guess, even. I know there are people trying, and I think it's all good, a good thing to do, but I think the Chris Dunn test in his book, where he lays out the 4 conditions you've got to satisfy to sort of say, okay, we know how it was done. I think that's the test. I really do.
Right. That's the most difficult parts, not just the easy parts.
Yeah, using the methods you say that were done, you need to then also replicate the most difficult elements of the problem, and then carefully compare it with the original results. And you also have to take into account all aspects of the original artifact. You can't ignore parts of it. You've got to just take account of everything. And then, so here on the back of the box, you see the false door that's been drawn.
Yes.
Right. Mimicking
those granite.
Also, I want to point out what we were talking about earlier is that the alcoves are all offset from each other. Right? You were commenting on that. That also makes it much more difficult to turn these things into the alcoves when you're moving them in. If the alcoves were adjacent to each other, it would be a lot easier to get it in there, because you'd have now an open space on the other side where you could move the back into the box to angle it in there.
All right, so I have an idea on why the alcoves are offset. I mean, it's just an idea, but the machine that cuts the alcove sits against the back wall. Right?
Yeah.
And then it cuts that alcove, and then you spin it around and set it against this wall, and you cut that alcove, and it can't, I mean, I don't know. It might be an idea.
It's a good idea. I would say it is only there are some alcoves that face tunnels that like entryways. So there are some that don't have a blank, like just a wall against them.
Okay.
But yeah.
Throw that idea out.
Well, they use the tunnel machine for this.
Maybe
There's a
they just
tunnel
kept
machine
going.
and an alcove machine. The alcove machine moves the wall, and then later they come and do the tunnel machine to get the time.
Indeed. Yeah. Yeah. And so
Look
you
at
had-
that. That is a divot.
There's some interesting stuff there.
The rough machine. So we do have rough machine, and it's still lost technology.
Kind of abrasive. Like that looks like it's kind of just chunks like a rubber.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot. This is some other machining that just looks like it's been just hammered out in rows here for whatever reason. Who knows? One of the few spots.
Yeah, rough cut. Yeah,
Bottom left of the back of the box.
So, what, you think that's original? You don't think that's later work?
I'm not sure. Yusuf seems to think that it's an example of some tool that's just abrasively shaped the rock. Maybe I'm not sure. And to me, from this, it's like it could be done with a hand chisel, like an iron chisel eventually. But even that's like a lot of work. I mean, I'm sure you could, but it seems to have these regular lines in it.
Yes, but it looks
almost
like
a
the
jack.
writing and the crude chiseling went
the writing's kind of
continued into that area that's been busted out.
Yeah.
Well, they just couldn't finish that corner.
Yeah, I
Well, I
guess.
didn't finish the corner. Yeah, it's. I'll have to have a closer look at it next time I'm there to see how far this writing actually goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's possible. I don't know if you can tell which one came first, really.
Yeah, I would point out though that the regular lines in that really rough cut area are not much different than the regular lines in the rough chiseled writing. You know, they're not.
Well, other than being a lot deeper and more effective.
Other than being much deeper.
Like this is like. I mean, it's weird. They supposedly had on like again. This is the best. I'm sort of got to qualify this a little bit because it's the best example of the difference between the writing, the technology involved in the writing, and the technology involved in the object itself. That said, the dynastic Egyptians were absolutely capable of some amazing work and amazing writing, and they did that in a lot of places. And in a lot of boxes, it's a much higher quality writing. Now, it's possible that this was. I don't think this is the case, but it's possible this was like the first step before they carved it. But I don't think it is because there's so many areas where the lines are literally wavy. Now, you see it on a lot of other objects. They use straight lines and rulers, and they gridded out stuff, so they sort of paint by numbers kind of deal. We see that on objects in the museum, so they were capable of doing straight, clean, precise work, and then with the chisels, and they were able to make really sharp-looking hieroglyphs, particularly in the later period when they had access to iron. This is some sort of amateurish thing that happened to it. It's because I don't think it's the first stage, but I do think that they were certainly capable of doing better work. And you see more examples of better work, but even then, those examples are still, you look closely at them, they're still obviously done with hand tools and chisels. They were done with hand tools. There's just no, you don't, Yusuf has looked at a lot of this stuff. He will tell you he's never seen power tool marks on anything, on any writing. As you see it on objects, on boxes, on slabs, and on statues, but you don't see it involved in the writing. So, I think that there's a good case to be made that all of the writing may have been done by the dynastic Egyptians. That's my point. Is that even with the nice writing, you can see it's not polished. It's done with a hand tool, and it's usually on a well-made polished object. In the case of these boxes, this is just the best example where you highlight the technology gap, but it becomes more subtle when you look at the much nicer glyphs that are on things like obelisks, for example. Some of the obelisks that are hieroglyphs are incredible. I still think there's a difference between those glyphs themselves and the object.
So what do you think that means about the builder culture? That they didn't write on anything? Does that
it? I don't know. It seems, a lot of this stuff screams that it was functional to me, and the same as the pyramids, the Giza Plateau. Yet at the same time, you have the statues, which I think a lot of those came from that culture as well, particularly the giant ones, the perfect ones. So there was definitely there was a culture there involved in it as well. There was, that's you can't say that's a functional statue. It's obviously it's representative of something. Yeah, it's cultural. So I don't know. I might be wrong. There's a possibility that the Egyptians took some of that writing from back then, but I don't. Yeah, I'm not convinced of that. I think it's a good case that almost all the writing is done by the domestic Egyptians.
Well, no,
And they
I
inherited
agree.
a lot of objects. Maybe they were like us. I mean, we don't chisel a lot of stuff in stone.
That's right.
Other ways of
Yeah.
recording rooms and stuff. Right?
Yeah, so I was just thinking, like, let's say you go down into like a power plant or something that's like, you know, all concreted in, you know, it's full of concrete. We've got machines set in these little weird alcoves. You know, there's all this equipment down in there, and then the writing is in the form of signs that are on the wall.
Yeah.
But if you removed all the signs and all the machines, you would just have this strange, like, shaped, boxy rooms with strange alcoves in them with no explanation and no writing.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's a great. That's one of the
Sorry, everyone. Sorry, I'm gonna sign off now.
I mean, it's
Thank you, Baron, or Sailor Curse, for the $5, bro.
just don't see writing in a lot of these places yet.
I don't think we're gonna raid anybody.
No overtones, we see no end of writing.
Right.
It's
filled.
It's filled. It's plastered. It's just all. This is a modern limestone work. Yeah. An Arab limestone work.
Thank you for the raid, too. Yeah, we're not gonna raid anybody. Thank you.
We're good.
A little bit.
Yeah, we got time.
If there is
Thank you. See ya.
power
Bye.
plants